Hello, everyone. Today, we'll fulfill Nam Van Nguyen's request. He asked, could you do I am the god of slaughter? Sure thing, buddy. The story is finished, and I've also completed it up to the end. Enjoy watching. Monday, the day of the chosen one, or perhaps the day a genius, envied by others, was struck by lightning while flirting with girls. A school prodigy, a kendo genius, never in love, never played games, the legendary other people's child. Due to an unexpected incident, he begins an otherworldly adventure in a game. He finds himself in a harsh environment, a place with no signal, hearing the system announce, the area you are standing in is outside the service area. A place where he must face ferocious monsters. The only way to survive is to constantly kill monsters and strive to level up. Tran Chi Lu, after successfully killing a monster, finally declares, I won, accumulating skill points. He sits heavily on the corpses of the monsters, listening to the system announce, congratulations. You have leveled up to LV 15, receiving 24,000 experience points and 50 skill points. Then, before Tran Chi Lu, the system shop appears, allowing him to exchange points for high-level weapons. Unlocking the locked systems, equipment system, attack mode, assassination mode, service mode. Tran Chi Lu can sense a systematic leveling process, but suddenly, an obstacle appears, the god of slaughter. This is the first time I've felt so scared. It's like being ruthlessly controlled, making him feel like a mouse being toyed with by a cat. When facing monsters, this surveillance feels like a judgment on his own life. Yeah, but so what? Even if he keeps stumbling and getting back up, failing and starting again, even until the very last moment. Because your fighting spirit has been activated in a special way, you have received the blessing of a demigod. All attributes plus 100. Strength, speed, damage, endurance plus 100. Tran Chi Lu frowns, challenging a god. So what? Evening at school. Inside a quiet classroom. Tran Chi Lu spins a pen in his hand as he introduces himself. My name is Tran Chi Lu. He wears headphones. In everyone's eyes, he's a high school prodigy. Tran Chi Lu is extremely confident. There's no question in this world that I can't solve. But then, something makes him frown. But now, I've encountered a problem. A girl casually eats candy, oblivious to Tran Chi Lu's thoughts. Now, I like a girl, and that's a problem. Tan Chumai nonchalantly hands him a workbook. Chi Lu, this assignment is yours. I have to play games tonight. She doesn't pay any attention to the teacher on the podium angrily scolding her. The desk isn't your bed. Get down. Tran Chi Lu blushes, taking the book from Tan Chumai. All right, he suddenly calls out to Chumai. She asks, confused, what? This further angers the teacher. Disrupting your classmates. Go stand in the corner. But Tran Chi Lu ignores him, making his request. Can I play that game with you? Tan Chumai, who was walking away following the teacher's directions, turned around and smiled. Of course, we're short a babysitter anyway. Meet us at the new player area at 8:30 tonight. My ID is Bao Tuong Diem Tam. A while later, on his way home, Tran Chi Lu received a notification. Tonight, there will be a rare thunderstorm. Rain is expected to start at 8 p.m. Residents are advised to unplug electronic devices to avoid accidents. He soon arrived at his front door. Tran Chi Lu opened the door and stepped inside. I'm home. His mother's voice called from inside. Home early today, aren't you? Tran Chi Lu simply explained. School let out early because of the weather. His mother walked out from the kitchen, ladle in hand, and said cheerfully, it's going to rain heavily tonight. Go rest for a bit. Dinner's almost ready. He then asked his mother, did I get a delivery today? She replied, yes, I put it in the hallway for you. Hearing this, Tran Chi Lu looked down. Right at his feet was a product called Cosmos. As Tran Chi Lu happily carried the box upstairs, his mother reminded him, so, Chi Lu, you're starting to play games now too. I told you need a rest. But when she turned around, he had already quickly left. Chi Lu, remember to come down for dinner later. This made his mother curious. So eager, he must be meeting someone online. A girl, perhaps. Outside, the storm raged on. The package was quickly opened. Tran Chi Lu lay happily on his bed, holding the gaming device in his hands. Cosmos is the hottest VR online game right now. He held up the branded headset and examined it. This headset provides neural feedback for a super realistic gaming experience. Then, Tran Chi Lu chuckled. It's ironic that I'm just starting to play this game now. Chumai is probably already a pro. He confidently raised the headset. But it's okay. This won't be difficult for me. Just then, a notification sounded. You have a new message. Tan Chumai sent a series of messages urging him, come online. I've been waiting for you. After connecting to the system, Tran Chi Lu put on the headset. He thought happily to himself, this is like our first date. Then, Tran Chi Lu quickly entered the game, starting Cosmos Link. He gently stepped 1 foot into the virtual world. In an instant, Tran Chi Lu was pulled into the game world. Then the publisher's audio blared with strange, gurgling sounds. The sudden appearance made Tran Chi Lu blink in surprise. An image of the game publisher appeared, expressing their gratitude. Thank you for purchasing Cosmos. Following that, the mechanical voice of the system chimed in. Welcome to Cosmos. This made Tran Chi Lu exclaim, pretty cool. Then, the system interface began to change. It continuously displayed introductory information. Cosmos is a survival game based on global mythology and legends. It has created dangers everywhere. The world contains treasures and magic. Then, it directly prompted him to choose a mission. Begin your adventure. He rested his chin in his hand, wondering, is it starting already? Countless job options appeared on the system screen. Please select a role: warrior, mage, archer, monk, paladin, summoner. Tran Chi Lu pondered for a moment, then quickly moved towards one option. The support class to my mention must be this one. He then directly selected it. Oh, my beloved, I'll choose my beloved. The system continued to display a series of equipment options. Cosmos grants you a free outfit, but Tran Chi Lu muttered, it's our first date after all. I have to dress properly. His clothing then began to transform, from the collar to the sleeves. In just a moment, Tran Chi Lu was clad in a complete formal suit. Selection complete. His eyes showed determination. The system screen displayed loading game. Just then, a news bulletin flashed an urgent message. Today's weather has reached a red alert level. Residents are requested to turn off all electrical appliances to avoid unforeseen incidents. The entire city was engulfed in a thunderstorm. A bolt of lightning rapidly struck towards Tran Chi Lu's house, followed by a direct hit. This caused a malfunction in the game's connection port and power lines. But Tran Chi Lu was still immersed in his excitement, unaware of the electricity surging towards him. Just as he cheerfully said, "Tumai, I'm here." Our first date, he was electrocuted. Tran Chi Lu was overwhelmed by the shock. Electricity. What's happening? Objects affected by the electrical surge began to levitate. He was lifted into the air. Tran Chi Lu's room emitted an intensely bright light. Soon, the electrical current was cut off. The entire city was plunged into darkness. The headset fell to the floor with a heap of broken debris. Tran Chi Lu's mother then opened the door. Chi Lu, see why the power went out. But the room was now empty. Hey, where is everyone? Tran Chi Lu was stranded in a barren desert. Damn it, I just wanted to play a game with Tumai. Why am I trapped here? He angrily punched the ground. Then, Tran Chi Lu sat in stunned silence. No matter what he tried, he couldn't log out or contact anyone. Tran Chi Lu began to panic. Am I going to be stuck here forever? He continued to wander for 8 hours. Although I still can't believe I'm trapped in a game like this. Tran Chi Lu's steps became unsteady. But as time passed, I accepted the reality that I couldn't log out. I discovered that the in-game world and the real world have similar mechanics. He walked, panting. The high temperature, dehydration, dizziness, and headache all felt incredibly real. Kan Chi Liu understood. If I keep going like this, I'll die here. He could only force himself to make a decision. To survive, I have to find a water source first. Tran Chi Lu picked up a stone from the ground. He examined the stone in his hand. I saw on Edward Survival Show that this type of limestone usually appears in areas with mineral water. A glimmer of hope appeared in Tran Chi Lu's eyes. So I'll head towards the area ahead. Where these rocks appear, there must be a water source. Then, Tran Chi Lu began to take steps forward. Let's go. But he was completely unaware of the danger lurking nearby. A hungry monster, its eyes full of longing, watched him leave. Tran Chi Lu's hands gripped the rock face. He strained his eyes, looking ahead, hoping his guess was correct. Just then, a drop of water trickled down the cliff face. Tran Chi Lu had finally found a water source inside a cave. It's unknown what he was thinking at this moment. Tran Chi Lu swallowed, then took a running start. Tran Chi Lu reached forward and plunged his face into the water. The sound of gulping echoed through the cave. Gulp, 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 gulp. As he drank, Tran Chi Lu thought, a river is so nice. The monster had now reached the cave entrance. It stood there, staring into the darkness with glowing eyes. Now he began to rest inside the cave. Tran Shi Lu continued to ponder his current situation. The water problem was solved, but he still couldn't leave this place. Suddenly, he sat up and checked the system interface. He looked at the game display and stroked his chin thoughtfully. If this is a game, there should be a hint on how to leave this desert. But his map only displayed minimal information about his current location. The climate, environment, and coordinates of the desert were still undetermined. Furthermore, the system added that the map function only displayed areas he had already visited. Tran Shi Lu wasn't surprised. Knew it wouldn't be that simple. He then decided to thoroughly examine the system. The system screen displayed a series of information. ID, Tran Shi Lu, LV, 15 class, support, status, thirsty, HP, 100 MP, 100 ESP, not over 100, strength, 1, agility, 1, intelligence, 3, physique, 1, endurance, 3, skill, healing assistant, cosmos. Player skills need to reach a certain requirement or specific conditions must be triggered. Tran Shi Lu sighed after reading this. Such low stats and no combat skills. If I encounter a monster, I can only run. And this triggering skills thing, how do I do that? He then decided to check another section of the system to see if there was any equipment. The screen immediately displayed information. Iron sword, durability, 100% weight for kilograms attack power, 28 gloves, durability, 100% defense +2, red potion, recovery effect, 50 bandage effect. Then the system asked, player ID, Tran Shi Lu, do you want to receive the newbie gift? Yes/no. When Tran Shi Lu pressed yes, a cascade of weapons fell from the sky. Seeing the weapons land beside him, he was a little surprised. The starting equipment for a support class is a sword. But Tran Shi Lu didn't think too much about it and directly equipped the items. Better to be safe and keep them on me. Suddenly, he found his footing. Tran Shi Lu swung his arm and drew the sword from its sheath. He took a step, his hands gripping the hilt of the sword tightly. Tran Shi Lu adopted a defensive stance, ready to attack. Then, he took a deep breath and on tiptoe, lunged forward. Tran Shi Lu decisively swung his sword, cleaving a rock in front of him. He examined the blade, assessing its qualities. The hardness and flexibility were superior to anything in reality. Suddenly, the system notified him of 1% durability loss. Tran Shi Lu wasn't overly concerned. The damage was displayed. It seemed everything in this game could be quantified. His stomach growled twice with hunger. Tran Shi Lu sheathed his sword and considered his situation. He had no useful information yet. He needed to find food first, otherwise he wouldn't last. Suddenly, he heard a trickling sound from behind him. Tran Shi Lu turned cautiously. What was that sound? He began to explore deeper into the cave. The vastness of the space before him surprised Tran Shi Lu. He hadn't realized the cave was this large. His vigilance increased. He couldn't just drink and leave. He needed to investigate. A bone suddenly fell from somewhere, making Tran Shi Lu pale with fright. Before him lay a large pile of skeletons. Tran Shi Lu felt a sense of unease. He picked up the bone that had just fallen. Noticing teeth marks on the bone, Tran Shi Lu grew more suspicious. Why were there so many animal bones here? Suddenly, he remembered something unsettling. He thought he'd seen these teeth marks in a book before. Tran Shi Lu quickly turned to leave. This wasn't good. He couldn't stay here any longer. He had to get out. Suddenly, a monster lunged at him, jaws wide open, ready to devour him. Tran Shi Lu was shocked, realizing the danger he was in. He immediately ducked, avoiding the sharp teeth of the wolf, and quickly rolled to the side. Tran Shi Lu scrambled to his feet, ready to fight. The system quickly displayed information about the monster. Desert wolf, level 5. Advantages: agile, thrives in extreme temperatures, can run at 15 kilometers per hour. A drop of blood fell to the ground. Hunting speed, 65 kilometers per hour. Primary attack, bite. Clutching his injured arm, Tran Shi Lu read the information on the system screen. Bite force, 200 kilograms. Weakness, underbelly, approximately 3 levels weaker. Can inflict 200% damage to the player. He gasped for breath. There really were monsters here. He assessed the desert wolf before him. From its previous attack, he could tell its speed was far superior to his own. Tran Shi Lu knew he couldn't run. He could only fight. His blade flashed as he drew his sword. Tran Shi Lu furrowed his brow and muttered, "If I lose, I die." He charged angrily, slashing at the desert wolf. "You underestimate me." As he swung his sword again, Tran Shi Lu's arm suddenly trembled. What was that? A red warning appeared on the system screen. HP decreasing. Replenish HP immediately. I remember back when I was in 10th grade. At a certain dojo, I was the head of the kendo club. Two pairs of hands firmly gripped wooden swords, swinging them down, shouting out loud. Nearby were trophies, gold, representing someone's victory. Two people were practicing kendo. That was Tran Chi Lu, also the youngest 6th Dan kendo practitioner in the whole country. I remember the kendo tournament broadcast on TV, and I wondered, why learn kendo? The reason was incredibly simple. Back then, Tran Chi Lu and his mother were watching that match. My mother, when I was little, was a fangirl. My mother, when I was 5, she kept cheering, "Kimura will definitely win. Kimura will definitely win." You know, she was a huge fan of the kendo star, Kimura. After that, Tran Chi Lu was showered with loving kisses from his mother. "Mommy loves you so much." Then, she took him to register for kendo classes. So, I've been learning kendo since I was little. The instructor was bewildered, explaining the procedures to my mother. "Just sign here, ma'am." And she just happily agreed, signing, "Yes, yes, yes." Tran Chi Lu, as a child, wasn't too interested in kendo. When I first started learning, I thought it was simple. But when sparring began, I still thought it was just wearing nice clothes and waving my arms and legs around. But when I started truly training, I realized this sport wasn't simple at all. But when facing a giant opponent, when you wear kendo gear and face the enemy, that's when Tran Chi Lu started to feel fear. Hearing your own heartbeat and breath during the fight. The fear comes from seeing the energy radiating from the other person. A strange fear suddenly envelopes your whole body, even threatening to consume you, making you act recklessly, unable to adapt. The source of that fear is, then, a thud echoed, easily knocking Tran Chi Lu down. "You're not strong enough." After that, he trained relentlessly. The only way to become stronger is to keep practicing. I, Tran Chi Lu, trained day and night, constantly pushing myself to become stronger, constantly forcing myself. He kept swinging his sword. Then I used my free time in class, practicing thousands of times in the dojo where there was no air conditioning. Even when knocked down by opponents, constantly failing, Tran Chi Lu would stand up and continue swinging his sword. Constantly injured, constantly training, constantly striving, until he stood on the podium, receiving the prestigious trophy. But Tran Chi Lu never slacked off. Even when I became the youngest 6th Dan in Country Z, I never gave up training. Until now, he's still fighting. Because in this food chain, the strongest becomes the ruler of the world. Tran Chi Lu quickly ducked, dodging the Desert Wolf's attack. You're fighting so desperately, but you don't even know how terrifying your next opponent will be. He gripped his sword tightly. In a blink of an eye, Tran Chi Lu seized the opportunity. Now, he swung his sword, slashing down hard on the Desert Wolf's body. "You underestimate me." But in return, a crack appeared on Tran Chi Lu's sword. His hand trembled uncontrollably at the strange phenomenon. What was this? The Desert Wolf turned to him in a rage. With a simple flick of its tail, it easily sent Tran Chi Lu flying. He soared backwards, crashing against the distant cliff face. Gasping for breath, Tran Chi Lu struggled to his feet. He was completely bewildered. What was going on? His sword attacks were ineffective. Just then, the system notification appeared. Attack ineffective. This Desert Wolf possesses extremely strong defenses. Please pay attention to its weak point, its belly. Tran Chi Lu finally understood. So that was it. Attacks anywhere other than its belly were useless. The Desert Wolf howled again and charged, attacking before he could recover. Damn it. Tran Chi Lu desperately turned his head, narrowly avoiding the wolf's bite. Even knowing its weakness, what could he do? He scrambled to the side. It was too fast. Moreover, every attack was aimed at a vital point. But as his heels touched the cliff behind him, Tran Chi Lu knew he was cornered. If his attacks were useless, he could only defend. He would be exhausted to death. Gripping his sword tightly, tension coursed through him. Could it be? Tran Chi Lu gritted his teeth. Could he really die here? Just then, another system alert appeared, HP decreasing. Please replenish health promptly. But thanks to that, an idea suddenly struck him. Wait a minute, this beast's weak point was its belly. He knew what to do. The Desert Wolf, no longer willing to wait, lunged forward to attack. Tran Chi Lu also charged. If this worked, both sides charged directly at each other. Then he could kill this beast. A sickening thud echoed, followed by the splattering of blood against the ground. The Desert Wolf's jaws clamped down on Tran Chi Lu's body, but he seemed oblivious to being torn apart. With a single thrust, his sword pierced through the wolf's body. Tran Chi Lu had finally slain the Desert Wolf. This time, his attack wasn't in vain. He pushed the carcass off him and declared, "I win." The cost of victory was a grievous wound. He'd intentionally let it bite him to create an opening to attack its weak point while it was off guard. This game was really something. Suddenly, the system popped up with a notification: Desert Wolf slain. Received 6,000 experience points. Level up to level 5. Received 25 skill mastery points. But in a flash, all of Tran Chi Liu's injuries vanished. This didn't surprise him. His wounds healed upon leveling up. Before he could even rest, the screen displayed a new message: Hidden Merchant Quest activated. His curiosity peaked. Immediately after, a variety of equipment appeared before him. Was this the merchant? Suddenly, something caught his eye. What was this? As a seductive woman appeared, Tran Chi Liu blushed and turned away. Who designed this ridiculous game? Did they want him to die of loneliness here? Inside the cave, a voice muttered to itself. Stuck in the game after all. Still have to kill monsters like before to gain experience points. Moreover, after leveling up, I can get skill points to add attributes. Tran Chi Liu mused, chin in hand, staring at the system screen in front of him. But what is this hidden merchant system? He then pointed his finger at a box on the system interface. Let's take a look. Immediately afterward, a tremendous power emanated before him. He saw a wide variety of weapons being introduced by the system. Bloodshed Obliteration LV 75, Physical Attack 325, Strength plus 50, Attack Speed 59, Power plus 75, Movement Speed 60, Spirit 50. Bloodshed Incineration increases damage by 30% when the enemy is cursed. Royal Ritual Sword LV 30, Physical Attack 75, Strength 30, Attack Speed -5. Black Knight Armor LV 50, Physical Defense 75, Magic Defense 30. Golden Glory LV 75, Physical Attack 275, Magic Attack 300, Strength 39, Power 7, Spirit 75. This left Tran Chi Liu somewhat bewildered. This is the merchant shop. The system screen now displayed an explanation. Daily necessities, unlocked at level 5. Potions, unlocked at level 15. Weapons, unlocked at level 30. Tools, unlocked at level 30. Housing, unlocked at level 50. Appliances, unlocked at level 70. Troops, unlocked at level 100. The merchant shop will use your level to unlock items. Purchasing items in the shop means consuming levels. Tran Chi Liu swiped through the items in front of him, astonished. Besides weapons and tools, there's housing and appliances. And you need such high levels to unlock them. Who buys appliances in a game anyway? He then pressed another button on the system interface. And this troop system requires level 100 to unlock. Suddenly, a transformation occurred before Tran Chi Liu's eyes, turning into a series of binary code. Immediately afterward, the image of a masked female assassin appeared. He could only watch, motionless, as the sword thrust towards him. Suddenly, the assassin stopped, striking a pose, making Tran Chi Liu realize it was a hologram. Then, numerous portals appeared around him, with countless binary codes appearing one after another, showcasing various attack types, from offensive to defensive types, including magic and even assassination types. Tran Chi Liu walked through the myriad of combat styles. I didn't expect so many types of troops. He paused. Then, a service category suddenly appeared before him. Looking at it, Tran Chi Liu was speechless. He quickly turned his head and exclaimed, "Who created this boring version? Do they want me to die of old age here alone?" At this moment, the system displayed a question. With your current level, you can only unlock daily necessities. Do you want to unlock them? Yes/no. Tran Chi Liu, losing patience, grumbled, I know. You don't need to remind me." The system then displayed, successfully unlocked daily necessities. Consumed 5 levels. Received Sweetbread X5, Coca-Cola X2. A moment later, Tran Chi Liu was able to eat while examining the items he'd retrieved from the system. For now, he could only exchange for these, but they were essential. He queried the system, the skill point from earlier, "Let me see how many there are." The system quickly responded, ID, Tran Chi Liu, status, full, HP, 100/100 MP, 100/100 EXP, 0/100, strength, 1, agility, 1 intelligence, 3, constitution, 1, power, 3, skills, fast recovery, points awaiting allocation, 25. Note, points cannot be reallocated after distribution. Looking at the system interface, he began to calculate. Although fully recovered, the conditions for unlocking skills remained unclear. It seemed he could only rely on his attributes for survival for the time being. Tran Shi Lu understood that the points, once allocated, were irreversible. These attributes would likely directly determine his survival. Constitution determined health. Magic power was presumably from magic attacks. Strength equated to physical damage. Power was defense, and agility was speed. He couldn't help but recall the desert wolf he'd recently killed. Despite being only 5 levels lower, its speed and strength were vastly different. If he encountered stronger monsters, he would need an advantage in speed and attack power. Having decided on his allocation, Tran Shi Lu began pressing the buttons. Constitution +5, Strength +10, Agility +10. Begin distribution. The system interface began to change. 5 points to Constitution to ensure sufficient health, 10 to Strength to guarantee enough damage against monsters, and the remaining points to Agility. After the adjustments, Tran Shi Lu felt a change in his body. Distributing the skill points had a direct effect. His whole body was brimming with energy and felt lighter. He was thrilled with his current state. It felt great to be stronger. Suddenly, Tran Shi Lu sensed something and glanced behind him. A pack of desert wolves had appeared at the cave entrance. Back again, he immediately took a defensive stance. Perfect timing to test this out. Then, Tran Shi Lu charged forward, declaring, "Today I will kill you all." The wolves surged forward. One of them was instantly felled by his sword. A single swing was enough to take down a wolf. Tran Shi Lu was now fully in his element. It seemed his increased attack power was enough to overcome the wolf's defenses. While he wasn't paying attention, another wolf attacked from behind. But Tran Shi Lu simply turned and killed it. He was astonished. His increased attributes had also strengthened his swordsmanship. Then, Tran Shi Lu plunged his sword into the cliff face and swung himself above the desert wolves. He swooped down, eliminating them all. He continued his onslaught, cutting down the desert wolves before him. After a while, the system notification appeared. Level up. Experience points full. Level increased. 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 Exhausted, Tran Shi Lu collapsed onto the pile of desert wolf carcasses. Congratulations, you have reached level 15. 75 skill points available for allocation. But his face was radiant. Leveling up made killing those monsters so easy. Not long after, night began to fall. Tran Shi Lu emerged from the cave, surveying his surroundings. He thought, "It's this late already. I need food and water. The night air is refreshing. I can start looking for a way out." Suddenly, Tran Shi Lu's foot struck something, making him stop in shock. Before him lay the corpses of desert wolves, scattered across the ground. They had all died brutally. He knelt down on one knee to examine a body. Why are all these wolves dead? Suddenly, the sounds of fighting echoed from above, startling him. He quickly went on guard, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. A hand pierced the body of a desert wolf. The figure stood above, holding a wolf carcass in each hand. Tran Shi Lu cautiously asked, "Who's there?" The figure looked down. The system panel displayed. ID, Tran Shi Lu, LV, 16. Sister Thuong, status, Federal HP, 1100 MP, 1000 EXP, 586/24582. Strength, 41. Agility, 41. Intelligence, 3. Physique, 21. Energy, 3. Skills. Sister Thuong can recover quickly. Darkness enveloped the desert. Confused, Tran Shi Lu looked around. He had clearly seen someone there moments ago, and the wolf carcasses were still present. He definitely hadn't been mistaken. A thought struck him. Could there be another player trapped here? Tran Shi Lu pointed his sword at a carcass. He began to assess the situation. The blood on this body looks like it's been drained. This whole situation is incredibly strange. The system screen appeared as Tran Shi Lu pondered. Could a player be capable of such brutality? Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. The system issued a red alert. Danger detected. Estimated threat level, fatal. Enemy response, active. Warning, immediate evacuation advised. Confirmed. Enemy poses a lethal threat. Confirmed. Enemy preparing to attack. Evasive action recommended. Suddenly, something lunged at him from behind. Completely surprised, Tran Shi Lu reacted with lightning speed. With a swift slash of his sword, the strange attacker was cut down. Tran Shi Lu gripped his sword tighter. A notification appeared. Weapon durability minus 25%. He gritted his teeth. So, whatever killed those wolves wasn't human. A pair of feet approached. In an instant, a monstrous figure appeared before Tran Shi Lu. It was a higher-level monster. Tran Chi Lu watched warily, noticing the monster's severed hand. His hands trembled as he held his sword. This thing is on a completely different level than the wolves I fought earlier. Tran Chi Lu glanced down. If I hadn't leveled up and increased my stats, I would have been seriously injured or even dead by now. In a blink, the monster's severed hand regenerated. This shocked Tran Chi Lu. It was regenerating. Then, the monster was briefly introduced, the Wandering Dominator. Level, in contention. The system quickly filled in Tran Chi Lu's knowledge. This creature in the desert possessed absolute speed. It was the apex predator, feeding on the blood of living creatures. Tran Chi Lu frowned, realizing no one could escape its hunt. Facing the Wandering Dominator, he understood that even though he had prepared himself to encounter such a creature here, he still felt incredibly tense. Its overwhelming killing intent felt like it was paralyzing him, making it difficult to even move normally. He imagined the Wandering Dominator needing only a single move to control him completely, leaving him waiting to be killed. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. This was the first time he had ever felt such fear. Suddenly, the monster lunged. In an instant, it was upon him. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "Die." The Wandering Dominator reached out. A slash flew across. Tran Chi Lu dodged just in time, circling around to its side. Gripping his sword tightly, he thought, but what then? Tran Chi Lu raised his sword, preparing to strike down the Wandering Dominator. He swung down swiftly. I'm not easily intimidated. The Wandering Dominator was completely caught off guard. But just as Tran Chi Lu was about to land a blow, the Wandering Dominator vanished, causing him to miss and strike the ground. Tran Chi Lu quickly turned around. What? The Wandering Dominator had reappeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere, and was winding up for a punch. Tran Chi Lu was sent flying by the blow, crashing to the ground and rolling several times. He quickly plunged his sword into the ground, stopping his momentum and preventing himself from rolling further. However, the impact had taken a toll on him. Tran Chi Lu squinted, thinking, is this the absolute speed the system was talking about? He staggered, regaining his footing. The Wandering Dominator tilted its head and let out an amused cry. It lunged again, caught unprepared. Tran Chi Lu took the Wandering Dominator's attack head-on. The attack forced a mouthful of blood from his lips. He collapsed under the Wandering Dominator's overwhelming power. Coughing up another mouthful of blood, Tran Chi Lu clutched his wound, realizing that the last blow could have easily killed him. He looked at the Wandering Dominator with confusion. What is it doing? It stood still for a moment. Then it kicked Tran Chi Lu, sending him flying. He tried to get up, but his body trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, the Wandering Dominator appeared before him and returned his sword. Tran Chi Lu stared at it, bewildered. Give me my weapon back. What's this thing playing at? The Wandering Dominator suddenly raised its hand and lightly chopped the back of its own neck, making a gesture. Tran Chi Lu immediately understood it wanted him to kill it, but also reminded him of a cat staring at its prey. This scene felt familiar. A cat catching a mouse wouldn't eat it right away. Tran Chi Lu could see that through his own reflection in the Wandering Dominator's eyes. It wanted to toy with its prey. The barren desert gradually entered morning. After a long fight, only receiving a notification that his weapon's durability had decreased by 80%, Tran Chi Lu lay on the ground, panting. Damn it! He frowned, realizing this creature's speed was too fast. Ordinary weapons couldn't even scratch it. Suddenly, Tran Chi Lu's collar was grabbed by the Wandering Dominator. Angrily cursing, he was lifted into the air. The Wandering Dominator suddenly spoke. Human. Tran Chi Lu was surprised. It could speak human language. The Wandering Dominator brought its face close to his, sneering. Humans are as weak as insects. The next moment, one of its hands was severed. Tran Chi Lu quickly escaped its grasp. He angrily retorted, "You're the insect. You damn bug." The Wandering Dominator looked at its severed hand, which was spurting blood. It laughed excitedly. Haha, interesting. It's been hundreds of years since I last met a human who could excite us like this. Tran Chi Lu also began to mutter, I'm pretty excited too. His fighting spirit surged. It had been a long time since he felt this rush of adrenaline. He suddenly remembered two familiar faces. His family, his friends. His life was still long. Tran Chi Lu's resolve strengthened. I refuse to die here. He shouted, Everyone, wait for me to come back. Suddenly, a strange light descended from the sky. That power quickly replenished Tran Chi Lu's energy. Power surged through his body. Suddenly, an explosion echoed. Tran Chi Lu's hair transformed into a new style. Faced with this sudden change, he received a notification from the system. Each of your battle has triggered a special effect. The blessing of the guardian deity, Iron. The system announced, all stats plus 100, strength plus 100, speed plus 100, attack plus 100, endurance plus 100. Tran Shi Lu, exploding with power once again, raised his sword. The wandering dominator taunted, "Finally, you look a bit decent. Come here." But before it could finish, it was taken completely by surprise. Tran Shi Lu quickly dashed forward and slashed the wandering dominator. It couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the attack. His eyes flashed as he saw he had successfully struck the wandering dominator. Then, Tran Shi Lu continued to swing his sword, relentlessly attacking. He didn't know how long it took, but his sword completely shattered. A red system notification followed. Warning, weapon durability at 0%. Destroyed. Unable to use. Tran Shi Lu didn't care and threw it away. He punched the wandering dominator in the face with his bare hand. Just that single blow sent it flying. Tran Shi Lu bluntly declared, "I want your experience." He slowly walked towards where the wandering dominator had been struck. Tran Shi Lu looked down intently. As soon as the smoke cleared to reveal an empty space, there was nothing in front of him. The wandering dominator reappeared right behind Tran Shi Lu. It swung its arm, slashing at his body several times. The wandering dominator looked down at Tran Shi Lu from above. It mocked the foolishness of humanity, calling them insects. Despite his defeat, Tran Shi Lu smiled. "Even after all this, I still can't defeat it." The wandering dominator suddenly flew into the air. It gathered power in its hand. The wandering dominator now resembled the Grim Reaper. It swung its arm, bidding farewell to humanity. The Reaper's scythe swung towards Tran Shi Lu. His eyes were filled with the image of death. Another explosion rang out. Tran Shi Lu was continuously assaulted by relentless blows. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth. Tran Shi Lu's eyes grew dull. "Am I going to die here?" At that moment, the system issued a red alert. Player Tran Shi Lu's HP has reached 0. Deceased. Tran Shi Lu suddenly woke up. He found himself in a strange bed, gasping for air. Am I still alive?" He clutched his chest, wondering, did I log out of the game? But when he turned to look out the window, something wasn't right. Tran Shi Lu became confused. Where is this? Looking at the peaceful rural scene before him, he thought, this thing is still here. It seems I'm still trapped in the game. A moment later, Tran Shi Lu sat on the bed and opened the system menu. He crossed his arms in thought, but I was clearly killed by that monster. Tran Shi Lu couldn't help but recall the attack. Now, he was lying here unharmed. He propped his chin on his hand, pondering. Moreover, there aren't any wounds on me. He then lifted his shirt to examine his body. What's going on? Just then, someone entered from the doorway. Tatli Lai carried a basin of water inside. She greeted him shyly, "You're awake." But because he was in the middle of examining his wounds, the scene became strangely silent. Tran Shi Lu raised his hand in response. "Hello, I just woke up." She blushed and ran out, calling for Jubo Loy. Waking up like this left him confused. What's going on? Did I just arrive at the newbie village? Someone was working in the rice paddy outside. Jubo Loy looked up towards something in the distance. Soon, a cry of surprise echoed from the small room. He said what? Tatli Lai looked at him, bewildered. "You said you were killed." Tran Shi Lu looked at his chest and confirmed, "Yes, right here in the chest. I was pierced. But how did I get here?" She pointed towards Jubo Loy, who was lighting a cigarette. "Jubo Loy, Grandpa found you while he was hunting." The cigarette began to emit smoke as he spoke. "At that time, you were dying, but not yet dead," he explained further. "This place isn't a newbie village or in the game like you said." Jubo Loy hid the rest of his sentence behind a puff of smoke. "We aren't NPCs or players either." Tran Shi Lu grew increasingly tense. "No way. This place is clearly the game world. Something's definitely wrong." Suddenly, he remembered something. That's right. Tran Shi Lu immediately opened his system interface. "Let me show you too." But both of them looked at him strangely. He continued to explain his skills. The system interface. This is the quest log. Status. Equipment. In the game. You can even see the map. Tatli Lai watched as Tran Shi Lu gestured wildly at the air. She asked Jubo Loy, "Grandpa, did a monster hurt his head?" Jubo Loy immediately confirmed, "Yes, and not lightly either." At this moment, Tran Shi Lu realized with a jolt that he still couldn't connect to the GM or find Tumai's ID. He had completely lost contact with the outside world. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, How can I get out of this place? Then Transhi Lu buried his face in the system interface and yelled, I want to go home. He was shocked by the information he received. No one can leave this place. Duke Bo Loy, no longer interested, turned and left after saying everyone in the Latonia desert is stuck here. Transhi Lu repeatedly questioned him. Why? Even if the desert is huge, there must be a way out. How did you two get here? Tatli Lai then recalled an event from long ago. A few years ago, Grandpa and I were hunting a giant dragon in the Bergama Great Formation when we were struck by lightning. She said sadly, when I woke up, I was here. He said this place is the Latonia Desert. Legend says that we can only regain our freedom by finding the location of the Catchlai Temple. Tatli Lai briefly recounted the legend. They say this desert is an eternal labyrinth with no exit. She started to cry as she continued. Countless people from this town have gone searching for the temple, but none have returned alive. Then Tatli Lai also left. Gradually, everyone accepted and gave up searching for the temple. Better to live peacefully here than to walk in a certain death. Transhi Lu became lost in thought. Dubo Loy patted his shoulder comfortingly. Every year, new people are brought here, but I've never seen anyone leave. Before leaving, he offered some advice. Accept it slowly, young man. Sally will take you to see the battle area later. But Transhi Lu still didn't believe the information he'd received. Impossible. I must still be in the game. I'm the only one who's been transported into it, like in a comic book. Just then, he received a notification from the system. You have a new quest. Transhi Lu was a little surprised. This is the system interface assigning a quest. Help the Catchlai God take revenge. Accept. He then began to read the quest introduction. Thanks to the protection of the Catchlai God, you have been reborn. Therefore, you must help the Catchlai God break the seal. Transhi Lu clenched his fists, which trembled uncontrollably. Quest objective: find the Catchlai Temple in the Latonia Desert. Defeat the beast sealing the neighbor's temple. Free the Catchlai God. His eyes showed determination as he saw it. The reward: a clue about the area where the seal could be broken. Leaving the Latonia Desert. On a peaceful countryside field, Transhi Lu lay on the grass, reading the information from the system interface. Although he still didn't know why he was here, he now knew how to escape. He understood he had to find the Catchlai God's sanctuary and defeat the neighbor's monster. A surge of hope rose within Transhi Lu. After this, he could escape this strange place. Suddenly, he heard someone call out, Jenny Lu. Transhi Lu sat up in the grass and saw Tatli Lai approaching. She gently brushed her hair aside and asked, Chelsea, what are you doing here? I've been looking all over for you. He stood up, but instead of looking at Tatli Lai, he said, Sorry, I just wanted to be alone, so I went out for a walk. Then, pointing forward, he asked, That's the Latonia Desert, right? Well, part of it. Yes, she corrected, gesturing towards it. Actually, our town is located within the area encompassed by the Latonia Desert. So, the Latonia Desert stretches out in every direction. He followed her gaze. Then, curious, Transhi Lu asked, So, how long will it take us to find the Catchlai God's sanctuary? Tatli Lai looked at him, puzzled. You really want to find that sanctuary? Transhi Lu didn't answer. He affirmed silently to himself, I have to leave this place no matter what. She explained, flustered, Actually, there's no sanctuary. It's just a rumor. If you go, you'll die. But nothing could stop him. He continued forward. Transhi Lu declared resolutely, I've already died once. So, no matter what, I'll find that sanctuary and go home. Under the blue sky, he urged, Now, let's go back to town. The two walked side by side towards the village. Tatli Lai hesitated for a moment, then turned and asked, Chelsea, do you really want to find the sanctuary? Transhi Lu confirmed with a simple yes. She tried to dissuade him, but the Latonia Desert is full of extremely powerful monsters. Even Grandpa Jiubo Loy can't defeat them all. But he confidently replied, Don't worry, I'm pretty strong too. Suddenly, something shot towards them. A series of attacks followed, one after another. Transhi Lu was taken aback by the barrage. Immediately afterward, a deafening explosion erupted. The spot where he and Tatli Lai had been standing moments before exploded. Then footsteps approached. 3 figures emerged. A man, backban, casually walked forward, grinning. The bait has been taken, he said. Tran Chi Lu, his vision obscured by the smoke, wondered what's going on. Then, he realized with astonishment. Tatli Lai, seemingly without warning, had used her power to shield Tran Chi Lu. She couldn't help but feel anger when she heard one of them say, so casually, "So you use Fire Lung to block my black sword." Backban greeted cheerfully, "Sally, we meet again." Seeing this, Tatli Li's anger intensified. "Bo Ban, it's you." Tran Chi Lu, confused, went to her side and asked what's going on. "Why are they attacking us?" Tatli Lai frowned and explained, "There's something even more terrifying than the monsters here. It's the bandits." She pointed towards the group in front of them and explained, "They don't dare hunt in the desert. They just lie in wait to rob others." A more concise way to describe Backban, a filthy bunch who prey on people to survive. He seemed thrilled by this description, laughing loudly. He. Then Backban drew 2 dark swords. Seeing this, Tran Chi Lu grew even more suspicious. "What kind of skill is that?" Backban pointed his swords at the 2 of them and yelled, "You got away last time, but you won't be able to use the same trick again." Tatli Lai also began to unleash her power, preparing to attack. Before that, she didn't forget to turn her head and urge Tran Chi Lu, "Go back and tell Grandpa Jubo Loy. I'll hold him off." Backban casually walked towards them, sneering at Tatli Lai. "You should know your magic can't do anything to me. Come with me. Be a good girl." Tran Chi Lu was displeased by his words. "I'll consider letting this trash go." Jubo Loy was busy smoking somewhere at that moment. Suddenly, thunder echoed across the sky. It was like a signal to him. Jubo Loy looked up and wondered what's going on. Then he slowly walked back towards the dilapidated house. Jubo Loy felt something wasn't right. Tatli Lai should be back from town by now. The scene shifted to another location. The argument was still ongoing. "You think I'd let this kid run back and tell on us, Backban?" she said. Backban said with amusement to Tatli Lai, "You should know your magic can't hurt me. It's best if you come quietly." Tran Chi Lu felt very displeased hearing him say, "If you do, I might spare this brat." Tatli Lai angrily shielded Tran Chi Lu. "Backban, don't even dream of it." This provoked him. "Then don't blame me for being unkind." She kept urging Tran Chi Lu, "I'll find a way to hold them off. You need to get out of here." But he refused. "No need." Tatli Lai asked in surprise, "What did you say?" Tran Chi Lu, standing beside her, explained, "Running away has never been in my vocabulary, although we've only just met." He raised his eyebrows, looked straight ahead, and affirmed, "I'm not the type to abandon my friends and run away on my own." But a hand immediately grabbed Tran Chi Lu's face. Backban slammed him against a nearby tree. Tatli Lai could only watch the sudden scene unfold before her eyes. Tran Chi Lu. Backban sneered at Tran Chi Lu. "Trash. Who do you think you are? Who are you trying to impress with those useless words?" He grinned and said, "Out here, we don't talk with our mouths. We talk with our strength." But then, Backban was suddenly grabbed by the arm. Tran Chi Lu removed his hand from his head and asked, "You think you're so strong?" He tightened his grip on Backban's hand and retorted, "Is this the strength you're talking about? Ambushing me?" Tran Chi Lu quickly extended his hand, preparing to attack him. But Backban immediately jumped back to avoid the attack. He held his hand over the arm Tran Chi Lu had just grabbed. Backban was now panicked as he looked at his hand. "Damn it, this brat's strength almost dislocated my arm." Then Tran Chi Lu, on the other side, made his own assessment. "Very fast. Although my speed stats have increased, I still couldn't avoid that last attack." Tatli Lai hurried to his side and asked Tran Chi Lu, "Are you all right?" Tran Chi Lu turned and replied, "I'm fine." Then she angrily questioned Backban, "What do you want ultimately?" Backban also became angry and shouted, "I've said it many times. Be my girlfriend." Tatli Lai immediately refused loudly, "Absolutely not. Get rid of that thought." Tran Chi Lu watched the scene unfold, speechless. "He's making such a fuss just to ask you to be his girlfriend." She blushed and muttered, Seeing this, Backban became even more agitated. "What? Don't tell me you're into this brat, rejecting me because of him." Tatli Lai flusteredly explained, "What are you talking about, Backban? He's my friend." But he didn't believe her at all. "Friends, that's just an excuse." Backban challenged him loudly, "Fine. Let's fight like men. Don't be a coward." He laid out his condition. "If you win, I'll leave her alone." At that moment, the system interface popped up. Side quest activated. Raging Darkness. Win condition. Attack the Dark Swordsman Backban. Accept quest. Yes/no. At the bottom, it stated, "Reward, like Naya Desert Map." This left Tran Chi Lu a little confused. What the? A quest suddenly activated, and the reward is a map. If I get it, wouldn't I be able to get out of here? Hearing him exclaim, "All right, fine. Just remember what you said." Tatli Lai was startled. Backban raised his dark sword, confirming, "My word is my bond." Backban's underlings were on the sidelines, watching the drama unfold. Wow, boss is really assertive today. I can smell the tension in the air. Then, a worried Tatli Lai asked, "Are you sure about this, Tran Chi Lu? You can't possibly beat him. He's the strongest dark swordsman in this town." Tran Chi Lu calmly countered, "Is a dark swordsman really that strong?" She explained, "Dark swordsmen not only wield dark power, but they also have an absolute advantage in speed." Tatli Lai watched the two from behind and continued to Chungal persuade him. Moreover, their attack power is terrifying. Their swords are enveloped in dark energy, making every strike incredibly powerful. "He'll kill you." Tran Chi Lu, unfazed, continued forward. "So what? I've already died once." With each step, he thought about escaping. "I want to get out of here more than anything." Tran Chi Lu and Backban immediately clashed. He gritted his teeth, determined. "I can't believe this is happening. Life was so good. How did it turn into this? I just need to defeat him. If I defeat him, I can get the map and leave this hellhole." A dangerous glint flashed in Backban's eyes. He remained motionless, watching Chi Liu's attacks like a clown. He raised an eyebrow and chuckled. He drew his dark sword, and phantom images appeared. Backban smirked at Tatli Lai. "This is the guy you like. This is all he's got." Chi Lu looked at him without speaking, only furrowing his brow, thinking, strange. He's only defending, not attacking. What's he planning? Tatli Lai, without hesitation, went to Tran Chi Liu's side and whispered, "Tran Chi Lu, I'll go with him first. You must go back and find your grandfather for help. Based on Backban's current strength in town, only your grandfather could stop him." Tran Chi Liu's eyes were firm. "I won't go anywhere, Tatli Lai." She looked at him, startled. "What?" He continued, "Don't worry. This fight is unavoidable. If I win, we might be able to leave this place." Hearing the words "leave this place," a flicker of confusion crossed Tat Li Li's eyes. Then she looked at him and asked, Tran Chi Lu, what are you talking about? What does defeating Backban have to do with leaving this place?" Tran Chi Lu didn't answer. He stood there, his eyes sharp as if trying to see through everything, thinking, that's right, everything in this world is unrelated. It doesn't follow logic. Trapped in this game world with no logout option. Miraculously revived after being killed. Now the system has issued a quest. Defeat Backban to obtain the map to leave this place. Everything seems random, but it's more like someone is manipulating everything from behind the scenes. Backban, unable to stand the young couple's intimacy any longer, cleared his throat. Then, he threw another dark sword. He crossed his arms, looking at Tran Chi Lu with a sneer. "Brat, why are you just standing there? Scared? But it's too late for regrets now." Tran Chi Lu didn't back down. He looked at Backban with a cold smile. "Of course not. You're the one who's scared. Hiding and dodging all this time." Backban replied, "It's just that I suddenly feel like fighting someone empty-handed isn't very interesting." He took out another dark sword and tossed it towards Tran Chi Lu. "If this is going to be a proper duel, it should be fair." The sword spun in the air before landing perfectly in Tran Chi Liu's hand. "I don't want Tatli Lai and my men to think I'm bullying you." Backban's two henchmen behind him whispered, "Boss is serious this time." The other one nodded in agreement. "Yeah." Tatli Lai silently watched them both. Tran Chi Lu replied, "I didn't realize you were so honorable, but I still remember that sneak attack from earlier." Backban, not accepting this, explained, "Sneak attack. That was a natural reaction to an urgent situation." Tran Chi Lu cut him off. "All right, enough with the excuses. In that case, let's have a fair fight this time. No matter what, I have to defeat you to get the map." Hearing this, Backban took a fighting stance, raising his sword towards Tran Chi Lu with a playful look. "Then let me give you a taste of the power of dark energy, Tran Chi Lu." With a shout, both of them charged towards each other like a whirlwind. Backban smirked, leaping high into the air and bringing his sword down in a powerful strike. Tran Chi Lu gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the blow. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, Tatli Lai screamed, "Tran Chi Lu, watch out behind you." He whipped his head around. Behind him was another version of Backban. Without hesitation, he flung away the sword in front of him, turning to block the attack from behind. Swordsmanship. Tran Shi Lu had fallen for his trick. He seized the opportunity to attack immediately. Tran Shi Lu watched the figure disappear, a sinking feeling in his gut. Tatli Lai covered her mouth in horror. Tran Shi Lu took a long gash across his shoulder. He gasped heavily, two ragged breaths escaping him. At the same time, a notification appeared, displaying the attack damage. HP minus 300, remaining HP 700. He thought to himself, if his health dropped below 300, it would be equivalent to mission failure. Across from him, Backban's sword dripped with blood. He spoke triumphantly. Give up. You can't beat me, Tran Shi Lu. He slowly stood up. The system interface appeared, detecting his injuries. Use healing skill. Tran Shi Lu spat on the ground. Giving up was impossible. He stared at the prompt. Body injured. Use healing skill. He softly said yes. Immediately, a life force enveloped him, healing his wounds. Heal, level 1. Recovers 100 HP. Stops bleeding. Seeing this, Backban's two subordinates laughed derisively. Haha, this brat is a priest. A priest daring to challenge the Dark Swordsman. Haha, how ridiculous. Backban, seeing this, decided to spare him. He turned his back and said, leave Tatli Lai here. You can leave now. A priest can't possibly fight me. Tran Shi Lu refused to give him face. Are you afraid of being embarrassed, defeated by a priest like me in front of Tatli Lai? Hearing this, Backban's eyes turned cold as he glanced back. What did you say? Tran Shi Lu stood, ready to fight, looking at him. His eyes signaled, stop wasting time. Come here. Seeing his stubbornness, Backban wouldn't back down. He grinned wickedly. Then let me show you the true power of a Dark Swordsman. He used the shadow clone technique, creating two dark copies of himself. Moments later, the illusion surrounded Tran Shi Lu. He gritted his teeth, observing the situation. You got lucky before. You won't be so lucky this time. As he finished speaking, fresh blood spurted. Tran Shi Lu looked apprehensively at the three illusions before him. He thought he split into three. It seems Dark Swordsmen rely on clone skills to fight. So the one who attacked me before was just a clone. The real Backban used that opportunity to attack from behind. That's why he appeared behind me. It seems the real body and the clones can switch places. This is going to be tough. Backban glared at him, teeth clenched. Let me give you a little warning, you pathetic priest. I showed you some mercy before, but you dare challenge my power. Fine. Before you die, I'll show you what a Dark Swordsman's attack truly looks like. Tran Shi Lu showed no fear. He raised his sword ready to fight. Then let me welcome you. Backban sneered. You overestimate yourself. He commanded his clone, play with him for a bit. Clone number 1 immediately nodded and then lunged forward, swinging its sword down with lightning speed. Tran Shi Lu parried the blow, the swords screeching against each other before separating. Clone number 1 scoffed and raised its sword again, thrusting downwards. Tran Shi Lu's smile faded. He was starting to struggle. Clone number 1 attacked relentlessly. Tran Shi Lu could only defend. He thought so strong. Just defending against one clone is this exhausting. There are two more. As this thought crossed his mind, his eyes darted towards the space beside Backban. Illusion number 2 vanished. Backban laughed excitedly. You just got lucky. You won't be so fortunate this time. Just at that critical moment, as number 2's sword was about to strike his back, Tran Shi Lu's eyes went blank. A moment later, bright red blood sprayed into the air. The black sword fell to the ground. The three witnesses were stunned. The illusion, struck by a blow, clutched its wound, thinking, how could it be? It dodged my attack just now. What was that? Tran Shi Lu gasped, muttering, phew. That was close. I almost died. At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations. Due to your increased speed, you have acquired the skill Quick Attack, level 1. This hidden skill activates when facing a critical attack. Based on your speed attribute, within 2 seconds, you can evade all physical damage. Simultaneously, all energy is focused into the next attack, creating a critical hit dealing 150% of your attack power. Cool down 5 minutes. Tran Shi Lu scrolled through the system notifications, still shaken. If I hadn't gotten that skill, I would have been decapitated. I'd be meeting the king of hell right now. Regaining his composure, Tran Chi Lu stood up straight. Now, all that's left is to deal with the remaining clone. Hearing this, Backban threw back his head and roared with laughter. Beside him, the destroyed illusion reformed. His face twisted with amusement. This is getting interesting. You escaped again, but it was all for naught. You only destroyed a clone. Now, the real game begins. Come back, Bangkok Kai. As the command was given, the black sword in Tran Chi Liu's hand flew back to Backban. Looking at the sword in his hand, Backban thought, mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. I underestimated you, Tran Chi Liu. No more playing around. Now, open your eyes and watch. Instantly, the two illusions merged, reforming the black sword. Unfazed, Tran Chi Liu watched the three Backbans before him and unleashed his final attack. Desolate Strike. Surrounded by a swirling aura of dark magic, Tran Chi Liu stood in the center of the circle. Suddenly, a sharp object pierced towards him, catching him off guard. A moment later, a barrage of sharp projectiles rained down, forcing Tran Chi Liu to dodge frantically. Despite his efforts, he couldn't avoid all of them and sustained injuries. Biotse Bonchoikurth. Struggle all you want. Bangkok, Kentucky, ha ha ha. The illusions dissipated. Unaware of this, Tran Chi Liu only heard the system notification. Your HP has decreased by 30%. Immediate healing is required. Looking at the projectiles before him, he thought, damn it, without a weapon, I can't counterattack. I can only dodge. Backban lunged forward with incredible speed. What the? Tran Chi Liu cried out in alarm, but before he could finish, Backban sent him flying. Biotse Bon left Moniotsov. The god of slaughter has arrived. Tran Chi Liu was encased within a sphere, long, sharp needles piercing it repeatedly. A haunting chant echoed. Yu, 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 Yu. Backban landed on the ground. He looked at Tran Chi Liu with mock sympathy. I'll find you a nice grave, so don't worry. But before he could relish his victory, a burst of light erupted, startling him. Someone appeared, and the entire forest trembled. Tatli Lai and Backban's two underlings gaped in astonishment. Lightning crackled in the sky above. Backban stared in terror, while Tran Chi Liu fixed him with a cold glare. Gasps escaped his lips. He raised a hand as if to attack Backban, but was stopped by the newcomer. Stop, the newcomer said, his expression gentle and reassuring, yet his eyes held an overwhelming authority. Outside, the rain poured down. Tran Chi Liu lay on a bed, covered in wounds. Tatli Lai fretted. Tran Chi Liu, please don't move. Ouch, how am I supposed to apply medicine like this? She complained. He looked up and murmured an apology. The rain continued to fall. Tran Chi Liu's body was drenched in blood. He gasped for breath, but his eyes, filled with killing intent, remained fixed on Backban without a hint of retreat. Dubo Loi stood protectively in front of him. Stop it. Tatli Lai also approached, looking at him with concern. Tran Chi Liu, are you all right? Tran Chi Liu's expression returned to normal. Rubbing his wrist, he replied, I'm fine. Seeing this, Dubo Loi stepped forward. Let's go. The storm is coming. As the three turned to leave, Backban erupted in laughter behind them. Ha! How ridiculous. Dubo Loi, do you think you can just come here and take them away? Dubo Loi turned back, his gaze cold. Backban, if I hadn't intervened just now, you would be dead. Backban's face twisted in disbelief. Clenching his fists, he snarled, impossible. You're lying. How could a priest kill me if it weren't for your interference? He grew increasingly agitated, shouting, I would have killed him already. Meanwhile, a system notification appeared before Tran Chi Liu's eyes. Quest complete. Raging Darkness. Victory condition. Defeat the Dark Swordsman Backban one-on-one. Rewards. Map X1. Experience 15,000. Hidden Key X1. He was taken aback. What? The system says I defeated him. Dubo Loi placed his hat on Tat Li Li's head. It's raining heavily. Let's go. Backban's underlings spoke up. Boss, we should go too. If the storm gets any worse, we're done for. But Backban refused to let it go. Hey, Tran Chi Liu, get back here. We're not finished yet. His underlings tried to restrain him. Tran Chi Liu, come back and fight me. Let go of me. Tran Chi Liu tilted his head, his eyes cold as he looked at Backban. What are you standing there for, Tran Chi Liu? Let's go. Tatli Li's voice called out. He hesitated no longer, putting on his hat and hurrying over. The scene changed to a small house. Tatli Li's anxious and chiding voice echoed. Tran Chi Liu, don't move. He winced, looking down. That. Tatli Li reassured him. Almost done. just a little longer. After a moment, she complained, ouch. How am I supposed to apply medicine like this? He apologized softly. I've caused you and Grandpa more trouble. I'm so sorry, Lily. He continued to apply the medicine as he spoke. Don't apologize. I just didn't expect you to be so skilled. Hearing this, he tilted his head back, lost in thought. This time, after gaining experience points, I didn't level up. I also need to heal my injuries. I'll have to research the leveling mechanism further. Suddenly remembering something, he spoke. That's right, Tatley Lai. So you, Grandpa, and Backban, you all know each other. Li Lai paused for a moment, then continued her work. Yes, actually, Backban and I grew up together. Hearing this, Chi Lu raised an eyebrow. Huh. She bandaged the wound on his leg, hesitating. How should I put this? We were childhood sweethearts, I guess. Finishing her work, she smiled. All done. Your wounds have been treated. He sat up, looking at her sincerely. Thank you. Tatley Lee's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. I should be thanking you. Tran Chi Lu. He then turned to leave. All right, Grandpa needs my help. You rest up. He looked at Li Li's retreating figure and replied softly. Oh, all right. You go ahead. As Li Li's figure disappeared, Chi Lu slowly drifted into his memories. That day, it rained heavily like this too. I wonder how Mom is doing. She must be worried sick, not being able to find me. But I think I'll be able to go back soon. After completing the quest to defeat Backban, I obtained a map of this, Latonia Desert. As long as I follow the map's guidance, find the temple, and defeat the boss inside, I can get out of here. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the system interface. Great. After the rain stops, I can set off. The system interface displayed. You have obtained a hidden key. Please confirm. He looked at the words, slightly confused. A hidden key. What's this for? Curious, Chi Lu pressed confirm. A moment later, he inserted the key into a space. It turns out that during battles, mysterious chests of different colors will randomly drop. These include white, green, purple, red, orange, and finally black. Using the key to open a chest will randomly yield gems or equipment that cannot be bought in the shop. He looked at the golden key in his hand, a smile curving his lips. So that's how it is. After battles, I can also pick up treasure chests. Interesting. He put on the black cloak he had just received. I'll be able to leave this place soon. Outside the door, a familiar figure approached. He spoke. Grandpa, Dubo Loy, you're here. Dubo Loy entered, taking off his hat. I'm so sorry I couldn't visit you earlier, Chi Lu. The rain was so heavy, it was hard enough just protecting my seedlings. Chi Lu replied. It's all right. Did you need something? Dubo Loy immediately asked, how's your wound? Chi Lu responded, it's nothing serious. Just a flesh wound. It'll heal in a few days. He nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. That's good, but I still can't believe you actually won. Backban is a very strong swordsman in the village. Chi Lu rubbed his wrist and replied, actually, if it weren't for his underestimation of me, I would have had a hard time winning. Dubo Loy turned away to light a cigarette and said, I understand Backban's strength very well, but battles aren't just about comparing strength. They also rely on willpower, strategy, and other factors. Your victory this time wasn't just luck. Suddenly, he looked at the old man's back with a hint of curiosity. Grandpa Dubo Loy, Backban, and Tatley Lai grew up together. Why has he become like this now? He exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, it's a long story. Dubo Loy began to reminisce. One night, 10 years ago, it rained just like this. Tatley Lai and I had just entered the Latonia Desert not long before. We were passing by a small house, intending to ask for shelter for the night, when we discovered they were being attacked by a monster. But it was too late. The monster had already killed the husband and wife. Fortunately, their child survived. The little boy clung to his mother, crying, Mother, Mother, what's wrong? Just then, the monster, its eyes blood red, lunged forward. It opened its mouth full of teeth. The boy covered his face and cried, Mother! A flash of light streaked across. With a crash, the monster was thrown back. It was Dubo Loy. He had used a thunderous attack. He looked at the large monster, clutching its arm. Its eyes, full of resentment, glared at him, but then it quickly retreated. After dealing with the monster, Dubo Loy turned to the boy, who was holding his mother's body and sobbing. Wah, Mother. Yes, and after that, he left that place. Returning to the present, Tran Chi Lu rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Even Grandpa Dubo Loy was wary of it. Just how terrifying was that monster? Dubo Loy didn't seem to notice, simply saying, Well, that's enough talk. You should rest. Transhi Lu remained with his chin in his hand, fingers interlaced, his eyes distant. Even if I get the map, I still have to go into the desert to find the temple. Who knows how many monsters and beasts are in the Latonia desert? I could be killed at any moment. With my current strength, I'm afraid I'll die in the desert before I even find the temple. Last time I fought that monster, even with the stat boost, it easily defeated me. No matter what, I have to increase my strength. Just as Dubo Loi was about to leave, Transhi Lu spoke up. Grand-pa Dubo Loi, wait un moment. He raised an eyebrow. Huh. Transhi Lu continued, that child was Backban. After that, we helped Backban bury his parents and took him in. After hearing the ending, Transhi Lu asked, so that's how it was. Then why is Backban against the two of you now? He sighed. Backban believes his purpose in life is to find the monster that killed his parents and take revenge. I've always advised him to let go of his hatred and move on. The Latonia Desert is home to countless terrifying monsters. You can't imagine the monster that killed Backban's parents. Even with all my strength, I'm not sure I could defeat it, let alone Backban. Hearing this, Transhi Lu spoke with a determined tone, looking at him. Grandpa Dubo Loi, I want to ask you to teach me how to fight. I want to become stronger. I want to find the temple. I want to leave this place. Dubo Loi lifted his hat and said in a low voice, stop. Get some rest. Transhi Lu looked at his back and shouted, Grandpa Dubo Loi, I'm serious. I really have a way to leave this place. Receiving no reply, Transhi Lu punched the door frame and muttered, what am I thinking? Grandpa Dubo Loi and Backban are at odds because of something like this. Were my words just now too impulsive? Dubo Loi stopped and suddenly spoke. Tomorrow, when the rain stops, come to the mountainside. If you can pass my test, I will agree to teach you. Hearing this, Transhi Liu's face brightened. He shouted with determination, don't worry, Grandpa Dubo Loi. I will definitely pass. Dubo Loi stood in the rain, a look of trust in his eyes as he thought to himself, Transhi Lu. I don't understand why, but after meeting him, a hope of leaving this place has been ignited within me. In that recent battle, Transhi Liu's fighting power erupted, even repelling my strongest defensive skill. Perhaps this kid really can lead us out of here. Behind Transhi Lu, a quest window appeared. He stepped forward and read each daily quest. Run 10,000 meters with weights, 3,000 push-ups, 2,000 sit-ups. He couldn't help but complain, is this demonic training? But these attribute points are really important. I can't miss out. Thinking this, he pressed accept. The scene changed to early the next morning on the hillside. Heavy panting echoed. He carried a log on his shoulder, thinking, this system is pretty thoughtful. It even prepared training equipment for me. He completed each task one by one. Sweat drenched his body, yet he didn't stop. Run 10,000 meters with weights. Complete. Push-ups, 1,316 out of 3,000. Sit-ups, 984 out of 2,000. He felt a surge of optimistic excitement. It's been a long time since I've felt this sense of pushing myself to achieve a goal. This kind of challenge is much more exciting than hypothetical scenarios. A mechanical system voice rang out, quest complete. 4 attribute points awarded. He lay sprawled on the ground, thinking, which attributes should I add these 4 points to? Transhi Lu opened his skill panel. Let's see. Healing and defense skills. Add 2 points to power and 2 points to endurance. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. He stopped and turned his head. From afar, he saw Tatli Lai. Why are you here? Tatli Lai took something out of her bag and replied, I came to bring you breakfast, but you weren't in your room. Grandpa said you were probably here. She handed him the breakfast and asked, why aren't you wearing a shirt while training? You must be hungry. Here's your breakfast. Transhi Lu accepted it and nodded. Thank you. Grandpa Dubo Loi is going to teach me how to fight. To quickly adapt to the training intensity, I came here to warm up a bit. Tatli Lai looked surprised. Grandpa agreed to teach you how to fight. Transhi Lu looked at the bun in his hand, his mood as bright as a child's. That's right. Tatli Li's eyes sparkled with admiration. That's great. I really want to see how you awaken your abilities. But Transhi Lu said, my ability isn't priest. How can I awaken another ability? She nodded firmly. Of course. Priest is just the title the gods gave you. Your true abilities are determined by your own attributes. For example, my attribute is fire, Grandpa's is lightning, and Backban's is shadow. Everyone is different. The title only gives you a direction for development, but your attributes determine your combat skills. A spark of interest flashed in Tran Shi Liu's eyes. I see. I really want to see what kind of ability I can awaken. Later, Tran Shi Liu stood beside Dubo Loi. He began to speak. In the beginning, the gods entrusted each race in this world with a different mission and duty. The only similarity is that this entire world is composed of elements. These elements are not just the things you can see and touch, like water, fire, lightning, earth, and wood, but also elements you can see but not touch, like light and shadow. I live in a world formed by 5 large continents. The police continent, where we live, is home to one of the human tribes. Abundant resources and trade are the symbols of this continent. People from all over the world gather here. With the police continent at the center, to the west lies the volcanic Megara continent, home to the Dragon Knights. Above, in the perpetually cold region, is the Santer continent, where giants and ferocious beasts reside. It also boasts abundant mineral resources. To the east is the Bergama continent, covered in dense forests. This is where the elves live, a tribe possessing magical attacks. It is also home to many colossal monsters. To the south live the dwarves, renowned blacksmiths. That place is also known as the edge of the world. Tatli Lai turned to him and said, I've heard it's connected to the endless ocean, which leads to the realm of the gods. They say if you cross the ocean, you can reach the dwelling place of the gods and receive limitless power. I used to think the endless ocean and the realm of the gods were just legends, but since coming here, I've realized that the legends people speak of might actually be true. He sat down closer to her and replied, That's right. So, finding the temple that can lead us out of the Latonia desert might not just be a legend, Sally. We have to get out of here. Hearing him, Tatli Lai reached out, stroked her hair, and smiled, nodding. Yes. Just then, a voice called out, I didn't expect you two to be up even earlier than me. Tatli Lai stood up and shouted, Grandpa. She ran over and grabbed Dubo Loi's arm. He looked at his granddaughter and asked softly, Has Sally confessed everything? She glared at him angrily. What nonsense are you talking about? Yes. He then looked directly at Tran Shi Liu. Are you prepared to accept the challenge? Tran Shi Liu. He nodded resolutely. Yes, I'm ready. The two of them stood on the hilltop. Dubo Loi's calme voice resonated. In the chaotic era, the gods bestowed upon this world different tribes, different missions, and different duties. But the only similarity is that this world is created from elements. This world doesn't just consist of elements you can see and touch, like water, fire, lightning, earth, and wood. There are also elements you can see but not touch, like light and shadow. To possess the power of an element, you must activate your awareness of it. Go and feel the movement of the elements. As he spoke, he used his spiritual power to create a formation. He placed his hand on the ground. Feel the existence of the elements. Immediately, a surge of lightning spiritual power emanated from him, piquing Tran Shi Liu's interest. He stood up, looked at Tran Shi Liu, and continued. Beyond this teleportation formation is the habitat of the demonic beasts outside the Latonia desert. I stumbled upon this area while hunting. This is the Ager sword, which has accompanied me in my conquests for decades. In 3 days, I will reactivate the teleportation formation. If you can use this sword to kill the Beast King and bring its head back here, you will be considered to have passed the trial. He handed the sword to Tran Shi Liu, reminding him, Remember, only by awakening the power of the elements can you unleash the true power of this sword. Only then can you kill the Beast King. Once you go, you may not be able to return. You can still back out now. Tran Shi Liu curled his lips and gripped the sword tightly, replying, I won't regret it. I will definitely bring the Beast King's head back here. With that, he turned and walked towards the teleportation formation. At the same time, the system panel issued a quest. Activate side quest. Beast King awakens. Please confirm. Quest countdown begins. 72 hours. Immediately, Tran Shi Liu was transported away by the formation. Dubo Loi watched the disappearing streak of light and muttered, Those beastmen possess incredibly strong defenses. Only by possessing the power of the elements can one kill the Beast King. Transhi Lu, the power of the elements lies in your enlightenment in moments of despair. Transhi Lu was transported to a dark place. The teleportation formation gradually receded. He walked around, observing and assessing the surroundings. This is the place where the mission takes place. Well, why doesn't it look like the desert from before? This desert is black. Even the sky is devoid of any light. And there's a very unpleasant smell. Never mind, the mission is urgent. I need to find those monsters quickly. Thinking this, he opened his high-level attribute panel. But with my current level, it's going to be very difficult to defeat the boss. I need to find a way to eliminate the smaller monsters first too. Level up. Let's start searching. Behind him, a red object appeared. A flash of light. A moment later, something lunged forward, attempting to attack him. Transhi Lu reacted in time, dodging the attack and narrowly escaping death. He looked at the monster that appeared and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, targeted so quickly. It's a Do 3, level 20, the strangest monster in the Latonia Desert. He looked at the sword in his hand, recalling Dubo Loi's words before he left. Before awakening the power of the elements, this sword can still be used, but how to use it depends on you. Transhi Lu gripped the sword tightly and muttered, "Let me broaden my horizons then." With that, he drew the sword. His eyes, like a hawk's, fixed on the monster as he charged forward. In his heart, he told himself, "With my constantly increasing battle experience, I'm no longer the newbie I was at the beginning. No matter what enemy I face, my heart is no longer filled with fear. Instead, it's filled with an endless fighting spirit. As long as I kill monsters, I gain experience and level up. I will continuously become stronger." This feeling of conquest, this exhilarating feeling of leveling up. With that thought, he lunged forward and slashed down from the top of the monster's head, cleaving its entire body in two. System announcement. Received 35,000 experience. Level up to 17. Received 5 attribute points. He looked at the Do 3 monster behind him with overwhelming chi sure. It was hard to resist. Elsewhere, Backban was frantically training, roaring, "Not enough. Still not enough." A moment later, the rock shattered. He gasped for breath, thinking impossible. How could I lose to that guy? A healer who can't even control elemental power will unleash such a terrifying attack that even I would tremble. And I've never seen Aubrey use that move before. It seems even he could only barely withstand his attack. He looked in the distance and muttered, "Just who is that Transhi Lu?" At Dubo Loi's testing grounds, Transhi Lu swung his sword repeatedly, slaying his enemies. Level up notifications rang out incessantly. Do 3 QG. Level up. Do 3 killed. Level up. Do 3 QG. Level up. Do 3 killed. Level up. Level up. Finally, a breakthrough notification popped up from the system. Congratulations. You have reached level 25. Unallocated stat points, 45. The pharmacy has been unlocked. Consume 15 levels to unlock the pharmacy. He raised an eyebrow at the question. The pharmacy. Looking at the pile of bodies behind him, he wiped his face, muttering in dissatisfaction. I worked so hard to level up, and now I have to lose 15 levels just to unlock the pharmacy. This is a real headache. But he still made up his mind. If it follows this level consumption mechanic, the higher the level, the harder it will be to level up. Later, unlocking shops or buying items will become increasingly expensive. If I want to unlock everything up to the highest mercenary shop, the total levels I need are essential items, 5 plus 15. Pharmacy, weapons, 30 plus 30. Defense, housing equipment, 50 plus 70. Appliances plus 100 plus. He then looked at his level in astonishment, murmuring 300 levels. If that's the case, perhaps in the early stages, accumulating a sufficient number of levels and prioritizing unlocking the items that require high levels is the best strategy. But in my current situation, I still have to complete the mission of killing the Beast King. Instead of using a lot of levels, buying some medicine to ensure my survival will be the most beneficial. Pharmacy. Medicine types. Recovery. Enhancement. Functional. Cooldown. Speed. Recovery type. Warrior Spear. Cost. 8 levels. Restores 50% HP instantly. Restores 300 HP per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown. 300 seconds. Enhancement type. Chrome's Blazing Tears. Cost. 10 levels. Grants 300% critical hit damage and applies a burn effect for 20 seconds. Cooldown. 20 minutes. Reading this, he felt enlightened, thinking, As I expected, the level cost of the medicines in the shop depends on the HP recovery rate and enhancement percentage. This means the larger the base number, the greater the recovery. If my HP reaches 10,000 later, then in 10 seconds, I can recover up to 8,000 HP. Wouldn't that be like a full HP resurrection, entering an invincible, unkillable state? Thinking this, he decided to use his points to unlock the pharmacy and buy Warrior Spear. Congratulations, you have unlocked the pharmacy, consuming 15 levels. Obtained Warrior Spear, consuming 8 levels. Current level, 2. He looked into the distance, thinking, now I have 2 lives, and I'm much stronger. His stomach growled twice. He looked at the system interface, pondering. Killing monsters earlier consumed a lot of stamina. I need to buy some food from the essential item shop, but I only have 1 level left. What can I buy? He pulled up a basket of bread, looked at its attributes, and satisfied, click select. Effective food. Reduces hunger. It even has a hunger reduction effect. Perfect. He took a bite and immediately complained. It's so hard. Sally's buns are much better. Chewing on the bread, he looked at the map and calculated. It's been 12 hours now. There are less than 60 hours left until the mission ends. Aubrey said the Beast Den is northwest. Looks like I can find it by following the symbols on the map. Then the system displayed a notification. System notification, 45 unallocated attribute points. Please allocate promptly. Note, allocation cannot be changed after confirmation. Seeing this, he rubbed his chin, pondering. I forgot about the unallocated attribute points. How should I distribute them? With my previous allocation strategy, although strength and agility increase significantly, my MP and defense are both too weak. If I acquire skills that require MP later, I won't have enough. This will severely limit the damage output of my skills. And there's another problem. If my health is too low, it will affect my ability to withstand attacks. If I encounter an enemy with high damage output, I'll die instantly after 1 hit. I won't even have a chance to use potions. This is just like the college entrance exam. You have to be good at math, physics, chemistry, and English to guarantee a high score. But the only difference is the college entrance exam only happens once while I can. That use unlimited levels to gain attributes. I just need to apply different point allocation strategies at different stages to perfectly achieve the desired combat effectiveness. After considering, he allocated 15 attribute points to physique, 15 to strength, and the remaining 15 were distributed among defense, agility, and magic, each receiving 5 points. If I combine this with a Warrior Spear during combat, it'll be perfect. Alright, what I need to do now is find the Beast Inn and complete the trial. Outside, Tatli Lai looked anxiously at Jubo Loi. Those beasts are so dangerous. Is it really okay to let Tran Chi Lu go alone, Aubrey? Jubo Loi hoed the ground and reassured her. Don't worry, Sally. I've left a mark on his sword. If Tran Chi Lu's life is in danger, I'll go save him. Hearing this, Tatli Lai felt a little relieved, but then asked, okay, but why does Aubrey want him to go to the Beast Den so badly? Why have I never heard of you going there? He stopped what he was doing and replied, I just noticed it while hunting. Then he turned and left. All right, Sally, I'm going into town. Make sure dinner is ready before I get back. Tatli Lai looked at his retreating figure with dissatisfaction. Jubo Loi walked away, head bowed, thinking to himself, Tran Chi Lu, I know I can't stop your desire to leave this place. The only way is to let you see the Beast Den with your own eyes, to see the true face of this world. Then everyone will believe that the God who can lead us out of this place is you. On the other side, Tran Chi Lu strode forward, thinking, I've been walking for almost 3 hours. The Beast Den must be close. Suddenly, a woman's voice cried out, help me, help me, help me. A platinum blonde woman, her clothes torn, clutched a child in her arms as she frantically ran towards him. He muttered, why are there a woman and child here? How do they get here? Without hesitation, Tran Chi Lu rushed forward, shielding the two. Don't be afraid, he asked. What happened? The woman, hiding behind him, trembled. Save me. There's a monster. Save us. Suddenly, a chain appeared before them. A clink, clank, clink, clank echoed, followed by 3 enormous monsters approaching. Level 40 wild orcs, magical beasts within Latonia, possessing high destructive power and health. A slow-moving, wandering type of monster. Beast tamers with low intelligence in Latonia can summon and control these giant wild orcs, manipulating their attacks. These are orcs. Looking at the 2 monsters before him, Tran Chi Lu thought, their level is much higher than the beast I encountered before. and they're intelligent beasts, similar to the bandits I met earlier. He gestured for the woman to step back, tightening his grip on his sword. Glancing at the trembling woman behind him, he thought, the good news is that the presence of orcs suggests the beast den is probably nearby. This woman and child are also strange. Could they have been transported here like me and Aubrey? The monster in the middle spoke, hand over your heads and enjoy the pleasure of being crushed. The two red demons beside it roared with fervent energy. Charge! Crush these insects. Enjoy yourselves. As soon as the words left its mouth, Tran Chi Lu dashed forward, kicking it in the face. Taking advantage of the momentum, he swiftly swung his sword a few times. The large monster struggled to resist. It fell, rolling several meters away. The woman and the little girl, hiding behind a rock, gaped at the scene. Tran Chi Lu landed, staring at the exhausted monster sprawled on the ground. Indeed, I become much stronger after leveling up. Seeing this, the lead orc ordered the remaining red demon. What are you standing around for? Kill him. The red demon, seeing its companion lying in a pool of blood, began to sweat profusely. It gulped and turned to flee, causing the lead orc to become enraged. Hey, what are you doing? It roared furiously. Get out of here, you useless pieces of trash. Don't think I can't survive without you. Watch me handle this brat myself. As soon as it finished speaking, Tran Chi Liu's sword pointed directly at its throat. Seeing this, the orc tried to intimidate Tran Chi Lu. Drop your stick. Don't move, or your head will roll. He stepped closer, demanding, why were you chasing them? The orc remained defiant, yelling, human, I am a servant of the gods. Kill me, and you will be cursed. Hearing this, he casually flipped his sword and struck the orc's head with the flat side of the blade. The orc clutched its face, crying out, ow. Mother, that hurts. His eyes flashed coldly. Next time, it will be the blade. Now, where's the beast den? The orc, now subdued, weakly pointed towards a location not far away. Over there. Tran Chi Lu looked in the direction it indicated, thinking, it seems it's not lying. It matches perfectly with the location indicated by the system. That black stone mountain is the beast den. The orc, seizing an opportunity while Tran Chi Lu was distracted, escaped the tip of his sword and dashed behind a boulder. Hey, human, you want to protect these two worms so badly, don't you? I'll let you watch as I slowly snap their necks and drain their blood dry. It embraced the two others, its body radiating a powerful aura. This is my true power. Tran Chi Lu stared intently at the monster. Without another word, he attacked. He lunged forward, kicking the orc in the head. Across from him, another man with purple eyes appeared and joined the attack. Tran Chi Lu, seeing attackers on both sides, briefly envisioned his own memorial portrait. The thought had barely formed when he was kicked back a considerable distance. Tran Chi Lu looked at the man before him, wondering who he was. Before he could ask, the man spoke. Young man, your skills are impressive. Shortly after, two more people appeared, helping the platinum blonde woman. Seeing this, Tran Chi Lu asked curiously, who are you? Why are you here? He crossed his arms, his eyes sharp. 3 days ago, my team and I were suddenly brought here. Then we were attacked by orcs. In the chaos of the battle, my teammates were captured. I've been following their tracks to find them. Then I ran into you. As if suddenly remembering something, the man extended his hand towards Tran Chi Lu, smiling brightly. All right, my name is Brothers. I'm a warrior. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is Faloga, the assassin, and Dui Cho, the healer. Tran Chi Lu stepped forward and shook Bro's hand, replying politely, my name is Tran Chi Lu. You can call me Chi Lu. Brothers, however, returned to the previous topic. By the way, Chi Lu, do you know why we were transported here? Tran Chi Lu turned his head to look at the trembling orc. He said softly, sorry, I don't know, but that one might know something. Meanwhile, the orc, still unaware of its impending interrogation, sat there grumbling resentfully. Damn it, a sneak attack again. These insects are truly insidious. Sooner or later, I'll kill every last one of you. A sudden noise startled it. It looked around and, seeing itself surrounded, felt a flicker of fear. What do you want? A moment later, it was trembling, clutching its head. You lowly insects! How dare you disrespect the god? The god will kill you all. Tran Chi Lu stepped forward and called softly, Hey, Lossiler. It opened its eyes and looked at him, thinking, how does he know my name? Tran Chi Liu's cold voice rang out. I have a few questions for you. If you don't want to die, you'd better answer them honestly. Lossiler's voice was full of sincerity. Everything I said is true. Please believe me. I've told you everything I know. but because of my low status in the tribe, I only know that much. It was truly the god who brought you here as food for us. I only followed the god's will and guarded this place. I really don't know anything else. By now, the others were no longer interested in what it had to say. Everyone's face was tense. The scene shifted to Chandelier Castle. A voice filled with contempt echoed through the great hall. Are you mad, Dubo Loy? After all these years, are you still so naive? Even if we find the temple, what then? We have no way to defeat the monsters guarding it. The one who spoke was Hiktu, the wind elementalist mage. Hiktu continued, and yet you dare to place all your hope on a brat who hasn't even awakened his elemental power. Moreover, do you know what will happen if the god becomes enraged? This entire town will be in danger. I will now deal with you in the god's place. He yelled. He used his elemental energy to attack Dubo Loy. The old man stood there, unyielding as a mountain, erecting a lightning barrier. Then, using his magic eye, he shattered Hikta's attack. Seeing this, dissatisfaction was evident in Hikta's eyes. His voice also cooled a few degrees. I advise you to immediately go to the beast den and kill that brat. Then repent to the god and beg for forgiveness for us. Dubo Loy couldn't hold back any longer and spoke with contempt. How ridiculous! The god in your mouth is the one who brought us here, treating us like insects, like food. You use the lives of your own kind in exchange for what you call peace. And yet, those innocent villagers still consider you heroes. Hiktu, you dress up your cowardice in flowery language. But can that hide the truth? Are you stepping on the lives of others to survive? Hiktu roared, what did you say? The cloaked figure beside him raised a hand, signaling. Hiktu, enough. He was unwilling, his eyes burning with resentment as he glared at Dubo Loy. On the other side, Tranchi Lu stood on a high rock, looking into the distance, thinking to himself, treating people like insects, bringing them to this desert to be food for monsters. If I were just a player with no emotional connection to this place, this scene would be normal. But after being in danger here, meeting Dubo Loy, Sally, and my companions, I can no longer see this as just a game. Each of them has their own life. They're not NPCs created for amusement. I can't stand idly by and watch. I must find Kaibo Loy's temple and get them out of here. Speaking of Kaibo Loy, in a book I read before, it said he was a god in Egyptian mythology, one of the 9 pillar gods, the strongest incarnation of a god. In the hall, Dubo Loy threw the broken pieces back onto the floor. A loud clang echoed. Clang, clang, clang. Seeing this, Hiktu gritted his teeth. What? The old man in the hat bowed his head silently. I apologize. I can't stand idly by and let others hurt me. I will once again take up arms, find a way to escape from here, and protect the innocent people. With that, he turned and left, ignoring those behind him, opposing the one you worship as a god. Hiktu seemed to have been struck in the heart, burning with rage. Damn it, don't underestimate others. On the other side, Brothers and Tranchi Lu, having extracted all the information from La Siler, tied him up. Brothers looked at Tranchi Lu and said, Twi Thursday, although she's a priest, can use magic to create barriers and increase elemental power. Let's have her stay here and protect them. Hearing this, T. Thursday replied with a serious voice, Understood. I will do my best to protect them until you return. Then he turned to look at the others. So let's set off now. It's La Siler, before being taken away, still kind enough to warn humans. I advise you lot not to go to the beast den. Otherwise, you'll be eaten by high-level beast men. Don't blame me for not warning you. Tranchi Lu ignored him, thinking to himself, why would such a powerful god be sealed here? Moreover, that guy just said he was instructed to guard this place. Could it be that Kaibo Loy's temple is near the beast den? No, this place and the temple are in opposite directions. So what are they guarding here? Could there be another god sealed here? Just then, Brothers spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Sean, we're ready. You should go get ready too. Then the group began to proceed inside. His footsteps were calm and steady. He pondered as they advanced toward the beast den. What kind of monsters will we encounter? Yes, this place is probably relatively safe. Not far away, a group of orcs carried an iron cage and bowed. My lord, this is all the food we found today. Your orders. The demon king's eyes flashed. It shattered the iron cage. Aya! Tranchi Lu, hearing La Siler's kind reminder, said with a knowing look. You're afraid we'll take you with us, and then you'll be eaten too, right? La Siler, not to be outdone, tugged at the rope and yelled, "What did you say?" "I'm not the kind of beast man who's afraid of death." Brothers pulled hard on the rope and said coldly, "Let's go." "Why so much talk?" La Siler, being squeezed tightly, yelped ouch. Then he angrily cursed, "Hey, you crazy people. Don't you care about your lives? You're looking for death, you know. Let's negotiate. I'll stay outside and keep watch for you. I promise I won't run away. Don't you have any empathy? Let me go." "I'm not going." From the other side, desperate cries for help rang out. "Help! Help!" Below the palace, the orcs continued to work, grunting and cracking sounds. The cage was carried before the Demon King. A man suddenly jumped out, seemingly crazed. Blizzard ice needles. The Demon King erected a barrier, stopping the ice needles. The man froze, terror in his eyes. What? He was controlled by the Demon King, his whole body suspended in midair. Giant frozen orcs appeared before him. The man still confidently patted his chest. "Don't be afraid. We are mages of the Inquamao. I will get everyone out of here. I also have other hero friends. We'll kill all these monsters together and get everyone out of here. Killing so many innocent people for personal gain is unforgivable. Today, you will pay for your blood debt with blood." The Demon King didn't even bother to look at him. A flash of light, and the man's body inflated like a balloon, then exploded with a boom. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Those who were hit shuddered at the sticky mess. Then the man's corpse slowly floated up, like a puppet being toyed with. The mages, witnessing this, gaped in astonishment. "What's going on?" The Demon King sat on their throne, chin in hand, watching them. This was likely the one Tranchi Lu was looking for. The Beast King dispatched an 85th level, second stage beast man. La Siler watched the orcs being flung into a pile, unable to contain himself. These guys are pretty strong. And that kid, he seems even stronger than before. Brothers leap high, kicking an orc away. He coordinated his movements with magic, seizing the opportunity. Tranchi Lu rushed forward, swiftly finishing off the orc. La Siler witnessed this scene, looking at Tranchi Lu's back with admiration. These guys are pretty strong. And that kid, he seems even stronger than before. Just what is his background? Tranchi Lu looked at the pile of orc corpses and sighed. The closer we get to the beast den, the more beastmen there are. Their strength and level are also increasing. Although my level has been reset, the experience points needed to level up still follow my original level, gradually increasing. These beastmen, the experience points aren't low, but I can feel my leveling speed slowing down. I need to speed it up. Lost in thought, brothers walked over, smiling. Still not used to this kind of fighting intensity. He glanced at the mountain of corpses. Some of these beastmen, even though they're slow, still take a lot of effort to kill. But you're the first person I've met who can kill them so easily without having awakened their elemental power. It seems you're destined for our Boletus. I think highly of you. If we can get out of here, join our guild. Kan Chi Liu blanked. Guild. Yeah, guild. Brothers excitedly slung an arm around his shoulder. There are a lot of beautiful older women in the guild. I'll introduce you to one for free. You like older women too, right? Tranchi Lu replied with a blank expression. Older women. I don't understand what you mean. Hiktu, walking up from behind, said, "Didn't you say your guild only had you in it?" Brothers, as if struck in the heart, waved his hand at Tranchi Lu with a forced laugh. Nothing. We should get going." He then turned to Hiktu and complained, "You talk too much." Hiktu looked up at Brothers with an innocent expression. "But you said it yourself." Hiktu pointed ahead. "That's probably the entrance to the beast den." The three of them looked at the cave entrance, still somewhat doubtful. Brothers spoke up. "Is that really the entrance to the beast den?" La Siler. Tranchi Lu looked at the ropes on the ground, silent. Brothers scoffed. "Huh, that guy took advantage of us being focused on the fight and ran off." La Siler was running for his life. "Huff, huff, huff." He muttered as he ran, "I have to report to the Beast King. There are intruders. Maybe he'll even reward me." The three of them followed the light into the cave. "This is it," Brothers said, his face full of excitement. "I smell beastmen. Looks like La Siler wasn't lying to us. Let's go." Torches lit the way throughout the cave. They proceeded without any obstacles. Brothers couldn't help but feel strange. This is weird. We've been walking for so long and haven't seen a single beastman. Tranchi Lu stopped and spoke. "Everyone look ahead." In front of them were three diverging paths. Brothers frowned. It seemed they would have to split up. He then drew a mark on each of their hands. "This is the fire gate. The three of us will split up. If anyone discovers any clues or encounters danger, they can use the incantation to notify the others or teleport for support. Now, let's divide and conquer. I'll take the left path. Pick two, take the right. Tranchi Lu, you go down the middle. Remember, if you're in danger, use the incantation I just taught you. The other two nodded curtly. Then all three stepped inside. Tranchi Lu flew into the cave, examining his surroundings as he went. I need to level up faster, he thought. But it's strange, there aren't any beastmen here. He ran to a bend and suddenly stopped. This is, thought the body of a woman being used as a meal. A demon took a piece and chewed. Crunch, crunch, crunch. This seems to be where the orcs dine. Their chewing makes these crunching sounds. Crunch. The feeding demons noticed the movement. Their eyes flashed and slowly turned. Tao Jiang Executioner Demons, level 47. Demonic souls abandoned by gods and hell. Possess a terrifying bite. Fear sunlight. Live in packs and rarely appear alone. Tranchi Lu looked at them and thought, speak of the devil. But then, he looked around. It was full of executioner demons. They bared their teeth and growled. Growling, growling, growling. Their eyes were fixed on Tranchi Lu with hunger. At the Demon King's residence, a subordinate quickly reported the situation. Lord Finner, 3 insects have invaded our territory. But just now, they separated and walked into the trap. They must have been torn to shreds by the Necrons in the trap by now. Just then, an executioner demon lunged. Tranchi Lu easily repelled it with a single slash. He thought, the executioner demon's attacks aren't strong, but their numbers are overwhelming. The experience points are decent, but killing them one by one like this is too inefficient. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he charged at the executioner demons like a god of death. The system notifications rang continuously. Killed Executioner Demon X10. Received 20,000 experience points. Killed Executioner Demon X30. Received 60,000 experience points. After slashing and killing for a while, he looked at his points and thought the experience points required to level up have reached X. There's not much time left. I have to get through this place quickly. He quickly finished off the last one. Then he stopped. Killed Executioner Demon X 1.0.0. Received 200,000 experience points. The system displayed, killed 99 Executioner Demons. Congratulations on leveling up to level 14. Received 50 hidden levels. Based on point distribution, skills, and fighting style, you have received 3 new skills. Acquired the Divine Punishment. Holy Light innate skill. Consumes 100 megapixels and 500 HP recovery points. Converts 500 HP into holy points, dealing holy damage to enemies within a 3-meter radius. Cooldown 3 minutes. Holy damage can penetrate shields and magical barriers. Acquired the Divine Destruction. Severing slash innate skill. Consumes 100 megapixels. Attacks 20 enemies within a 5-meter radius instantly, dealing a critical hit to each. Restores HP equal to 60% of the damage dealt and 5% of maximum HP. Cooldown for minutes. Acquired the Divine Movement innate skill. Consumes 70 megapixels. Increases attack speed by 20% for 40 seconds and restores 3% HP. When a unit is killed during this period, the duration is extended. Cooldown 2 minutes. Choose 2 out of the 3 skills within 10 days. He pondered tearfully. Choose 2 out of 3 innate skills. After reading the descriptions, the choice is rather difficult. Combining Divine Destruction, Severing Slash, and Divine Movement doubles the recovery effect. Combining Divine Movement and Divine Punishment. Holy Light isn't bad either. Generally, they all support HP recovery for close-range combat. Divine Movement can be used to increase movement speed to approach enemies. Then use Divine Punishment, Holy Light, or Divine Destruction, Severing Slash. However, even though Divine Punishment, Holy Light deals holy damage, its attack range is too small. If I can't get close enough to the enemy, it only heals myself. It's not a suitable choice. I'll choose Divine Movement and Divine Destruction, Severing Slash. He clicked on the 2 cards. The system displayed. Selected innate skills Divine Movement and Divine Destruction, Severing Slash. He looked at the mark in his hand and wondered how Brothers and Hicta were doing. I wonder if they're having trouble like me. The formation on my hand isn't reacting, so they must be safe. Feeling slightly reassured, he raised his sword and charged forward again. The executioner demons roared in unison. Around brothers, he used the elemental ability, Prison Fire Fury. The attack instantly killed quite a few executioner demons. Suddenly, a sound drifted over. He was stunned by the singing. Hearing the voice, the orcs all looked towards it. A girl appeared from the mist. She seemed beautiful, but rather disheveled. Seeing her approach, brothers yelled, "You're controlling these executioner demons to attack me, aren't you? I'll turn you to dust." She smirked. Demonic hands reached out from the ground and grabbed brothers. He cried out in terror, "What? Damn it, I can't use my strength against that singing." He stared in shock as the girl approached. She bent down, staring intently at a certain part of him. Brothers panicked. "What are you doing?" She stuck out a long, grotesque tongue, looking ravenous. "It's been so long since I've tasted such a fresh, juicy worm." She raked her nail across his abdomen, drawing blood. At the same time, the demonic hands tightened their grip, immobilizing him. "Damn it, am I going to die? Such a pathetic death here." The girl, with a look of relish, moved closer. "I'm going to savor you slowly." Just then, Tranchi Lu arrived like a whirlwind. Two swift slashes severed the arms gripping brothers. The girl shrieked in pain. Brothers, now free, found Tranchi Lu standing protectively in front of him. He smiled slightly. "Brothers, did I arrive just in time?" That thing gritted its teeth at Tranchi Lu. "Derek hasn't killed you yet." He heard that and tossed a head aside, raising an eyebrow arrogantly. "Him," she said. "He's much stronger than those executioner demons, but I still killed him easily." The creature looked at the head rolling on the ground, gnashing its teeth. Then, a second later, it screamed, using a sonic attack. Brothers looked at him, warning Tranchi Lu, "Don't let it." He assessed this power. "It's the Necromancer's song, a paralysis effect." Now, Necromancer, thinking it was about to have a feast, it laughed loudly. "This is how I'll get you." But before it could rejoice, having only uttered 2 words, it was decapitated by Tranchi Lu using divine movement. He didn't forget to add an insult. "Your singing is terrible." Brothers looked at Tranchi Lu with admiration. This kid is really strong." Just as the two were about to celebrate, the formations in their palms vibrated with 2 whooshing sounds. Both exclaimed in alarm. Not good. Faloga is in danger. The ferocious python spat out a large hellfire blast. Chi Meng, level 55, a vicious creature from hell, uses hellfire to attack its enemies. La Chi quickly used a shield to block the attack. Seeing the precarious situation, La Chi gritted his teeth. "Damn it, the difference between me and this monster is too great. Right now, I can only defend against its attacks. There's no way to counterattack." The shield couldn't withstand the pressure and began to crack. Soon after, the inevitable happened. The shield shattered, and La Chi was thrown backward. He then crashed hard against the rocks behind him. Blood sprayed from La Chi's mouth as he collapsed to the ground. It didn't stop there. When La Chi looked up, the python appeared right before his eyes. It lunged fiercely, intending to kill him. Soudain, Tranchi Lu apparaît, shielding la Cui. Tranchi Lu immediately launched a counterattack. The python screamed in pain as its body seemed to tear open. A few seconds later, it collapsed, shattering the ground. And so, with a single blow, Tranchi Lu defeated the ferocious dragon. At this point, Tranchi Lu relaxed his guard. He turned around and smiled slightly. "Sorry, Faloga. We're a little late." La Chi was secretly astonished. "This Tranchi Lu is too strong." Then La Si appeared and spoke up. "Both my and Tranchi Liu's paths were traps. It seems this path is the real one leading to the Beast King." Seeing this, La Chi joyfully called out, "Father, La Si." La Si then worriedly helped him up. "Faloga, are you all right?" La Chi replied somewhat miserably, "I'm fine. Not dead yet." He added with disappointment, "But that giant snake is truly too strong. I've never encountered such a creature before. It's like a monster that only appears in legends." "If," La Si asked gravely, "if we encounter the Beast King, will it kill me instantly?" Tranchi Lu calmly stated, "What will kill you isn't the Beast King, but your fear." Hearing this, both La Si and La Chi fell silent. Tranchi Lu continued, "Fighting with fear only brings you closer to death. This is just a Beast King. After we leave this place, we'll have to face even more powerful creatures." Then he furrowed his brow, determined for his friends, for freedom. Tranchi Lu shouted, "Even with his last breath, I will fight to the very end." Suddenly, the python revived and sprung up. This time, its power had increased significantly. Tranchi Lu roared, encouraging everyone, let's fight together. Immediately, everyone took a fighting stance, their spirits ablaze. La Si charged forward, announcing to Tran Chi Lu, "I'll go first." With exceptional speed, he dashed towards the python. "You worm, take this." He then unleashed a powerful kick. The python, in pain, changed its target and attacked La Si. It shot out scorching flames. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. From afar, Falogo watched the python, trembling slightly, preparing to unleash his elemental power. He gritted his teeth, determined. "I can't be dead weight anymore. This time, I'll get my all." Without further hesitation, he unleashed his earth-hiding hand technique. A massive hand shot forward and tightly gripped the python's neck. Seeing the opportunity, La Si yelled, "Tran Chi Lu." Tran Chi Lu, standing nearby, was ready. He leaped down from the cliff, brandishing his sword. Gripping it tightly with both hands, he prepared a finishing blow. With momentum, Tran Chi Lu plunged downwards. His sword plunged straight into the head of the ferocious python. From the wound, its skin began to tear. The system announced Hellfire Python scales damaged by 20%. Hearing this, Tran Chi Lu pulled his sword out. He thrust it back into the python with all his might. Hellfire Python scales damaged by 30%. He repeated the action again and again. Hellfire Python scales damaged by 50%, and Hellfire Python scales damaged by 80%. Finally, Hellfire Python scales damaged by 100%. Completely damaged, its body began to shatter into pieces. Tran Chi Lu turned around. With a powerful shout, he delivered a final blow. His sword slid down from its head. He dragged the sword all the way to its tail and then leaped away. The python's body split in two, spraying red syrup everywhere. La Si rejoiced. "We killed it." The python's body gradually dissipated. Killed Hellfire Python. Gained 200,000 experience points. Due to defeating a hidden boss, obtained hidden equipment, Hellfire Gauntlets. Increases strength by 15 points, constitution by 15 points, magic power by 10 points, and firepower by 35 points. Durability, 100/100. No special skills. Introduction. High Catch Kai forged these gauntlets using Hellfire. They are high-level offensive and defensive equipment in Hell. Tran Chi Lu read the information on the screen and thought, "I actually got equipment, and it even increases my stats by quite a bit." The screen then displayed the question, "Equip now." Yes/no. Tran Chi Lu selected yes and immediately equipped the Hellfire Gauntlets. Witnessing Tran Chi Lu's extraordinary feat, La Si wondered, that kid, even though he just separated from us a few hours ago, his power has undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Just what is going on? Meanwhile, Tran Chi Lu was still fiddling with his new equipment. "Can I hide these?" The system confirmed, hiding. And the question remained, just who is La Si? Suddenly, something unusual stirred in the distance. All three were instantly on high alert. They spotted Lassander sneaking around, looking left and right. Tranquille and la si exchanged knowing glance. Immediately, both of them charged forward, delivering a flying kick. A ghostly image of someone who looked just like him appeared, a strange smile playing on their lips. Lassander was sent sprawling several meters. La Si glared at him. "Why did you bring yourself here?" He feigned a pitiful expression. I got lost. The Beast King activated the traps." Hearing this, Tran Chi Lu realized the truth about the traps. "That explains why we encountered those monsters." La Si asked incredulously what. Lassander stood up, dusting himself off. With a hint of awe in his voice, he said, "You're actually still alive. Lucky you." Before he could say anything more, La Si landed another kick. "Tell me," he threatened, "where's the Beast King? If you don't lead us to him, I'll deal with you right here, right now." Lassander, terrified, blurted out, I'll talk. I know how to get in. The entrance is over there." Looking in the direction he pointed, they saw a dark and mysterious place, reeking of danger. La Si warned Lassander, "If you try any funny business, I'll castrate you on the spot." He then stood before a wooden door and uttered strange words. Something on the door began to glow. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a strange light within. A truly mysterious place. Night fell, and heavy rain poured down, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Bo Loi stood inside his house, gazing silently out the window. He hesitated before a door, then finally decided to open it. The door slowly opened, revealing a neatly hung suit of armor. Suddenly, Bo Ban appeared at the doorway. After all this hesitation, you finally opened it. He chuckled, reminiscing. You never let Sally and me near this room. We always wondered what was inside. So, it's your battle armor. Or rather, the place where you keep your hope of leaving this wretched place of yours, you mean? Bo Loy glanced at him, surprised he hadn't noticed the boy's arrival. Balban Sudenli Giazitatet. I heard you're planning to form a team and leave Lac Nai Ha. Maybe on the way, we can find the monster that killed my parents. Ever since I left this house, I've been training tirelessly for this day. His eyes filled with determination. I want to join. You won't stop me this time, will you? Back with Tran Chi Lu, Lassie warned Lassender, don't try anything this time. He tightened his grip on Lassender's neck. If you try any more tricks, say goodbye to your life. Lassender stammered, I wouldn't dare. Just ahead is the Beast King's main hall. The master is inside. Tran Chi Lu glanced at him. Do you know where they're keeping the prisoners? Lassender affirmed, of course. I could find it with my eyes closed. As they walked, Tran Chi Lu instructed Boras Faloga, once we're inside the main hall, have Lassender take you to rescue your comrades. Lassis Mirkt. Are you saying we're dead weight, kid? Don't think that just because you saved us, you can make decisions on your own. You're not that strong yet. Yes, Tran Chi Lu replied awkwardly. I just don't want. Suddenly, a warning appeared in his mind. Warning. System announcement. A hidden boss has been detected ahead. With your current combat power, your chance of survival is 10%. Do you want to terminate the mission immediately? Tran Chi Lu frowned in thought. Only a 10% chance of survival. I've tried to level up. Even without elemental power, my strength shouldn't give me such low odds of winning. Lassie, noticing his strange expression, asked, what's wrong, Tran Chi Lu? But Tran Chi Lu didn't want to share much. It's nothing. I don't want to involve any more innocent people. Once inside, you two go rescue our comrades immediately. I'll deal with the Beast King. Lassie immediately protested. No way. Full of righteousness, he declared, Boras and I absolutely won't abandon our comrades and leave you to face danger alone. Tran Chi Lu turned and explained, the beasts in here aren't as simple as we thought. Our chances of winning are only about 10%. Lassie retorted, so what? If it weren't for you, we'd be corpses out there already. Even if the chance of winning was 0, I wouldn't run away alone. Right, Faloga? Faloga nodded in agreement. Tran Chi Lu didn't reply, his gaze becoming distant. He pondered, from childhood until now, whether at school or learning Kendo, I've always faced every problem alone. I've never felt hardship, but I haven't avoided loneliness either. Tran Chi Lu affirmed to himself, but now, I'm not alone anymore. At that moment, Lassender pointed ahead and said, look, the main hall is just ahead, but can I stay out here? If you don't succeed, the Beast King will kill me. All three focused their attention forward. Before them was a massive door, the interior seeming like a bottomless pit. Tran Chi Lu turned and nodded to Lassie, signaling him to proceed. Lassender, terrified, exclaimed, hey, if you want to die, that's your business. I don't want to die yet. Then, all of them slowly entered the mysterious doorway. Tran Chi Lu and Lassie cautiously surveyed their surroundings. In the center stood a strange chair resembling a throne. Seeing this, Tran Chi Lu frowned. Why isn't anyone here? He then asked, Lassender, didn't you say the Beast King was here? Lassender feigned ignorance. I don't know. This place is usually heavily guarded. I don't understand why there's no one here today. Suddenly, the entire cave shook. Tran Chi Lu and Lassie immediately went on high alert. Suddenly, Faloga cried out, what the? He had been controlled by something. Faloga's entire body was lifted into the air, leaving him utterly bewildered. What? What's happening? Lassender trembled in fear. Tran Chi Lu and Lassie anxiously called out Faloga's name. Tran Chi Lu quickly looked back at the throne. The Beast King was indeed there. Finer, level 85, sat imposingly, controlling Faloga. Faloga, under the Beast King's power, spat out a mouthful of red syrup. Seeing this, Tran Chi Lu lost his composure even further. He leaped forward, cracking the stone floor beneath his feet. His power surged, brimming with energy. He then swung his sword, attacking the Beast King head-on. But his attack was quickly blocked by a barrier. Tran Chi Lu didn't give up, pushing with all his might to break through the protective shield. Immediately, the barrier bulged slightly and cracked. He flew forward and successfully rescued Faloga from the Beast King's control. Faloga fell freely to the ground. Fortunately, Lassie used his speed to dash forward and catch Faloga. Lassie asked breathlessly, "Faloga, are you alright?" But Faloga appeared to be unconscious. Tran Chi Lu glanced at the Beast King, wondering, since when has he been sitting there? He looked at the Beast King's sinister smile, feeling a bit curious. His previous attack had been easily neutralized. Now, Faloga trembled, trying to unleash another attack, despite being significantly injured. Lassie said worriedly, "Faloga, don't push yourself too hard." But Faloga determinedly replied, "I'm fine. Let's go." Immediately, a massive blade appeared, hurtling towards the Beast King. Lassie jumped onto the blade as it flew forward. However, the Beast King remained motionless. Then, Lassie flipped gracefully in the air. He spun expertly and then dove down at full speed to attack. At this moment, Faloga was controlling the giant blade. The large blade and Lassie attacked the Beast King simultaneously. However, the outer shield was only slightly damaged, so it was insignificant. Tran Chi Lu then appeared from behind. He swung his sword powerfully at the barrier. Instantly, a tremor shook the ground. Smoke dispersed. Faloga's blade cracked, but the Beast King's barrier remained intact. What? The Beast King sneered. Then, it raised both hands, brimming with power. Tran Chi Lu watched its actions intently. Lassie watched carefully, filled with worry. In the next moment, the entire space seemed to expand due to the Beast King's power surge. Lassie was thrown back and slammed hard into the ground. Even Faloga, standing at a distance, was affected and coughed up blood. Tran Chi Lu used his sword to block the Beast King's destructive power, remaining unharmed for the moment. Lasseter was overjoyed. "Beast King, you're so cool." Tran Chi Lu frowned, thinking, damn it, I thought this boss's skill could only be used from the front. I didn't expect it to cover his entire body. Moreover, its attack power is terrifying. Lassie and Faloga struggled to their feet, badly injured. Tran Chi Lu turned back worriedly and asked, "Faloga, Boras, are you two alright?" Lassie immediately replied, "We're fine." Tran Chi Lu racked his brain. What exactly is his skill? What should I do? Suddenly, the Beast King's laughter echoed. It put the three on high alert. The Beast King stood up, clutching his face and laughing even more heartily. Suddenly, it stopped, its eyes flashing with murderous intent. A bunch of pathetic insects. I'll play with you for a bit. Having said that, the Beast King's entire body was enveloped in power. In an instant, it vanished completely, leaving the group utterly bewildered. Tran Chi Lu immediately scanned the surroundings. Gone. What skill is this? A second later, his eyes widened in shock. He immediately yelled a warning, "Careful, Boras." A surge of power was rushing towards Lassie. The Beast King appeared before Lassie. Lassie was overwhelmed with tension and fear. Before he could react, the Beast King punched him. Lassie collapsed in pain, spitting up red syrup. Lassie glared at him angrily. Then he unleashed his power, retaliating. However, it was just child's play in the Beast King's eyes. He grabbed Lassie's arm and twisted it, causing him excruciating pain. Ag. Despite this, Lassie remained resilient. He broke free and kicked the Beast King. But the Beast King only looked at him with disdain. Then, he casually slammed his head into Lassie's shin. Crack! Lassie's leg snapped in two, causing him agonizing pain. The Beast King calmly declared, "Just a rat." Lassie lay motionless on the ground. But the Beast King didn't stop there. He immediately jumped up and stomped on Lassie without mercy. Seeing this, Faloga desperately cried out, "Boras." A large explosion occurred right before their eyes. Looking towards Tran Chi Lu's back, they couldn't help but be amazed. They hadn't expected Tran Chi Lu to be able to block the monster's attack. Boras raised an eyebrow and affirmed, "Even if I trained for another 15 years, I wouldn't be able to match that monster's fighting power just now." He couldn't help but exclaim, "He's truly too strong." The Beast King also didn't hold back his praise. "You truly surprise me. This is the first time an insect has withstood my attack. This is getting interesting." Then, he contemptuously created a sphere of energy, saying, "But an insect is still an insect. Your resistance only excites me." Then the Beast King quickly launched that powerful energy forward. The insects. But the attack was easily intercepted by Tran Chi Lu. Tran Shi Lu angrily declared, "You'll be surprised when I cut your head off. And for what you did to my friend, I'll return it twofold." Debris flew everywhere with the power of his attack. The Beast King couldn't comprehend the situation before him. He was struck by Tran Shi Lu's sword. Before the Beast King could react, Tran Shi Lu continued his assault, unleashing a flurry of attacks. He glared and said, "This is for Faloga." Then, he launched an attack towards the Beast King. Then, Tran Shi Lu continued, shouting as he drew his sword, "This is for La Si." He used a powerful attack, sending a barrage of lightning towards the Beast King. The Beast King's crown flew off. Somehow, he appeared right behind Tran Shi Lu. But Tran Shi Lu calmly glanced over. Then he swiftly used a swift attack, slashing through the Beast King. A beam of light flew straight towards the cliff face. Tran Shi Lu immediately landed on the ground. He looked towards where the Beast King had flown. "This is for the innocent." Boras and Lassender were both astonished by what had just transpired. Lassender, nearby, finally started to panic. So strong, so strong. Suddenly, a earth-shattering explosion occurred. The Beast King calmly stood up after the explosion. Lassender was immediately frightened, recognizing His Majesty's elemental power. "We're doomed." Tran Shi Lu glanced over, wondering if that was his elemental power. The Beast King rubbed his head and spat blood to the side. The Beast King looked over at Tran Shi Lu and swung his arm forward, summoning a devastating power. A pack of wolves responded to the summons and rushed out, surprising Tran Shi Lu. He quickly raised his sword, blocking an attack from one of the wolves. The Beast King raised his staff high. Grinning, the Beast King swiftly brought his staff down right behind Tran Shi Lu. Tran Shi Lu spun around in surprise, but the staff struck him directly. Tran Shi Lu's sword was knocked away. Those nearby were also hit by the shockwave. Drops of blood fell to the ground, making a pitter-patter sound. Tran Shi Lu gasped for breath. His body was covered in wounds. The Beast King looked pleased. He suddenly reached out, and a massive staff was absorbed. The Beast King gained even more power. Tran Shi Lu's injured arm trembled. He gritted his teeth, realizing he couldn't move. "I've used all my skills," he muttered. "Is this where it ends?" The Beast King had completely transformed. He lunged forward. The Beast King headbutt Tran Shi Lu, sending him flying, then charged again. The Beast King kicked Tran Shi Lu directly in the stomach. Tran Shi Lu took the blow. He flew back from the attack. The Beast King, without pause, grabbed his weapon and charged again. With each pass, the Beast King stabbed Tran Shi Lu. When he finally stopped, Tran Shi Lu collapsed to the ground. Tran Shi Lu lost consciousness. The Beast King retrieved his weapons. The Beast King became excited. "A useless insect deserves to be trampled. Wake up. This is your destiny." Tran Shi Lu lay weakly on the ground, wondering if it was truly over. But as he remembered the ridicule he had endured, he sat up again. "Tran Shi Lu, why did your parents give you such a pathetic name? Like father, like son, ah. You short, annoying bookworm. A toad lusting after a swan. Your ID is sweet dessert. 8 p.m., can't log out, can't log out, can't log out, can't log out, can't log out." Tran Shi Lu remembered his mother's gentle face as she called his name, Chi Lu. She stroked his head softly and said, "Come home with me." As if spurred on by something, a large explosion erupted around him. This surprised Boras and everyone present. Tran Shi Lu raised the strange sword in his hand. The Beast King was also completely taken aback by the scene before him. Tran Shi Lu's body began to transform. His hair turned silver white. His eyes suddenly became two different colors. After the transformation, Tran Shi Lu's eyes snapped open as he heard someone repeatedly calling his name. "Tan Qiliu, Tan Qiliu, wake up, Tan Qiliu." He found it hard to believe when he realized he was standing in a fantastical space. He looked into the space ahead and began to wonder what's going on. "I was just fighting the Beast King. Where is this?" He frowned and looked around, but there was nothing around him. He was floating in midair. He looked down at his palms and muttered, "Am I dead?" Suddenly, Tran Shi Lu heard a voice from behind him. "You're not dead." Above him, another person suddenly appeared, also floating. The person called out, "Tran Shi Lu." Tran Shi Lu asked suspiciously, "How do you know my name?" "Who are you?" Elemental Power replied, "I also want to know who I am." He floated closer to Tran Shi Lu and explained, "I've been waiting here since I woke up. I've forgotten how long I've been waiting. 1,000 years. 10,000 years. I can't remember anymore." The answer surprised Tran Shi Lu. What? Elemental power drifted past him and said, but ever since I woke up, there's been a voice in my head. It said that someone would come to take me away from this place. He looked into the distance and speculated. It seems that person is you, Tran Shi Lu. Tran Shi Lu was losing his patience. Hey, explain this clearly. I don't understand. I want you to tell me how to get out of here. Elemental power calmly extended a hand. Tran Shi Lu was surprised to hear him say, accept me. Elemental power knelt before him and requested, become my master. He added, the voice in my head said that if I rely on that person, I can leave this place. Tran Shi Lu listened impassively to elemental power's plea. So please become my master. He didn't expect Tran Shi Lu to readily agree. What's so hard about that? I agree. Get me out of here quickly. Elemental power smiled faintly. Then, the two grasped each other's hands. Immediately, Tran Shi Lu felt a surge of power flow into his body. One of his eyes began to change. He returned to his fight with the Beast King in the present. He still couldn't quite believe what had just happened. That guy wasn't lying. I'm really back. But because of this, Tran Shi Lu could feel the change in his body. Moreover, it seemed like some kind of power was surging within him. Is this the effect of him relying on me? Just then, the system popped up with a notification. Congratulations. You have received the power of Chaos Elemental. He was astonished. Tran Shi Lu, now imbued with chaotic power, finally understood. So that's it. That old man was his elemental power. The Beast King seemed somewhat disbelieving of what had just transpired. How could this be? It seems this insect wasn't affected by my attack. He could sense the power that Tran Shi Lu was constantly emanating, and it seemed to be growing even stronger. Meanwhile, Tran Shi Lu was busy listening to the system's analysis. Due to the awakening of elemental power, your skills have been enhanced. You have also received the Elemental Annihilation skill. The system helpfully explained the relevant information. Elemental Annihilation is effective when sacrificing 90% of HP. Elemental Annihilation will continuously consume 1000 HP per minute. After awakening, the Elemental Annihilation skill can control chaotic power for attacks. Attacks imbued with chaotic damage can penetrate the enemy's defenses. The skill level increases with the elemental power level. Duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Following this was a series of stats. Your elemental power has unlocked your weapon. Ozil weapon equipped. Strength plus 250, HP plus 150, Endurance plus 100, Intelligence plus 30. Tran Shi Lu held out his sword and examined it. So, it turns out Mr. Bray's sword required awakened elemental power to be used. Before, it never increased any stats. He then slowly gripped the hilt. If he had received elemental power and could now use Mr. Bray's sword, then now. Tran Shi Lu looked straight ahead and declared, time to counterattack. Then, he quickly charged towards the Beast King. The Beast King firmly gripped his weapon, ready to block the incoming attack. Just a mere insect daring to challenge me. You think you could defeat me? But with a single swing, Tran Shi Lu destroyed the Beast King's entire shield. A tremendous explosion followed, creating a deep crater. Thick black smoke obscured the view. The Beast King lunged from the explosion, attacking Tran Shi Lu from above. But then he realized with astonishment, how can I not hit a mere insect? Impossible. This time, I'll use all my power to tear him to shreds. Unbeknownst to him, Tran Shi Lu used Elemental Flash, Step, to slash the Beast King into pieces. Even as he was shattering into pieces, the Beast King couldn't believe what was happening. This can't be. Tran Shi Lu, now using Elemental Annihilation, was also continuously sustaining cuts. Slash, 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 slash. Tran Shi Lu muttered to himself, 90% HP consumed. Just one more strike is enough to kill him. The system cheerfully appeared with a notification. Congratulations. You have defeated the Beast King, Fenrir. Received 400,000 experience points. Level up. It also provided additional rewards. You have completed the Beast King quest. Received 500,000 experience points. Level up. Received 1 black treasure chest. Under the morning sun in a peaceful village, Uncle Bo Loy turned around and urged, hey Bo Ban, if you want to help, don't be so lazy. Bo Ban retorted, Bu Fu Chi Di, when am I ever lazy? It's just that I haven't done manual labor in a while, so I'm a bit out of practice. Tatli Lai sat under a tree, eating an apple and anxiously asking Mr. Bray, Tran Shi Lu is coming back soon, right? It's almost been 3 days. Mr. Bray pulled his hat down slightly and said, I'll be going in a little while. Suddenly, the three of them felt a tremor. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the distance, a light appeared, slicing across the horizon. The light made both Uncle Bo Loy and Bo Ban shield their eyes. Then, Uncle Bo Loy turned to Mr. Bray and asked, "What was that?" Tatley Lai hurried over to Mr. Bray. "Are you all right? What happened over there?" Bo Ban looked into the distance and explained, after high-level monsters are killed, they produce energy waves. The source of this energy wave is from the direction of the Beast King. Mr. Bray began to speculate. It seems Tran Chi Lu has grasped the elemental power and killed the Beast King. The blue light shone straight into the sky and slowly faded. It continued to illuminate Fenrir's body lying on the ground. Lassender stammered, The Beast King, he's been killed." Faloga sighed. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. I can't believe someone this strong exists." But Boras grew wary. "I didn't expect such terrifying combat power to erupt in just an instant." Tran Chi Lu looked at his own hands, wondering, could it be he was hiding his true strength all this time? His body gradually returned to its normal form. He couldn't believe he had defeated such a terrifying enemy. But rather than a terrifying enemy, it was more accurate to say it was the person who helped him obtain the elemental power within that illusion. He said I had become his master. So is he inside me now? Tran Chi Lu turned around when he heard someone call his name. Faloga said cheerfully, "Tran Chi Lu, what are you doing standing there? We won." But Tran Chi Lu showed no emotion. "I'm fine. You two are seriously injured, so just wait here. I'm going to rescue your comrades." This made Boras a little unhappy. He turned to Lassender and ordered, "Lassender, quickly take us to find the others who are imprisoned here." Lassender responded frantically, "Yes, boss. I'll lead the way. Don't worry." Tran Chi Lu thought, "I won, but I don't feel happy at all. I just keep wondering who that old man was. Why did I enter that illusion? Did I really come to this place because of a random glitch in the game?" His eyes grew colder. Or is someone manipulating all of this? Suddenly, Tran Chi Liu's pupils dilated. "What's going on?" He began to sway. Footsteps hurried towards him. Uncle Bo Loy managed to reach him in time and catch him. He became worried when he heard Tran Chi Lu call out, "Mr. Bray." Before losing consciousness, Tran Chi Lu still proudly boasted, "I did it." After that, only the calls of Chi Lu remained. Tran Chi Lu slowly regained consciousness after hearing the calls of Chi Lu. "Wake up." His mother leaned over him and asked, "It's almost noon. Are you still sleeping?" Tran Chi Lu was deeply moved. "Mama's home." Tears welled up in his eyes as he heard his mother say cheerfully, "I've finished cooking. It's all your favorite food." Tran Chi Lu immediately sat up and hugged her tightly. "Mom." He cried like a child. "Mom, I'm home." But when Tran Chi Lu opened his eyes again, it was to a question. "What are you doing, Tran Chi Lu?" He looked up to see Bo Ban raising an eyebrow at him scornfully. He asked curiously, "Hey, why did you suddenly hug me? You startled me." Tran Chi Lu hurriedly sat back up in bed and coughed twice. "Cough, cough, Bo Ban. Why are you here?" Bo Ban walked over and placed the food on the table, then explained, "I agreed with Mr. Bray to come here and take care of you. But don't get me wrong. When the time is right, I still want another match with you." After that, he turned and left. "Hey, you stay there and don't move. I'll go inform Tat, Li Lai, and Mr. Bray." Tran Chi Lu fell into deep thought again. So it was a dream. "I'm back here. I remember seeing Mr. Bray." He held his head and wondered, where are Boras and Faloga? My head hurt so much. Just then, the system reappeared with a request. There's an unopened chest in your inventory and unallocated stat points after leveling up. Please use them immediately. Tran Chi Lu immediately grasped the key point, the Beast King's chest. He then remembered everything. That's right, after defeating the Beast King, I received a key. It can be used to open the Beast King's quest chest. I wonder what's inside. Following the system's prompt, a key is required to open the chest. Use it. Tran Chi Lu reached out and pressed the button on the screen. Yes. Immediately after, the system screen displayed, "Successfully used. Activating the mysterious chest. Please wait." In just a moment, information on a plethora of items appeared. Calculating experience points received. EXP 135,000. Starting item disbursement. Received 100 Her Boots. Received Fallen Knight Armor. Received Midran Armor. Received Gladiator Gauntlets. Received Manticore Bracers. Received Majiver Gloves. Received Explorer's Ring. Received Cataclysm Ring. In addition, the system also granted an extra ring item. Congratulations! You have received the legendary ring, Phoenix Protective Ring. All stats plus 10. After equipping, you will receive the Beast King's defense skill. The chest on the screen opened, along with a congratulatory message. congratulations. You have received the hidden legendary item. Tranchi Lu was a little skeptical. He sat on the bed, staring at the dragon egg in front of him, and wondered, a legendary item is an egg. Is it edible? Suddenly, the eggshell cracked. Crack, crack, crack. Tranchi Lu tilted his head and wondered, is it hatching? Could it be some kind of pet? A child broke out of the egg, its mouth constantly making noises. Guru ya guru. Looking at the child struggling with the eggshell, he felt confused. A legendary item is a baby. The child excitedly called out to Tranchi Lu, Daddy. Guru ya guru. Then it lunged forward, clinging to his face and calling Daddy. Daddy, 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 Daddy. Tranchi Lu was extremely startled upon hearing this. Daddy, what? The house became incredibly noisy. Baba-la-la, hey, system. Can you help me investigate what this little thing is? Does it have any special abilities? Tranchi Lu looked at the child rolling around on his bed and wondered, why did opening the chest give me a newborn baby? The system refused to answer the question. Sorry, the system's current permissions cannot identify this creature. Please upgrade the system and then perform an appraisal. If the creature is already paired with you, please take good care of it. He started to feel suspicious. Huh, paired? What the heck? And it can't be appraised. The child was now clinging tightly to Tranchi Lu's head, calling him Daddy. This startled him, and he scolded, Hey, get down. What are you doing? I'm not your daddy. Get down this instant. Do you hear me? But the child continued to cling to him, calling Daddy, Daddy, Daddy. Tranchi Lu's patience was wearing thin. All right, he said, picking the child up and holding them upside down. Little one, I'm telling you one last time. I'm not your daddy. Do you understand me? Who are you? I'm not interested in dragging a kid along on my quest to find the temple. He pointed at the child. Looks like I'll have to ask Sally and Mr. Bray if anyone wants to adopt you. The child started to whimper. Tranchi Lu seemed to realize something. Don't tell me that look means. The next moment, the child burst into loud wails. Wah, wah. Tranchi Lu quickly put the child down on the bed. Hey, little ancestor, don't cry. Did I hurt you somewhere? The child continued to cry inconsolably. Wah, wah. The child's anger generated an invisible energy, causing the system to suddenly appear and issue a warning. Warning, warning. Because you want to abandon the creature, a penalty has been activated. Penalty countdown commencing. 30 minutes, 19.8. As the system continued to count down, 6.5 for Tranchi Lu, confused, tried to ask penalty. What penalty? The next instant, he was engulfed in a bright light emanating from the child's body. 3, 2, 1. Shielding his face, Tranchi Lu managed to ask, hold on. You haven't even told me what the penalty is. When he opened his eyes again, he and the child had been transported to a snowy mountain. Where have you brought me? The child continued to cry. Wah, wah. Tranchi Lu crouched down and tried to soothe the child. Don't cry. It's not that I want to abandon you. I'm still just a high school student. I can't take care of you. But the child continued to cry. Wah, wah. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a beast approaching. The system immediately displayed the monster's information. LV 140 Elite Frozen Waste Marauder. Tranchi Lu was taken aback by the situation. What? An elite monster. The system then issued a new directive. Within 30 minutes, you must eliminate all monsters. If you exceed this time limit, the number of attacking monsters will double. Please ensure the creature's safety. If the creature dies, you will also be erased by the system. Countdown starting. Note, no experience points will be awarded for eliminating these monsters. This announcement left him dumbfounded. Wait, what do you mean erased? Seeing the monster preparing to attack the child, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? The child continued to sob. Wah, wah. Tranchi Lu quickly scooped up the child, dodging an attack. He quickly gained momentum and ran in the opposite direction. Once out of immediate danger, Tranchi Lu looked back. He then instructed the child in front of him, Little one, you can't die, understand. Hold on tight to my neck. Tranchi Lu drew his sword from his spatial storage and activated his elemental power. The child, seemingly excited, clung tightly to him and called Daddy. Tranchi Lu was now ready to fight. We fight together. At this moment, two people were slowly walking towards the house. Sally had gone to town to buy supplies and hadn't returned yet. How is Tranchi Lu's condition? One of them reported, I see he's still full of energy. There shouldn't be any problems. Mr. Bray then asked, right, has Team 5 made any progress in searching for the shrine? Boras, smoking a cigarette, replied, the situation is much worse than we imagined. It seems like no one in town wants to join us. He added, everyone is scared by the lies of those fanatics. They think our actions will anger these so-called gods and disrupt the town's peace. Mr. Bray quickly turned and asked, if we can't recruit anyone, can't we just find a shrine ourselves and leave this place? Why complicate things? But this idea was rejected by Boris. No, the monsters outside the town are much stronger than we imagined. If I wasn't absolutely certain, I wouldn't let everyone risk their lives. He wanted to say more, but Boris interrupted what Mr. Bray was about to say. We should find Transhi Lu first. He'll tell you what happened out there. Tatley Lai ran up from afar and asked Mr. Bray, what are you talking about? He smiled brightly and changed the subject. Sally's back. Boris chimed in. Transhi Lu has woken up. Hearing this, she praised him without hesitation. Really, it seems Boris has worked very hard. Then Tatley Lai urged Mr. Bray, let's go visit him then. I really want to know what elemental power he has awakened. With that, she quickly pulled Boris towards the house. Come on. Mr. Bray, left behind, seemed to be pondering something. The scene changed. Another monster lay dead in the snow. At this point, the surroundings were filled with monster corpses. Transhi Lu, carrying the child, cut a path through the monsters. He continuously sliced their bodies in half. Transhi Lu kept killing monsters until he received a notification from the system. Congratulations, you have completed the mission. Countdown terminated. He gasped for breath. The child cheered excitedly, Daddy. But at this moment, Transhi Lu was completely exhausted and didn't bother to say anything. I'm done for. I can't resist anymore. Daddy, Daddy. In an instant, he and the child were back in his house. Transhi Lu sighed in relief. Finally back. Just then, Tatley Lai opened the door and called out to him. Her eyes quickly focused on one spot. The child also looked back with curious eyes. Tatley Lai curiously asked, where did this little one come from? She happily spun the child around, laughing. Ah, so cute. So cute. So cute. Ha 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 ha. Despite being ignored by the child, she excitedly asked Transhi Lu, where did this little one come from? I love children. Transhi Lu, watching the two play happily, simply explained casually, this little one hatched from an egg. But Tatley Lai didn't believe him. Hatched from an egg. Don't joke with me, Transhi Lu. I've never heard of an egg hatching a child. He felt speechless at that, unable to offer any further explanation. It was true. How could an egg hatch a child? Moreover, he couldn't give the child away or he would be punished. It was truly a karmic burden. Just then, Boras and Mr. Bray entered, asking, Sally, what's going on? We heard you shouting from afar. Tatley Lai then carried the child out, boasting, look everyone, I don't know where Transhi Lu got this little one, but isn't he adorable? The two men approached for a closer look. A child. Mr. Bray raised an eyebrow and asked, I didn't see any child with you just now. What in the world are you doing? Transhi Lu could only prevaricate. He was just crawling under the bed. Inwardly, he was panicking. How could he explain this? They wouldn't understand. It was better not to explain. He'd just say he rescued the child from a monster's lair. Boris, however, didn't pursue the matter. All right, Bray, Sally, Transhi Lu just woke up. Let's not make a fuss. You two go prepare some food. We'll talk while we eat. Mr. Bray, meanwhile, was preoccupied with the horns on the child's head. Are those horns real or fake? He asked. Before leaving, Tatley Lai reminded the child, be good, okay? I'll make you something delicious. The child responded with a few indistinct mms. Ialuka, Lulu, Mr. Bray continued to Tatley Lai, what do you think about becoming my girlfriend? Tatley Lai replied exasperatedly, I haven't even considered it, okay. At this moment, Transhi Lu finally noticed something at his feet. Daddy. Ialuka. Transhi Lu knelt down and patted the child's head reassuringly. Hungry are you? All right, I know. Don't worry, the food is being prepared. You'll have something to eat soon. Just then, he heard someone behind him say, I'm sorry, Transhi Lu. Ialuka had run off to find something to play with. La. Transhi Lu asked, puzzled, what are you talking about, Mr. Bray? Why are you suddenly apologizing to me? Boras, standing at the door, explained it was my carelessness. I thought it was just an ordinary monster lair. I didn't expect such a high-level monster to be there. I almost put you in danger. But Tran Shi Lu smiled and said, "Don't blame yourself, Mr. Bray. I chose to take on this mission myself." Tran Shi Lu added, "Besides, if it wasn't for this mission, I wouldn't have been able to grasp what you were talking about, Mr. Bray. I wouldn't have known that my arrival here might just be an accident." He recounted his battle with the Beast King. At the critical moment, I was suddenly transported to another space. There was a strange old man there. He said he had been waiting for someone. If I became his master, I could leave that space. So I agreed without hesitation. Mr. Bray listened silently as Tran Shi Lu continued. When I came out, I had gained the power of chaos elements. It was as if everything had been prearranged. Suddenly, Tran Shi Lu turned and asked Mr. Bray, "Do you know what happened? Does everyone enter that strange space when they receive their elemental power?" But Boris denied it. "No, receiving elemental power doesn't transport you to another space. You won't meet anyone either." He recalled what he had read. "As for the chaos elemental power you mentioned, I've only read about it in ancient texts from thousands of years ago. I've never seen it with my own eyes." Hearing this, Tran Shi Lu's curiosity grew. "What else does the book say, Mr. Bray? Maybe it explains why I ended up there." Boris began to recount the tale. "Legend has it that the god of evil, Morpheus, descended upon the mortal world tens of thousands of years ago. Chaos, slaughter, evil, and suffering engulfed the world. Everyone, struggling to survive, had no choice but to fight against the god of evil. But Morpheus's power was overwhelming. The heroes of the human army were simply no match for the demon. Just when everyone had lost hope, a savior appeared. He was Herzios. He possessed the power of chaos, a power unlike anything anyone had ever seen. Even the demon was no match for him. Herzios formed an army to fight against the evil god, Morpheus. After more than 10 years of arduous battle, they finally defeated Morpheus and sealed his soul in the eternal abyss of Tartarus." Boris's voice was tinged with sadness as he spoke of the outcome. But the price Herzios paid was to be sealed there eternally as well. Tran Shi Lu was even more curious. Could the person I met have been Herzios? Mr. Bray frowned slightly in thought. If you possess the chaos elemental power, he couldn't help but be surprised when Boris confirmed, then it's very likely the person you met was Herzios. Just then, Tatli Lai entered the room. "What are you all talking about?" "Dinner's ready." Mr. Bray's expression brightened. "All right, Sally, I'll be right there." He turned back to Tran Shi Lu. "Tran Shi Lu, what you just told me. Don't tell anyone else until we get to the bottom of this." Tran Shi Lu simply nodded in understanding. The dining table was laden with a feast of delicious dishes. "Wow, so much good food." Tran Shi Lu exclaimed, "Présing Sally. Dat li bi met." "I only helped a little. If you want to thank someone, thank him." She gestured towards the chef preparing the food. Lassender turned around with a smile. "Thank you for the compliment, Sally." Tran Shi Lu frowned. "Lassender, what's he doing here?" Lassender, remembering how he had begged Boris, stammered, "Mr. Bray brought me along." Lassender, setting dishes on the table, urged, "Come on, everyone, let's eat. Try my cooking." The child on Tran Shi Lu's shoulders chirped excitedly. Karu. Mr. Bray explained, "We don't know anything about Latonia, and Lassender knows the terrain well, so I brought him along." Tatli Lai, practically drooling, exclaimed, "Wow, it looks delicious." Mr. Bray, beside her, discreetly jotted a note in his notebook. "Sally likes chicken." The child, now crawling on Lassender's face, babbled, "Karu. Kari." Though annoyed, Lassender forced a smile. "It's all right. I can handle it." Tran Shi Lu finally voiced his question. "Oh, right. How are the two in the monster's lair doing?" Tatli Lai explained. "Mr. Bray took them to town to be treated. After dinner, we'll go visit them." Tran Shi Lu then began to eat. "Well, I won't stand on ceremony then." Someone asked, "Do all beastmen cook this well?" Lassender immediately replied, "It's not that. Cooking is just a hobby of mine." Boris then asked Lassender to fetch some cow's milk. "This little guy can't eat this kind of food yet." Lassender immediately obeyed. "Yes, Mr. Bray." No one knew that someone was secretly watching their house from afar. As Cactus stood looking down from above, a subordinate came to report, "Sir, that outsider is indeed with those people." Hearing this, Bray turned and ordered, "Finish the job and report back." As night fell, a large dragon appeared in the sky, soaring through the air. It fiercely flapped its large wings as it flew. It turned out that its destination was the underworld, an ancient building shrouded in darkness. Someone's finger gently poked a rose petal. Then, a platinum-haired young man could be seen resting his chin on his hand, playfully chasing the flowers on the balcony. The large dragon from before had quickly transformed into a human form and landed gently in the courtyard. The platinum-haired young man didn't turn around, but easily recognized the newcomer. "You've arrived, Agoles." The person named Agoles, while retracting the large wings behind his back, replied, "Lord Hades, what's the urgent matter?" Hades casually plucked a few rose petals in front of him and softly said, "Feria's energy in Latonia suddenly disappeared. I think he's been killed." Agoles couldn't hide the surprise on his face and exclaimed, "What? Feria killed? Those guys can't possibly kill Feria." On the large terrace, only Hades' voice could be heard. "Yes, I know. That's why I told you to go to Latonia. Go investigate what happened. After all, he was guarding a very important seal." Hearing this, Agoles replied solemnly, "I understand, Lord Hades. I'll go to Latonia right away." A new day began. In the bustling city center, Tatli Li's clear voice rang out. "Wow, Tranchi Lu, so many things happened in the monster's lair. I thought you just had to kill some high-level monsters. You're so amazing." Hearing this, Boris couldn't help but scoff. He muttered, "Amazing. If I went, I could do it too." Ignoring the jab, Tranchi Lu simply crossed his arms and murmured, "If you went, I'd probably have to go rescue you now." His words made Tatli Li laugh, while Boris, enraged, retorted, "What did you say? Let's fight again right now." Suddenly, Tatli Li remembered something and turned to ask, "By the way, what elemental power did you awaken to be able to defeat that Beast King?" Tranchi Lu glanced at her and replied, I don't know what elemental power I awaken. What element are normal priests usually?" Tatli Li immediately raised her hand to reply. "Normal priests are usually of the light element, but I don't think I've ever seen a priest with a different elemental power, like fire or water." Hearing this, Tranchi Lu gradually understood. I see. The element I awakened must be the common light element." Tatli Li cheerfully replied, "Right? I thought you might have awakened a different element." They chatted, completely forgetting Boris was walking beside them. He finally spoke up, "Humph, I knew it would just be the light element." Tranchi Lu, with a serious face, listened to them. He recalled Mr. Bray saying that he couldn't tell him about receiving the chaotic power just yet. After walking for a while, Tatli Li excitedly stepped forward and exclaimed, "We're here. This is the best healing center in town." Delks. Before them stood a grand building with a reverent architectural style. This was the Delks Healing Center. Tatli Li and Boris quickly entered the building. Tatli Li turned her head slightly, urging the person lagging behind, "Hurry up, Tranchi Lu." Hearing her, he hurried over and replied, "Coming." Arriving and entering the building with them, Tranchi Lu thought to himself, "I hope they're all right." He stepped inside. Suddenly, a pale blue light shone from the floor. Looking down, Tranchi Lu saw that he had just stepped into some kind of magic circle. Both Tranchi Lu and Ayaluka stared at what was beneath him. He exclaimed softly, "What is this?" The building's doors, at some point, had slowly closed shut with a resounding boom. Hearing the sound of the doors closing, but not seeing him, Tatli Li wondered, why is Tranchi Lu so slow? Looking back down the hallway, they immediately realized, where's Tranchi Lu? Meanwhile, Tranchi Lu, not scared but rather exasperated, said, "What's going on now?" Tranchi Lu cautiously looked around, wondering, how did I suddenly get here? Just then, a tall figure appeared and said in a deep voice, "Don't be surprised. I simply used a teleportation spell to bring you here." Tranchi Lu quickly recognized the man. He introduced himself, "I am the protector of Delks, the town of Latonia. This is a place where only the most talented and powerful individuals in all of Latonia can come." Tranchi Lu turned to face him and asked, "I'm just a passerby with no special talents. Why are you looking for me?" The man chuckled and said, "I know you killed the Beast King. Therefore, we want you to join us. Whether it's power, money, or beautiful women, as long as it's within our capabilities, we can satisfy you." Hearing this, Tranchi Lu coldly walked past the man and flatly refused, "I'm sorry. I don't need anything you're offering, and I don't want to join you. I just want to leave." Being rejected like that bruised the man's ego. He couldn't help but feel angry. "I told that old man, you and Bray are the same. He even made me come meet you." He finally burst out, "What a waste of time." Then, Tranchi Lu heard the man say, "Our people have already gone to kill your companions." These words successfully stopped Tranchi Lu in his tracks. As if grasping his opponent's weakness, the protector bellowed and raised a hand in warning. I'll give you one more chance. If you still refuse, I can kill you right here, right now. He spoke slowly, deliberately. I'll give you a chance. If I get out of here and don't see Tatli Lai and Boras, you're all dead. As soon as Tran Chi Lu finished speaking, the protector assumed a fighting stance, sword at the ready. Meanwhile, back at the healing center, people went about their business, oblivious to what was happening inside. Inside the healing center, Tatli Lai and Boras looked around in confusion. What's going on? She wondered. Where did Tran Chi Lu go? He said he was coming with us to check on Boras' group. Boras sniffed the air with his keen nose. What's that smell? He asked. A moment later, Boras' face changed. Danger, he shouted. A gust of wind blasted past Tatli Li's startled face. A long arm reached out and grabbed her waist. Boras reacted quickly, yanking Tatli Lai back and holding her close. Sensing the shift in momentum, the mysterious figure turned and fled. Boras looked down at Tatli Lai. Are you all right, Sally? She replied, I'm fine. Thank you, Boras. Relieved that Tatli Lai was unharmed, Boras looked up and roared, Damn you. Whoever you are, if you hurt Sally, I'll kill you. Standing before them was a cloaked figure. 3 holy crosses were strapped to the figure's back, giving him a menacing appearance. Back with Tran Chi Lu and the protector, the two exchanged blows, each attacking fiercely. Despite having Ayaluka with him, Tran Chi Lu skillfully dodged the protector's attacks. At one point, a careless swing sent Ayaluka flying through the air. Tran Chi Lu braced himself on the ground and lunged forward, catching Ayaluka. Before landing, he pulled Ayaluka close. Standing up, Tran Chi Lu sighed inwardly. It's impossible to fight with a child in tow. Suddenly, Ayaluka giggled and said, Papa, Ayaluka, Ayaluka. Tran Chi Lu looked at him, exasperated. How can you be so cheerful at a time like this? Across from him, the protector smirked, his sword in hand. Not bad, kid. You're stronger than I thought. But don't worry, this is just the appetizer. Tran Chi Lu couldn't hold back any longer. What did we ever do to you people? Why are we fighting each other? Shouldn't we be working together to deal with the monsters outside? The protector listened to his question with a disdainful silence. Then he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, deal with the monsters. He stared into the distance. It seems old man Bray hasn't told you the truth. He looked back at Tran Chi Lu. We've already made a deal with those monsters. We'll give them some of the townspeople as food. In return, they've agreed to confine their hunting outside the town. But it didn't stop there. The protector added that Mr. Bray had tacitly agreed to this before, sacrificing the weak in exchange for the town's peace. With each word from the protector, Tran Chi Lu's eyes widened in surprise. He fell silent, then asked, from the beginning, you never intended to escape Latonia. You just wanted a reason to send those people to their deaths. The protector laughed at the question. Smart kid. A perfect plan, isn't it? Want to join us? The protector and Tran Chi Lu stood facing each other. Then Tran Chi Lu heard him say, these monsters were sent by the sanctuary. We can't defeat them. That Bray is just a cowardly, hypocritical piece of trash. Now who knows what he's thinking, suddenly wanting to challenge the sanctuary. Hearing the protector's words, Tran Chi Lu gave him a disdainful look and replied, sorry, I'm not interested in being a coward. I believe Mr. Bray will disagree with your underhanded methods. I don't care how perfect your plan is. Tran Chi Lu, just want to go home. The wind picked up. Tran Chi Lu continued, if you dare stand in my way, whether you're human, monster, or god, I will destroy you all. Hearing this threat, the protector couldn't help but exclaim, such a boastful brat. Seeing his opponent ready to fight, Tran Chi Lu gently placed Ayaluka on the ground and instructed, wait here for me. Don't run around. I'll be back soon. Ayaluka obediently replied, Baba, Ayaluka. Tran Chi Lu quickly stood up, preparing himself. He glanced coldly at the protector behind him. But the protector, instead of being afraid, taunted, don't worry, I'll kill both you and that brat and bury you together. But as soon as he finished his sentence, the protector received a thunderous punch to the stomach from Tran Chi Lu. His eyes widened as he looked down, utter disbelief in his expression. Now, before the protector stood not the carefree Tran Chi Lu from earlier, but one filled with fighting spirit. Then he saw dozens of punches landing on his face in rapid succession. He could only stand there and take the beating, feeling the blows land on his body. With a final, powerful punch, Tranchi Lu sent the protector flying 3 meters. After that punch, Tranchi Lu remained in his stance. In the silent space, a cough echoed. Cough, 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 cough. Then, the protector vomited blood. After vomiting, he looked up in astonishment and unconsciously asked, How? How is this possible? The protector lay weakly on the ground, asking, Who are you? Tranchi Lu ignored him and coldly turned to leave. Meanwhile, in the outside world, people were running and screaming. They're fighting. Run! As they fled, an explosion erupted behind them. Tat Li Lai immediately suppressed the flames with her hand, directing them towards the cloaked figure. Then, the figure of a man suddenly attacked the cloaked figure. It was Boris. He shouted sternly, Hey! Without another word, he slashed fiercely at the cloaked figure with the sword in his hand. After a moment, Boris yelled, Sally now. Tat Li Lai had landed behind the cloaked figure. She shouted, Prepare for the flame dance. Tat Li Lai immediately unleashed a wave of flames, engulfing them. The fire intensified, then erupted with a resounding boom. Tat Li Lai stood panting, exhausted, amidst the devastation. But they couldn't see anyone. Tat Li Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. That attack clearly hit him. Boris, equally frustrated, gritted his teeth. Could it be? A thought suddenly sparked in Boris's mind regarding the figure's identity. Just then, a figure appeared behind Tat Li Lai. Boris spun around in alarm. No, Tat Li Lai, sensing something, turned around too. Before the cloaked figure could react, another figure appeared, momentarily startling him. A sharp crack echoed as Tranchi Lu, seemingly out of nowhere, leaped up and kicked the cloaked figure in the face. The figure quickly stumbled back to avoid the blow. As Tranchi Lu landed, the cloaked figure regained his footing. Tranchi Lu stood protectively and warned, I don't care what your purpose is, but if you dare touch my friends, I will not spare you. The cloaked figure remained silent, his thoughts unknown. Tranchi Lu glared coldly at him. Moments later, the cloaked figure turned and fled. Seeing the situation had stabilized, Tat Li Lai rushed over to Tranchi Lu. What happened? Where did you go? Tranchi Lu calmly looked ahead. It's complicated. I'll explain later. The most important thing is to get back. He hurried forward, adding, Mr. Bray has his own troubles now. Later that afternoon, at Mr. Bray's house, Mr. Bray studied the book on his desk, muttering to himself, if Tranchi Lu has truly awakened the power of chaos. He took another puff from his pipe, a thought weighing on his mind. Then the prophecy in this ancient book. Demons and gods will descend upon the human realm. The entire world will be plunged into endless darkness. He stared blankly ahead through the smoke, contemplating that the wielder of chaos was the only one who could save the world. Just then, footsteps approached. It was Tranchi Lu, Tat Li Lai, and Boris. They called out to Mr. Bray. He quickly closed the book and turned to them. You're back already. Finished visiting your comrades. After they sat down, Tat Li Lai's voice filled with alarm. What did you say? They attacked you. She turned to Mr. Bray. Do you know them? Mr. Bray slowly took a drag from his cigarette before speaking. He said that the person Tranchi Lu encountered was likely a wind mage, while Tat Li Lai and Boris encountered a dark mage, Lucius. He then added that they were all protectors of the town. This statement made the three of them pay attention. Boris was puzzled. Protectors? Then why did they attack us? Mr. Bray's memories drifted back to the past, and he recounted the story of Hit, Lucius, Seisha, and Dollop, who were known as the strongest mages on the continent of Polazes. They were among the first heroes to arrive in Latonia hundreds of years ago, and they single-handedly built this town. Mr. Bray continued, explaining that back then, Latonia was even more terrifying than hell. Those who came here not only had to evade monsters, but also faced constant battles with each other for food and shelter. Starving people resorted to cannibalism. Even children were traded as food. Then, a cloaked figure stood up, supported by the townspeople. Just when everyone was in despair, Dollop rose. He tirelessly brought the injured to this oasis, distributed seeds, taught them how to cultivate, and established a complete system of governance. Mr. Bray grew more somber as he spoke. Perhaps our intention to leave Latonia has been perceived as a threat to the town. If we provoke the monsters outside, the entire town will be endangered because of us. Just then, someone softly asked, Mr. Bray, you clearly know that the so-called peace of this town is bought with human lives. Why didn't you tell us? Mr. Bray, surprised by the accusatory question, glanced at the speaker. Bora, écali surprised, exclaimed, Tranquille. What are you saying? Undeterred, Tran Chi Lu continued, making deals with those monstrous bastards, sacrificing innocent people as food in exchange for this filthy peace. Mr. Bray, you knew, didn't you? The room fell silent, so quiet that even breaths could be heard as Tran Chi Lu pressed on. Mr. Bray, why didn't you tell us the truth from the beginning? He frowned at Mr. Bray, continuing his interrogation. Could it be that you and those people can sleep soundly at night, treating innocent people like sacrificial pawns? Mr. Bray remained silent, his head bowed. Finally, Tatley Lai couldn't hold back any longer. Mr. Bray isn't that kind of person. He's one of the 12 heroes. Then Mr. Bray spoke. It's all right, Sally. You don't need to say anything more. Tran Chi Lu is right. I did tacitly condone their criminal acts. The room erupted in a cacophony of noise, with Tatley Lai and Boras both crying out in disbelief. They demanded an explanation, but Mr. Bray ignored them. He calmly looked at Tran Chi Lu and said, Tran Chi Lu, if on one side is a genuine affection you can't abandon, and on the other is the righteousness in your heart for those innocent people, what would you choose? I think everyone would choose to protect what's precious to them without hesitation, because only what's precious has value to you. People generally won't abandon genuine affection for the sake of strangers. He paused, letting out a long sigh. Am I right, Tran Chi Lu? Tran Chi Lu glanced at him. Both Tatley Lai and Boras listened silently as Mr. Bray continued. They threatened me with Sally and Bora's lives. If I insisted on disrupting this balance, both of them would die before my eyes. I could choose righteousness, but I couldn't accept losing them both. Mr. Bray's head bowed lower and lower as he spoke. Sally and Boras are the most important people in my life. For them to live, I had to compromise. Moved, Tatley Lai stepped forward to support him. Mr. Bray, he lifted his head and continued. If it were just me, even if it cost my life, I wouldn't allow that dirty trade of lives to continue. Because I, Bray, have never been a coward, afraid of death. As soon as he finished, a voice retorted, if you were strong enough to protect both love and righteousness, why would you have to choose? Mr. Bray's eyes widened in surprise. Tran Chi Lu sat with his arms crossed, facing him. Mr. Bray, in your heart, you believed you couldn't defeat those 4 protectors and protect Sally and Boras, so you chose to compromise, right? Hearing this, Boras flew into a rage. What are you saying, Tran Chi Lu? Are you looking down on Mr. Bray? I'll kick your ass. Even Tatley Lai chimed in. That's right, Tran Chi Lu. Even if you're a god, there's always a stronger god, right? How can people not compromise sometimes? But Tran Chi Lu simply asked, if you had to choose between Boras and Sally, what would you do? The question stunned both Tatley Lai and Boras into silence. Mr. Bray only bowed his head further. Tran Chi Lu's voice turned cold. I apologize, Mr. Bray. This is how I've always thought. If I offended you, I'm sorry. But a gentle expression appeared on Mr. Bray's face. Tran Chi Lu, you don't need to apologize. I should be the one apologizing. I had accepted the fact that I'd be trapped here forever. But when I met you, I had hope of escaping. After a moment of silence, Mr. Bray addressed them. Sally, Boras, you've both grown up. I have to tell you the truth so you can choose your own destiny. If you don't want to risk it, I've already made arrangements for you. Instead of anger, Tatley Lai moved closer to him. Mr. Bray, wherever you go, I want to be by your side. Boras also spoke up. Hey, old man, I won't listen to your arrangements. I want to stay and protect Sally. Tran Chi Lu stepped forward. Mr. Bray, now is not the time for compromise. He looked directly at him. For the ordinary people in this town, for our freedom and our loved ones, let's fight together. Mr. Bray remained silent, his head bowed. Then, under the gazes of the 3 young people, Mr. Bray resolutely stood up. He slowly began to speak. To leave this town, we first need to overcome the 4 protectors. The Wind Mage Hit, defeated by Tran Chi Lu, is the weakest. The remaining 3 are our greatest challenge. Mr. Bray briefly recalled 3 cloaked figures. Then he reminded them that defeating Lucius, Seisha, and the most formidable, Dollop, wouldn't be easy. Based on his understanding of them, after Hit recovers, he will come seeking revenge. Therefore, we don't have much time left. If we can't even defeat them, then reaching the temple will only be a suicide mission. At this moment, Mr. Bray's gaze fixed on each of them. He solemnly laid out the plan. Sally, Boras, Tranchi Lu, from now on, I will implement the most rigorous training for you. Boras, Tranchi Lu, and Tatli Lai listened seriously to his orders. Whether we can survive and leave this place depends on you. As soon as Mr. Bray finished speaking, all three quickly responded in affirmation. One morning, Ayaluka sat quietly on the grass, watching a butterfly sipping nectar. Soon, Ayaluka started chasing after the butterfly. Nearby, Tranchi Lu was lying lazily on the grass, and he couldn't help but wonder how many days he had been here. He thought to himself, "Mother must miss me very much. Don't worry, Mother, I'll be able to return to you soon." Meanwhile, Ayaluka, in its pursuit of the butterfly, jumped off the cliff. Tranchi Liu's hand quickly grabbed its bottom. He couldn't help but admonish it helplessly, "Be careful. This is a cliff. If you fall, we'll both die. My little ancestor, please don't cause me any more trouble, okay?" Ayaluka immediately replied dejectedly, "Baba, Ayaluka." Then, for safety, Tranchi Lu held Ayaluka in his arms. While looking at his system's information panel, he pondered, "Right, last time I killed the Beast King, although I gained a lot of experience, I only leveled up by 10. I still have 50 in used skill points. And that strange old man, he disappeared after the battle. Forget about him. I still need to figure out how to allocate these skill points." Tranchi Lu frowned. Currently, using the Annihilation skill consumes 90% of my HP. Although it can deal armor-piercing damage, my HP is too low. It would also directly increase the risk of being killed instantly. Tranchi Lu suddenly remembered the potion and thought to himself, "But luckily, I previously used my rank to obtain the Berserker's Spear, which can instantly restore HP after using Annihilation. However, one potion costs 8 levels. But Tranchi Lu had to think carefully. If this is the rule, then the healing skill is as useful as a grain of salt in the ocean. It's better to allocate all my points to attack, neglecting defense. Strength plus agility plus. Later, when I get a higher level healing skill, I'll switch back to increasing HP and defense. That's best." He then raised his hand and clicked the plus button for agility. While leveling up, Tranchi Lu told himself, "I've decided. After using Annihilation and focusing on offense, probably no one can withstand my full-powered attack." At this moment, a notification appeared on the system panel. "You have a new message." He was a little surprised and thought, a message. He clicked on it, and a series of messages instantly appeared, such as, "Invitation from Bao Tuong DM Tam. A message from Bao Tuong DM Tam X100. New message from Bao Tuong DM Tam. New message from Bao Tuong DM Tam." Among them, the line message from Bao Tuong DM Tam X100 was in bold. Facing this bolded text, Tranchi Lu muttered Bao Tuong DM Tam with a thoughtful look. A guess sprang into his mind that this was Qin Xiaomei's ID. With that thought, Tranchi Lu couldn't help but stare suspiciously at the notification window. What's going on? Did I just receive a message from Xiaomei? He couldn't help but wonder, is it possible to contact the outside world? But his hand still clicked on the message. The screen immediately displayed incoming messages from the other side. They read, "Tranchi Lu, are you online? I'm waiting for you in front of the church in Floris's beginner village. If you're late, I'll be angry. Hey, Tranchi Lu, why are you ignoring me? I've been waiting for a long time. If you keep ignoring me, I'll really be mad. Are you ignoring me? Just you wait. I'll deal with you when we get back to school. I finished the quest already. I sent you a threatening message, but you didn't even bother to reply. Are you pretending to be silent with me? Just wait until we're back at school. I'll teach you a lesson. Tranchi Lu, why didn't you come to school today? Are you addicted to the game? Let me tell you, if you don't reply, I'll call the police. I'll have them come to your house and find you." Hey Tranchi Lu, today Hua, Yuzha, and Zhao Feng didn't come to school either. And, for some reason, the police came to the classroom. Did something happen to you guys? Today, a bald man with sunglasses came to school and told us that you and your mother are moving to another city. Why? Why didn't you tell me? Was it because I pestered you to help me with my homework last time, so you're angry? If you hate me, you don't have to pay attention to me. Actually, I quite like being around you. If you see this, please reply to my message. After reading this long string of messages, Tranchi Lu couldn't help but wonder a few things. Have I really been online this whole time? Also, why will my mother move? It should be her coming to me, right? Why a bald man? I don't remember my mother knowing any bald men. After thinking for a while, Tranchi Lu suddenly realized something was wrong. There's definitely a problem here. Could it be that my consciousness is trapped in the game, and my body has become a vegetable? Ayaluka continued to play nearby, while Tranchi Lu couldn't help but ponder. Did my mother want to sell the house and move to the best city for my treatment? That's not right. The best hospital in the country is in City B. The matter of my mother moving doesn't make much sense. Besides, with our current finances, she wouldn't need to sell the house. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he ruffled his hair. What the heck? What's going on? Ayaluka, seeing this, offered him a flower and called out, Baba? But Tranchi Lu ignored it and swatted Ayaluka's hand away, causing them to fall backward. He yelled, get out of the way. I don't have time to coddle you right now. Ayaluka just lay stunned on the grass, whimpering. A second later, they started to wail loudly, Baba's mean. Tranchi Lu couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He tried to comfort them. Hey, no, I didn't. Don't. Ignoring whatever he said, Ayaluka continued to bawl at the top of their lungs. Just then, a system notification appeared before his eyes. It read, because you made this creature feel sad, punishment will be activated. Tranchi Lu could only stand there and take it. He looked at Ayaluka crying in front of him and sighed. Well, this is karma. Helplessly, Tranchi Lu watched as the system announced, commencing transfer. Then, Tranchi Lu and Ayaluka were simultaneously transported to a cliff. Below them was a sea of blazing fire. The surface of the fiery sea suddenly churned violently. Not long after, a gigantic beast emerged from the fiery sea before them. At this moment, Tranchi Lu turned and offered a flower to Ayaluka. He began to speak softly. I was wrong earlier. Will you forgive me? Then, the two of them stood side by side, preparing for battle. They said to each other, let's charge. Ayaluka confidently raised a hand in agreement. Meanwhile, a large mansion. Boss Latu stood silently before the window, looking outside. He was lost in thought, recalling something. Unexpectedly, Aubrey is here too. And why does he want us to hide these things? What is his intention? Just a moment ago, Boss Latu was lying in bed. He turned to speak to the person in the room. Sir, you are one of the 12 heroes, Sir Aubrey, aren't you? The strongest lightning warrior who defeated the Demon King in the Aubrey War. I never thought I would meet you in this lifetime. Are you trapped here as well? The person sitting inside was Jiubo Loi. He took a puff of his cigarette and replied, that's just a hollow reputation. Now, I'm just an old man. I don't even know how long I've been here. The things you speak of are ancient history. Don't mention them again. Boss Latu sat on the bed, covered in wounds. He politely said, I can't believe I've met a legendary figure. It's truly unbelievable. Did you come to find me for something? Jiubo Loi softly replied, indeed, there are a few things I need your help with. Boss Latu, intrigued, asked, what is it that requires you to come to me personally? Jiubo Loi answered mysteriously, actually, it's nothing major. It's just that if anyone comes here asking you for details about how Tranchi Lu killed the Beast King, I hope you and Faloga won't reveal a word. This secret must be kept. Boss Latu replied seriously, don't worry, Uncle Aubrey. Although I don't know why we need to hide these things, I won't reveal a single word. After receiving the desired answer, Jiubo Loi immediately stood up and turned to leave. Before leaving, he added, thank you, boss. I've disturbed you today. Get well soon. Boss Latu didn't try to keep him, instead seeing him off. Yes, Uncle Albert, take care. As Jiubo Loi left, Boss Latu couldn't help but ponder. Even the hero Aubrey is trapped here, unable to leave. Me wanting to leave is nothing but a dream. Suddenly, as he was leaving, Jiubo Loi spoke again. All right, if you want to leave this place, the only clue right now is to go deep into Latonia to find the Divine Temple. Jiubo Loi stood at the doorway and invited him. We've started recruiting talented individuals in town. If you're interested, you can come find me in the south of town. His words left Boss Latu stunned. At that moment, someone appeared and asked, I didn't expect you to be up already, startling Boss Latu from his thoughts. The person standing at the doorway was Phi Lac Kentucky. He looked at Boss Latu, standing by the window, and asked with concern, "It seems your wounds are much better. Why are you still awake so late?" Boss Latu remained where he stood and replied, "Fortunately, there's a skilled physician here. My broken bones have healed. I should be able to go out in a few days. After experiencing so much, my heart can't calm down." At this moment, Boss Latu recalled the previous conversation and asked, "One of the 12 heroes, Aubrey, also came to find you to talk about Tranchi Lu and the Divine Temple, right?" Phi Lak Kai was stunned by his question and exclaimed, "What did you say?" "Him. He's Aubrey, one of the 12 heroes." Boss Latu, still with his arms crossed, looked outside and replied, "That's right. If we weren't in the same warrior class, and I hadn't collected his portraits as inspiration, I wouldn't have recognized him either." Despite his words, Phi Lak Kai remained skeptical, saying, "How could that be?" But Aubrey single-handedly went to the Black Sea during the O'Brien War and killed the former McQueens. Is he trapped here too? Then Phi Lak Kai added, "The 12 heroes aren't just famous for nothing. They're the 12 strongest people in this world." These words made Boss Latu frown in thought. He recalled the prestigious competition. Every 5 years, the whole world holds a battle for the strongest. All the guilds worldwide send their 5 heroes to fight. Regardless of victory or defeat, the 12 guilds that finally enter the finals each select their strongest hero. This is the origin of the 12 heroes. That year, the Small Thunderbird Guild shocked the world, because Aubrey alone made everyone remember them. The Thunderbird Guild had just been established not long ago. Boss Lot 2 continued. Although Aubrey's Thunderbird Guild lost to Trambat Dong's Cloud Dweller Guild and a Jax Phoenix Guild, the opponents only barely won. The 5 heroes of Cloud Dweller and Phoenix were among the 12 heroes selected from previous terms. Despite their age, their strength couldn't be underestimated. As for Aubrey's Thunderbird Guild, having just been established, it could be said that Aubrey himself defeated 12 heroes from previous terms. He added, but not long after, the Thunderbird Guild, the star of the future, was shattered by the O'Brien War. I heard that besides Aubrey, the other 4 participants in that fiercest battle all died. And after single-handedly going to the Black Sea and killing the giant demon queen, Aubrey also disappeared. The 2 of them stood silently before the window. Then Boss Latu slowly said, "Just hearing about these things is astonishing beyond imagination, right?" Boss Latu smiled and continued, "And that young man, Tranchi Lu, we can't even comprehend his power. Aubrey in his youth was one of the 12 chosen heroes. At that time, he was covered in blood, but it didn't hide the panic in his eyes and his desperate cry, 'Careful.' Those 2, a man and a woman, standing in front, unaware of the giant hand approaching them. They were Tat, Li Li's parents. At that moment, they looked back in bewilderment. Ultimately, it was too late. That person swiftly attacked the couple. They were immediately knocked back. Tat Li Li's father, though vomiting blood, still stared wide-eyed as he watched his wife slowly fall. At that moment, Aubrey frantically shouted their names. When Mother Luna returned to reality, a hand appeared, holding a picture of the couple and whispering, "Mother Luna, I've decided to take Sally away from Latonia." It was Aubrey. The sadness on his scarred face was evident. He continued to himself, "For so many years, I've lived in regret and pain. I can't accept any of this. But here, I can feel a little better, because I think this is my punishment. I deserve to be locked up here. But Sally is different. She shouldn't suffer this punishment like me. She should go out and enjoy her own life." Aubrey looked up and promised, "Don't worry, I've placed the Thunder God's barrier within her. If her life is ever in danger, the barrier will activate. Then, even a god couldn't harm her." He clutched the picture in his hand and murmured, "This time, I won't just talk." Elsewhere, Tranchi Liu's panting could be heard. Then, the system announced, "Penalty complete." Tranchi Liu lay on the grass, gasping for breath. This punishment seems even harder than the last time. Why is that? Just then, a system notification popped up. "Attention! During the penalty period, the monster's combat power will gradually increase. Each penalty activation will increase combat power by 10%. Tranchi Liu sat up abruptly. "What?" He paused, realizing something. "Doesn't that mean it'll get harder and harder?" Suddenly, his child beside him cried out. Ayaluka looked at it, reading the information on the screen and nodding continuously. Tranchi Liu said with disdain, "What, Ayaluka? Just looking at you, I know. What kind of karma have I created? I thought I could unlock a weapon or summon a monster or something. But the result is this ancestor." Insulted, Ayaluka immediately retorted, Ayaluka. Ayaluka. Tran Chi Lu softened a bit. All right. I don't understand what you're saying anyway. I'm not talking to you anymore. Just then, Tran Chi Lu suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. Tran Chi Lu asked in astonishment, can you see the system? Ayaluka smiled and replied, Ayaluka. Seeing this, Tran Chi Lu couldn't help but think. But Mr. Bray and Sally can't see the system. But it can. Why is that? Does it have another function? Tran Chi Lu continued to probe. You can see the system. So what else do you know? Does it have anything to do with me receiving Xiaomei's letter? Ayaluka shook its head and replied, Yalu. Tran Chi Lu felt a nagging suspicion. He thought to himself, all right, this is like playing the lute to a cow. I still feel like this little devil is the reason I received Xiaomei's letter. Suddenly, someone called out from behind Tran Chi Lu. He turned around to look. It was Tat Li Lai who had called him. Beside her was Bo Ban, Aubrey, with Boss La Tu and Phi La Kai following behind. Tran Chi Lu approached them and exclaimed, everyone's here. Then, turning to his side, he smiled and asked, Ayaluka. Boss La Tu replied politely, you came too. You didn't come visit us, so we had to come find you, right? Phi La Kentucky Phi La Kai, standing beside him, nodded in agreement. Yes, Tran Chi Lu added. I'm sorry, something came up yesterday, so I had to go back right away. It got too late to visit you guys. It looks like you've recovered. Boss La Tu, not at all angry, replied courteously, of course, thanks to Aubrey and Sally's care, we recovered so quickly. Just then, Aubrey appeared and interjected, who took care of you? Are we close? Boss La Tu sighed helplessly. Hey, don't expose me like that. Tran Chi Lu quickly changed the subject, asking, that's great. I'm relieved to see you're all right. But why are you here? Boss La Tu confidently replied, of course, it's to join Mr. Bray's group. We don't want to be stuck in this creepy place either. After chatting for a while, Boss La Tu bent down slightly, rubbed Ayaluka's head, and teasingly asked, what's this little guy's name? Is he your son? Didn't expect a young guy like you to be so skilled. Tran Chi Lu was taken aback by the question. How could I have a son? His name is. Before Tran Chi Lu could speak, Ayaluka answered cutely, one word at a time, Ayaluka. Tran Chi Lu immediately confirmed, right. His name is Ayaluka. The meaningless conversation between the two friends annoyed Aubrey, who was standing nearby. He spoke up, hey, what are you two doing? We're not here to chat today. Mr. Bray wants to start our training. Boss La Tu still teasingly poked fun at him. It's been a while since we've seen each other. What's wrong with chatting a bit? Aubrey became exasperated and shouted, no. We have to take Mr. Bray's training seriously. Seeing their harmonious scene, Aubrey let out a rare hearty laugh. What up, Weedloaf? They finally became serious again. Tran Chi Lu softly asked, Mr. Bray, what are you laughing about? Aubrey, still chuckling, looked at them and replied, ha, nothing. It's just that since coming to Latonia, it's been a long time since things have been this lively, so I'm very happy. Tat Li Lai stood silently behind, watching Aubrey laugh. Touched, she thought to herself, Mr. Bray, this is the first time I've seen you laugh so happily. Suddenly, Aubrey began to speak. All right then, he said. Everyone focused their attention. Aubrey's expression became more serious than ever. He gently reminded them, you can relax for now, but don't cry when the training starts. Boss La Tu, not only unafraid, but also asked that terrifying, how do you plan to train us, Mr. Bray? Aubrey looked at him silently and replied, terrifying doesn't even begin to describe it. Even now, even the 12 heroes aren't certain they can win the challenge. Even Tat Li Li's expression turned serious upon hearing this. They all murmured in bewilderment. The 12 heroes couldn't win. At this moment, Aubrey, while pressing a button, said, any battle relies on strength, speed, and endurance. To defeat an opponent, you need to find their weaknesses and openings. Surges of power immediately emanated outwards. His voice continued to resonate. In battle, even a lapse of 0.001 seconds can become the key to victory. Just then, beside Tat Li Lai, a mannequin appeared, looking exactly like her. It startled her. Beside Bo Ban, a figure identical to him also materialized, causing him to exclaim in surprise. Even before Boss La Tu and Phi La Kai, two mannequins appeared, identical in appearance to themselves. Beside Tran Chi Lu, a mannequin of himself also appeared. He listened intently as Aubrey continued. But if you're operating as a team, you should check the synergy and coordination among yourselves. Aubrey's face became more serious than ever. He continued, "This is the training artifact created by Grand Mage Goran M for the guild to prepare for major battles. It will create another version of yourselves. All skills and original power will be identical to the real you. However, all power will be 1.5 times that of the real you." As he watched them gradually get used to their mannequins, he softly reminded them, "Don't worry, everyone. These copies won't inflict real wounds, but you will still feel pain. When you feel your life is in danger, you will be eliminated, and at that point, you won't be able to damage the copy. The remaining people will be in a 4 versus 5 situation." Finally, Aubrey shared a hard-learned lesson with them. On the path to godhood, every time you lose a teammate, those who remain will face a more brutal situation. Aubrey slowly declared, "This is your training." As soon as he finished speaking, a strong fighting spirit appeared in the eyes of the 5 of them. Soon, the dusk cast long shadows over the peaceful village scene. The chef softly asked Aubrey, "Lunch today is only prepared for the 3 of us. What would you like to eat?" After asking, the chef, gritting his teeth, looked at the child beside him and warned, "Hey kid, stay away from me. If I hurt you while cooking, Tranchi Lu will kill me." Aubrey took a puff of his cigarette and replied, "Preparing for 3 people isn't enough. Prepare for 20. The chef asked in surprise, 20 people. "Aubrey, do we have guests today?" Aubrey cheerfully replied, "Not guests, but..." Just as he was about to answer, the sound of the door opening interrupted him. When Aubrey turned to look, he saw the group of 5 appearing at the door. They all looked battered and bruised, breathing heavily. Aubrey still gave a slight appraisal, slower than I thought. After criticizing them, Aubrey reminded the chef, "Lassender, you have to cook faster. Remember, 20 servings." The chef understood and replied, Yes, Mr. Bray." They finished their training that quickly. It's only been half an hour. Ayaluka, seeing Tranchi Lu, cried out happily, "Papa, Ayaluka." Soon, delicious food appeared on the table. Tranchi Lu held out his bowl and said, "8 more, please." Boss Latu and Boban also held out their bowls. "Us too," they said, making the chef busy as he replied, all right, coming right up." Aubrey, eating at the main table, casually inquired, "You're all stronger now. You managed to defeat your copies in just half an hour. How do you feel about my training method?" Unfortunately, no one had the energy to answer him. Aubrey, chewing his food, asked, "Well." The 5 of them widened their eyes and replied in unison, very unhappy. Tatli Lai couldn't help but blurt out, "We barely even fought. They beat us in under 30 minutes. Even the usually calm Boban lost his composure and chimed in, "That's right, Mr. Bray. Normally, we fight high-level monsters or we spar one-on-one, but this time was different. Plus, Tranchi Liu's copy strategy was terrifying." Hearing their feedback, Aubrey couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, those copies are cunning." Only Tranchi Lu remained silent, pondering. It's true, this fight was just like player versus player combat in a game. Our opponents weren't mindless monsters, but copies that could think like humans. Tranchi Lu recalled the moment the 5 copies immediately ran and hid. He murmured, "As soon as the fight started, the copies targeted each of us and ran to different locations to hide. I thought they wanted to separate us and defeat us one by one, so we decided to stick together. I could barely keep up with them, but I didn't expect their ambush. Boban and my copy pinned me down, and I could only watch helplessly as the others were defeated by their own copies. In the end, it was just me against 5 of them." Tranchi Lu blurted out, "There's no doubt about it. We lost that fight before it even began." Aubrey pointed at him and said, "No, Tranchi Lu, your analysis of the battle is quite accurate. Just like you said, the outcome was decided before the fight even started." He glanced at them and emphasized the key to team combat isn't individual strength, but the power of cooperation. It's like a chessboard. Some pieces attack, some defend, and some must be sacrificed to allow others to strike. The 5 young men listened silently as Aubrey continued, "All the copies you faced had no real thinking ability. They simply analyzed your skills and developed an effective cooperative strategy." He finally sighed. "Using this tactic against rookies like you is the most efficient and energy-saving way to fight." Boban immediately yelled. Hearing Aubrey's explanation, Tranchi Lu pondered. It wasn't bad. This tactic was like a math problem where the teacher provided the steps. If you understood the entire process, solving it became much easier. If you tried to solve it after just glancing at the problem, you'd fall into a trap. A serious look appeared in his eyes as he thought to himself. So, to learn how to fight with teammates, you have to understand the whole process. Just like solving a problem, you have to know how to defeat the opponent effectively and also understand your own weaknesses. Just then, Aubrey, lighting a cigarette, announced, "That's all for today's training. We'll continue tomorrow morning. I'll take you all for some field training then." He finally dismissed them. "Everyone, get some rest tonight." That evening, the bright moonlight shone down on the roof of their dwelling. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bed where Tran Chi Lu lay. Ayaluka slept soundly beside him, but Tran Chi Lu couldn't fall asleep. His mind was still troubled. Even though he knew it was just training, the feeling of helplessness as he watched his teammates get killed and couldn't do anything was real. He glanced down at Ayaluka beside him and imagined what would happen if today's battle had been real, and the one killed was Ayaluka or his mother. The thought was almost unbearable. He gradually calmed down. "No, I'm still not strong enough. Not strong enough to protect the people I want to protect." Moonlight through the window shone on Tran Chi Liu's eyes, revealing the sadness within them. His memories drifted back to a rainy day in his childhood. He remembered how his mother could have worked at a very good company, but to take care of him, she left that job and chose one with more flexible hours, though it was much harder. Tran Chi Lu stood beside his mother as she respectfully said to the man in front of them, "Thank you, sir. Also, could my son wait here every Wednesday afternoon until I finish work?" The boss glanced down at the small boy and asked gruffly, "Is this your son? But if he waits here, he'll take up a customer's seat. And Wednesday is our busiest day." Tran Chi Liu's mother quickly explained, "My son won't take a customer's seat. I'll bring a chair for him to sit on. He won't cause any trouble." The man leered at them and continued, "Are you a single mother?" His dirty gaze swept over her body as he suggested, "Actually, with your looks, you don't necessarily have to work so hard." He then extended his hand and said, "Are you free tonight?" He wanted. Tran Chi Liu's mother quickly covered herself, fearfully saying, "I'm sorry, I just want to find a job." Before he could do anything further, young Tran Chi Lu rushed forward and kicked him in the groin. Like a small animal, he roared, "How dare you bully my mother?" Facing the boss, who was now clutching his groin and trembling, Tran Chi Liu's mother trembled even more. "I'm so sorry, sir. My son didn't mean it. Apologize to the boss right now." But when the man looked up, he lunged at Tran Chi Lu, yelling, "I'll kill you, you little brat." As his hand came down, Tran Chi Liu's mother quickly grabbed it. A second later, she slammed her boss onto his back. Afterward, she dusted off her slender hands and said coldly, "I don't need this job." Tran Chi Lu could only stare speechlessly at his badass mother. Despite what had just happened, Tran Chi Liu's mother gave a bright, beaming smile. She told him, "Sorry, I accidentally threw him too hard. No KFC hamburgers for you tonight, Chi Lu." Young Tran Chi Lu smiled and took his mother's hand. Remembering this, he murmured, "Back then, I swore I would protect her." Suddenly, another voice interrupted his memories. It said, "With your current strength, wanting to protect someone is a joke." The voice startled Tran Chi Lu. "What?" he exclaimed. "Whose voice is that?" He was bewildered, thinking of a certain man. That man. Tran Chi Liu's cry echoed through the quiet room. "Is that you? Where are you?" But there was no reply. The incident felt like a dream. He wondered what's going on. Why isn't he answering? That was definitely his voice just now. Confused, Tran Chi Lu woke Ayaluka and asked, "Ayaluka, did you just hear a man's voice?" Ayaluka rubbed their sleepy eyes and shook their head. The answer only made Tran Chi Lu more thoughtful. "Did today's fight tire me out so much that I'm hallucinating?" Ayaluka continued to hug him and mumbled sleepily, "Papa, Ayaluka." Tran Chi Lu sighed helplessly. "This little rascal, sleeping on me again." He tilted his head and looked. Asleep already. Finally, Tran Chi Lu gently placed Ayaluka on the bed and sighed. "Honestly, I can't with you." Tran Chi Lu rested his chin on his hand, watching Ayaluka sleep. He continued to wonder, how did Mom manage to raise me all by herself when I was little? Changing the subject, Tran Chi Lu spoke seriously to himself, as if talking to his mother. "Mom, I'll be back soon. I figured everything out. To leave this place, I first need to get stronger, defeat the guards, and leave town with Mr. Bray." But at that moment, the voice reappeared in his ear. It said, even though you defeated the Beast King and possess tremendous power, it's nothing compared to today's fight. It felt like hitting cotton. Tran Shi Liu's eyes widened at the light shining before him, and the person continued, that's the most apt metaphor I've ever heard. Before Tran Shi Liu's eyes, the figure of a man appeared, standing under the shade of a tree, just as he had imagined. The man continued, compared to the mindless attacks of the Beast King, the fighting ability of those copies is certainly better, but to me, they're just... Tran Shi Liu's mind drifted into that space, but he didn't care. He looked at the figure and exclaimed, it really is you. I wasn't hearing things. Then, bewildered, Tran Shi Liu looked around and asked, where am I? Why am I suddenly here? The white-haired man calmly replied, this is your inner world. I've been here since you became my master. Hearing this, Tran Shi Liu was stunned. My inner world. The man slowly walked closer to him and said, however, after that incident, my body was too weak. That's why I could only meet you now. Tran Shi Liu smiled back at him. Thank you for what happened last time. Thanks to you, I was able to defeat the Beast King and return to town. But why are these flowers in my inner world? He looked up at the flowers fluttering in the space and replied, I don't know either. Usually, everyone's inner world has some things they care about most. Maybe this flower is what exists deepest in your subconscious. Tran Shi Liu gently raised his hand, examining a flower in his palm. He couldn't help but wonder, I care about this flower the most, but why don't I have any impression of it? At this moment, the white-haired man interjected, don't mind these bland things. I didn't bring you here to investigate these matters. Tran Shi Liu readily agreed. Then he heard the man say, the only reason I brought you here is to help you. The man's calm voice uttered, become stronger, Tran Shi Liu. Tran Shi Liu looked at him seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, a blindingly bright power surged around him. He spoke weakly. Although my power hasn't even recovered to 1%, it's enough to make you aware of how terrifying chaotic power is. The chaotic power you've used isn't even 0.001% of mine. Tran Shi Liu was stunned. What? Are you kidding me? Not even 0.001%. He calculated in his mind. Isn't that 1,000 times weaker than him? The man ignored Tran Shi Liu's reaction and continued. Tran Shi Liu, what I'm saying might be a bit conservative. Tran Shi Liu immediately retorted, conservative. Isn't it exaggerated? The man ignored him and continued seriously, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that I have to make you stronger, help you survive. Because if you die, I will also turn into nothingness, disappear from this world. At this moment, a notification from the system appeared before Tran Shi Liu. Master's Trial, Chaotic Power. Quest requirement, not be defeated by the opponent within 3 minutes. Reward, 400,000 experience points. Tran Shi Liu glanced at the notification and thought, just hold on for 3 minutes and I can get 400,000 experience points. That's quite a reward. Just then, the man asked him, so, Tran Shi Liu, are you ready to accept this challenge? Tran Shi Liu, who had transformed into a different form, began to speak arrogantly. Don't say 3 minutes. Even 300 minutes I'll accept. He then drew a sword from within himself. As Tran Shi Liu struck a magnificent preparatory pose, he hastily said, let's begin. Meanwhile, at the Delxine Treatment Center, a worried voice asked, hey, Hit, is that Tran Shi Liu really that strong? I've never seen you beaten this badly before. Hit, turning his back to the cloaked figure to receive treatment, retorted, strong. It's just that I was too careless. He's just a nobody. But someone unknowingly replied, I don't think that's the case. Hit immediately turned his head to glance at the person who had just spoken. A graceful woman stepped out from behind a cloak and said, if that Tran Shi Liu had used his full strength today, we'd probably be picking up your corpse right now. Despite the pain, Hit flew into a rage and argued back, Lucius. What are you saying, Lucius? She asked, slightly opening her cloak to reveal her beautiful face. She continued, Master Dolok only sent us to investigate the opponent's strength, but I never expected you to end up in this state. I don't know how a useless thing like you became one of the 4 guards protecting the village. Hit knelt on the ground, pointing and jabbing as he said, don't act so high and mighty. Even you wouldn't be a match for that brat. He had barely finished speaking when something struck his head. It was Lucius stomping hard on his head with her foot. She said softly, I wouldn't mind taking care of useless pawns like you for Master Dolok. Hit endured the pain and angrily spat out, you. Lucius kept her foot firmly planted on him and quickly retorted, that Tran Shi Liu is indeed strong, but to me he's just a brat with no fighting skills, relying solely on brute force. Finally, she slightly withdrew her foot and said, if Master Dolok were here, wouldn't he easily crush Bray and his group? Hit glanced at her apprehensively. At that moment, the cloaked figure beside them spoke up. Bray has started recruiting soldiers in town. Moreover, he is one of the 12 heroes and has a reputation in town. If Master acts, I fear it will plunge the town deeper into fear and chaos. Lucius glanced at the figure and asked, what do you mean? The cloaked figure quickly swept their hand behind them, and a large shadow gradually emerged from behind. Both Hit and Lucius stared wide-eyed at the approaching figure, uttering in astonishment. This is, just as they suspected, it was the Latanya Wanderer. It had the head of a ferocious beast, but its large body below was human. As it approached its master, the mysterious figure beneath the cloak coldly commanded, go. Kill everyone in the town. In an instant, the beast's blood-red eyes narrowed. Then, it immediately dashed away, returning to the place where the vibrant red petals had fallen. Footsteps crunched on the snowy ground. It was Tran-Chi Lu, sprinting across the snow-covered landscape. Then, the system notification sounded. Countdown, 2 minutes. He muttered to the white-haired man, sorry, I really need the 400,000 experience points from this quest. After that, you can train me however you want. After running for a while, Tran-Chi Lu glanced back and said to himself, something's not right. I suddenly feel uneasy. Why isn't he chasing me? After a moment, he looked down in bewilderment. A powerful gust of wind slammed down before him, creating a seemingly endless chasm. Caught off guard, Tran-Chi Lu stumbled backward. He quickly plunged his sword into the ground to brace himself against the immense force. Tran-Chi Lu gasped for breath, exhausted. But when he looked again, a gaping chasm, a deep valley with no visible bottom, had appeared. Peering down from the edge, Tran-Chi Lu couldn't help but exclaim, is this training or is he trying to kill me? Then, he raised his hand, looking at the large diamond. He sighed in relief. It's a good thing I used the Beast King's protective armor. It gave me 0.5 seconds to react. Otherwise, I would have been mincemeat. At this moment, the man appeared on the other side of the valley and asked him, do you want to avoid a direct confrontation with me? He coldly gripped his sword and said, I didn't expect you to be able to dodge that move so quickly. It seems I underestimated you. He gritted his teeth as he spoke. However, this act of evasion is unforgivable. Facing him, Tran-Chi Lu suddenly pointed behind the man and exclaimed, ah, something's coming. The man immediately turned around cautiously. When he looked back, he saw Tran-Chi Lu had already run away at top speed. He felt a headache coming on. Meanwhile, on Tran-Chi Lu's side, he glanced at his watch. The system's countdown showed 2 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. He calculated silently, I still need to stall for a little longer to complete the mission. After regaining his composure, Tran-Chi Lu stood facing the man again and bargained. Hey, can we stop for a bit? I want to rest. The man didn't rush to answer, but asked in a deep voice, why do you keep running away? The enemy will never give you a chance to rest. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly appeared behind Tran-Chi Lu. He said in a low voice, this is the first lesson I'll teach you. He then swung his sword down at him. But at the same time he attacked, Tran-Chi Lu also charged forward without hesitation, causing the man to exclaim in surprise, what? Tran-Chi Lu glanced at him coldly. Then he used the tame Kitsch technique, whipping his weapon towards his opponent. The white-haired man calmly leaned back, dodging before Tran-Chi Lu could attack again. He quickly flew up into the air. Looking at this situation, Tran-Chi Lu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It's a good thing that last attack was physical. I could use the tame Kitsch skill to dodge. The man also pondered, why did he run behind me? That's not right. I couldn't see his movements just now. It was like he appeared behind me in a blink of an eye. Tran-Chi Lu looked up at the man and calculated. The skill's cooldown time is 5 minutes. If he attacks again, I'm afraid this mission will fail. The mission time is only 30 seconds left. After thinking for a while, Tran-Chi Lu sheathed his sword and said softly to the man, hey, can we take a break and then continue training? I promise I won't run away again. Seeing his cooperation, the man immediately flew down and said, all right, but you have to tell me what that trick was just now. Tran-Chi Lu guessed the trick. He means the tame Kitsch technique. Just then, a notification from the system popped up, countdown complete. Mission accomplished. Received 400,000 experience points. Level up. A few moments later, amidst falling leaves, Tran-Chi Lu's voice softly replied, it's like this. These skills are what I received from the system after leveling up. The man listened silently as Tran-Chi Lu continued. Using a skill, is like following an order. My body automatically attacks or defends. Tranquille, confessed honestly. I had to use tame kitsch to avoid your attack. So, any more questions? After hearing the answer, the man murmured, I still don't understand what you're saying. But this tame kitsch technique, I think I've seen it somewhere before. Tranchi Lu was a little surprised. Someone else can use this technique too. The man paused, lost in thought. My body's reaction during the fight just now felt incredibly familiar, but I can't quite place it. Damn it, I can't remember. Tranchi Lu, observing the man's reaction, pondered. Aubrey mentioned the legend of Hesius. This guy gave me chaotic power. Could he be Hesius? Maybe knowing the name will jog his memory. Tranchi Lu spoke up at the right moment. All right, I almost forgot to tell you. I think I know who you are. The man was taken aback. Tranchi Lu pointed at him decisively. You are Hesius, the man who killed the god of evil, Morpheus, and saved the world. Tranchi Lu asked in a low voice, so, does that ring any bells? The man stammered, stunned. Hesius. Meanwhile, in the real world, under the same bright moonlight, loud snores echoed. Snore, 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 snore. The sound came from Chef Loskinder. Boban lay wide awake beside him. He could only helplessly cover his ears and curse under his breath. Aubrey bringing a beast man back to the village is one thing, but why did he have to make him sleep with me? Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Boban sat up. A gentle breeze blew past. A scent wafted past Boban's nose. He sniffed the air cautiously, his eyes widening. He gasped softly. This smell is... Boban furrowed his brow, looking around. He blurted out, it's him. As soon as he finished speaking, something crashed into their room. The impact was so strong that dust and debris rained down. Loskinder, who had been sleeping soundly, woke up in a daze. Who? Was there an earthquake? But when he looked closely, he saw the room filled with dust. The Wanderer of Latania stood in the middle of the room, staring at Boban. Who is it? Did someone die? Was there an earthquake? He looked at the messy room, scratching his head. The room's a mess. Where's that kid Boban? Don't tell me he got buried. Loskinder muttered to himself for a moment before calling out. Hey, Boban. He started to imagine the worst. Don't tell me he got crushed to death. But before Loskinder could dwell on it further, a rock slammed into his face. As the rock fell, Laskinder's pained face, with blood dripping from his nose, was revealed. He roared angrily, who's throwing things around in the middle of the night. Do you want to die? But then he saw something that made his eyes bulge. Before him was the sight of Boban fighting intensely with the Wanderer of Latania. Boban raised his sword high and brought it down towards the Wanderer. But in the end, Boban was still a step slower than the beast. It only needed to turn its head to swipe its claws at him. Boban had no choice but to land. He sighed softly, knowing he wasn't mistaken. Suddenly, the Wanderer of Latania let out a roar that echoed through the night. In an instant, a memory from that day flashed through Boban's mind. He immediately glared at the beast with hatred and growled, "You're the beast that killed my parents. Even if you change your form, I still recognize you." Boban quickly assumed a fighting stance and declared, "For years, I've been training tirelessly to find you. I never thought you'd show up here on your own." Chef Loskinder, still dazed, stood behind him and asked softly, "Boban, are you all right? Why is there a beast here?" Annoyed by the interruption, Boban immediately turned and barked, "Get out," leaving Loskinder stunned by his expression. Then, Boban slowly approached the Wanderer and threatened, "I'll peel off your skin layer by layer, strip your bones, and water my parents' graves with your blood." Boban's hate-filled eyes flickered. He took a deep breath and then suddenly leaped forward, slashing at the Wanderer while yelling, "Die." A woman with alluring eyes watched their fight and couldn't help but sigh. This plan is quite entertaining. It spoke up, but only they're being attacked while the town is still untouched. Isn't that too fake? Seisha, standing beside her, retorted, "Use your brain, Hit. I've already summoned other beasts into the village. We just need to lure Aubrey there. Lord Dollop wants to kill him personally." He then ordered, "Hit, you go deal with those newcomers. Don't mess it up this time." Hit, though displeased, simply grunted and stood up. Lucius smiled faintly, but the cruelty in her eyes couldn't be hidden. She said, "I'll take the new priest boy. I hope he can last a while. It's no fun if it ends too quickly." Below, Loskinder rushed past a nearby house, shouting, "Aubrey, it's bad. There's a beast." Aubrey suddenly emerged from the doorway, startling Loskinder. He blurted out, "Oh," and then asked, "What is it, Loskinder?" Still frightened, Loskinder pointed towards the distance while panting, "Boban. He's fighting a beast." Hearing this, Aubrey frowned and looked around cautiously. Just then, a fire in the distance suddenly flared up, causing both of them to turn and look. Seeing this, Aubrey's expression darkened. A surge of power enveloped him. He instructed Laskinder, "Go find Tran Chi Lu. Tell him to protect Sally." Laskinder stammered, "Huh, okay." After Laskinder hurried away, Aubrey instantly used a teleportation technique. As for Tran Chi Lu, you must know that only Hesius, the legendary world savior, could wield the power of chaos. He defeated and sealed Morpheus, the god of evil, and was then imprisoned in Tartaros himself. Tran Chi Lu smiled, looking at the man before him. Then he affirmed, "I believe you are definitely Hesius, and it's highly likely the place I rescued you from is indeed Tartaros." Hearing this, the man remained silent. Tran Chi Lu softly asked, "So, do you remember anything yet?" After waiting a few seconds, Tran Chi Lu received only a denial. "Nothing at all. My mind is still blank." Tran Chi Lu felt as if his words had cut him in two. He frowned and thought, this isn't how it works. In cartoons, they remember everything once they know their name. The man pulled back the fabric covering his face, revealing one eye. Staring intently at Tran Chi Lu, he said, "I have no impression of this world. Besides, a name is just a label. Even if I am Hesius, I don't remember anything I've experienced." Tran Chi Lu pondered, listening as the man continued, "But that technique of yours, it felt familiar for the first time. Like I found a connection between myself and this world." His words immediately sparked questions within Tran Chi Lu. Why am I here? Why was I able to rescue him? Why do I possess the power of chaos? His two differently colored eyes stared straight ahead. He instantly began piecing things together. All these mysteries, one by one, connecting. If you truly are Hesius, perhaps after you recover your memories, you can answer my questions. At that moment, the man suddenly spoke. "Tran Chi Lu, fight me again. Use everything you have. Maybe I can remember something more." Tran Chi Lu, not only unafraid, but eager, replied, "Then let's begin." He drew his sword. The cry of Ayaluka echoed through the space. Dada. Ayaluka. Tran Chi Lu's attention was immediately diverted. He looked up, startled by the child's voice. A woman stood before the door to his bedroom. Glancing inside, she asked curiously, "He's so young, yet he already has a child." It was Lucius. She slowly entered, her voice cold. "Don't be afraid, little one. I'm only here to take his life, not yours." Her presence caused Ayaluka to recoil in fear. Clinging to Tran Chi Lu's leg, Ayaluka cried, "Ayaluka." Lucius raised her hand, threatening the child with some form of magic. "But if you want to die with him, I can certainly arrange a more comfortable demise." The power emanating from her hand neared Ayaluka. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past Lucius's face. She gasped in surprise. Then, she heard Tran Chi Lu's voice. "I apologize for being late." Tran Chi Lu glanced at her pointedly. "Don't cry. The monsters in the dungeon are more troublesome than her." Ayaluka, safe in his arms, cried out happily, "Dada, Dada." The air crackled with tension as their gazes locked. In the night, screams echoed through the sky. Below, a city burned. Monsters rampaged through the streets, slaughtering the citizens. Those lucky enough to survive fled in terror, crying for help. A little girl knelt, crying beside her mother's body, repeatedly calling out, "Mommy, Mommy." She didn't know that behind her, a monster with sharp claws was waiting. The Wanderer of Latania stood tall and calm, watching its prey. Then, it opened its mouth and roared. Just then, someone stepped forward and unleashed a triple lightning strike, momentarily halting the Wanderer of Latania. A bolt of lightning then flashed down, striking the Wanderer and sending it flying several meters. The hero was none other than Aubrey. He held the child close and gently asked, "Are you all right?" The girl looked at him blankly and shook her head. But then, more wandering monsters appeared around them, surrounding the two. Each monster bared its ferocious teeth menacingly. Though he only had one eye, the killing intent in Aubrey's gaze was terrifying. Suddenly, a giant snake erupted from the ground behind him. It attacked the wandering monsters in a flash. Boras and Phaloga appeared simultaneously, rescuing Aubrey. Boras couldn't help but wonder what happened. Why are monsters suddenly attacking the town? Aubrey gently set the girl down before replying. There's a barrier around the town to protect against monsters. Plus, there are guards on watch 24/7. The monsters shouldn't be able to get in so easily. He then turned to them with a serious expression. "It seems those brats couldn't wait any longer. If I'm not mistaken, releasing the monsters in a town was just a diversion. Their real goal is is to kill us. Boris and Faloga paused, looking at Aubrey. Aubrey stood up, patted the little girl's head, and addressed Boris and Faloga. Boris, Faloga, I have a task for you. Go into town, rescue the people, and evacuate them to my house. Hearing this, Boris immediately sensed something was wrong and asked, What about you, Aubrey? Aubrey mustered his remaining strength and replied, I'll go to the barrier outside town and try to close it. Before he left, Boris volunteered, but there's so many monsters there. Let's go with you. But Aubrey's eyes held a serious look as he said, Take care of everyone. With that, he shouted, lightning first style, lightning flash, and soared into the sky. Nearby, a woman's slender foot stepped onto the rubble below. Lucius slowly approached Tranchi Lu and said, It seems your speed is faster than it was a few days ago, Tranchi Lu. Tranchi Lu silently observed her, sighing inwardly, that damn darkness element again. She's the cloaked figure who ambushed Sally and Bo Ban a few days ago. I didn't realize the Lucius that Aubrey mentioned was a woman. After a moment of thought, he shouted, Hey lady, I'm really curious. Why do you like sneaking up on people so much? Lucius, as if insulted, retorted, Who are you calling lady? Tranchi Lu didn't wait for her reply and continued, If we defeat the god, the townspeople will regain their freedom. Why do you people keep hounding us? Lucius, facing him, coldly replied, Lord Dollop worked very hard to build this town into what it is today. Therefore, I will not allow anyone to threaten it. Besides, the whole Temple of God thing is just a deception. She looked at Tranchi Lu with disdain and said, Your intention to oppose the god is nothing but a foolish dream. Tranchi Lu's voice resonated from within the surge of power. You're wrong. I'll let you know that the Temple of God is real, and anyone who stops me from finding it, anyone who harms my comrades, that whether they are human or demon, god or ghost, I will kill them all. He quickly transformed into his battle form as he spoke. Lucius just gave a slight, contemptuous smile. Raising her hand and wielding her power, she said with a laugh, Such shameless boasting. Do you think defeating Hit makes you strong? He was the weakest of the four guardians. Suddenly, Lucius held a large sword in her hand. She smiled confidently and boasted, My power is no less than Lord Dollop's. As soon as she finished speaking, she flung her cloak back, revealing several panthers that appeared one after another. This is the level 45 Shadow Panther illusion, the summoned beasts of the Shadow Assassin. They possess extreme speed and high mobility. Pointing her sword at Tranchi Lu, she commanded, Go. Fantôme va intent. The panthers, as if activated, lunged forward. Facing the beasts frantically charging towards him, Tranchi Lu remained calm. Holding Ayaluka in one arm and his sword in the other, he tightened his grip on the hilt and unleashed his attack. God Annihilation Slash. Tranchi Lu struck down powerfully. His attack took Lucius completely by surprise. Such power. Impossible, she shouted angrily. Shadow Flow, 3,000 blades. Sharp blades suddenly appeared in the air, aimed at Tranchi Lu. The green ring on Tranchi Lu's hand suddenly shone with a blinding light. As Lucius's blades flew towards him, a green protective barrier enveloped him. Tranchi Lu, still holding Ayaluka, remained unharmed within the protective barrier. He taunted, Is this what you call strength? Lucius could only watch, dumbfounded, as he stood unscathed. She finally admitted to herself, I can't believe this brat could neutralize my skills so easily. I underestimated his power. Lucius then flew into the air and offered a grudging compliment. Not bad. Still boasting, she added, but that was just a warm-up. As soon as she finished speaking, dark shadows erupted from beneath her feet and spread outwards. Before Tranchi Lu's eyes, a monstrous wanderer appeared, a long sword clutched in its jaws. Lucius stood proudly on its back, looking down at him. With her arms crossed, she declared, Now this is my true power. Right at the critical moment, a system notification appeared with a new mission called Destiny's Defense. Defeat the enemy leader, Clause 1. Maintain town integrity at 67 out of 100. Limit monster incursion to, how many again? Maintain town integrity or the mission fails. Final rewards will vary based on the number of monsters that enter and the town's integrity level. Tranchi Lu's cold eyes glanced at the mission prompt. He smirked. Accept. 41 snarling monsters slammed against the barrier. The cracks in the protective layer slowly mended, leaving only a small gap. The mages focused all their energy on the sphere to maintain the barrier. Warner and his team fought fiercely. Although only a small crack remained, the monsters grew even more frantic to squeeze through. Warner leaned over and asked Gria, "How much longer until the barrier is repaired?" She anxiously replied, "More and more monsters are appearing. The energy I'm channeling to repair the barrier isn't enough to withstand their attacks. At this rate, I don't think we can hold out much longer." Master Demon, Warner continued urgently. "Roman, hold those monsters back. We must protect the town." Hearing the command, both of them gripped their swords tighter and returned to a defensive stance. Suddenly, the barrier cracked open. Gria cried out in alarm, "Master Demon, it's no good." Just when all hope seemed lost, a surge of power shot towards the crack, startling the three mages. The barrier slowly closed. Gria and the others stared in astonishment. The crack in the barrier, it's recovering. They quickly spotted a figure above. In unison, they recognized him. It's one of the 12 heroes, Aubrey. Above, Aubrey looked down at the newly sealed crack. A few monsters had already slipped through. A single bolt of lightning struck down, obliterating the monsters. He then turned to Damon. "Captain Damon, leave this to me. You should lead your people to repair the other breaches in the barrier." Damon didn't hesitate. "Understood. Come on, everyone, let's go to the next breach." A powerful gust of wind erupted from where Aubrey stood, forcing him to raise a hand to shield his face. The swirling vortex sent the monsters below into a panic. They looked up as another figure appeared. Warner and Roman looked up with joy. Everyone cheered. Lord Dollop has arrived. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath their feet, glowing brightly. With a deafening boom, everyone within the circle was incinerated. Aubrey frowned, his eyes fixed on Dollop. "What are you doing?" Dollop pulled down his hood, his voice low and menacing. "I gave this rabble the chance to live here. Naturally, I can also take it away." His scarred face was revealed, his eyes cold. "This is the consequence of betraying me." Near Tran Shi Lu, a torrent of swords rained down. He nimbly dodged the deadly shower. Tran Shi Lu glanced back at the spot he'd just vacated. A wave of destruction slammed into the ground, sending debris flying. A monster snatched a fallen sword in its jaws. Before it could react, Tran Shi Lu sliced through it with a single stroke. He didn't stop, leaping into the air. His feet pressed down, cracking the stone beneath him. Tran Shi Lu used the force to launch himself towards the monster. A decisive slash was unleashed, but it dodged swiftly. Lucius recoiled, a flicker of panic in her eyes. "Damn it, why is he, just a priest, so strong?" The monster lunged again. Tran Shi Lu rested his sword on his shoulder. "Hey, why don't you just admit defeat and go back to protecting the town? Stop bothering me." Lucius let out a mocking laugh. "Haha, what arrogance. Protecting the town. Perhaps you don't know, but Lord Dollop has cast a barrier around it. Tonight, all traitors will be punished." Her face twisted into a cruel expression. "And that so-called hero, one of the 12, Aubrey. Lord Dollop will kill him personally." Surprised, Tran Shi Lu echoed, "What did you say?" "Aubrey is fighting Dollop." He fell into troubled thought. "Aubrey's sword is still with me. It must be a huge disadvantage to face such a strong enemy without a weapon." Tran Shi Lu looked up at Lucius, a decision hardening in his mind. "I have to finish this quickly and go help Aubrey." Power surged around him. His expression turned serious. Vanishing strike. Lucius felt a surge of fear. Why do I feel like his power is constantly increasing? His voice rang out, "Godspeed." A figure appeared before her. Lucius gritted her teeth. "This is bad." "Kan chi you whispered, silence strike." She was pierced. His sword paused. Lucius gasped in pain. Why didn't you finish me?" His gaze drifted into the distance. Unable to bear the pain, she collapsed. A system notification appeared. Destiny's Defense. Quest progress updated. Defeat the Dark Mage Lucius. Experience points awarded. Item received. Quest summary. Number of monsters that entered the barrier. 3. Town integrity level. 53/100. The scene shifted to a swirling vortex. A man walked calmly within it. Another figure appeared, pursuing the first. White streams of energy erupted. Aubrey used his power to block them. Lord Dollop's voice boomed. "Aubrey, you still delude yourself into thinking you're as strong as you were in your youth." His taunts continued. "Look at yourself, old man. The golden age of the 12 heroes is nothing but a memory." Lord Dollop spoke confidently. "As for me, I will forever be a god, watching you insects weaken." Aubrey struggled against the onslaught of power. He roared, "Windblade." An immense surge of power was unleashed. Lord Dollop watched the scene unfold, a confident smirk on his face. "Farewell, Aubrey." Lucius groaned inwardly. Cough, cough. "Damn it, it hurts so much I can't move." She wiped the blood from her mouth. "He could have killed me just now." Questions swirled in her mind. But why did he show mercy? She speculated, then spoke aloud. "Are you trying to humiliate me? Are you so arrogant that you disdain to kill me?" Lucius yelled in frustration. "You think I'll be grateful you spared me? I will find a way to kill you someday." Tranchi Lu replied, "I'll be waiting. But you should know, I don't expect your gratitude. I'm simply in a hurry. Next time, it won't be just a scratch." Lucius gritted her teeth in anger. Tranchi Lu also had questions in his mind. Why couldn't he bring himself to kill her? She was clearly just an NPC. Could it be because everything here felt so real? So real that he felt remorse at the thought of killing a living being. He frowned and thought, this must be the conflict between the game and reality. Because in games, morality and law didn't exist. The thrill of freely killing lingered in his mind. Lucius, in pain, forced out Tranchi Lu. "Aubrey is at the western barrier of the town." Lucius advised him, "But let me warn you, even if you and Aubrey join forces, you can't defeat Lord Dollop." Tranchi Lu coldly replied, "I know. You don't need to concern yourself with that." A system notification appeared. "Please proceed quickly to the western barrier of the town. According to the map's instructions, deliver Ozeal to Aubrey." He said gently, "Come on, Ayaluka. We have to hurry and help Aubrey." Ayaluka cheered her own name. As he ran, Tranchi Lu called out, "Aubrey, I'm coming." Lord Dollop sensed a strange power. He was surprised as it rushed towards him. Lord Dollop couldn't dodge the attack. Another attack came from a different direction. Numerous attacks struck him directly. Lord Dollop was sent flying. Aubrey used his ultimate skill, Thunderclap and Flash. Lightning filled the sky. He realized something was wrong. An immense power emerged. Lord Dollop laughed heartily. An old man trying so hard to protect these insects. How touching. He dusted himself off and said, "It's been a long time since someone has excited me like this." Lord Dollop's expression changed as he spoke. "But unfortunately, you still can't win." His voice boomed. "To reward your efforts, I'll show you the terrifying power of a 4-element mage." Numerous large monsters appeared. A blonde-haired young man appeared, attacking a monster. The young man slashed at the beast. Someone asked, "Why aren't any more monsters appearing?" Brothers speculated, "It seems Aubrey has repaired the barrier." He then asked, "Are you all right, Philoga? Are you injured?" Philoga replied, "I'm fine. But this is the first time I've encountered so many high-level monsters." Brothers continued, "That's right. These high-level monsters are swarming like ants. It's hard to imagine how people here survived before. So many have fallen around here. They must have faced circumstances thousands of times more difficult than this." Brothers commanded, "Come on, Philoga. The monsters in the center have been eliminated. The others are surely still struggling. Let's go help them." The other person agreed. "All right." Suddenly, a noise made them turn. What was that? The two were surprised by the sight before them. So many monsters appeared. Philoga speculated, "These are dual-element ice and fire-summoned beasts. This is the first time I've seen summoned beasts this big. It's beyond imagination. There's still a multi-element mage this powerful in town." Philoga voiced their inner thoughts. Although multi-element mages can use multiple elemental powers, the elemental power won't be as pure as a single element mage's. Therefore, the power will be greatly reduced. Moreover, a multi-element mage with this level of power. And then, brothers astutely realized there's only one person it could be. Philoga called out, "Brothers, look, it's Aubrey. He's rushing over there. A fire-breathing dragon is right in front of him." Aubrey easily dodged it. He used the skill Triple Lightning Strike. As Aubrey unleashed the skill, Lord Dollop smiled cheerfully. A massive fist appeared. The monster punched directly at Aubrey. Aubrey luckily dodged it. He punched the monster squarely in the face. Chain slash. A flurry of punches erupted. The monster shattered into pieces and fell. Another monster surrounded him. It used the skill Water Wave. Aubrey quickly escaped from the monster and moved to another location. Aubrey was caught off guard. A brown monster struck the spot where he had been standing. Aubrey moved behind it, but he had sustained many injuries. Lord Dollop praised him. "You were actually able to avoid that attack. You made me look at you differently, Aubrey." He affirmed, "But a mortal is still a mortal. Your body has aged considerably compared to back then. You defeated Quelline Golem by yourself." His face contorted as he spoke. "While I still have a youthful body body and infinite magic power that you envy. You've been leading this trash. Aubrey pointed out, you sold your soul to the devil in exchange for the power of eternal life. Licking the ass of the so-called god like a dog, without taste, smell, or touch. Is living like a corpse really that comfortable? He asked, aren't you the one who's envious of others, Dollop? Dollop angrily shouted, shut up. Lord Dollop's power surged towards Aubrey. He angrily lifted him into the air. Lord Dollop pulled Aubrey closer. He gripped him tightly and taunted, see, killing you is as easy as killing an ant. Lord Dollop outlined his plan. I'll tell the people in town that you opened the barrier and that I, as a god, killed you to save the entire town. He said, die. Someone quickly rushed forward. Lord Dollop was flung away. He fell to the ground. Aubrey said painfully, Tran-Chi. Lord Dollop wondered, who is that? It was already late at night. Tran-Chi Liu asked, Aubrey, are you all right? He took Tran-Chi Liu's hand and replied, just some superficial wounds. How did you get here? Tran-Chi Liu recounted the events. After I defeated Lucius, she said that Dollop would kill you here, so I rushed over immediately. I'm sorry. If I had returned Oziel to you sooner, you wouldn't be in danger. Aubrey advised, don't blame yourself. Even if I had Oziel, I'm not sure I could defeat Dollop. He offered his soul to a demon in exchange for unimaginable power. You realize your own problem. Besides, as he said, I'm not what I used to be. My body is aging. My strength is waning. My movements are becoming slow. I am, after all, just a mortal. After the peak, there's only a long, winding road down the mountain. Aubrey spoke of Tran-Chi Liu's plan. I left a teleportation barrier in the field. Quickly take Lily and the others and leave. I will hold Dollop back. Tran-Chi Liu stated his viewpoint. Aubrey, I won't leave you behind. From the beginning, I've made up my mind. Ayaluka, Lily, Bobbin, Rose, Faloga, and Residente, everyone around me, I won't leave anyone behind. He spoke up. My mother always told me that being born human, although life in this world isn't easy, we must never abandon our beliefs. We must never surrender to our fate. Tran-Chi Liu said to Aubrey, we will definitely defeat Dollop and lead everyone to the Divine Temple. He extended his hand to Aubrey. Then, let's leave this place together. Aubrey pondered with a serious expression. The system displayed a notification, quest completed. Weapon lost. Oziel's attributes decreased. Gained 150,000 experience points. Dollop laughed heartily. Let's get out of here together. He amassed a large amount of power and slammed it into the ground. The space in front of them became incredibly desolate. The two of them braced themselves with a barrier. Dollop gloated. A bunch of weaklings, unable to withstand a single blow. You still delude yourselves into thinking you can challenge me. He roared. He used a skill, explosive transformation. The two of them maintained the barrier. The barrier showed signs of shattering. Dollop used another skill. Tran-Chi Liu thought to himself, damn it, the attack is too strong. A notification appeared. System warning. Fennec's shield is about to break. A thought flashed through his mind. This is bad. The power suddenly intensified. Dollop looked down from above. He taunted. No one can survive at the center of the explosive fire dance. How about it, Aubrey? Have you been burned to ashes yet? At this moment, he realized something. Wait, something's not right. A blue barrier appeared. Aubrey was surprised. This is... The boy withstood that power. Ayaluka's face was grim. Dollop was slightly frightened. Impossible. A little brat like that can use this level of magic shield. This level. The system displayed a notification. Ayaluka's fighting will level 5 activated. HP 3000. Mepe 3 sute. Skill Magic Hunt. After using Magic Hunt, a high-level absorption shield will be obtained. Can absorb 50% of damage, then convert it into the user's own magic power. Consumes 1000 HP. Nokoldon. A stream of information appeared. Tran-Chi Liu, hidden level 65, available level 28, HP, 8,300 MP for 60 EXP, 153, 657/300, 000, strength, 106.31, agility, 86.76, intelligence, 25.15, physique, 86.6, endurance, 35.25, elemental power, chaos, skills, God Slayer / Divine Punishment, Annihilation, Recovery. Passive skill, Blink. Equipment, Oziel, Strength plus 250, HP plus 10/150, Endurance plus 100, Intelligence plus 30, Fennec Shield Ring, all stats plus 10, Hellfire Fist, Strength plus 15, Physique plus 15, MP plus 10, Hellfire Fist damage, 35. He asked Ayaluka, are you alright? The boy weakly turned around. Ayaluka collapsed. Tran Chi Lu reached out his hand. He reassured the little boy, "It's okay, I'm here." He continued to ponder. Even the Beast King's protective shield couldn't withstand that terrifying attack, but Ayaluka could. Tran Chi Lu looked intently at the boy. If it weren't for Ayaluka, Aubrey and I would be dust right now. A system notification appeared. Ayaluka has lost the ability to fight. Automatically transferred to inventory space. Will recover after 24 hours. He voiced his thanks. "Thank you, Ayaluka. Sleep well. Wait for me to defeat Dollop." A line of text appeared. System notification. Ayaluka has been transferred to inventory. Aubrey spoke up. "Tran Chi Lu, Dollop used magic repeatedly just now. He's probably in a skill cooldown period now." He outlined the plan. "I'll draw his attacks. You find an opportunity to get close for a melee strike." Tran Chi Lu agreed. "All right." Aubrey quickly charged towards Dollop. Tran Chi Lu thought, "What level is this Dollop? He's definitely no lower than fan rank." He willed the system to display the information. Dollop's level. "Damn it, just like a bandit. There's no way to check." Dollop spoke. "You're as persistent as a rotten maggot." He and Aubrey faced each other. Aubrey declared, "Dollop, it's time we truly ended this." The sword in Aubrey's hand suddenly glowed. His eyes turned red. Dollop scoffed. "Ended? How laughable. This is just a one-sided slaughter." Aubrey retorted, "Not necessarily." He immediately rushed towards Dollop. Dollop said confidently, "Truly overestimating yourself." A large rock rose up, separating Aubrey and Dollop. Aubrey swung his sword. He slashed directly at the rock, splitting it in two. Aubrey continued to slash at the other rocks. They instantly crumbled. Dollop summoned spheres that hurtled towards Aubrey. Two monsters appeared. Aubrey cut them down. He was now very close to Dollop. Dollop taunted, "Aubrey, save your strength. You'll never reach me like this." A flash of lightning appeared. Dollop turned to look. Tran Chi Lu had successfully reached him. He was determined. At that moment, a line of text appeared. System notification. Vanish activated. HP reduced by 90%. Current HP is 10%. Please be mindful of your health. Tran Chi Lu's fist flew towards Dollop. "Take this, Dollop." His hand suddenly stopped. His legs froze as well. Tran Chi Lu's entire body was immobilized. Dollop sneered, "Using such childish tricks against me. How laughable." He was suddenly punched. Dollop stared in surprise. A system notification appeared. Godspeed used. Consumed 70 MP, increased movement speed by 20%. Removed negative status. Gale. Tran Chi Lu continued to pummel him. Text appeared. Enemy within 5M. Target is singular. Target will receive 20 consecutive attacks. Dollop was sent flying. The system displayed. Due to the stacked effect of Vanish, Godslayer's damage converted to true damage. Chansi Liu yelled, "Di Dollop." The attack struck him directly. Aubrey spoke up. "Even if you sacrifice your soul to the devil and gain immense power." Aubrey's voice rang out. "But don't forget, a mage's weakness is their defense. This sword strike, Dollop, even if I'm no longer at my peak." Aubrey's resolve was firm. "It is enough to kill you." A surge of immense power appeared. It descended upon Dollop. Tran Chi Lu watched from the sidelines. He was overwhelmed by this power. Aubrey rushed forward. He declared, "It's over, Dollop." Aubrey landed. Tran Chi Lu praised him. "Is this the strength of one of the 12 heroes? Mr. Aubrey is truly powerful." He thought the power unleashed from that attack was definitely not inferior to D. Dollop's, maybe even stronger. Aubrey instructed Tran Chi Lu, "The barrier probably needs a lot of repairs. We should split up." He assigned him a task. "You go to the west side of the barrier. I'll go east." With the current situation, they must be struggling against the monsters over there. Tran Chi Lu agreed. "Yes, I understand, Mr. Aubrey." He turned to leave. "I'm going now." Then paused, observing, "Wait a minute, this feels strange. Something's very odd." Tran Chi Lu realized, "I know." He thought to himself, "As I suspected. I felt like that fight went unusually smoothly." Moreover, after the fight ended, the system didn't give any notification. Aubrey asked, "What's wrong?" Tran Chi Lu. He looked surprised. "This is..." Dollop stood before them, and scathed. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it. I can't believe that brat could break free from my control." Dollop continued, "That allowed you to get close and attack me so easily. But you didn't expect this, did you, Aubrey?" His wounds healed. "The power I possess, you mortals can't even begin to imagine." Tran Chi Lu was shocked. What? Dollop is the same as that bandit before, able to regenerate from injuries. He exclaimed, I was wrong. Aubrey stated, Dollop's power doesn't come from the devil. The source of his power is the death god, Hades. Tran Chi Lu was confused. Hades, the god of the underworld. Aubrey explained, remember who killed Lily's parents? The power he used in that battle was similar to Dollop's. He continued, I heard him say Hades. The white-haired man muttered to himself, it's all wrong. None of it is right. Damn it, another wasted trip. This is so unlucky. How am I going to explain this to Lord Hades? A black-haired man shouted, bastard. Where do you think you're going? I'll kill you. He cried out, who are you? Why are you doing this? Aubrey realized, now the power Dollop is using is exactly the same. There's no way I'm mistaken. Lily's parents' deaths, even us being trapped in Latonia, it's all connected to him. Dollop said gleefully, Aubrey, I'm surprised you figured out the source of my power. I didn't intend to use the god's power to kill you, but you're proving to be more troublesome than I anticipated. He thinks he's got it all figured out, doesn't he? The elemental power the god bestowed upon you can't hurt me. Any attack is useless. This gives Dollop an idea. Death isn't painful, is it? Why struggle if that's the case? He decides, I'll torment you slowly then. Both of them are surprised. What? He's gone. Tran Chi Lu looks around. The system displays a notification. Warning, target has disappeared. The words target has disappeared continue to appear. Tran Chi Lu thinks this isn't high-speed movement. He's actually vanished. He realizes the gravity of the situation. Dollop appears behind Aubrey. I'm here. He punches Aubrey hard. Dollop's face shows clear enjoyment as Aubrey grimaces from the blow. Tan Chi Liu Shu Obre. Dollop intercepts him. Tran Chi Lu quickly regains his balance. He continues to rush towards him. Tran Chi Lu raises his fist. He notices something unusual. Dollop's head is gone. He suddenly reappears and punches Tran Chi Lu in the stomach. Dollop mocks, small fry dare to challenge me. He unleashes a flurry of punches. Tran Chi Lu is thrown back. He struggles to breathe. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The system displays a notification. Warning, warning. Your current HP is below 19%. Replenish immediately. Warning, warning. Your current HP is below 19%. Replenish immediately. Tan Chi Liu Kuk Fuli. Cough, 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 cough. He clutches his shoulder in pain and thinks, damn it, this guy also has a cloaking skill. And that physical attack just now was powerful. Tran Chi Lu is frightened. Dollop must have received some divine power. Aubrey and I couldn't even hurt him. Is this the power of the death god Hades? He wonders. In the eyes of a god, are we just weak ants? Dollop taunts, what's wrong? Tran Chi Lu, giving up hope. He continues, humans are truly cruel, aren't they? Even children will step on ants, then laugh at their struggles. Ha ha ha. Dollop sneers. Now you're just like ants. Your pathetic struggles amuse me. He lifts Tran Chi Lu up. Dollop mocks. Tran Chi Lu, stop dreaming about being some hero who saves the world. You're nothing but a joke. A sinister thought crosses his mind. But if you can entertain me, I might give you a chance to live. A sword appears behind Dollop. Aubrey yells, you bastard, Dollop. He unleashes his attack, Thunder Slash. Dollop smirks. The weapon in Aubrey's hand is knocked away. The sword falls to the ground. Aubrey is bound by Dollop's power. Dollop threatens, Aubrey, it seems you still don't understand. Any attack using elemental power is completely useless against someone with divine power like me. He has a point. No matter how strong your elemental power is, mortals can't kill a god. This is the reality that makes you despair. Tran Chi Lu thought, elemental power can't harm a god. So that means this is a setting in the Cosmos game. The sword lifted by an unseen force. Dollop spoke, Tran Chi Lu, do you remember I offered you a chance? Now's your chance. He said, if you kill this old man, Aubrey yourself, I will spare you and the others. Tran Chi Lu coldly replied, don't even dream of it. Dollop threatened, if that's your decision, then you can only watch this trash get tortured to death. And then your teammates. After that, small stones flew towards Aubrey. Aubrey cried out in pain as the stones struck him. Dollop taunted, look at his suffering. Just finish him off. Wouldn't that be better? Tran Chi Lu yelled, don't touch him, you bastard. I'll kill you. Dollop presented the choice. Everyone dies, or kill Aubrey and save the others. Tran Chi Lu gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, I can't do anything. I can only watch Aubrey suffer, watch everyone get killed. Aubrey shouted, Tran Chi Lu, which will you choose? Faces flashed through Tran Chi Lu's mind. Lily, Bobbin, Faloga, Ayaluka. Tran Chi Lu wrestled with his thoughts. My mother hasn't returned yet. I still don't know what happened at home. He desperately searched for another way. Is there really no other way? A voice echoed, this thing is a god too. Tranchi Lu remembered the black-haired man. A black screen appeared before his eyes. Many red flowers bloomed. He stood among them. Tranchi Lu turned to look. The elemental power spoke. The master I chose was killed by this thing. It's shameful to admit, it continued, but using the elemental power bestowed by God can't even injure Dollop. He has divine power. The elemental power continued. You're right. How could gods, who live above mortals, give mortals the power to destroy them? Tranchi Lu asked, you have a way, right? The elemental power replied, kid, if you die, I die too. Of course, I won't allow that. I won't let me and my master die by that guy's hand. It said cheerfully. That guy's words are really infuriating. The power of a true god is indeed terrifying. But this guy met you, Tranchi Lu. Tranchi Lu was puzzled. It continued. Normal elemental power can't hurt a god. But you're different. The primordial chaos elemental power I gave you is the only thing that can. The next word surprised him. Kill a god. It chuckled and said, it's time to show you the terrifying power of primordial chaos elemental power. A system notification appeared. Primordial chaos has increased by 3%. Dollop laughed triumphantly. Tranchi Lu, have you given up resisting? If so, I'll kill this old man right now. With resolve, Dollop declared die. Suddenly, a voice made him turn his head in surprise. Dollop, you're the one who's going to die. The system displayed a notification. Restoration of divine movement skill complete. Restoration of divine annihilation / skill complete. His voice rang out. Divine movement. The system continued to display. Negative control dispelled. Speed increased by 20%. Attacks now have a lifesteal effect. Dollop laughed maniacally. Interesting. You must die. Tranchi Lu blocked his attack. Dollop thought in surprise, this is impossible. His face was smashed by Tranchi Lu's punch. Tranchi Lu continued to pummel him, unleashing a flurry of blows. The system displayed an HP bar notification. Tranchi Lu punched Dollop hard in the chest. The sheer force sent him flying. The elemental power spoke. Kid, if you compare divine power to fire, then primordial chaos elemental power is like water, its natural counter. The system displayed a notification. Annihilation guidance skill leveled up to LV 12. Level 12 primordial chaos can injure enemies possessing divine power. Under Annihilation Guidance, each attack on a single target reduces Divine Annihilation's cooldown by 15%. Accumulating 10 attacks on the same target with Divine Movement will trigger an explosion dealing 20% of Primordial Chaos power. Killing a Frenzy level, star rank enemy will reset the cooldown of all skills. Dollop looked at him and thought, you truly are a god-killing monster. The system displayed a notification. Annihilation Guidance duration remaining, 20 seconds. Aubrey stared intently at Tranchi Lu in this state, wondering, is this the true power of primordial chaos elemental power? Tranchi Lu asked, hey, black-hair man, let me ask you something. Why are you only giving me the full power of primordial chaos now? The black-haired man remained silent. The elemental power answered, if today's opponent didn't possess divine power, I definitely wouldn't have unleashed this god-killing power. It continued, this power is an absolute taboo. The gods absolutely forbid its existence. With their keen senses, they must have already sensed its presence. The elemental power warned, from now on, they won't hold back. They'll send their strongest forces to find and kill you. What you'll face in the future won't be these small fries anymore. You'll face the gods of the divine realm. A system notification appeared. Quest, Primordial Chaos Trial activated. Completion requirements. 1. Use the Doses Tears item. 2. Use Divine Movement or Divine Annihilation / twice in combat. 3. Use the God-killing power to kill Dollop. Reward, high-grade medicine, Doses Tears. Tranchi Lu stated his resolve. Don't worry, black-haired man. Even if I have to fight the gods themselves, I will escape this place. The system displayed information about Doses Tears. Doses Tears, the sympathetic tears of the Dosa Beast. Upon use, instantly restores 100% HP and 700 MP, instantly resets all skill cooldowns. Increases skill cooldown rate by 100%. Attacks will have a restorative effect, recovering 50 MP per hit, lasting for 65 seconds. After use, grants Dosa's gaze for 1 minute, allowing the user to detect cloaked units. Tran Shi Lu drank the dose's tears and thought, but first, I have to kill this guy. He thought to himself, it's time to end this. The system displayed a notification. Divine Annihilation has fully recovered. HP, 800,000. Divine Annihilation / skill refreshed. Divine Movement, Divine Annihilation. Skill cooldown rate increased by 100%. Entering Dose's assault state. Duration, 65 seconds. But Dollop still couldn't believe it. Damn it, impossible. He wondered, Lord Hades took my soul, stole all my senses, but why am I trembling in pain now? Dollop first thought, this guy, what has he done? He gritted his teeth, thinking, could he be the one from the legends? A surge of power caught his attention. Dollop leaped back, thinking in agony, this guy. Tran Shi Lu charged forward, unleashing Divine Movement, Divine Annihilation / Dollop used his cloaking skill. He found him. The system displayed a notification. Dose's eyes activated. Opponent's cloaking nullified. Target locked. Dollop was surprised. Damn it, he can see me. Immediately, Tran Shi Lu punched him. The system displayed minus 36,000 HP, minus 36,000 HP, minus 36,000 HP, 39 consecutive attacks accumulated, triggering triple burst damage. The notification continued, minus 300,000 HP, minus 300,000 HP, Divine Movement skill cooldown reset. The system displayed Divine Movement, minus 300,000 HP. Warning, HP below 10%. Warning, Dose's Tears effect will expire in 25 seconds. Divine Annihilation state will expire in 55 seconds. Chanchi liu o arret di Dollop. His power surged around him. Dollop muttered to himself, so this is the power of the God Killer. Tran Shi Lu unleashed a punch, pouring all his power into it. The impact resonated through the area. The sheer force shook the trees. Aubrey witnessed the power. Others noticed the power as well. Two figures stared intently towards the source. Dollop was obliterated by the force, screaming in agony. The system displayed a notification. Dollop defeated. Received 300,000 Van. Another notification appeared. Received Key of Dox X1. Received Primordial Wind Gemstone X1. Received Bone Armor X1. Received Earth Ring X1. Level cap. The system displayed. Conditions met. Used Dose's Tears in battle. Complete. Used Divine Movement twice. Complete. Used God Killer power to defeat Dollop. Complete. Primordial Chaos Trial Quest complete. Received 1,500,000 EXP. Received God's Element X1. System will initiate fusion and refinement systems. Activating appraisal function. Activating map awareness function. Daybreak arrived. Tan Chi Yukodup said. Aubrey called out, Tran Shi Lu. He weakly replied, Aubrey, I won. Aubrey continued to call out to him. The sun rose after the long night. The scene shifted to the underworld, where numerous jars lined the shelves. A man sat drinking tea. One jar on the shelf held a fading soul. The man pondered, Dollop's soul has vanished. The guardian of Latonia. So, the God Killer has appeared in Latonia again. By now, and Grace must have arrived. The scene shifts to the endless sea. A man stands on the bow of a ship. He complains, this ship is infuriatingly slow. This is the only mode of transportation in the endless sea. Then in Grace asks, Cecil, how much longer until we reach Latonia? Cecil replies, Lady and Grace, we're almost there. And Grace looks pleased at their imminent arrival. Their ship is not far from their destination. A voice calls out, Chi Lu, wake up, Chi Lu. His eyes slowly open. He wakes up in a daze. Mom, Chi Lu cries out, but the others look at him with apprehension. He looks around, confused. What's going on? Why am I here? A bald man challenges him. Damn, crazy bastard. Yelling your head off, scaring the hell out of me. A loudspeaker announces, next stop, Academy Road Station. Passengers disembarking, please prepare. Chi Lu wonders, Academy Road. Am I back in reality? He says joyfully, yes, I'm finally back. The other man questions him. What nonsense are you babbling? Are you really crazy? The loudspeaker announces, Academy Road Station. Passengers disembarking, please exit to the left. Chi Lu speaks up. Excuse me, sir. I just had a nightmare. That's why I yelled. A system notification sounds. Danger. Be careful. Danger. Be careful. He realizes something. Why can I still hear the system? Shouldn't I be back in reality? A voice calls out from afar. What do you think you're doing? The bald man continues to threaten him. Brat, are you trying to scare me on purpose? You looking for a death wish? Two men in black appear. Shiryu, Ghoul, get out of here. Someone behind him speaks up. Hey, what are you doing? Are you blind? You bumped into me. Chi Lu thinks to himself, what's going on? That was my mother's voice just now. The bald man calls out to him again. Kid, say something. Stop playing dumb. The man is about to curse at him. Damn you. But then is surprised to find him gone. He disappeared. The man in black behind him asks, hey, did you see a high school student here just now? The bald man explains, the kid from just now, he just vanished. Poof, gone. Didn't you see? The man in black's face falls. Chi Lu's eyes snap open. Chi Lu gasps for breath, exhausted. He thinks to himself, I'm back in Latonia. Was that all a dream? Chi Lu is lost in thought. Everything felt so real. But if it was real, why did I hear my mother's voice at the end? A voice calls out, Tran Chi Lu, you're awake. Lily enters the room. He asks Lily, are you alright? How's Aubrey? Are the others okay? She replies, don't worry, everyone's fine. Early this morning, Aubrey said he needed to rest for 10 days, but he couldn't stand it and went with everyone to help rebuild the town. Chi Lu asks, wait, 10 days? I've been asleep for 10 days. Lily confirms, that's right. Your wounds healed, but you wouldn't wake up. You scared us to death. I even wasted my efforts making tonics for you. She continues, I have to go help Aubrey and the others. When you're done eating, come find us in town. Lily reminds him, oh, right. Thursday Dan is preparing a feast tonight to thank you. Now that you're awake, you should prepare a speech. Oh, great hero. Chi Lu asked in a daze, a speech. What speech? Wait, tell me more. Lily continued, there are also new clothes prepared for you outside. Remember to change. He replied, oh, okay. He thought, my food supply has plenty of nutrients. Then something occurred to him. That's right. Aluka is still in my personal space. He muttered to himself, it's been so long. She should have recovered by now. A system notification appeared. Operation failed. Aluka has not yet recovered. He wondered what? 10 days, and she still hasn't recovered. A message popped up. You have one unread message. He thought a message. The message read, congratulations on completing Part 1, Awakening of the Murder God. Radana difficulty, Hell Cosmos. All system functions unlocked, including weapon and armor crafting system, potion refining system, appraisal system, map sensing system, title system, and teleportation array system. Murder God, chaos power, growth system activated. Shiryu Ponde, El Cosmos difficulty. Could that be why I couldn't log out of the game? And the complete system is only activating now. This is insane. He tapped another button. Let's check the weapon crafting system first. The system displayed, weapon crafting system activated. Basic weapon and armor crafting system, level 1. 1. Crafting weapons. Use blueprints and various materials to craft the weapons you need. Crafting level affects weapon strength. A crafting level that is too low will result in crafting failure. Materials will be lost upon failure. Materials can be obtained in various areas. Weapon and armor blueprints are obtained after defeating bosses. 2. Weapon inlaying. Inlay gems into weapons to increase various attributes. Crafting level affects success rate. 3. Weapon dismantling. Dismantling weapons will yield base materials. A crafting level that is too low will affect dismantling success rate, and materials may be lost. Chi Lu thought, this crafting system is pretty similar to the games I've played before. The potion refining system is probably similar too. The system displayed. 1. Potion refining. Use materials and formulas to refine the potions you need. Refining level affects potion quality. A refining level that is too low will result in failure and materials will be lost. 2. Potion dismantling. Dismantling potions will yield base materials. Refining level affects dismantling success rate, and materials may be lost. 3. He pondered silently. This is starting to feel a bit more like a game. And there's an appraisal system. I bet I can use it to check the creatures I encounter. The next message appeared. Appraisal system. After activation, the system will record the creatures and items you encounter and automatically check related information. Identifying high-level creatures or items requires leveling up the appraisal system. He reasoned, Aluka and the robber are both question marks. It seems I'll need to level up the appraisal system to identify them. The next message appeared. Map sensing system. This system can help you sense high-level magical beasts nearby. Ideal for monster hunting and leveling up. And titles are obtained after completing specific events. Different titles have different buffs. The next notification, Teleportation Array System. Utilize elemental power to create teleportation points in an area. Currently, you can only create 3 teleportation points. Qi Lu thought, right now, the most important thing is this murder god chaos power growth system. The system asked, you possess a divine element. Using it will release 1% of its power. Do you wish to use it? So, the analysis shows that releasing power means receiving the previous body's element. Currently, I can only release 3% of the murder god chaos power. After that, I still have to go to the divine temple and challenge the divine beast Napris. It's best to quickly release more power, Qi Lu said. A surge of power enveloped Qi Lu. He assessed it only increased by 1%, but the power feels like a massive surge coursing through my body. He pondered silently. I remember receiving a few items. The Earth Ring, a high-level Earth elemental power ring, increases intelligence by 30 points and constitution by 25. Passive, after equipping, grants 30% Earth elemental attack damage reduction. Bone Armor, a high-grade armor. After equipping, grants 35 endurance points, 20 intelligence points, and 5,000 HP. Passive, after receiving an attack, automatically releases a bone ice shield to attack the enemy, with a 50% speed reduction effect. A layer of armor grew over Qi Lu's body. Finally, there's a key, he said. Qi Lu asked curiously. Last time, after using the key to open the treasure chest, a look appeared. What will it be this time? Boris announced. Uncle Abre, the injured have been taken care of. The barriers around town have also been repaired. Now, there are only a few simple tasks left. By tomorrow, everything in town should be back to normal. He added, not bad at all. That's right, he continued. Uncle Abre, Guardians Heeks, and Lucius have been assigned to oversee things. However, the remaining guardian, Sankia, seems to have fled town. No one knows where he went. Boris asked fled town. Something about Sankia doesn't seem right. Now, I'll share my speculation, Boris said. But alone outside of town, he likely won't survive for long. He voiced his concern. Indeed, but I have a feeling he's hiding something. Something even stronger than Dollop. What is it? Someone asked. Qi Lu examined the key. The system displayed a notification. Blood Moon Key. Crimson. The brave warrior will sever the seeds of evil and receive infinite power. Another line of text appeared. After use, a dungeon quest will be activated, teleporting the character to a designated quest maze. Killing monsters in the quest will grant triple EXP. Defeating the final boss within the time limit completes the quest. Upon completion, you will randomly receive legendary equipment. Character death in the quest results in the deletion of the main body. Do you wish to use it? Qi Lu thought character death and the main body will be deleted too. In a look as penalty space, the system also warned that failure would result in the deletion of the main body. He realized when I first entered Latonia and was killed by the robber, the system notified me of character death, but didn't mention the connection between the main body and the character. Qi Lu speculated, if only my consciousness is trapped in the game, why did my body appear on the subway? He gritted his teeth, thinking, damn it, what's going on? Could all really just be a dream? The elemental power asked, Qi Lu, are you alright? Qi Lu wondered, old man, why? The other replied, don't mind it. It's just an illusion of mine. The elemental power continued. I want to say that it wasn't a dream. You really did leave Latonia, although I don't know why you returned. Qi Lu asked, what are you saying? I was already outside. The elemental power confirmed. That's right. I saw everything you saw there. Qi Lu bombarded him with questions. That bald guy is looking for me, and he knew I'd appear on the subway. What about my mother's voice at the last second? Why did she tell me to leave quickly? The elemental power explained, telling you to leave. I didn't hear that voice. I've never seen that kind of teleportation method. It didn't use divine power or elemental power. It was a tremendous power I've never encountered before. Qi Lu speculated, if leaving Latonia was real, then there are only two possibilities. He concluded, first, my consciousness never left the game. It just teleported from Latonia to a subway car, just like in reality. Qi Lu offered another hypothesis. Second, I actually returned to reality. My body, unconscious, was on the subway. So, from the moment I entered the game, it was my real body. He drew a conclusion. No matter which theory it is, it proves one thing. This world isn't real, it's fabricated. That bald guy I saw, could he be the same person mentioned in Xiao Mei's letter? Qi Lu fumed, damn it. Could my mother have been captured by them? And what's going on? Why was I the only one teleported here? He yelled, damn it, damn it. The elemental power urged, calm down, Qi Lu. You need to stay calm now. A system notification appeared. Do you want to use the Crimson Key? If there is no action within 10 seconds, the system will automatically end the use. A crimson key appeared. Chi-Lu spoke. I'm fine, old man. Don't worry. There's something I want to ask. Have you ever killed a god? If you recovered all your power, could you defeat the strongest god? The elemental power was silent. He finally spoke. I'm sorry. Those questions, there's just a blank space in my mind. I must have killed gods before. Why else would I be trapped here? The elemental power continued, but every god fears the power of murder god chaos. I think one day, you'll have the chance to kill the strongest god too. Chi-Lu pondered. The old man is right. All I can do now is keep getting stronger. The elemental power said, that's right, kid. Now that the murder god power has been activated, it won't be long before some god comes to cause trouble. You need to be prepared. He replied, don't worry, old man. I won't die here. Chi-Lu made up his mind. I not only have to get out of here alive, but I also have to solve those mysteries. His voice echoed. After the feast, we'll start leveling up immediately. Dinner arrived in the village. The cook said, hey Lily, you've asked me no less than 10 times in the past hour. Everything's ready. We're just waiting for that Chi-Lu to get here. Lily snapped. Why does he seem so impatient? If he messes this up, just watch how I deal with him. Lost sister warned, if you dare snap at Sally. The cook quickly apologized. All right, I'm sorry. Boris said cheerfully, I haven't felt this relaxed since I got here. Tonight, we have to enjoy ourselves. Boloy commented, you're in good spirits, Boris. If it weren't for Chi-Lu defeating Dollop, we wouldn't know what we'd be facing right now. He added, I believe he won't lose. I saw with my own eyes how he killed that Beast King. Boloy spoke up. The Beast King is no match for Dollop at all. Dollop's power was bestowed upon him by Hades. Boris asked Hades, the underworld god, Hades. A voice rang out, hey Boris, why'd you fall? Chi-Lu asked, did Eugene tell you something terrifying? The cook cried, brother, you're awake. Lily greeted him cheerfully. Tran Chi-Lu. Boloy announced, our great hero has arrived. Let the feast begin. A torch was lit. Many torches ignited together. Everyone chanted in unison, great hero, great hero. Everyone joyfully praised him, great hero. The chant of great hero continued to echo. This took Chi-Lu by surprise. Despite his bewilderment, everyone continued to chant, great hero, great hero. Lily called out, everyone quiet down. She continued, next, we invite the great hero who saved our town, Tran Chi-Lu, to say a few words. The chant of great hero persisted. Boloy urged, go on. Everyone's waiting for you. Chi-Lu muttered, Mr. I. He asked what? Are you nervous about speaking in front of crowd? Chi-Lu denied it. No, it's not that. Chi-Lu expressed his viewpoint. It's just, I don't think I'm a hero. Saving the town wasn't just my doing, Mr. Ibre. Bora's Faloga Bobon. There were others who fought and sacrificed to protect this town. They're all heroes too. He continued, and if it weren't for your help, I wouldn't have defeated Dollop either. Chi-Lu's voice rang out softly, giving me all the credit. I can't face the townspeople like this. Boloy reassured him, don't worry. Everyone knows. If it weren't for you, everyone in this town would be dead now. He stated his purpose. Right now, we need a true hero to give those who survived a glimmer of hope. Boloy's voice rang out, and you were that person. Everyone encouraged him. Do your best. Boloy patted his shoulder and said, go on, hero. Let everyone. Give them the hope that they can leave this place. Let them know that escape isn't impossible. Chi-Lu turned to look at him. Everyone chanted in unison, great hero. As Chi-Lu walked, he thought, Mr. Ibre is right. Everyone in town has just experienced war, which breeds despair. Right now, they need someone to lead them out of the darkness. He made a decision. If I'm going to take on this title of hero, I have to protect those who need me. Be a true hero. That thought lingered in his mind. Is this what it feels like to be needed? It's not bad. The people cheered joyfully. Great hero. Great hero. Chi-Lu addressed the crowd. I am Tran Chi-Lu. Thank you for believing in me. He declared his resolve. I will protect everyone. I will lead you all out of Radanea. As a foot touched the ground, a voice, presumably Grace, commanded, wait here. I'll be back soon. The other person respectfully replied, yes, Master Grace. He complained, honestly, after hundreds of years, this place still has this dreadful weather. I'll go check on Finio's territory. Grace transformed into a dragon. Could that fool really have been killed? The moon shone brightly in the night sky. Chi-Lu sat alone, drinking. Boris commented, that speech wasn't bad, Tran Chi-Lu. He complimented, surprisingly, you weren't nervous. I wouldn't dare give a speech in front of so many people. Bobon replied to this brazen fellow. Of course he wasn't nervous. Chi Lu teased Bobon. Your mouth is still as foul as ever. We're Mr. Ibre and Lily. Bobon retorted angrily. Who are you calling foul-mouthed? Boras mediated. All right, you two. Can't you stop bickering every time you see each other? Mr. Ibre had a bit too much to drink earlier. Lily took him back to rest. Faloga went to deliver food to Lucius and the others. Bobon turned his back on them. Boras asked, so, did Mr. Ibre tell you about his next plan? When are we leaving for the Divine Temple? Chi Lu answered, not yet. But before we go there, I want to improve my strength. Otherwise, even if we find the Divine Temple, we won't be able to defeat the Divine Beast Guardian there. Bobon thought to himself, Divine Beast Guardian. Boras, incredulous, asked, what did you say? Chi Lu continued, compared to the Guardian, Dollop was probably just a small fry. Chi Lu made up his mind. Therefore, we have to become even stronger than we are now. He jumped down. While walking away, Chi Lu said, all right, I'm gonna rest. You two should get some rest too. Boras asked, puzzle, what's with that guy? Always so mysterious. Scene changed to a different location. Chi Lu bondit silently. After defeating Dollop, my hidden level reached 78, but my usable level is 41. There are still 65 unallocated attribute points. The system displayed a notification. Using the Annihilation skill now, after leveling up, will reduce the cooldown time. However, MP consumption will greatly increase. Therefore, intelligence must be increased to raise MP currently. Equipping the Earth Ring can increase intelligence by 30 points. Okay, Chi Lu said aloud. Add another 15 points to intelligence. That should be enough for current battles. Allocate the remaining 25 points to strength and 25 points to agility. The system displayed INT 65 plus 15, STR 81 plus 25, AGI 76 plus 25. Confirm. Chi Lu calculated. I still lack a weapon. After unlocking the weapon shop, there's only a level 11 weapon available. He made a decision. But even if I can only exchange for that, at worst, it's still better than bare hands. Unlike now, the system displayed, level consumed, 39, weapon shop unlocked. Chi Lu commented, this golden glory, requiring level 40, isn't bad, though it can't compare to Ozeal. The system displayed a sword, Perfect Cass's Demon Sword, required level, 10, STR plus 30, AGI plus 45, MP plus 150, level 70 equipment, special effect. Each attack restores 3% MP burning magic inflicts damage equal to 2% of a user's MP. He said, average stats, but this MP regeneration effect on attack suits me quite well. This is it. The system displayed, consuming 10 levels, exchanging for Perfect Cass's Demon Sword. He praised, not bad. The next step is to challenge this mission. Chi Lu took out a key. A notification appeared. Do you want to use the red key? Chi Lu confirmed. A red portal appeared. Please approach the portal. The mission will begin in 5 seconds. System reminder. Please check your equipment, weapons, and potions. 5. The countdown continued. 4, 3, 2. Chi Lu stepped inside. 1. A sky within, illuminated by a red moon. He squinted at the moon. Chi Lu, alone in the unfamiliar space. System announcement. Attention please. You have entered Beth's endless crimson slaughter, which has stained the earth, the rivers, and even the moonlight in the sky. Chi Lu thought to himself, Beth, why does that name sound so familiar? Before he could ponder further, an equipment panel appeared before him. Please find the evil Beth before the moon disappears and defeat him. Mission rewards. 1. Randomly receive a legendary grade 2 piece of equipment or weapon. 2. Receive 3 crescent moon keys. 3. Receive 10 million experience points. Chi Lu glanced over the rewards, thinking the rewards are truly generous. Not only a legendary weapon, but also 10 million experience points. After leveling up, I can exchange for quite a few good items in the shop. He looked ahead hesitantly, but the mission requirement is to find Beth before the moon disappears. Which direction should I start from? This place has no directional indicators. I have no idea where to begin searching. Chi Lu took a few more steps, looking around. His eyes darkened. If I act blindly, it's very likely the moon will disappear before I find Beth. Just then, Chi Lu noticed something. Wait, find Beth before the moon disappears. A smile curved Chi Lu's lips. I know where Beth is. Looking towards a blood moon, he thought, so it's a riddle. Before the moon disappears doesn't just refer to time, but also to Beth's location. Then, Qilu looked in one direction and noticed a cloud of smoke approaching. What's this? He frowned. Suddenly, a set of sharp claws appeared before him. Its sharp teeth exhaled a chilling, beastly breath. The monster's eyes glowed brightly, staring intently at Qilu. Not just one, but a whole pack. System announcement. Level 60 Wraith Beasts, Beth. There were dozens of them, all heading towards Qilu. Qilu calmly drew his sword, his eyes sweeping over the level 60 Wraith Beasts. And there are quite a few of them. Dealing with them would have taken a lot of effort before. Qilu leaned to the side, dodging their attacks. Then he swung his sword, easily cleaving a Wraith Beast in two. Qilu stamped his foot, his decisive sword strikes landing squarely on them. His eyes held no trace of panic. But now, this group is just here to give me experience. Elsewhere, Agoli stood dazed before the chipped stone bench, murmuring, "Fenrir, he's really been killed." He touched the surface of the bench, frowning in thought. Although Fenrir didn't have divine power, he definitely couldn't be killed easily. Just then, Agoli suddenly caught a strange scent. He looked up. This place smells of insects. Then his eyes widened abruptly. Wait, this familiar smell. Could be that insect guy. Impossible. Agoli's frowned. He was clearly killed. He went behind the bench to check and discovered that all the monsters there had been slain. A cruel smile crept across Agoli's lips. Could it be that he wasn't dead, that he was still with those insects? There, in the town of Del, Saskatchewan, Loy sat at the table, flipping through a book with an air of intense concentration. He exhaled a thin stream of smoke, furrowed his brow, and said, "The sealing of the evil god Morphe isn't the end of the story. Rather, it's just the beginning. The emergence of Hersey, possessing absolute power, made the gods suspicious of humankind. The prophecy god, Jep John, saw in the Book of Prophecies. A godslayer would appear among humans. The gods would face judgment. The world order would be reestablished. But the gods couldn't bear that the humans they created possessed power that threatened them. So they began to purge and slaughter humanity. Unable to endure the oppression, humanity finally fought back. And that Godslayer will lead humanity to victory." Loy frowned, recalling the imposing figure of that young man. He declared with certainty, "Now, there's no doubt. Qilu is the Godslayer." Loy puffed on his pipe, lost in thought. He wondered if a war between gods and humans would truly occur. Just then, a powerful tremor ran through his entire body. The barrier is under attack. Loy rushed to the window and looked out. A massive, blinding vortex had appeared in the sky. Loy's eyes widened, his face filled with unconcealed tension. A deafening boom echoed as a terrifying power emanated from the vortex. Loy sprang forward to confront Agolis. His eyes narrowed in recognition. "You're the scoundrel who killed Moss and Luna," Agolis said. "Old man, are you the guardian of this place? Tell me where the one who killed Fenrir is, and I'll grant you a swift death." Meanwhile, Qilu stood, intensely focused, his hand gripping his sword tightly. The Wraith beasts roared and charged. A sharp slash, accompanied by a system notification, cut through the air. Perfect Cash's sword. Burning magic reduces enemy HP by 300. Another slash followed. System update. Wraith beast Beth killed. Triple experience gained. 30,000 experience points. Surrounded by Wraith beasts, Qilu paused briefly. As they lunged towards him, he remained calm. If God-slaying slash can also stack passively, then it won't completely deplete my MP, right? With that, he sprang into action, leaping in an arc over the Wraith beasts. His eyes glanced down with cold determination. Let's see then. Bolts of lightning crackled down, accompanied by HP updates. Enemy HP reduced. God-slaying slash. Qilu calmly swung his sword, growing more certain with each strike. As expected, the MP consumed when using the skill can be fully replenished. No need to worry about running out of MP. Monster-killing efficiency has also increased quite a bit. Each slash brought another notification. Wraith beast Beth killed. Wraith beast Beth killed. Wraith beast Beth killed. As his feet touched the ground again, the final notification sounded. All enemy units eliminated. He looked at the information displayed on the screen. So the experience needed to level up had already increased to 500,000. It showed the calculation. Wraith beast Beth's experience x 25. Experience gained, 250,000. Current experience, 256,325/500,000. No wonder he hadn't leveled up despite defeating so many wraith beasts. If the calculation was based on this ratio, even the 10 million reward from the quest wouldn't be enough to increase his level by 20. Qi Lu examined his sword, noticing cracks appearing. The weapon's durability was currently at 93%. A warning flashed. Caution, when durability reaches 0%, the weapon will break. Hearing the system notification, he realized he had forgotten about weapon wear. But the deterioration of this weapon was too fast. He hadn't even defeated 50 wraith beasts. Qi Yufhoned, fighting like this, he couldn't completely avoid consumption. He thought back to when he chose the Holy Light class skill, Punishment. Although it could deal damage, the reduction in weapon damage was significant and the damage itself was too small. He wondered if there would be stronger class skills available at higher levels. Suddenly, his expression relaxed when he heard a voice, "Dad." "Aluka." Qi Lu leaned towards the screen and smiled. "Aluka, you're awake." He pressed the activation button. "Wait a moment, Dad will get you out right away." The little one immediately came out and hugged his neck, rubbing against him. "Dad," Aluka exclaimed. "All right, Aluka," Qi Lu said helplessly. "Don't hug so tight, Dad can't breathe." The child, perched on his arm, looked worried. "Dad, Aluka knows." Qi Lu reassured her. "It's okay, Aluka. Dad defeated the bad guys. We're safe now." He looked at the child affectionately. "Dad hasn't even thanked Aluka yet. You saved Dad and Mr. Bray." He hadn't even finished his sentence before the child was already overjoyed. "Aluka, Dad." Qi Lu smiled softly, watching her. The child, after a moment of delight, tugged at his shirt. "Dad, hello, hello." Qi Lu thought for a moment. "Are you asking where we are?" Adjusting his coat, he explained, "We're on a quest. We have to hurry and find the boss and defeat him before we can leave. Let's go." The corners of his lips lifted as he reminded Aluka, "Follow Dad, don't get lost." With that, he sped off, the child following close behind. Alu. The entire city was engulfed in heavy rain. In the hospital corridor, panicked shouts echoed. "Move aside, move aside." On a stretcher, a patient was losing consciousness. Anxious voices surrounded them. "The heartbeat is too weak. Quickly inject more epinephrine. Prepare for." The sign above the room they rushed towards quickly changed to red. "Surgery in progress." Inside, nurses and doctors worked frantically. Again, one more time. The patient's body jolted with each electric shock, but all that remained was the cold, continuous beep of the machine. There was no heartbeat. In the observation room, the assistant reported to Minister 2, "This is the 3,000th death due to cardiac arrest this month. Most of the deceased are men around 20 years old with no underlying health conditions. The cause of the cardiac arrest is unknown." The pathology report also didn't reveal any issues. Without taking her eyes off the screen, she asked, "Do these people have anything in common? For example, have they been to the same place or eaten the same thing?" The assistant immediately replied, "These people have no interaction in real life. However, through investigation, they all played the same game, Cosmos." Minister 2's voice deepened. "Cosmos. So many people who played this game have died. This is definitely not a coincidence." The assistant continued, "Besides this, there is another matter related to Cosmos." He reached out and pressed the channel button. "Last month, a woman filed a report saying her son went missing while playing Cosmos. Initially, we didn't pay much attention. Last week, someone filmed a teenager suddenly appearing in the subway, then vanishing just as quickly. This video went viral on TikTok. Through facial recognition, we can confirm this mysterious teenager is Qi Lu." He handed her the report and carefully asked Minister 2, "What should we do next?" She stood up and gave serious orders. "Delete the video first. Control public opinion. Absolutely no mass panic. Immediately find the person in charge of Cosmos. Report any progress in the investigation to me at once." "Yes, Minister 2. Her grip tightened on the report. "Name, Qi Lu. Age, 17. Address, number 20, Subdistrict 20. School, Nioki High School. City, 20. Time of disappearance, 20th. Last reported sighting, 6 days ago. Qi Lu." Inside the fiery game in him, Grace stood opposite Mr. Bray. He impatiently spoke, old mute. Suddenly, Mr. Bray appeared right next to Grace. He unleashed a barrage of punches, but it seemed to have no effect on Grace. He stood there, mocking, "Hey, old man, you all right?" Mr. Bray, now seemingly delirious, had his fist almost touching Grace's face when Grace simply swung his arm, sending him flying. But Mr. Bray was quickly caught by a purple aura. Someone new had appeared. The newcomer turned and asked with concern, "Hey, old man, are you okay?" Mr. Bray, his face grimacing, looked at the newcomer. "Why are you here? Leave. You're no match for him." He calmly replied, "But I'm not alone." Only then did Mr. Bray look behind him, startled to see Lucius and Hayek. Meanwhile, Chi Lu was venturing deeper inside, where he was discovering many hidden things. The closer he got to the moon, the more numerous the Wraith beasts became. Each Wraith beast here possessed special abilities and a higher level than those he had encountered before, level 70. Upon entering this place, Chi Lu felt a sense of unease. Moreover, because of the new weapon degradation mechanic, he couldn't freely use God Extermination / multiple times. To kill them, he could only use regular slashes, targeting the Wraith Beast's vital points for an instant kill. He unconsciously fell into deep thought. Time was running out. At this rate, there wouldn't be enough time left for the boss. While Chi Lu was off guard, a group of Wraith Beasts suddenly charged. In a flash, they were stopped right before his eyes, lifted into the air. It turned out to be his teammate. Just as they thought they had the upper hand, Aluka arrived in time to intercept. Gathering all her strength, Aluka counterattacked in one swift move, leaving the Wraith Beasts no chance to react. After things calmed down, Chi Lu felt a little more at ease. He didn't forget to praise Aluka. Amazing, Aluka. This made her excited. However, the Wraith Beasts hadn't given up. They began to rise again. That was when Chi Lu realized he needed to seize the opportunity. He had to eliminate the Wraith Beasts quickly. There was no time to waste. At the same time, down in the city, people poured into the streets, looking up at the sky. Everyone was bewildered, each questioning themselves. What happened? Could monsters be attacking again? Anxiety filled the air and people's hearts. How terrifying. And above, more people appeared. Seeing them, Agoles from afar, simply folded his arms and nonchalantly said, "More insects, huh? But I don't want to waste time." He then sternly ordered, "Tell me where he is." My patience is wearing thin. But the newcomer not only refused to disclose anything, he even pointed his blade towards Agoles, challenging him. "I don't care who you are. We protect this town. I advise you to leave quickly." Suddenly, Grace fell silent, becoming pensive. In an instant, he rushed forward, face to face with the newcomer. The two exchanged sharp glances. Beside them, Hayek and Lucius watched intently. The atmosphere grew tense. Now, Grace was truly enraged. Insects who overestimate themselves. He then focused his internal power, injuring someone, their hand covered in blood. Drops of blood even splattered onto the newcomer. What just happened created doubt. It turned out the injured person was Mr. Bray. He had shielded the newcomer from the blow. Finally, unable to stand, he collapsed against him. The newcomer worriedly tried to check on Mr. Bray. But Mr. Bray, struggling to speak, urged, "Newcomer, I'm all right. Quickly take Lucius and Hayek and leave. You're no match for him." Hearing this, the newcomer couldn't contain his anger. "Damn it, Mr. Bray. Who is that guy?" Mr. Bray, his face beaded with cold sweat, finally revealed the truth. To be precise, he's not a man, but a god. Agoles, servant of the dark god Hades. And Grace. While they talked, Grace licked the blood from his arm, as if savoring it. This taste so familiar. Where have I tasted it before? Mr. Bray, struggling, looked at Grace and clarified. He's the one who killed Lily's parents. This truth shocked the newcomer. What? Mr. Bray then quietly discussed his plan. Our elemental powers are useless against him. I'll hold him off. You must leave quickly. However, Grace overheard everything. He said with satisfaction, leaving. You've eaten too many insects. You want to go, but it's too late. After seeing fresh blood, I won't let any prey escape alive. Lucius, standing atop his beast, spoke up, confidently making an unexpected decision. Mr. Bray, we're not leaving. Hayek smiled, agreeing with Lucius. He was determined, as the village's guardian, to never abandon his post. Even a newcomer, hearing this, refused to give up. If this was the one who killed Lily's parents, god or not, he couldn't forgive him. Mr. Bray, let's fight together. We might still win. Seeing everyone's resolve, Mr. Bray gathered crimson spiritual energy in his palm, ready to fight. If that's the case. Finally, everyone agreed. Then let's attack with all our might. Witnessing this, Grace found it laughable, truly foolish. He then summoned his own beast, its sharp teeth stretching back to its ears, its eyes blood red. Meanwhile, Chi Lu was surrounded by the blood and corpses of wraith beasts. All cleared out. Thanks to this, Chi Lu leveled up. After the battle, noticing Aluka's exhaustion, Chi Lu said caringly, "Aluka, are you alright? Let's rest for a bit." He then looked at the surrounding area, a dissatisfied expression on his face. So many wraith beasts, and so much stamina spent just to level up once. Holding his weapon up for inspection, Chi Lu looked at it with some disappointment. Moreover, this weapon is wearing down faster than I expected. He also checked his skills in the system interface. The stat points and skills I have now are quite powerful in one-on-one combat. But in return, my clearing speed is extremely poor. This train of thought continued to flow. Before, when choosing skills, I could only pick 2 out of 3. So I chose a rather aggressive combination. Now it seems that although Holy Light Punishment is fixed damage, it's an AoE skill. It could reduce weapon, wear, and also minimize stamina consumption. He was left with a mixture of regret and hesitation. If only I had chosen a different class skill at the beginning, I would probably have gotten more useful skills. And why could I only choose 2 skills, not 3? Just then, the system sent a notification. Attention, your hidden role level has increased to level 100. A new skill slot will be unlocked. The system then provided further explanation. Reaching hidden level 100 unlocks a new skill slot. This means it can be unlocked even after completing the lowest level quests. The notification somewhat revived Chi Liu's spirits. Increase the pace. After defeating the pet, I'll receive weapon equipment and a new skill. Defeating Naptis in the temple shouldn't be a problem. Motivated, he turned to urge Aluka. "Alright, Aluka, have you rested enough? Let's continue." Hearing this, Aluka became incredibly excited. Suddenly, a roar echoed from somewhere, seemingly shaking the entire space. Both Chi Lu and Aluka were startled and looked towards the source, realizing it was the roar of a beast. The roar grew louder and louder, making it difficult for him to stand firm. The creature gradually revealed its powerful physique, emerging from a dimensional rift. With powerful strides, it advanced forward. At that moment, an introduction from the system interface appeared. Beast LV 120. After learning this information, Chi Lu let out a relieved chuckle. So it's a cat. However, he still took the time to remind Aluka, "Be careful. If you die, I'll be killed too." Aluka, feeling a bit offended, protested, Luka. Seeing this reaction, Chi Lu soothed, all right, Dad knows you're strong, but you still have to be careful." With that said, he fixed a sharp gaze on the beast and commanded, "Let's go." In B City, high in the sky, an airplane was flying. At the same time, a news announcement began. In recent days, a large number of deaths have occurred worldwide for unknown reasons. Some believe the government overlooked a deadly virus, while others suspect it's related to a nuclear leak. There are also rumors that these deaths are linked to a metaverse game called Cosmos. The news program was being filmed live. Currently, protests and demonstrations are taking place globally, demanding an explanation from the government. The anchor seriously relayed the information to the audience. This morning, the government of Z country invited the leaders of Y country, A country, D country, and K country to hold an emergency conference regarding the deaths. An announcement will be made tonight clarifying the situation. This time, it's especially important. Suddenly, chaos erupted behind her. A man lay unconscious on the ground. The scene caused panic among those present. Someone shouted to call an ambulance. She regained her composure and looked directly into the camera, her brow furrowed, her voice urgent. "Reporter Lunyo here. Neo will continue to bring you the latest." In a large conference room, everyone listened attentively to the young man speaking from the podium. Regarding this mass fatality event, we have conducted pathological and anatomical studies on the victims. However, we haven't found any signs of viral infection or poisoning. The speaker was none other than medical expert Dr. Lee Yuman. He continued to analyze the key points for the crowd below with a serious expression. During the autopsies, we discovered something. The cause of death for these individuals wasn't due to simple paralysis as we initially thought, but a complex, inexplicable cause. He looked off into the distance. The victim's internal organs and brains show injuries consistent with sharp weapons or blunt force trauma. Lee Yuman's face turned cold. He adjusted his glasses. "I have reason to suspect this is a malicious homicide event exploiting the brain's capacity for hallucination." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below erupted in murmurs, discussing Li Yuman's theory. Meanwhile, he continued from the podium. I previously participated in a research project called Disbrain in Australia. We placed human brain tissue, the size of a postage stamp, onto a petri dish for study. We used electrical signals to stimulate these brain tissues to play a simple game of ping pong. We discovered these tissues had a learning capacity faster than anything we've ever created. He turned to the projection screen, where he displayed an image of the human brain. People might say these two things are unrelated, but what I'm trying to say is that this research and this incident point to one thing. Li Yuman's face became unreadable as he continued his analysis. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The world we live in only has a 1.1 billionth chance of being real. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Qi Lu faced the sharp claws of his enemy. However, he quickly dodged the fatal blow from a wraith beast. In the blink of an eye, Qi Lu was hovering in midair. He carefully observed his opponent's every move. Having lost its prey, the monster was furious. It bared its sharp teeth, its eyes glowing brightly. It launched a series of attacks at Qi Lu. However, he quickly created a circular shield to protect himself. Aluka, watching from the side, saw Qi Lu lose his footing. He was quickly knocked back, smoke and dust rising around him. Qi Lu's platinum hair whipped around in the air. He assessed his opponent's strength. So strong. He gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes fixed on the monster, analyzing it. A boss-level monster in this dungeon. Its attack and defense are on par with the Beast King or Dollop, maybe even stronger. He suddenly assumed a fighting stance. If he'd been hit just now, he'd likely have been incapacitated. Fighting this thing, there was no room for carelessness. Qi Lu gripped his weapon tightly, carefully scanning his surroundings. He still didn't know the boss's abilities. He had to conserve his strength and skills to react accordingly. He needed to understand its skills before committing to a full-on attack. In a flash, a blinding light erupted, and the surrounding earth and rocks were flung into the air. Qi Lu muttered, "Godspeed," and with a burst of speed, lunged towards a monster, catching it off guard. However, it quickly regained its composure. Its sharp, gleaming fangs were bared, giving it a ferocious appearance. The monster's actions puzzled Qi Lu. What was it doing? Why was it just standing there? Was it not going to attack? Qi Lu leaped high, the ground cracking beneath his feet. The monster remained motionless, even as Qi Lu descended upon it, weapon raised. Its lack of reaction unnerved him. He frowned. Was it just letting him attack? Suddenly, the wraith beast bared its sharp fangs, as if to taunt him. Immediately afterwards, countless wraiths poured out, surrounding Qi Lu. The sight startled him. In an instant, they all lunged towards him. He raised his guard, his brow furrowing, a sense of urgency rising within him. Now, gripping his weapon tightly, Qi Lu charged forward with incredible speed. Godslayer. A wave of lightning crashed down upon the wraith beast's head, sending jolts of pain through its body. Qi Lu pressed his attack, relentlessly striking at the monster's weak points. Dodging magic attacks in a single location like this, while simultaneously probing for weaknesses, could even work against a Beast King. His actions enraged the monster, which glared at him with hatred. Despite the numerous wounds it had sustained, they seemed to have little effect on its resilience. It immediately gave chase, alarming Qi Lu. He was shocked by the monster's swift recovery. He could only brace himself, trying to minimize the damage. Aluka rushed towards him, shouting, "Aluka!" The monster showed no mercy. It glared at Qi Lu, its attacks focused on his vulnerabilities. A massive pillar of light erupted, sending powerful shockwaves rippling through the air, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Qi Lu sat on the ground, clutching Aluka, gasping for breath. The monster advanced towards him, its form looming large. Around Qi Lu, numerous spectral figures appeared, their presence widening his eyes in astonishment. The monster let out a triumphant, raspy growl, Wraithmark. Its action made Qi Lu realize something was wrong. He cried out in alarm, "No, this isn't good." With that, Qi Lu hurled Aluka away. A blinding light then erupted from where he stood. Qi Lu quickly suffered heavy damage. He was blasted to another location. Aluka, from afar, couldn't see him. A massive cloud of dust obscured her vision. The little girl used all her strength to rush towards the wreckage. Aluka kept calling out. When she saw Qi Lu struggling to get up, she cried, "Dad." Aluka, meanwhile, Qi Lu coupe de repiatri. Why? He quickly regained his composure. Although blood stained the corner of his lips, his resolve remained firm. The previous explosion was completely unavoidable. It was like being locked in. The first time he used Godslayer, he had managed to avoid it. Chi Lu carefully reassessed the danger of the ferocious monster. Beth's attack comes with a mark effect. After being hit, the explosion of the Wraith mark turns into damage. The lockdown, just as I thought. When he faced it again, although it still appeared ferocious, Chi Lu didn't flinch. He stood there silently observing its every move. This thing's speed is so high to close in on the enemy, apply the mark, and then use the explosion to kill them. This is a completely fatal move for a close combatant like me. His face darkened. What now? Brilliant purple energy explosions, accompanied by continuous rumbling, erupted. Seeing this, he repeatedly dodged the blasts aimed at him. Chi Lu suddenly turned his head. His feet shifted, creating an arc on the ground. He tensely watched the continuous attacks, his heart growing increasingly troubled. Damn it, the summoned Wraith Beast's movement speed is increasing too. Immediately, Chi Lu turned to his tiny companion, warning, Aluka, be careful. The Wraith Beast's movement speed is getting faster. Receiving the order, she only had time to reply, Aluka, twice. In an instant, inspiration struck him. His senses screamed of impending danger. Chi Lu instinctively looked up and saw a giant cat paw descending. It turned out to be a pet. It slammed its paw down, sending dust and debris flying towards its target. Realizing something felt wrong, the pet's glowing purple eye widened. Under the massive claw, Aluka used her power to create a spherical energy barrier, successfully encasing both of them and escaping the danger. At this moment, a demonic eye on the blade in Chi Lu's hand emitted a blue aura. He exploded with speed, instantly stabbing the blade into Beth's eye. Godslayer. It roared in pain, its head thrown back, a reddish fluid spurting from its eye. Not giving the enemy a chance to react, Chi Lu swiftly unleashed a series of slashes. Each hit caused a notification panel to flash minus 3,000 HP. For the final blow of the combo, he decisively slashed at the cat's toe. Feeling he'd done enough, Chi Lu leaped back, putting some distance between himself and the pet. He looked at his tiny companion, who was panting heavily, and asked with concern, Aluka, are you all right? She regulated her breathing, managing a strained Aluka. Seeing Aluka struggling to breathe, Chi Lu knew he was in a dire situation. Now, he could only rely on Aluka's shield to absorb the damage, but the opportunity to approach Beth and inflict damage. But this is also consuming Aluka's stamina. His eyes shifted, focusing on the massive cat. His chest tightened. Beth's speed was simply too much. Activating Godslayer was risky. If it missed, the cooldown would leave him vulnerable. A glance at Aluka revealed her growing fatigue. A finishing blow seemed impossible with this kind of attack. Beth watched Chi Lu warily. Beyond dealing with him, it bared its teeth and narrowed its eyes. More Wraith beasts materialized, making him wary. He also had to evade the constant harassment of the spectral creatures. Chi Lu aimed his dagger at the enemy, frustration boiling inside him. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, revealing a potential escape. He remembered his uncle's training, using ranged attacks like Blade Slash. If his uncle could teach him, maybe he could defeat Beth. Both sides stood frozen for a long moment. The humanoid Wraith Beast suddenly charged on all fours. He used the remaining moments of focus to try and communicate. Uncle, are you there? Do you have any way to defeat it? Wraith Beasts attacked from above and below. Chi Lu parried and continued to call out. Uncle, can't you hear me? He dodged constantly, a heavy weight settling in his chest. Damn it, was it impossible to communicate with his uncle during missions? But he had been able to leave Tanai with him last time they returned to reality. After dispatching 2 Wraith Beasts, a notification appeared like a reminder, a 30-minute countdown. He felt the pressure of time. He couldn't bear to give up 10 million experience points and a legendary weapon. The giant cat leaped high, almost like a parachutist preparing to pounce. Beth's front claws slammed down where Chi Lu had been standing. He sprang away. Aluka wasn't faring well either. He saw a swarm of Wraith Beasts descend upon her. She struggled to maintain a defensive barrier. No, if I can't even complete this mission, I can't hope to defeat Bruce, the guardian of the Divine Temple. Hope remained. He told himself to persevere. He couldn't give up. There had to be a way to defeat Beth. A good thought, but the massive cat was suddenly behind him, targeting him. His eyes widened. He couldn't react to the sudden appearance. What? Even faster. Instead of using its claws, Beth delivered a powerful punch, sending Qi Lu crashing to the ground. His mind reeled, but he pushed himself up, his face strained. As soon as he stood, a wraith beast appeared before him. Another explosion erupted. This time, Qi Lu took the full force. He couldn't avoid it. The massive cat Beth landed. Its tail wagged as if in amusement. Though he survived the onslaught, Qi Lu leaned heavily on his sword, gasping for breath. He looked utterly defeated. Warning, HP below 10%. Please replenish. Please replenish. Aluka rushed to him from behind. Dad! After steadying his breath, Qi Lu's expression was surprisingly calm. His mind raced with calculations. The boss's speed had increased again. With his current HP, another hit would kill them instantly. His eyes sharpened like daggers. He felt lost in a chaotic battlefield. The only option now was to activate Annihilation, drink a potion, combine it with Aluka's shield, and launch a final attack. Suddenly, his mind lit up. He saw a path to survival. He was currently using chaotic elemental power and had other skills, all based on the system's suggestions. He had never explored them on his own. Qi Lu vividly remembered every detail of his uncle's technique, the ring-severing sword strike. It was like focusing all elemental power onto the weapon and then releasing it with the attack. He raised his dagger to eye level. The polished blade reflected his image. If he channeled all his elemental power into the dagger, could he achieve a similar effect? With an escape route in mind, he channeled as much energy as possible. Black lightning arced from his heart to the dagger held before him. He began. The energy enveloping the dagger turned a reddish black, making it appear as if a blue flame burned on its surface. His hair gradually returned to its normal brown color. Qi Lu looked at the result and wondered, is this it? In the blink of an eye, the energy on the dagger dissipated into mist. Mustering his strength, he unleashed a powerful slash. Instinctively, it flew towards Beth, causing a red and white energy explosion. With a new attack, the system immediately popped up. You have learned the skill, Chaotic Godslayer Crescent Slash. Immediately after, the skill's information appeared. Chaotic Godslayer Crescent Slash consumes 100 megapixels, condenses chaotic elemental power onto the weapon, causing a critical hit. Base damage, 2,000 points, plus 5 times your own power. Plus weapon damage, plus elemental explosion damage. Attack includes life steal and magic burn effects. Cooldown time, none. Learned skills do not occupy system skill slots. His hair completely returned to brown. Qi Lu rejoiced silently. Excellent, another skill. Now I can probably kill the boss. Struck by the explosion, Beth roared, a furious fire burning in its eyes. Its limited intelligence showed no hesitation. Beth charged towards Qi Lu, the air becoming a barrier, the wind whipping before it. Seizing the opportunity to finish quickly, energy, like a galaxy, enveloped him. He softly chanted Annihilation. A strong gust of wind blew past, whipping Qi Lu's coat and blowing the blood from his face. But Beth, oblivious to the impending danger, continued its ferocious charge. His face impassive, he barely seemed to acknowledge it. Slowly, he raised his weapon, the movement leaving faint afterimages. Soul Severance. He unleashed a blood moon slash, cleaving the charging Beth in two. The light continued, tearing through the ground and severing its energy-like tail. Qi Lu turned, his gaze cold as he surveyed his handiwork. Beneath the hanging blood moon, a gentle breeze blowing, Qi Lu stood, catching his breath and recovering his strength. Sweat and blood streamed down his face. His eyes narrowed with exhaustion. After unleashing this skill, his entire body felt like it was sinking into a desert, unable to move. Fortunately, the pet was split in two, slowly dissipating into the air. Qi Lu stood before it, breathing a sigh of relief. We won, Aluka, he called out. He watched as the large cat, enveloped in a bright light, slowly faded away with the wind. The system announced, you have successfully slain the evil pet finished. He opened his information panel and selected equipment. Instantly, a sparkling piece of jewelry appeared on Qi Lu's ear. In the blink of an eye, his outfit changed to a more stylish design, his neck adorned with jeweled ornaments. A shimmering spatial rift, crackling with lightning, appeared before him. The system announced, "Quest closing. Opening teleportation gate." As the system counted down from 5, the wind intensified with the rift's presence. Chi Lu and his tiny companion stepped towards the portal. "Let's go a look at," he said. "We're going back to the Divine Temple." When the countdown reached 2, he was more than halfway through the shimmering light, merging with a wall of energy. He reached a doorway and vanished in a flash, leaving behind only a silvery white light in the vast desert. A laser-like beam of light shone down from a rocky outcrop, landing precisely where people usually jumped into the abyss. As the light from the completed quest faded, Chi Lu shielded his eyes with a hand and sighed. "Finally back," he murmured. "But why is it still night? Was time stopped while I was in the quest?" Looking down, Chi Lu was stunned into silence. Right before his eyes, in the middle of the medieval-style city, was a massive meteor crater, completely destroying its former beauty. Meanwhile, in the bustling, modern metropolis of City B, 2 men stood facing a wall, smoking and doing what everyone knew they were doing. The younger one turned to the other. "Hey, Old Lee, have you heard about that killer game, Cosmos? They say everyone who plays it dies." Old Lee, cigarette dangling from his lips, replied indifferently, "Of course I've heard of it, but I think it's just a joke. A game that can kill people." After finishing, he put his treasure back in its place, his tone dismissive. "I think you young people are just playing too hard and not taking care of yourselves." Old Lee turned to him, his face full of smugness, and chuckled. "Look at me. I'm this old, and my stamina is still great. Tonight, those girls thought I was barely over 20. Finished, the blonde-haired man followed, still worried, cigarette in his mouth. "Seriously, Old Lee, I play that game too. I can't focus on work these days. I'm afraid I'll die too." Old Lee took a drag of his cigarette and urged him to hurry. "The girls are waiting." Suddenly, a brilliant violet beam shot up from behind them, catching their attention. Both men turned to look, curiosity in their eyes. As the light drew closer, their curiosity ignited, prompting them to go and investigate. While the younger man shielded his eyes from the blinding light, Old Lee stared directly at it, unfazed. An idea sparked in his mind. So bright. "I wonder if some illegal organization is having a meeting." Just as he finished speaking, the light partially parted, revealing a chaotic space and a sharp claw. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely menacing. In a certain village, all that remained was a scene of desolate ruin, except for a single, simple wooden house. Chi Lu slowly pulled back the curtain at the doorway and stepped inside. The afternoon sunlight followed him in, illuminating the house. The first thing he saw was Sally, dejected, sitting beside the bed where Mr. Bray lay recuperating. Brothers and Lassidler turned to look at the newcomer. Chi Lu approached the bed. Mr. Bray still lay there, unconscious, both arms severed from the elbows down. The wounds had been treated. Essential oil stains reddened a portion of the pristine white bandages. Chi Lu sat down on a nearby chair. Seeing Mr. Bray lying unconscious, he could hardly believe it. "Mr. Bray, what happened?" Receiving no answer, he turned to Sally, who sat with her head bowed across from him. "I was only gone for one night. What happened?" She remained silent, her fiery red hair falling forward, as if trying to hide her eyes. Brothers also remained silent. The silence made the atmosphere even heavier. Glancing around, Chi Lu felt something was amiss. Looking at everyone, he finally turned to Lassidler and asked pointedly, "Tell me, what happened?" Lassidler looked at Chi Lu, sweat dripping down his cheeks, looking somewhat afraid. "Boss, you've been gone for 3 days. We thought you were gone for good." Chi Lu's eyes widened, as if doubting what he had just heard. "What did you say?" Suddenly, someone else entered through the doorway. It was the newcomer who strode in, flinging back the curtain, his voice laced with contempt. "Stop pretending. You talked about protecting everyone, but you ran away when it mattered most." His brows furrowed, almost forming 2 straight lines. A faint killing intent flickered in his eyes. "Not only Mr. Bray, but tens of thousands of people in this town suffered because of you." Staring at the back of the figure sitting in front of him, the newcomer pressed on, his voice hard. "Chi Lu, who are you? Why did that god spare no effort to find you?" Knowing everything was his fault, Chi Lu's demeanor sharpened like a drawn sword. Shifting to a more modern setting, inside the City B police station, a policewoman pointed her finger sternly, warning the troublemakers. "If you two keep talking nonsense, I can arrest you according to public security laws." Old Lee looked directly into her eyes, trying to convince the officer with sincerity. "Officer, I'm really not lying." Just then, a policeman walked by and, seeing the commotion, stopped to ask his colleague, "What's going on?" Old Lee and the young blonde-haired man grew more agitated, gesticulating wildly, using their bodies and expressions to describe the scene. There was a girl who could fly. She swung a sword and killed that monster. The situation spiraled further out of control. The policeman pushed them away. All right, move along. If you keep this up, I'll charge you with disturbing the peace. They refused to give up, continuing their attempts to persuade the newly arrived officer. Officer, you have to believe me. Listen to me. I'll explain everything in detail. Suddenly, the policewoman's phone rang from her back pocket. She stood at attention, speaking with her superior. The person on the other end also seemed tense. Hello, Chief. You're saying Old Lee's side. He continued explaining about the monster that looked like a giant beetle, as tall as a 3-story building. But upon hearing the unbelievable report from the other end, the policewoman's tone changed. What do you mean, an unidentified creature? This sentence caught the attention of the 3 men in the distance. She instinctively covered her mouth and hurriedly replied, Yes, I'll immediately assemble the police force. Awaiting further orders. Old Lee's group looked over suspiciously. The policeman then walked over to his colleague. Seeing the policewoman put away her phone with a serious expression, he asked, What's wrong? What's going on? The policewoman looked at the group, a tense expression on her pretty face. The chief just called. The entire City B is entering a state of emergency. There are many unidentified monsters attacking the city. Back in the ruined village, the newcomer's questioning voice echoed through the small house. Answer me, Chi Lu. He grabbed Chi Lu by the collar. The air between them crackled with tension. What do you mean by staying silent? You think I'll let this go? Chi Lu lowered his head slightly, his eyes fixed on his feet as if tormented by guilt. In the afternoon sunlight, the newcomer yelled at Chi Lu. You knew that God was coming here looking for you, so you deliberately ran away, didn't you? You coward. You only care about saving your own skin. Brothers watched the scene without saying a word, silently observing the unfolding events. Sally also didn't intend to intervene, silently watching the 2 men with a hint of reproach in her eyes. The newcomer, unable to contain his rage any longer, drew back his fist, ready to strike. So you're admitting it, aren't you? You piece of trash. A fist, cutting through the air like a gust of wind, flew straight towards Chi Lu. But he easily caught it with his hand, without any effort. The trapped fist trembled, trying to break free. The newcomer looked at him in disbelief. Chi Lu's expression remained neutral, but his eyes were stern, attempting to quell the other man's anger. I am sorry, newcomer. It's not what you think. I didn't know that God would come here so quickly. I didn't intentionally leave, but still, it's all my fault. I'll take full responsibility. He released the newcomer's fist. His voice was firm. I'll find that God and kill him myself. Brothers sensed trouble. Despite his dark circles, he was lucid enough to recognize the disparity in power. No way, Chi Lu. That God isn't someone we can handle. He's too strong. Brothers then stepped closer, voicing the question that had been on his mind. But right now, I'm really curious. Why did a God come here looking for you? Chi Lu's demeanor grew somber. He slowly explained, because I have the power to kill gods. He raised his head and looked at everyone, seriously recounting the story of what had happened in the past. Before, when I fought Dolph, the town's guardian, I discovered that ordinary elemental powers couldn't hurt him at all. It turned out that Dolph had sold his soul in exchange for Hades' divine power. Upon hearing those words, the mention of the king of the underworld, Hades, sent a shockwave through those who heard it, including brothers, the newcomer, and even Sally. His companions were now listening intently. Chi Lu continued to explain. I don't know why, but the elemental power that awakened within me is the power of chaos, which can kill gods. When I killed Dolph, Hades must have taken notice of us. Somewhere in the Agoli's desert, landing on the endless expanse of sand, he quickly shifted into human form. His left hand, still in the shape of a dragon's claw, rested on the sand. After a moment of sensing, Agoli's reached a general conclusion. It was probably here. A magical symbol, a mesmerizing swirl of red and black, was quickly drawn on the ground. The sand vibrated intensely, affected by the magic. The divine temple used to imprison the god that Lord Hades spoke of. The formation quickly took shape, flashing with red-rimmed black lightning. Swiftly, a strange structure was pulled by the power, emerging from beneath the thick layer of sand. Seeing the result of his work, Agoli's confirmed it was indeed the one. Before him, as grand as the solemn temples of ancient Egypt, a summoned structure stood tall. So this was the Khepri Temple. In the ruined village, Chi Lu stood pensively amidst the wind billowing his robes. Is this really the game world? Everything feels both real and unreal. Sight, hearing, touch, even smell and taste all deceive our brains. But human emotions can never be tricked. We are conscious. We feel joy, sadness, and anger. This is the fundamental difference between machines and humans. Old Abreu lost both his hands. So many people died because of me. Even if I tell myself this isn't real, emotionally, I can't forgive myself. There's something I have to do. I set out with only one thought. Before I leave, I will find that guy and avenge old Abreu and those who died. But as he walked, Chi Lu suddenly remembered a detail he had overlooked. That's right, in the pharmacy. Could there be medicine that could heal old Abreu's wounds? If it were high-grade medicine, perhaps it could restore injured limbs. Quickly glancing into the system space, Chi Lu saw a potion being offered for sale. Indeed, the Blessing of Asclepius. Consumes level 10 rank. A divine medicine created by the god Asclepius. Can instantly restore destroyed body parts. Great. Now I'll get it for old Abreu. As he looked into the distance, a pillar of light suddenly shot upwards. It was so powerful that the surrounding air swirled into a vortex. Chi Lu stared intently at what had just appeared, seriously assessing it. He wondered, even from this distance, the ground in town shook. His amber eyes glanced at the system map. Chi Lu couldn't figure it out. What could cause such a massive burst of energy in an instant? Suddenly, he saw an unexpected notification. His eyes widened involuntarily. The system map had now turned red. It automatically highlighted an anomalous area. Warning: Khepri Temple has been activated. Seeing this information, Chi Lu suddenly understood the reason for the event. The Khepri Temple had been activated. No wonder there was such a commotion. Standing on the high ground of the ruined village, he looked into the distance and muttered to himself. If I remember correctly, Chi Lu's eyes gleamed with seriousness. There was only one answer. The only one who could activate the temple was that god. Inside the temple, the torches were lit with an eerie green flame. Strangely, Agoles, hands in his pockets, strolled casually down the corridor filled with a bizarre odor. He maintained his half-lidded, world-weary gaze. His expression was one of severe sleep deprivation. Honestly, if Lord Hades hadn't called me here, even if it were that loser's order, I would have refused. Agoles pointed a finger at the wall. It was as if some kind of magic was being cast. Lord Hades specifically instructed him to come here and check the strength of the seal, but he didn't mention anything about the god sealed here, constructing such a massive temple prison within Radanea. It was originally a place of exile for the god sealed here. He dragged his finger along the path he was walking. The magic drew obscure symbols on the surface. The drawing consisted of symbols and some complex calculations, miniaturized to the extreme. Perhaps it was a god that even Lord Hades was wary of. After walking for a while, he finally arrived. Before him was a door marked with a strange symbol. This must be it. Agoles raised both hands, repeating Lord Hades' words. The formulas he had just drawn seemed to come alive, striking the sealed door and gradually destroying it. A wicked smile spread across Agoles' lips, his blood-red pupils gleaming brightly. The divine beast guarding the seal. The seal was broken. He stood proudly, facing the strong wind blowing from behind the door. A thick smoke mixed with tiny energy particles drifted out into the hallway. The imprisoned being within had been released. Its eyes glowed a vibrant violet, and a single tear rolled down its cheek. Back in the village, Chi Lu looked towards the pillar of light and wondered what that god was doing at the Khepri Temple. A thought suddenly struck him. He remembered a danger. That's right, a god would be able to sense his chaotic power. If that god came looking for him again, he was afraid it would endanger the others. Chi Lu put his hands in his pockets and called out, "Hey, old man, how do those gods sense my existence?" You probably know how to deal with this, right? Elemental power gradually appeared within the flickering white flames. The old man finally explained, "Once you activate chaotic power, you emit a scent that only gods can smell. 3 rings of fire completely condensed into a human form. The elemental power elaborated. This scent, unless you die, can't be erased." He looked directly at Chi Lu and delivered a blunt conclusion. Chun Chi Lu, having such immense power comes at a price. You can only kill those who want to kill you. There's no other way. After listening in silence, Chi Lu used his thoughts to outline his plan. If more gods come here hunting me, I'll immediately go to the temple and undo the desert seal so everyone can leave. The elemental power didn't offer any further opinions, only a faint agreement. This is the only thing you can do for your friends. After finishing their discussion, Chi Lu went to the small house where old Abre lay unconscious. Standing before the curtain, he hesitated, sadness in his eyes. Newcomer was right. Everything that happened in the town was because of him. He was the one who brought disaster to the town. Finally, Chi Lu went inside and sat silently by the bed, lost in thought. Old Abre had become like this because of him. He didn't even know how many people in the town had died because of him. Thinking this, he looked at the unconscious person on the bed. He didn't ponder long before Chi Lu uttered 2 words. I'm sorry. From the doorway, La Schiller suddenly entered, carrying a basket of medical supplies. Seeing him already there, he asked, Boss, when did you arrive? Chi Lu rose from his chair, looked at the newcomer, and said, Just now. What are you doing, La Schiller? He widened his eyes like a simple villager, honestly answering, Lily found a doctor in town and got some medicine. She asked me to bring it over here. Hopefully it will help. Placing the basket on the table, La Schiller rummaged through the items while offering comfort, the atmosphere somewhat heavy. Boss, don't blame Lily and Bobon. After all, such a big thing happened in town. Everyone is very sad. Hearing these words, Chi Lu didn't say anything, his expression remaining serious. Suddenly, a glass vial was placed on the table. It was the item he had bought from the system shop. Chi Lu instructed La Schiller, This is medicine for old Abre. Remember to give it to him. Surprised by the unfamiliar object, he called out, Wait, boss, where are you going? Chi Lu had already reached the door, leaving only a parting instruction. I'm going out. Please take care of old Abre. Taking steps along the desolate village road, his guilt strengthened his resolve. I can't restore everything back to the way it was, but I must at least protect those who remain. I have to get everyone out of Radanea. Chi Lu glanced back, his bangs fluttering in the wind. I'm sorry, everyone. Forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. Without further thought, he hurried off in one direction. If I go now, I might still be able to catch that guy. In the modern metropolis, towering buildings were being ravaged by a horde of grotesque creatures. They poured relentlessly from a massive gateway. Among the panicked populace, people could only run and scream for their lives. Amidst the fleeing crowd, a cloaked figure stood defiant against the monsters. Despite the chaotic scene around her, she stood firm in the heart of the city as if ready for a decisive battle. Without haste, Hoi Truong Tan raised her head, looking up at the beasts with a grim expression. Before her, a colossal monster looked down. Its front resembled no earthly creature, but from its back sprouted a pair of vibrant red wings. This is the strongest magical beast we've ever encountered. It's likely reached S rank. The cloaked figure replied with 2 short words, understood. A system interface hovered beside her, from which a voice advised, Hoi Truong Tan, 3 heroes around level 120 are on their way. Please wait a little longer. Engaging this S-rank monster alone is too dangerous. Hoi Chung Dun Pai No Het. Her cherry lips parted as she commanded. Tell them to go to S City immediately. I'll handle this. Hearing this, the other side hesitated. Hoi Truong, you should still wait. She drew 2 blades, ready for combat. Hoi Truong Tan retorted, the East Sea is near S City. There are likely more than 3 magical beasts of similar rank. We must stop them before they reach S City. What? 3 of them? Stomping her foot, she launched forward, the ground erupting from the force. On one side was the colossal monster. On the other, a single human with an ordinary physique. The 2 sides clashed without hesitation. Hoi Truong Tan's face was grim, her green eyes gleaming. It seemed the connection speed between the 2 worlds was far beyond her imagination. At the same time, monsters were appearing all over the world. In America, 2 appeared to wreak havoc. One resembled a dinosaur. The other was grotesquely bizarre. They destroyed everything in their path. Above the FN Tower, a gigantic manta ray soared through the sky. Looking towards Egypt, the military mobilized tanks to deal with the threat. A turtle, almost twice their size, faced them. Humanity's advanced weaponry seemed ineffective. Major cities were engulfed in flames as monsters flew overhead, setting fire to skyscrapers. At this moment, everyone on Earth was in grave danger. In the desert, Chi Lu trudged wearily across the sand. The system acted as a timer. He had been walking for 3 hours and 28 minutes. The estimated remaining time was 8 hours and 37 minutes. Stuck between two companions who could fly, the only one on foot complained, "Damn it, how much longer do I have to walk? I can use the teleportation array now, but I can't teleport to a place I've never been." Elemental Power, hovering a short distance above the ground, chimed in, "If you had a dragon to ride, you could probably save a lot of time." Chi Lu turned to him, his voice laced with annoyance. "But where am I going to find a dragon? That's not helpful." Suddenly remembering something, he turned to his tiny companion with a sly look. "Ah, Luca, I forgot you can fly. How about you carry me for a bit?" Faced with that devious look and suggestion, it repeatedly said, "Luca." Seeing his attempt at persuasion fail, Chi Lu relaxed. "Just kidding." Suddenly, he stopped. Ahead of them was a haluka, engrossed in devouring its prey. Chi Lu's expression turned serious as he stared intently at the enemy. Over there, it continued to eat, a collar similar to the one he wore around its neck. It seemed to have noticed him, snapping out of its relaxed state after its successful hunt. The haluka turned, its antennae-like eyes fixed on the figure behind it. The haluka slowly rose to its feet. Chi Lu instantly recognized who it was. "It's him, Haluka." It stared at him, reaching up to wipe the blood from its mouth. Chi Lu couldn't help but think, the one who killed me when I first arrived in Radanea. Moreover, the system's detection didn't indicate any magical beasts here. The haluka continued to stare intently at Chi Lu. After a moment, it spoke, its voice like an assessment. "Insect, a familiar scent." Chi Lu seemed to understand. "So that's it. The system can't detect monsters of this level. My previous strategy of relying on the system to sense high-level magical beasts to avoid them is useless. If I encounter one, I can only fight." Suddenly, the system's voice echoed. "Warning, encountered elite magical beast, the Wandering Dominator." While he couldn't obtain the haluka's level, Chi Lu didn't seem to think it necessary. He looked at the haluka with a provocative expression. "Hey, Baldy, we meet again." The haluka didn't seem to care about the nickname. It continued to stare at Chi Lu, then spoke. "Insect, you're the insect I killed before. You're still alive." Chi Lu replied with a challenging tone. "Thanks to you, not only am I alive, but I'm thriving." The haluka paused, then suddenly lunged forward, extending a hand covered in countless, overlapping mouths towards Chi Lu. "Then I'll just kill you again." Chi Lu remained calm, effortlessly dodging each of Haluka's attacks, one after another. Haluka seemed unable to land a single blow. While Haluka relentlessly attacked, neglecting any defense, a sudden punch came from the left. Caught off guard, Haluka took the blow directly and was propelled several miles back. Chi Lu's face darkened, and he spoke in a chilling tone. "You think I'm still the same as before, only capable of blind attacks?" Haluka still couldn't get up after receiving the blow. Meanwhile, Chi Lu summoned a glowing red blade, crackling with electricity. His voice, devoid of emotion, stated, "Now I'm someone who can even kill a god." His hair gradually turned white, and the tattoo near his left eye became more prominent. Chi Lu fixed a contemptuous gaze on Haluka and said, "A false god slayer." The moment he finished speaking, Haluka sprang up into the air. He stretched out a hand, and crackling sparks of electricity appeared. Haluka, seemingly enraged, growled, "Damned insect." If that's the case, a giant scythe materialized in his hand. Haluka's demeanor had completely changed from before. He exhaled slowly and declared confidently, "Then I'll just end your life directly." At that moment, the system's analytical voice echoed. "The Wandering Dominator has used the skill Reaper's Scythe. Attack power increased by 30%. Witnessing this, Chi Lu mused, "This is probably that dung beetle's elemental power." Elemental Power cautioned, "He can control his elemental power remarkably well. Be careful." Chi Lu watched intently as Haluka charged towards him, silently agreeing with the previous warning. Indeed, being easily killed before, even with an additional 100 attribute points, was a testament to Haluka's strength. He gripped his blade tighter, thinking with a hint of confidence, "But after defeating Best, my level has reached 100. My equipment and weapons are also top tier." His eyes now gleamed. Chi Lu gritted his teeth and affirmed, if I still can't defeat him, then the Divine Temple is out of the question. Without hesitation, both lunged towards each other. Chi Lu pondered, this battle is a crucial test. Whether I can get out of here smoothly depends on it. The collision of their two powers created a shockwave that shook the surrounding area, causing the ground to tremble. A terrifying sound echoed everywhere. Within the billowing smoke, Chi Lu blocked Haluka's attack with his blade. Haluka seemed surprised that Chi Lu could directly block his attack. Both retreated backward. Without pausing, Chi Lu immediately moved. He approached Haluka and swung his blade. The blade unleashed a crescent-shaped energy wave that shot forward but missed its target completely. Haluka, swift as lightning, dodged the attack and circled behind Chi Lu. Seeing Chi Lu's slight hesitation, Haluka sneered, the insect is still as slow as ever. Chi Lu's eyes then lit up, his face calm as he called out the name of his technique, God's Slaying Slash. Hearing this, Haluka was stunned and cried out, what? Immediately, Chi Lu spun his blade around, pointing it towards Haluka. A shockwave attack directly struck him, catching Haluka off guard and taking the full brunt of the assault. Haluka was pushed back a distance by the blow, wounds appearing on his body and oozing blood. He muttered in astonishment, how is this possible? At that moment, the system notification rang out again. Warning, your weapon's durability has fallen below 70%. Chi Lu grew slightly anxious, considering his options. The weapon's durability is dropping too fast. I need to finish this quickly. He braced himself with one hand, and a powerful dark aura radiated outwards. His eyes remained resolute. With a shout of gradual annihilation, his body began to transform, as if donning a layer of armor. Chi Lu's entire being was enveloped in a gloomy black. Seeing this transformation, Haluka cried out in alarm, that face. This is... Chi Lu thrust his blade directly towards Haluka. He noticed Haluka didn't react or dodge, which surprised him. Why isn't he dodging? Haluka was struck directly, but he still seemed to be reeling from the previous shock. Impossible. He looked up at Chi Lu, his voice trembling. Could it be? Before he could finish, Chi Lu quickly withdrew his blade. He then thrust it directly into Haluka's chest. Only then did Haluka weakly utter, You are the master. Meanwhile, in the sky, the personnel aboard the aircraft were all busy. A cacophony of voices filled the air. A large number of unidentified creatures have suddenly appeared in the eastern Pacific Ocean. The joint task force from countries H and G has arrived. Troops from Country A's Eastern Division have also departed from the islands. Minister 2 held up a tablet displaying detailed information and images of the monsters. She spoke with some irritation. Mr. Zhang 53, I'd like you to explain something. Why are monsters from Cosmos appearing in real life? The man with pure white hair, leaning back comfortably on the sofa opposite her, calmly replied, I apologize, Minister 2, but we are just a game company. The monsters in the game are just numbers we wrote. He then looked up at Minister 2, a mocking smile on his face. Why are monsters from the game appearing in reality? I don't think you should be asking me. He was Zhang 53, the head manager of Cosmos. Minister 2 maintained her composure and stated, I am now representing the Special Enforcement Division of Country C and demand that you immediately cease Cosmos' service and submit to investigation. Zhang 53 abruptly placed his coffee cup on the table. Minister 2, he said, standing up and preparing to leave. The game servers are located in Europe. Countries A and C have no authority to investigate me. I have other matters to attend to. Excuse me. He walked straight toward the stairs. Before leaving, Zhang 53 turned back, his eyes fixed on Minister 2 with a dangerous glint. Oh, and Minister 2, one more thing. The monsters we designed are all based on ancient legends from various countries. So, you shouldn't be investigating me, but those ancient legends instead. Minister 2, hearing those words, was slightly bewildered. Ancient legends. She stared intently at the data displayed, speculating silently. He's talking about ancient legends. Could they be real? At the same time, countless monsters continuously emerged from a glowing red vortex. 3 men standing nearby, witnessing the appearance of these numerous monsters, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. First time I've seen 3 S-rank magical beasts gathered in one place. The man with black hair spoke with some worry. That's right. Last time, dealing with a single S rank. We had to deploy 4 level 80 heroes and 2 level 120 heroes. Now, there are 3. The blonde man from earlier agreed. 3 S ranks. We can't possibly win. But President Chin said we only need to hold them off. She's already called for reinforcements. The 3 men seemed to be high-level individuals. From left to right, they were level 120 Bruce, level 120 Namikawa Daisuke, and level 120 Li Xiangxian. At that moment, Daisuke signaled, "All right, let's get ready to fight." Suddenly, all 3 of them widened their eyes in surprise. Li Xiangxian exclaimed loudly. Another one, emerging from that red vortex. A gigantic, dragon-like monster slowly stepped out. Daisuke, sensing something amiss, thought, just what kind of gateway is this? After the monster fully emerged from the vortex, its colossal body, many times larger than the other monsters, was revealed. This left the 3 men stunned. Is that an SS rank magical beast? Then Haluka knelt down, bowing its head respectfully. Seeing this, Chi-Lu couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Master, what are you talking about?" Haluka replied, "This is Master's power. You wield Master's power." Chi-Lu, now wary, quickly backed away, increasing the distance between himself and Haluka. Haluka stood up, muttering, "Master." Chi-Lu pointed his blade at him, asking suspiciously, "Hey, dung beetle brain, what Master's power? What are you trying to pull?" Haluka looked at him and muttered again, "Master's power. Why is it within an insect? What happened?" Then, glancing at the elemental power behind Chi-Lu, he asked, "Old man, the Master he speaks of, it couldn't be you, could it?" The elemental power replied vaguely, "My memories are completely gone. Even if it were me, I wouldn't remember anything." Chi-Lu turned back to look at the still-dazed Haluka, thinking to himself, so the Master he's talking about is the old man. Then he asked loudly, "Hey, dung beetle brain, the Master you're talking about, is he an old man with silver hair?" Haluka replied, "No, Master is not human. He is the supreme god. God Ra." Chi-Lu, hearing this, was stunned. Ra, isn't that the highest god of the 9 pillars, the Egyptian god? Haluka approached Chi-Lu and then knelt on one knee before him, declaring submissively, "Regardless of who you are, you possess Master's power. Therefore, you are now my master." The system panel suddenly appeared behind Chi-Lu. A mechanical voice announced, "New divine entity detected. Soul vision of the god Ra, sacred scarab god Khepri." Chi-Lu looked at Haluka, who was extending a hand, offering their power. A pleading voice said, "Please accept me, Master." The system then prompted a choice. Do you accept the soul vision of Khepri to serve you? Yes/no. Chi-Lu considered the system notification thoughtfully. So he is Khepri. He mused, the same target in my mission to avenge Khepri. I don't like this guy, but having him might make defeating the temple boss, Nat Plus, easier. If that's the case, then the system displayed the word accept. You have accepted God Khepri as your soul vision. As the system finished speaking, Haluka's body transformed into a gentle light, floating towards Chi-Lu and then vanishing. The system continued its notification. During combat, use the soul vision skill to summon Khepri to fight alongside you. Soul visions do not consume MP and have unlimited combat time. That powerful, Chi-Lu exclaimed. Wouldn't a few more soul visions mean I wouldn't have to fight myself? As if reading his thoughts, the system issued a warning. Attention. After acquiring a soul vision, each soul vision will receive 30% of your EXP as soul vision experience. Chi-Lu was surprised. What? The system continued its warning. Attention. If a soul vision dies in combat, it cannot be revived. You will lose the soul vision. He considered this. It's not as simple as I thought. The more soul visions, the more my experience is divided. And if a soul vision dies, the experience it received is lost. But that's a problem for later. Right now, having Khepri's help makes defeating Beth much more certain. He then activated the soul vision skill. A faint light coalesced into the image of Haluka. Seeing him appear, Chi-Lu called out Khepri. He looked at Khepri and commanded coldly, "Tell me everything you know." Meanwhile on Earth, a man reported to Minister 2, headquarters just called. Monsters have appeared in multiple cities around the world. Headquarters requests you immediately deploy to City B with a countermeasure plan. Minister 2, still focused on the documents in her hand, replied casually, "Understood. Inform them we'll be ready for takeoff in 15 minutes. Yes, minister. She frowned slightly as Zhao Zhengyi brought a tablet towards her. This is a video just transmitted from City H. It shows a goddess fighting those monsters. She took the tablet, watching the video as Zhao Zhengyi continued his report. Furthermore, the Coastal Patrol in City S also sent a video. There are 3 larger monsters that appeared in the EC. Even more unbelievable, 3 people are holding them back. Also, Minister 2, after receiving the videos, I sent them to the specialists in City B. They just replied, after comparing, these monsters all originate from the game Cosmos. But what's even more surprising is that they are also monsters from the mythological records of Country L. Minister 2 suddenly remembered Mr. Zhang 53's sinister expression when he'd warned her, so you shouldn't be investigating me, but those ancient legends instead. At that moment, in international waters, Li Xiangqian strained, gripping the chains in his hands, trying to restrain the gigantic monster. I've restrained the SS rank monster. Everyone, quickly eliminate the other 2 SS rank monsters, Blues and Daisuke. The others are dealing with the other 2 monsters. A simultaneous reply, understood. The Blues drew his bow, firing a volley of arrows forward. At that moment, the dragon Li Xiangqian was restraining suddenly surged. Hearing the commotion, Daisuke and Blues grew worried for Li Xiangqian. The dragon had regained the upper hand, thrashing and struggling to break free from the chains, sending Li Xiangqian flying. His hands, gripping the chains, were now bloody, but Li Xiangqian refused to let go. The axe-wielding monster seized the opportunity. With Blues and Daisuke distracted by the commotion around Li Xiangqian, it charged forward, swinging its axe. Caught off guard, the 2 were sent flying into the sea. At the same time, Li Xiangqian was also flung into the ocean by the dragon. The monsters began to gather, poised to attack. Daisuke helped Li Xiangqian out of the water, with Blues close behind. He coughed, then said shakily, "We can't hold back these SS rank monsters. Where are Chairman Chin's reinforcements?" Daisuke said resolutely, "We absolutely cannot let them reach City S." Just then, the bird monster suddenly swooped down. While the 3 were still unsure what to do, a hand gripped a sword and swung, causing the bird monster to cry out in pain. Hisashi appeared unexpectedly. He looked at them and said, "Leave this to me." Seeing him, the other 2 called out, "Minister Hisashi." The dragon roared angrily. The water began to churn as if someone was walking through it. A streak of blue light shot out, piercing through the monsters with incredible speed. Immediately after, something strange emerged from the sea. Giant shards of glass rose up around each monster. Hisashi sheathed his sword. The massive shards of glass connected, forming a cage that trapped the monsters. Hisashi, with a calm demeanor and a cold voice, said, "Snow Moon Space. Sever." Chi Lu stood silently observing the vast desert. Behind him, Khepri watched in silence. It suddenly spoke. It all began with the appearance of the evil god, Morpheus, tens of thousands of years ago. After the Titan War, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon, dissatisfied with humanity's reverence for the other gods, summoned Morpheus from the depths of Tartarus, intending to punish humanity. But this act led to the displeasure of the patron deities, the divine Sakya and the celestial Izanagi. However, unwilling to start a holy war over humans, they ignored the brothers' ambitions. Their ambitions didn't end there. Hades tricked Sakya and imprisoned her, along with the celestial Izanagi, in the Radanea prison, the Forbidden Realm, also known as Tartarus. Khepri walked towards Chi Lu and added, "I journeyed for tens of thousands of years, crossing the endless sea, finally reaching Radanea to find the divine Sakya." Hearing this, Chi Lu turned to Khepri and asked, "But why did Hades bring humans into Radanea?" Khepri replied with an answer that sounded utterly callous in the eyes of a god. "You are merely food." It continued speaking without a care. Chi Lu's face paled with anger. No different from insects, simply for raising the magical beasts guarding this place. He looked off into the distance, lost in thought. It could be considered an answer. The secret doubts about Radanea had been somewhat cleared up, but new questions arose. Chi Lu unconsciously glanced at the man behind him and wondered, why did Capri say he possessed the power of the God Clan? Could it be that the man and the chaotic power within him were related to the God Clan? Or did the God Clan have some connection to him? He stopped looking towards the elemental power, his brow furrowed slightly, wanting to know the answer. He could only find the god to ask. Qi Lu snapped out of his thoughts and spoke. The summoning is complete. We're still quite far from the god's temple. Let's depart. Hearing this, Khepri turned and suddenly made a suggestion. Master, perhaps this way would be faster. While Qi Lu was still bewildered, Khepri's body began to glow intensely. The light dazzled the entire space, causing him to instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes. After a moment, Khepri transformed into a gigantic insect, spreading its 2 arms and 2 legs as if welcoming someone. It couldn't help but fly around excitedly. Alucard, Alucard. Khepri can transform into a flight form. In flight form, it will consume 10 megapixels of the master's soul per 10 kilometers. He looked at the colossal insect, somewhat surprised. It could even transform. Moreover, the megapixel consumption wasn't too high. Khepri's wings spread wide, causing the wind to swirl and sand to fly. Its crimson eyes glanced at Qi Lu, then it gestured. Master, get on. As soon as he settled into position, Khepri immediately flapped its wings and soared into the air, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust. Qi Lu stared straight ahead and commanded, "Let's go, Khepri. We're going to rescue the God Clan." Qi Lu stood firmly on its back as they flew straight towards the horizon. The full moon cast a silvery cloak over 2 figures standing atop a lighthouse. The 2 figures turned out to be President Qin and Hisashi. The situation was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Hearing this, she stood silently, lost in thought. If we don't find a solution soon, everyone on Earth will die. President Qin simply stated a fact. Not just Earth, but all of humanity in the cosmos world is in danger. Hearing this, Hisashi could only look at her with a helpless expression. President Qin flipped her hand and a bracer materialized, displaying a system panel. In the blink of an eye, an energy-encircled crack appeared in the sky. President Qin didn't hesitate, leaping through the dimensional rift. The Hades Legion has arrived in the Bergama continent. Even before entering, worry welled up within her. Sarah will also be plunged into war soon. The view shifted to inside the god's temple, looking out and seeing Khepri as small as a dot in the distance. Qi Lu and his companions stood on its back, appearing relaxed and carefree. He glanced back and asked, "Do you still not remember anything?" The elemental power pondered, but ultimately replied, "That's right. It's completely blank." He suddenly felt the game's difficulty was a bit too high. He didn't even know who he was. He truly didn't know what to do to find his memories. Suddenly, Qi Lu patted him on the shoulder, drawing the emotionless man's attention. He put on a reassuring face. "It's all right, elemental power. Everything has a solution. It won't always be like this." Suddenly, the system displayed a map of the area, accompanied by a notification, Temple of the Gods reached. He cast his gaze downwards. He could see it standing alone, desolate amidst the vast sea of sand. Qi Lu glanced at the temple, a sudden wariness rising within him. Despite his apprehension, he leaned forward and commanded the creature, "Khepri, let's land." Upon hearing this, their speed in the sky gradually decreased. But Khepri suddenly changed direction, diving headfirst towards the sea of clouds to land. Within the temple, a lone figure paced silently down a long corridor. Then, Agoles suddenly glanced back, as if sensing something different. This scent, a faint, almost imperceptible smile, played on his lips. As soon as they landed, Khepri returned to his original form. While kneeling on one knee, Qi Lu looked back at him and waved his hand in a noble gesture. "Regardless, thank you for your hard work, Khepri." Khepri remained kneeling, replying, "This is my duty, master." Now, before them stood the ancient Temple of the Gods, a structure even more imposing up close. Seeing their destination firsthand, a thought struck Qi Lu. If I defeat the Guardian inside, I can leave this place and return to reality. If the one who activated the temple and the one who attacked the village are the same person. Thinking this, he stepped inside. He might still be in the temple. That scent. Qi Lu, startled, spun around at the sound of the voice. He saw a figure standing on the high ground of the building. Agoles, perched on the railing atop the Temple of the Gods, looked down without reservation. Seeing his target brought a delighted smile to his face. "We finally meet." Qi Lu glared at the newcomer. "It's him." Agoles stood there, the the very picture of a villain. Don't worry, I'll make your death quick and painless. The moment he finished speaking, he vanished, leaving only a faint wisp of smoke. Qi Liu's instinct screamed danger, but he couldn't react in time. Agoles teleported towards his target, the phantom of a western dragon, condensed from energy appearing around him. He grinned, his smile stretching almost to his ears, giving him a grotesque appearance. His claws, coated in a sinister energy, gained increased penetrating power. Suddenly, a golden ray of light flashed, arcing through the air. Shockwaves rippled outwards from the clash, sending gusts of wind swirling around them. Standing amidst the smoke and dust, Agoles felt no joy. Khepri had intercepted the attack, shielding his master. Freed from the immediate danger, Qi Lu could finally assess the situation. Zulfust, that attack just now landed. But Khepri, observing Khepri's calm demeanor, Qi Lu couldn't help but acknowledge, Khepri's strength is greater than I thought. Agoles stared intently at the two figures before him, a realization dawning on him. This guy possesses a soul vision. Only gods have that. It seems Lord Hades' worries were justified. Before he could react, something strange suddenly grabbed his arm. It was Lucius. She used something resembling ropes, extending from her cloak to restrain him. Two more attacks, imbued with darkness and lightning, targeted Agoles directly. A colossal, golden-furred beast abruptly emerged from the desert, whipping up the sand in a swirling vortex. A grim scene followed. As the combined effects of the attacks bombarded Agoles, the dust settled to reveal him restrained, only a single arm and leg visible. Qi Lu glanced at his unexpected saviors, stunned by the sight. Across the golden sands, a group approached them. They were all his comrades. Boban, leading the group with his blade slung over his shoulder, grinned. Qi Lu, abandoning your teammates like that, how should I settle the score with you? Sally stood before the temple gates, flanked by two imposing Anubis statues. Qi Lu, puzzled, asked, how did you all find this place? Sally glanced at the two people behind her. Lucius, of course. Lucius stepped forward to explain. My scent hound memorized your scent and tracked you. But the scent vanished not long after. Brothers, looking serious, continued. We had no choice but to follow the path, continuing forward. But we couldn't find you. He turned back. Thankfully, Ibre suddenly sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from this location. Silence hung in the air as Qi Lu and Ibre exchanged glances. After a moment, Qi Lu smiled faintly. Ibre, your hand. It's healed. Ibre reached out and clapped Qi Lu on the shoulder as if in response. Yes, it's completely healed. His eyes were filled with warmth and gratitude. Thank you, Qi Lu. Qi Lu brushed it off. It was nothing. Then, noticing a figure in the distance, Ibre asked curiously, and who is this? Qi Liu introduised Khepri. This is my soul vision, Khepri. The simple statement surprised both brothers and Ibre. Soul vision. Khepri. Khepri crossed their arms. I am the guardian of the god family, known in legend as the god of golden armor, the scarab god, foremost among the 9 pillar gods, Khepri. Qi Lu simply replied with a hum, watching his soul vision standing firm against the wind and sand, sickle in hand. Suddenly, a mysterious hand with sharp, red claws flicked out, stirring a powerful crimson force from the ground. As the dust cleared, it revealed a shadowy figure approaching. Everyone froze, their eyes fixed on the newcomer. Khepri remained motionless. The mysterious guest, Agoles, gritted his teeth in fury. Damn insects! Rage fueled his power, his body glowing. His hands crackled with blinding lightning. He hurled the accumulated energy, roaring, die. The deadly light hurtled towards Sally's group, but contrary to expectations, it was intercepted by a colossal slash. The sheer force of the impact sent debris flying. His attack shattered. Agoles remained impassive, showing no emotion. Khepri, the source of the counterattack, stood holding their sickle defensively. The others, safely behind Khepri, watched in silence. Qi Lu finally spoke, hesitantly calling out Khepri. He held his position, turning his head to address Qi Lu. Leave this trash to me. You go find the location of the seal. Hearing this, Qi Lu trusted him with the task and ran inside with the others. Be careful. Agoles, who had flown up into the air some time ago, watched Qi Liu's group, now small as ants. He gathered another surge of power in his hand, intending to stop them. Try to enter the temple. Before he could do anything, another slash cut him off. Annoyed, he retracted his hand and looked at the one who had interrupted him. Kepri also flew up, radiating a powerful aura, directly confronting Agolis. Agolis sighed, somewhat exasperated. You again. Below, the group had reached the gate. Do you want to enter the temple? Brothers Chi Lu asked. Brothers didn't hesitate to confirm. With the procedures complete, the heavy gate slowly opened, revealing a passage for the visitors. Chi Lu, with a determined look, urged, let's go in quickly. So they hurried into the dark opening. Kepri shielded Agolis, glancing down to observe the situation below. Once certain that Chi Lu and his friends were inside, Kepri turned back. Now it's just us. Inside the temple, they ran like phantoms through the torch-lit corridors. Chi Lu couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Strange. We've been walking for so long, and there's still no end in sight. His feet quickly came to a screeching halt as soon as the thought formed. He spoke in a somber tone. Everyone wait. His friends immediately went on alert. Enemies. Chi Lu, still wearing an unreadable expression, dismissed the idea. No enemies. This caused everyone to become agitated, grabbing and scolding him. Chi Lu, what are you doing? Are you trying to scare us? Boban exclaimed. No, wait. Chi Lu interrupted, raising his suspicion. Hey, haven't you noticed? We've been walking for a long time, and we still haven't reached the end. Something's wrong with this place. He then broke free from Boban's grasp and walked over to the wall. I was observing the outer structure of the temple earlier. He began, then seriously analyzed. The distance we've traveled since entering .it seems to have exceeded the length of the temple. Everyone fell silent, listening to every word he said. Space-time structure. This place might be completely different from the outside. As he finished speaking, an X-shaped slash suddenly appeared on the wall beside him. Ibre explained, if we're just walking in place, going forward might lead us past this mark. He suggested, let's keep moving. Chi Lu, agreeing with Ibre's suggestion, nodded slightly. The group quickly moved on, everyone running without stopping. Chi Yu felt une. After entering the temple, the system stopped providing information. The map wasn't displaying any quests either. As he moved forward, he wondered if he had missed something. Suddenly, Sally pointed at something, her face full of disbelief. Hey, everyone look. Chi Lu also looked in the direction she was pointing, wondering what had surprised her so much. On the wall in front of them was the same mark they had seen earlier. Step after step, they continued down the dark corridor. Boban began to worry. We've been walking for so long. Why haven't we returned to the entrance? Brothers beside him hesitantly reassured him. Let's wait a little longer. Based on the time we've spent, the exit should be just ahead. Sally voiced her disagreement, pointing out the inconsistency they'd been experiencing. Our pace is faster now than before. We should have reached the entrance by now. Chi Liu's response immediately after seemed to confirm her suspicion. Perhaps there isn't an entrance. He looked down, speculating, if I'm not mistaken, what's ahead is the spot we marked. His eyes flashed with anger. We've been led into a loop by this temple. And just as he said, the X-shaped slash mark stood gleaming before them. Chi Lu let Aya look a play on his head as he stroked his chin, lost in thought, checking his system interface. Just when did we enter this loop? The system still isn't displaying anything. He couldn't help but think about the situation outside the temple, where Kepri was still fighting. We can't keep wasting time like this. If we're driven out, everything will be over. Lost in thought, he noticed 4 figures running towards them from afar. Bro's group returned after scouting the surroundings. He reported gravely, we've checked the ground and the walls. We haven't found any hidden doors or mechanisms. Ibre quickly added, the hallway doesn't have any barriers or formations either. Chi Lu inquired further, what about above? Did you find anything, even a crack? But the answer he received wasn't satisfactory. We checked everything, but we didn't find any clues. We'll have to think of something else. Boban suddenly suggested, Sally, why don't you try your flame magic? Maybe you can break through this wall. We might be able to get out that way. Sally hesitated, glancing at the others to gauge their reactions. Are you sure about this? Brothers tried to persuade her. We don't have any other options. We can only try. Even Ibre nodded, signaling for her to proceed. So, she nodded in agreement, preparing to act. The group immediately moved aside, giving her space to cast her blazing spell. Fire dance. Her eyes flashed sharply. Crackling beneath, small flames began to spread. Sally used all her strength to attack straight ahead. Violent fireball. The flames slammed into the solid wall. The pressure that rebounded was startling to the entire group. Sally cried out joyfully. It worked. It worked. Where there had been a smooth wall, there was now a large hole, still bearing traces of melting. Brothers quickly ran over to examine it, calling out to his friends. Great. Could this be the solution? But when they looked through to the other side, no one could remain calm. On the other side was another hallway, another wall with a bright X mark on it. The blue light of the slash seemed to mock them. Brothers exclaimed, "It's the same mark a Bray left earlier." Sally, behind him, couldn't stay calm. What? How is this possible? Boban, even more agitated, drew his sword and roared, "Who's doing this? Show yourself." Chi Lu was once again lost in thought. I once read a book that considered Earth a prison for humanity. All hallways form a circle, but due to gravity, we can't perceive it. This wall is just another part of the cycle. His brows furrowed slightly as he glanced around, considering their options. How are we going to get out of here? Meanwhile, in a building in Tokyo, Japan, someone is presenting a series of information to a woman wearing glasses in front of Professor Mayate. In the photo are monsters that have suddenly appeared globally. We want to seek your help. The shapes of these monsters are identical to the designs in the game Cosmos. She only replies with a single word. The other person continues, and their designs are based on myths from around the world. Mayate coldly confirms the shapes of these monsters are indeed recorded in world mythology. Hearing this, Minister becomes even more suspicious. Are you certain, Professor Mayate? If these things are real, wouldn't it mean myths are all true? The professor is also skeptical. If these are real, it could indeed prove that what I'm researching isn't mythology, but history. Minister silently observes her. Back in the dark corridor inside the temple, Chi Liu's group has given up wandering around and is staying in one place, thinking. Boban impatiently exclaims, "Damn it, there's absolutely no clue. Are we going to be trapped here until we die?" Lucius, who has been silent until now, finally complains irritably, "Can you stop that? You're constantly yelling." This makes him so angry, he wants to lash out at her. "What did you say? Do you want to fight?" Luckily, Brothers is behind him, holding him back. "Hi, Balban, Gamdao." Ignoring the commotion, Sally gently asks Chi Lu, "Have you thought of a way out?" But he crosses his arms and denies it. Not yet. Chi Liu's mind is in turmoil. If this is a quest, there must be a way to solve it. I must have missed something. What is it? Suddenly, a voice rings out. Elemental Power, leaning against him, darkly finishes the sentence. It's really like Ouroboros. Thanks to that word, Ouroboros, something clicks in Chi Liu's mind. Memories come flooding back. Wait a minute. I've seen that name in mythology books. You mean Ouroboros? The head and tail touching, symbolizing the serpent, an infinite loop. Jormungandr in Norse mythology, or the Naga in Indian mythology, are all in the form of a serpent biting its tail. He wonders, do you mean we're inside Ouroboros' belly? So if we cut its belly open, can we get out? Elemental Power immediately dismisses the idea. Ouroboros isn't what you think. This is a forbidden god arranged by the dream god, Onairi. As soon as we entered the temple, we were paralyzed by the forbidden god. Hearing this, he immediately asks, "So, do you know how to break the forbidden god?" His eyes gleaming, Elemental Power bluntly replies, "Of course. Just find the one who cast the forbidden god and kill them." His implication sinks in among Chi Liu's friends. Chi Liu is Fazdakins. You're saying one of them is a fake, created by Onairi. Elemental Power gives a final warning before disappearing. Yes, but you have to be careful. Inside Ouroboros, it exists like a god. Listening to the advice from Elemental Power, he calculates. If that's the case, then I can't alert them. I have to give them a fatal blow when they're unaware. A series of faces and gestures flash through his mind. Who could it be? He discreetly looks towards Lucius. Her expression hides unease. He looks over at Brothers and his group. Finally, he hesitantly turns around. He looks at Eugene and Sally chatting happily. Chi Lu continues to torment himself. Who is the one disguising themselves? At the border of the underworld, the crescent moon shone brightly, illuminating the cliffs. Floating streams and large, luminous pink flowers created a dreamy scene. Onairi reached out to catch the falling blossoms. What's happening? Her back was graceful, surrounded by falling petals within the Ratonia shrine. Onairi's eyes held a hint of tension. The dream prohibition has been activated. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind her. "Long time no see, Onairi." She hid the shimmering flower behind her back, then forced a smile. "Lord Hades, why are you here?" Hades swept past her, saying coldly, "Why? Shouldn't you be happy to see me? Why this expression?" Onairi shook her head with a strained laugh. "No, it's just that you've never been to the border of the underworld before, so I'm a little surprised. Is there something you need, Lord Hades?" Hades' voice deepened. "My dearest father, Kronos, has escaped from Tartarus." Onairi's brows furrowed in surprise. "What? Impossible. The dream prohibition of Tartarus hasn't been deactivated. There's no way he could escape without causing a stir." Hades' eyes glowed red with menace. "Before Poseidon finds out, you'd best help me find him and bring him back. Otherwise, you'll take his place in Tartarus." Onairi's face paled. "Yes, Lord Hades." Hades then opened a magic portal and departed. Her face was tense with confusion. To bypass the dream prohibition, get past Cerberus, and escape from here. How did Kronos do it? She then looked at the flower in her hand, thinking, and what happened in the Ratonia shrine. Elsewhere, a voice suddenly rang out. "What did you say?" Aubrey raised an eyebrow. "Horan's training has to be done here." Ji Lu chuckled softly. "Well, we're stuck here anyway. Might as well use this time to challenge him again. I lost miserably last time." Backban looked annoyed. "Hey, Tranji Lu, what are you trying to do?" His voice held a hint of provocation. "I'm bored. What's wrong with a little training? You got your butt kicked last time, Backban. Are you scared?" Backban grew angrier. "What did you say?" "I'm scared." Aubrey, use that artifact. Sally forced a smile, trying to calm things down. "Aubrey, don't listen to them." Ji Lu's eyes gleamed with calculation. "If I investigate everyone one by one, that guy will eventually find out. It's better to create a conflict directly. The more sudden and chaotic the conflict, the greater the chance of him revealing himself." He then spoke up. "If it were the real Aubrey, he probably would." Before he could finish, Aubrey agreed. "All right, let the trial begin." Sally's eyes widened in surprise. Backban and brothers also froze in astonishment. Ji Lu and Aubrey locked eyes. Ji Lu thought, if it really is Aubrey, he would definitely agree to my request. He understands that I wouldn't make such an absurd request at this time unless I had a plan. My image of Aubrey is of someone powerful, one of the 12 heroes, possessing the world's keenest sense of smell. He wouldn't misunderstand. Seeing the situation, Ji Lu, the embodiment of elemental power, spoke up. "I never thought you'd come up with this, but relying on their combat strength to find the imposter is impossible." Ji Lu explained in a low voice, "I know these copies can replicate appearances, but there's one thing they can't copy. That is, a weapon radiating immense magical power." He said softly, "The habits stemming from the magic of that weapon create copies of everyone present." Ji Lu analyzed. "Everyone has their own unique combat mindset. The copies here all exhibit these mindsets. This thinking is deeply ingrained in personality and bone structure. It can't be faked." He glanced at the group. "By carefully observing each person during combat, we can definitely identify the imposter." Hearing this, the embodiment of elemental power reminded Ji Lu, "We only have one chance. If they discover we know about the dreamscape, we'll be trapped in the dream god's time loop. We'll never be able to leave." Ji Lu's face was serious, without a trace of hesitation. Using his magic, he conjured a sword. With determination, he said, "Don't worry, old man. I will definitely succeed." Then Aubrey spoke up, giving instructions. "All right, the training begins. Everyone, be careful." The 5 looked at each other with determined eyes and nodded. Then they all assumed combat stances. Their copies did the same. Everything was set. Ji Lu dashed forward to begin. He leaped swiftly towards Sally's copy, targeted by both him and Lucius. With a single sword strike each, they sliced the copy into 3 pieces. Landing on the ground, Lucius said coldly, "I have no interest in this pointless game. Let's finish quickly and find a way out." Hearing this, Ji Lu analyzed the situation to himself. Lucius's choice, like his own, was to eliminate the weakest target first. Moreover, based on his combat experience with her, she was likely the real Sally. Ji Lu's copy swung its sword, aiming for Sally. It lunged straight towards her. Before it could connect, something blocked it with a clang. It was Ji Lu who had intercepted the attack. He said to Sally, "I'll hold off my copy. You and Lucius go help the others kill their copies." Sally was momentarily stunned, but replied, "Okay." The 2 women then left together. Ji Lu watched them go, calculating. "Now, I have to keep them constantly making choices. As long as they choose, the imposter's weaknesses will be revealed." Backban and Lucius's copy were equally matched, clashing swords. Seeing this, Backban frowned in frustration. Brothers was also engaged in a one-on-one duel with his own copy. Faloga was also using her techniques to fight her copy. The copy and the two of them were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a victor. Faloga's copy's snake technique suddenly burst into flames. The two women arrived to help. Seeing brothers, Lucius remarked, "You can't even defeat a copy of this level. You're too weak." Seemingly ignoring her, Brothers said with infatuated eyes, "Beautiful, leave me your contact information." Disgusted, Lucius turned away. From a distance, Sally asked, "Are you all right, Faloga?" She replied softly, "Yes, thank you." Ji Lu's copy, full of power, unleashed an attack. His hands moved swiftly in retaliation, while his mind raced, analyzing everything. Backban chose to attack Lucius's copy. Both assassins obsessed. Brothers and Faloga chose their own copies. Lucius and I both targeted Sally's copy, the weakest. Sally remained motionless, unsure how to fight. Suddenly, something clicked. "Wait, I think I missed something." Ji Lu's eyes lit up as if he knew everything. "I know who the imposter is." Lucius defeated Brose's copy. Sally, using her own technique, and Faloga defeated Faloga's copy. Backban also took down his copy. "I won." Everything vanished, transporting them to another place. They saw Ji Lu swiftly returning. Brother spoke up. "Hey kid, how are you?" Before he could finish, a sharp, decisive sword sound rang out. Everything happened so fast, leaving Faloga wide-eyed. His sword sliced through Brothers gasped in pain, crying out. Ji Lu's eyes remained cold as he watched. Faloga lost her composure and yelled, "Ji Lu, what are you doing?" The others were equally shocked. "Are you crazy, Ji Lu?" Brose's body slowly dissolved into flower petals, then disintegrated into dust before everyone's eyes. They all stood in somber silence. Ji Lu's eyes were resolute. "It seems I was right. Brothers was the imposter." Suddenly, the ceiling cracked. Light from the fissures slowly shone through. Everyone looked up in surprise. Then, the ceiling began to collapse. The light intensified, carrying the flower petals, blinding everyone. The brilliant light was too dazzling, obscuring everything. Ji Lu squinted, then his eyes widened in surprise. Everything was as if nothing had happened. Everyone was lost in thought. Ji Lu glanced around, thinking, so it reset. Faloga asked Brothers, "Are you all right?" Brothers clutched his head. "I'm Yufine. What happened? Why are we sitting here?" At that moment, Backban grabbed Ji Lu angrily. "Damn it, Ji Lu. What the hell were you doing?" Ji Lu didn't answer, instead looking in a specific direction. Backban, confused, asked, "What are you looking at?" Ji Lu's face lit up with joy. "We're out of the loop," he said, and the two looked towards the gate, faintly visible through the smoke. Haluka slowly approached, sneering. "Dragon of the underworld, sacrificing souls to Hades. Just a piece of trash who can't withstand a single blow." The two faced each other. Haluka's voice was full of contempt. "I thought you could play with me a little longer." How utterly boring. Agoles looked at him in pain. Haluka's hand shot out, seizing Agoles by the throat and lifting him into the air. Agoles angrily demanded, "Damn you. Who are you?" Haluka coldly replied, "My name. Ask your pathetic master in hell." He tightened his grip, sparks flying. Agoles' eyes widened, his vision blurring in agony. His body ignited in flames. The sudden burst startled Haluka. Suddenly, a light flashed from the sky. Something was hurtling towards them. The flames intensified, spreading to Haluka. He frantically brushed them away. Looking at the flames, he muttered to himself, "Hades' forbidden spell, the flames of hell. Are they within this man?" Haluka's entire body was ablaze. Agoles, as if having narrowly escaped death, collapsed. Then he shakily struggled to his feet. By this time, Haluka had already fled. He frowned, gasping for breath. A symbolic pattern appeared in the sky. Suddenly, it flashed and then vanished. Agoles looked up and softly called, "Lord Hades." Elsewhere, the back of a lone man stood on a balcony. Hades focused on generating magical power. His gaze was distant. The forbidden spell on Agoles has been activated. The true God-slayer is in Ratonia. Elsewhere, a gentle hand caught falling flower petals. Beneath a flowering tree beside a clear blue lake, Wonnery sat quietly by the shore, creating an incredibly poetic scene. A blue flame torch suddenly ignited where Ji Lu was. Aubrey spoke. Everything that just happened was the dream god's forbidden spell. Ji Lu's eyes held a hint of doubt. "But how do you know it's a forbidden spell?" Ji-Lu hesitated, unsure what to say. I just said it's just. The others chimed in. Sally asked, confused, Aubrey, what is a forbidden spell? I've never heard of it before. Biotse bon fronet, ernoit. Indeed. Even I don't know. How do you know, Ji-Lu? Brothers also wondered, hey, what else are you hiding, Ji-Lu? From behind, Lucius calmly explained, each divine city is granted a unique forbidden spell. Her expression was serious. The target can be a person or an object. A forbidden spell, once cast, can only be deactivated by the god themselves. Otherwise, it can only be triggered. And most importantly, forbidden spells are effective even against gods. They can be considered absolute weapons, the supreme wisdom of the gods. It's a miracle we were able to escape the dream god's forbidden spell. Then, she asked Ji-Lu suspiciously, how did you know that killing brothers would break the dream god's forbidden spell? Hearing this, Bro's eyes widened in shock. What? Kill me. What did you do just now, Ji-Lu? Ji-Lu quickly reassured him. We were trapped in a forbidden spell. We had to kill the fake you to get out. But you're all right now. A system alert suddenly appeared. The divine city of Khepri has been sealed. Duration, 30 hours. Seeing this, Ji-Lu's eyes flickered in surprise. He then urged everyone, we have to hurry inside. Someone outside has sealed my divine city. They'll probably be here soon. Everyone remained silent, offering no objections. With that said, they all headed towards the gate. The massive gate slowly opened. Everyone's faces were tense. One by one, they stepped inside. The vast path was deep, silent, and devoid of light. They walked through the rooms inside. Aubrey softly reminded everyone to be careful. Sally looked around, observing. It's strange. There aren't even any guardian beasts. The gate slowly closed with a creak. The sound startled everyone, causing them to turn around. Ji-Lu glanced around, observing. Sally pointed in a direction ahead. Bright eyes in the darkness, accompanied by whispers. The whispers echoed. Suddenly, they emerged from the hazy smoke. Then, their numbers grew. They poured out from the deep abyss, advancing towards them. Brothers was a little worried. He knew there would be magical beasts beyond the gate, but he didn't expect so many. Backband frowned slightly. Sally spoke up as well. Not only the sheer number, but the fighting power of these magical beasts was something even ordinary beasts in Ratonia couldn't compare to. Aubrey's expression turned serious. They were hellish ghouls, level 80, ferociously charging towards them. Ji-Lu thought to himself, these hell ghouls were 20 levels higher than the undead beasts from the Red Moon quest. But because so many appeared at once, he watched the approaching ghouls thoughtfully and analyzed the situation. In this narrow passage, their overwhelming numbers would create a sense of oppression. Ji-Lu's serious gaze unconsciously instilled a sense of dread in everyone. Suddenly, the system announced the activation of Napris's Hell's Eye quest. A giant eye appeared. The quest conditions stated that Napris's Hell's Eye would continuously summon hell demons. The objective was to kill all the demons and destroy the Hell's Eye. Completing the quest would summon the guardian of the Napris temple. That demonic eye was creating the ghouls. He understood now. They were being continuously generated and sent to attack. Ji-Lu drew his sword, ready to fight, thinking that if the magical beasts were summoned from the eye, he just needed to destroy it. He looked at the others. The most important thing to do now was... Sally anxiously asked Aubrey. The number of magical beasts keeps increasing. What do we do? Before Aubrey could answer, Ji-Lu dashed forward as fast as lightning, surprising everyone. He charged into the ghouls alone. With swift sword strikes, he quickly cut them down. Ji-Lu's eyes gleamed. Right now, the most important thing was to bolster everyone's confidence. Everyone watched in astonishment. He had single-handedly taken down dozens of ghouls. Ji-Lu turned and shouted, "Everyone, pull yourselves together. The magical beasts are all summoned by that eye. Just cover me while I destroy it, and we can get through this." Sally stared blankly at Ji-Lu. Seeing this, Backband chuckled. This show-off. Aubrey's expression became resolute. Brothers looked at Sally and nodded. Aubrey summoned his broadsword with magic and shouted, "Everyone, cover Ji-Lu while he approaches the eye. Begin the attack." Hearing the command, everyone took up their weapons and prepared to fight. Ji-Lu swiftly swung his sword, clearing a path and cutting down the ghouls. He thought to himself, I have to let them know that they're not fighting alone. I'm the one they can rely on. Everyone joined the fight. Aubrey used his sword, and Sally used her skills, both rushing into battle. Backband's eyes were filled with determination. I can't let him hog all the glory. He charged forward powerfully. Brothers and Sally worked together to defeat the ghouls. Lucius used magic to blast them away. The eyes suddenly flashed. The ghouls became even more ferocious and enraged, charging towards them. Seeing this, Ji Lu was startled. They surrounded him. He leaped up. He slashed at a ghoul, but to his surprise, it had no effect. He wondered what the system announced. Hell demons have transformed into spectral forms. Spectral forms are immune to all physical attacks. The ghouls began to swing their swords. Ji Lu easily blocked the attack, but he couldn't help but wonder, immune to physical attacks. Seeing this, brothers exclaimed, "Our attacks seem useless." The ghouls' vicious swords suddenly lunged forward. Before they could react, they were attacked. Sally cried out in pain as a blade struck her. Ji Lu single-handedly flung the ghoul away. He looked at his companions, thinking, only Lucius is a mage among us. They're getting stronger and are swarming us. We're cornered and can't do anything. The ferocious demonic beasts rushed towards the group. Sally and Lucius couldn't help but feel anxious. Both of them shouted simultaneously, "Lucius, fire element, fire rush." Backban was using a healing spell on Brother's healing. 30 seconds remaining. Brose's face was full of vitality as his wounds were treated. "Ji Lu, are you a priest? Why is your healing so slow?" Ji Lu whistled nonchalantly. "Shut up," he thought to himself. "So, healing spells used on others require continuous casting for a minute. It seems there are still many rules I don't understand." He turned to see Lucius and Sally struggling against the demonic beasts, including the high-level ones immune to physical attacks. How can we kill them? He wondered. Both Sally and Lucius were gradually exhausting their strength. Ji Lu worried, thinking, relying on Lucius and Aubrey alone, they won't last long. Moreover, that this eye is continuously summoning demonic beasts. Just dealing with these is already overwhelming. If more come, his expression grew increasingly grim that only death awaits us. Healing complete. Brother spoke up, fully recovered now. "Ji Lu, your healing is pretty good." Ji Lu quickly replied, "Good that you're recovered. Now I need to figure out how to kill these demonic beasts." Lucius and Aubrey can't hold out much longer. He fell silent, thinking, that old man who was fighting earlier is gone. Maybe he knows how to kill these demonic beasts. Ji Lu's eyes scanned for the old man. "Uncle, where are you?" He grew anxious when he received no response. "No answer, what do I do?" Ji Lu turned to look at Aubrey. He thought, "Mr. Aubrey, what is he doing there?" He approached him and said, "Mr. Aubrey." Aubrey quickly replied, "Ji Lu, Brose's wounds are healed now." Ji Lu told Aubrey, "He's all right now. We need to figure out how to deal with these demonic beasts." "Mr. Aubrey, have you encountered this type of demonic beast before?" "Yes," Aubrey honestly replied. "To be honest, this is the second time I've encountered this type of demonic beast." Ji Lu was surprised. "What? The second time? When was the first?" He thought, Mr. Aubrey must know how to kill them, right? Aubrey recounted with a serious expression. "During the O'Brien battle, I went alone to the Black Sea to fight the giant demon, Quinker. He also used this skill. I couldn't hit him at all and was forced to defend in the Black Sea. During the time Aubrey fought the high-level demonic beast, his body was covered in wounds as he struggled against it. Just when I thought I was about to die, a long, blue sword with electric sparks suddenly appeared before my eyes. My intuition told me it was a divine artifact bestowed upon me to kill the giant demon. That sword really could not only hit the giant demon Quinker, but it also dealt immense damage to him. Quinker was killed by me. Yes, he recounted it to me. Later, I learned it was the legendary demonic sword Kaipoga. Within the sword lies boundless lightning energy. Rather than saying Quinker was wounded by its slashes, it's more accurate to say he was killed by the lightning magic on the sword." Ji Lu responded in astonishment. Magic attributes on a sword. His eyes suddenly lit up. "I understand," he thought to himself. Magical damage and physical damage are clearly distinguished in this fictional game world. Aubrey, Backban, Brothers, Sally, and Lucius are all warriors and assassins. Although each possesses different elemental powers, the attacks just now were ineffective against the demonic beasts. They were considered physical damage by the system. Only Lily's Dina, 91, and magic attacks are considered magical attacks. Therefore, the conclusion is that class affects the type of attack. He opened his status window, lost in thought. Leading Destruction can level up all elemental skills, meaning it's magical damage. Crescent Moon Slash is also a magical attack. Imbue the weapon with chaotic demonic power. Aubrey spoke again, but I've never seen a mage imbue a weapon with magic. After hearing him, he looked towards where everyone was fighting. If I'm not mistaken, killing these demonic beasts will be as easy as turning my hand. A demonic beast quickly opened its mouth, revealing a mysterious orb of power within. It directly launched that mysterious power towards Sally and Lucius. Receiving the signal, all the remaining demonic beasts simultaneously unleashed their power. Sally and Lucius struggled to defend against them. She yelled, "Aubrey, I can't hold on much longer." Lucius. The two of them exerted all their strength to resist the frenzied demonic beasts. Suddenly, a surge of power rushed forward in front of them. The Tran family's Bright Star Song, increasing damage against undead enemies by 100%. Ji Lu quickly advanced, radiating an immense power. He instantly annihilated more than half of the demonic beasts. Increased damage against undead by 100%. Killing a hellish ghoul grants 5,000 experience. Everything happened so fast that those around him couldn't react. Ji Lu shouted, leading destruction. He turned to look at everyone and said, "Follow me." The whole group seemed to be invigorated with new strength, everyone brimming with fighting spirit. The remaining demonic beasts aggressively charged towards him. He gripped his sword tightly, calculating his plan. The demonic beasts are still increasing, so I have to close the distance before my skill cools down. Crescent Moon Slash. With just a few strikes, Ji Lu successfully eliminated the demonic beasts trying to approach him. The Tran family's Bright Star Song activated a 5% magic critical hit. He killed 20 hellish ghouls, receiving 200,000 experience points. He turned and thought to himself, destroying the eye will reveal Naptus. Use the God-slaying strike. Hitting the target will mark it. He ran while trying to encourage himself. I absolutely cannot fall here. Ji Lu quickly found another group of demonic beasts. He leaped to attack. God-slaying strike marked. Ji Lu had just finished annihilating the group of demonic beasts. He pondered, hope lying ahead. Destroying the flying gods and killing the hellish corpse demons X18 yielded 180,000 EXP. No matter what, he had to win. Ji Lu shot forward through the chaos. Lightning crackled across the ground. A single strike killed 2 or 3 demons. The system announced, killed hellish corpse demons X30, received 300,000 EXP. The Casa's demonic sword's effect activated, restoring 100 MP due to the system's judgment. The hellish corpse demons were elite monsters. All skills could restore the cooldown of the Cam Dao. Killing the elite hellish corpse demons activated the leading destruction effect, refreshing the cooldown of God-slaying strike. God's journey, destroy the flying gods. Leading destruction, Ji Lu brandished the demonic sword, charging into the midst of the corpse demons. A thick killing intent flashed across his eyes. Then, the demonic sword sliced through the demons' heads, splitting their skulls in two. The system announced again, please pay attention to the Casa's demonic sword you are using. Durability has decreased to 59%. Below 60%, accelerated deterioration will occur. Ji Lu finished off the nearest corpse demon. He thought to himself, the only regrettable thing is the rapid wear and tear on the Casa's demonic sword due to the constant attacks. Right now, the approaching speed is still too slow. If he continued at this pace, he feared he would waste a weapon before even seeing Naptus. The system screen displayed hidden rank 100. Ji Lu looked at the hundreds of corpse demons before him and thought, although he still had hidden rank to purchase weapons, such waste. When facing the boss, he would have to use hidden rank to exchange for potions. Although this method would greatly damage his weapon, it was the only way. With that thought, Ji Lu resolutely swung his demonic sword again. He shouted, chaotic god-slaying, crescent moon slash. Immediately, a sharp force slashed towards the corpse demons, clearing them out in an instant. All the corpse demons within the range of crescent moon slash couldn't escape. A loud boom echoed, and a magnificent explosion appeared before Ji Lu. The system immediately announced, killed hellish corpse demons X15, received 150,000 EXP, killed elite hellish corpse demons. Leading destruction effect activated, refreshing the cooldown of God-slaying strike. God's journey, destroy the flying gods, leading destruction. Those nearby who witnessed this scene were all speechless. Lucius silently thought, he's gotten stronger in such a short time. Sally was sweating bullets. Just what was his limit? Backban smirked derisively. What's so impressive about that? I'll definitely surpass him. Aubrey silently looked towards Ji Lu. Though unwilling to admit it, this kid's strength had already far surpassed his own. Such formidable strength brought them an absolute sense of security. Everyone was astonished, but also ignited with a burning fighting spirit. Ji Lu stomped his foot and charged forward. He raised an eyebrow, looking straight at the giant eye. It was right ahead. He just needed to destroy the eye, and he would be able to. Ji Lu used all his strength and shot towards it. He charged straight toward the eye. He would meet the boss, Naptis. Ji Lu roared. Then he decisively severed the eye. Drops of crimson blood fell, unable to obscure his blazing eyes, filled with killing intent. At Cosmos headquarters, Country A monotonous voice echoed from within. That man's son suddenly disappeared on a subway train in city seen not long ago. We've dispatched men to search, but rest assured, boss, his wife is still in our hands. We're certain he won't abandon her. The shaved-headed guard knelt on one knee, reporting to the boss who was golfing. He paused for a moment, then continued, furthermore, I heard. But before he could finish his sentence, the golf club slammed into his face. The boss roared in a cold voice. After all this time, all you're telling me is that there's still no news of him. The guard, his chin lifted by the golf club, struggled to speak, boss. The boss scowled and said, I don't care what methods you use. Within 7 days, if I don't see what I want, you're dead. His purple eyes glinted coldly. The guard collapsed to the ground. Yes, boss. In City B of Country C, Zhao Jingyi's voice rang out. Minister 2, we've received intel. The gigantic monster in the South China Sea has suddenly disappeared. The same goes for other cities. Minister 2 frowned and asked, disappeared. Did the cameras capture anything? Zhao Jingyi shook his head. No, aside from the previous footage. All cameras globally malfunctioned simultaneously. Malfunctioned. Were there any other witnesses? Minister 2 continued to ask. Zhao Jingyi checked his documents, then hesitantly replied, yes. But those people all claimed. Claimed what? Minister 2 asked. Zhao Jingyi's expression became apprehensive. They saw a god descend upon the earth and kill those monsters. A god. Minister 2 raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Elsewhere, the system continuously announced, success. Naptis's I defeated. 4 million experience points received. Level up. Receive the 2 Noyet C key. Receive the title, Demon Slaying Saint. Demon Slaying Saint. Defeat Naptis's I or kill 1,000 demonic beasts to receive this title. The title will synchronize to the Cosmos World platform. After receiving the Demon Slaying Saint title, attacks against demonic beasts will receive a 10% damage increase and grant 10% damage reduction for demonic beast attacks. Caution. Cass's demonic sword durability is at 39%. Please change weapons promptly. Ji Lu glanced at the success notification, realizing the weapon's deterioration was faster than he anticipated. At that moment, his eyes widened in surprise as Backban suddenly charged forward, kicking directly at his face. But Ji Lu swiftly blocked the attack. Ji Lu frowned at him. Backban, he called. Lucius hurriedly shouted, Backban, are you crazy? Backban retreated, his voice strained. Since when did you get so strong? How did you do it? Ji Lu looked away. Killed monsters. Leveled up. Hearing this, Lucius and the others burst into laughter. Backban, I thought it was something else. Turns out you're just jealous. Ha ha. Backban's face immediately flushed crimson. Stop laughing. He then looked at Ji Lu, his voice serious. Ji Lu, no matter how strong you get, I will surpass you one day. Ji Lu asked, bewildered. But we're teammates now. I believe you, Backban said, extending his hand. He smiled. Let's defeat the Temple Guardian together. Ji Lu stared at his outstretched hand, momentarily silent. Then, he reached out and grasped Backban's hand. So you have to try your best, Ji Lu replied. Backban smiled, just wait and see. Seeing this scene, a faint smile played on Lucius's lips. Just then, a mournful cry rang out, wah wah wah. Backban and Ji Lu immediately turned around. Because the sound came from the end of the pitch-black corridor, Lucius asked, what was that sound just now? Immediately afterward, the flame on the lamp was suddenly sucked away by something and then extinguished. The surroundings suddenly shook as if an earthquake had struck. Rocks fell with a rumble, startling everyone. Before the large rocks fell, someone managed to control them in time. Ji Lu shouted, "Everyone be careful." The surrounding space was now pitch black. Ji Lu frowned, thinking to himself, is Naptis about to appear? At that moment, Ji Lu's gaze fixed on a point above. It was an eye with blood-red veins, staring down at everyone. In the sky, planes darted like a flock of birds. The city below was in ruins, devastation everywhere. The corridor was filled with cries and wails of pain from the survivors. A homeless man, seemingly driven mad, kept hitting his head and shouting, "The end is here. The end is here. This is God's judgment upon us. The gates of hell are about to open. This is God's apocalyptic judgment. We're all going to die. All going to die. D." He then lunged madly towards two female students. Soldiers rushed forward and pinned him to the ground. The beggar continued to rant, "All going to die. D. D." A little girl clutched her mother's skirt and fearfully asked, "Mommy, what is God? Is God those monsters?" Someone pondered silently, "God." Then she slowly said, "If a computer creates a world similar to our reality, then for those living in that fictional world, that is God. In their eyes, it's just the creator." Someone else added, "Koshi Josei, Mizata-ku's teacher." Mizata-ku frowned and asked, "But teacher, if it's really like you say, then could our world also be fictional? What can prove that the world we live in is fictional?" Someone calmly replied, "It's actually not difficult to prove. We just need to consider that if our world isn't fictional, then three things must be true. First, humans have no interest in creating fictional worlds. Obviously, this doesn't fit. Second, human science and technology are incapable of creating fictional worlds. The appearance of cosmos negates this. Third, before creating a fictional world, humanity was annihilated. Eliminating all of these is impossible. The remaining conclusion, however absurd, is the truth." Then, looking towards the people not far away, they continued in a low voice, "Perhaps we are also gods in their eyes." Mizata-ku thought everything before was just a hypothesis. But now, the appearance of the monster truly proves Professor Koshi Josei's theory. Our world is fictional. The worlds we create are also fictional. Perhaps the one who created our world is also fictional. If that's the case, we're all just puppets following a pre-written script. System announcement. The final mission, Kepri's demise, has been activated. Gatona Janiper's Temple Guardian, rank unknown. The final mission, Kepri's demise, has been activated. Gatona Janiper's Temple Guardian, rank unknown. Mission reward, 30 million EXP, Eye of Freedom Key, Soul Ruby Cap X3 upon mission completion. Use the Eye of Freedom Key to leave Zato-Naza. Ji Lu stared at Naptis, thinking to himself, this is it, the final boss, the hateful Naptis. Such a powerful aura. That feeling is coming again. Now his whole body was involuntarily stiff with fear. He looked up cautiously, trying to regain control of his body. Then, Ji Lu glanced behind him. No, if everyone is consumed by this fear, we're doomed to fail. At this moment, everyone was frozen, staring at Naptis, not daring to make a sound. Bibole shouted, "Everyone snap out of it." His voice was filled with determination. I know this is the first time you've faced an opponent so much stronger than yourselves. But there's something you must remember. In any battle, no matter how strong or difficult the opponent, you must never let fear control you. Everyone, if you chose to come to this temple, you must be prepared to either die in Zato-Naza or kill this thing. We must give it our all. Bibole roared, "Defeat him." Do you hear me? Inspired by his spirit, everyone's morale was boosted. Yes, everyone shouted in unison, drawing their weapons, ready to fight. Ji Lu glanced at them, thinking the fear I just felt was instantly dispelled by Yubre. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew, causing Ji Lu to instinctively raise his hand to shield himself. Everyone else felt it too. Lucius brushed her hair aside and asked, "Why is there such a strong wind here?" Ji Lu's heart skipped a beat. Wait, that's not right. This is... Suddenly, what was before them transformed into a sharp blade-like form. That immense power suddenly crashed down upon Ji Lu and the others. Bibole quickly drew his sword and slashed, severing the attack. That wind just now was an attack from the Guardian, he said. Bibole's eyes gleamed. Everyone, watch out for its attacks. Immediately, more attacks came swiftly. Ji Lu and the others quickly retreated, dodging the Guardian's attacks. Bibole shouted as he fought, Backban, Jilu, I'll hold off the attacks. You two, get closer to the Guardian. Hearing this, the two immediately exchanged glances and shouted in unison, understood. Backban and Jilu charged towards the Guardian together. As he ran, Jilu thought, my agility isn't low, but I couldn't react at all just now. Yubre's reaction speed is incredible. Suddenly, one of the Guardian's attacks shot towards Backban's side. Jilu's eyes widened as he noticed. He rushed forward and grabbed Backban, pulling him away. But he wasn't fast enough. Jilu was slashed across the face. Backban stumbled and fell forward. Immediately after, tentacles suddenly erupted from the ground, blocking their path. But Jilu quickly pulled Backban and ran. Just as they reached the surface, the ground beneath them exploded from a tentacle strike. After the loud boom subsided, they were finally safe. Backban clutched his arm, panting and groaning. Jilu frowned and asked, Backban, are you all right? Beotse bon green vikli. Not dead yet. Suddenly, a thought struck Jilu. Wait, its tentacles can attack from below. How? We can't predict them. Just then, more tentacles surged towards them. Lucius screamed in terror. At that moment, sharp slashes ripped through the air, severing the massive tentacles. Bibole, carrying the two incapacitated men, ran out of the death trap. Jilu, seeing them, was taken aback. He frowned, thinking, damn it, the enemy has the advantage. We can't keep this up. Is there anything useful in the shop? Just then, Jilu noticed something. Luminous Illumination Grenade, level 3 consumable. Illumination grenades can illuminate any darkness for 5 minutes. Jilu was immediately overjoyed. Perfect. With this, I can see the tentacles from all directions. I just need to watch out for the ones underground. He then decisively said, Purchase. System shows cost. 6 levels. Buy 2 luminous illumination grenades for use. Jilu immediately threw a grenade into the air. The grenade soared towards Naptis. Then, a blinding flash of light erupted, catching everyone's attention. Instantly, Bibole, Lucius, Jilu, and the others widened their eyes, thinking in astonishment this is Naptis's true form. Rising above the mass of tentacles was a young man. His eyes were closed, and 2 long, sharp horns protruded from his head. Besides the tentacles, Naptis had numerous eyes and mouths. At that moment, another tentacle appeared behind Jilu. Naptis's pitch-black eyes seemed to stare directly at him. Jilu flinched and looked behind him, his body reacting a moment too late. Jilu dodged to the side, stumbled, and fell to the ground, clutching his chest and coughing violently. Naptis's eyes narrowed. Lightspeed pierce. Myriads of tentacles immediately lunged towards Jilu. In the city of El, Omnia gazed at the cityscape, somewhat bored. So this is the world of the Creator. It's no different from ours. Jinx crossed his arms and laughed heartily. Haha, watching these self-important insects get slaughtered is truly delightful. Omnia swung her legs and sneered at Jinx. Your taste is still as poor as ever. Jinx smirked. Poor taste, Omnia. I bet you're enjoying this too. Omnia snapped. Shut up. Go report to Master Surly. The one we seek isn't in this city. Jinx gave a helpless smile. What does Master Surly want with him anyway? Wouldn't it be easier to just kill everyone here? Omnia's eyes flashed with killing intent. Do you want to die? Hearing that, Jinx immediately became timid and dared not say anything more. He turned and left, only leaving behind the words, All right, I'll go report to Master Surly. Seeing that Jinx had left, Omnia slowly pulled something out from her chest, a photo. The girl in the picture looked exactly like a younger version of Jilu's mother. On the other side, Jilu coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest and knelt down. The system announced 70 HP remaining. 1788 critical damage received. Continuous bleeding will cause continuous damage. Please heal promptly. Jilu opened his eyes, hazily thinking, so painful. My lung is completely pierced. Even breathing is difficult. At this moment, Naptis's dozens of eyes were staring at him. Naptis roared again, light speed pierce. Jilu, watching the tentacles rushing towards him, gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, I can't move at all. The tentacles were about to reach him. They converged on Ji Lu's position, causing smoke and dust to billow. Lucius and another person stared at the scene, too horrified to speak. Naptis stuck out its grotesque tongue and laughed triumphantly. Immediately after, the other tentacles also rushed towards the same spot, adding another 10 strikes. Lucius covered her mouth and cried out, Ji Lu. The other person gritted their teeth, thinking, too terrifying. I've never seen such speed and destructive power from Guardian. Ji Lu. Her eyes were fixed on each blow. Lucius frowned. Wait. Inside, Bibo Lei was holding Ji Lu tightly, desperately resisting each blow. Lucius cried out inwardly, Mr. Ubre. At this moment, a giant tentacle slammed down. Bibo Lei gritted his teeth, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Thunder surge. He carried Ji Lu on his shoulder and ran with all his might. Bibo Lei used lightning flash again, dodging all of the tentacle's cunning attacks. Lucius thought silently, Mr. Ubre dodged them all again, and he's carrying someone. Ubre, one of the 12 heroes, known as the Lightning God, wielder of the blue lightning. Lucius shouted joyfully, it's Mr. Ubre. Seeing Bibo Lei carry Ji Lu back, both of them were impressed. So strong. At this moment, Ji Lu weakly opened his eyes. Someone cried, rushing over. Papa. Ji Lu smiled faintly. I am alright. He looked up weakly. Thank you, Mr. Ubre. Bibo Lei gripped his sword tightly and turned back to advise. This kind of wound isn't fatal. I'll protect you. Heal your wounds quickly. Ji Lu nodded. All right, but a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. How did Mr. Ubre do that? Even in perfect condition, I couldn't have dodged all of Naptis's attacks without injury, and he was carrying me, completely unable to act. Thinking this, Ji Lu hurriedly used his healing ability. He weakly watched Bibo Lei's retreating back, certain that Ubre's strength was definitely above his own. Bibo Lei held his sword firmly, staring at Naptis. From the end of the corridor came a clattering sound. A voice echoed, they're not here. Could they have broken the barrier and reached Naptis? He looked around, questioning himself. Agoles generated a surge of power in his hand. Smirking, I underestimated these rats. But Naptis has probably torn them to shreds by now. Damn Master Hades, ordering me to bring that fake god back alive. He touched the stone wall in frustration. The surge of power immediately spread upwards. Then it slowly spread out, forming the shape of a large door. Agoles muttered, Master Hades is definitely going to nag me. He smirked. There's no other way. I'll just have to bring his corpse back. On the other side, Bibo Lei was evenly matched against the tentacles. Ji Lu thought to himself as he healed his wounds. So fast, Mr. Ubre can actually dodge the tentacles' high-speed attacks without much effort. What's even more surprising is that Naptis's attacks are getting faster and faster. Even if I were level 100, with 2/3 of my attributes allocated to agility, I still couldn't do that. It's terrifying. How does Mr. Ubre do it? The tentacles lunged towards Bibo Lei's feet, faster and faster. He swung his sword, decisively slashing at them. A cold glint flashed in Bibo Lei's eyes. He remembered the moment his name was called. Joan, Ubre Andrew Wilkins, Dominic David. Now, I solemnly declare that you have passed the trial and become A-rank combat heroes. At that time, Ubre was 10 years old, an arrogant boy with only strength and determination. The voice resonated slowly. Your fathers are now members of A-rank combat team 27. I hope you can unite, trust each other, and strive to protect our home. All three of them immediately replied in unison, yes. After returning, Andrew and Dominic whispered to each other, Ubre, is he that legendary kid? Yeah, I've heard of him too. I never thought he'd become our teammate. An A-rank combat hero at 10 years old. I'm afraid there haven't been many in the history of the Academy. Dominic said nervously, I heard he's a lightning attribute warrior. He cleared the A-rank trial mission in just 30 minutes, matching the Academy's record. Andrew said incredulously, are you kidding? The same time as the hero, Trambat Dong. And Trambat Dong reached A-rank when he was. They looked at Bibo Lei and immediately affirmed, this kind of person is basically a monster. Geniuses and fools are the same in some ways. One makes everyone envious and respectful, while the other makes everyone scornful and mocking. In short, deviating from the normal path makes you an anomaly, unacceptable. But as Bibo Lei sat alone, a hand suddenly reached out. Hello, Ubre. The young man smiled and introduced himself. I'm Moss. I heard you're the new A-rank hero this year. This is Luna, my wife. She's also a new A-rank this year. Luna smiled and waved. Hello, Yubre. We've heard about you. You're even younger than we imagined. Bibo-Lei forced a smile and replied, hello. The two of them sat down next to Bibo-Lei. Moss said, Yubre, Luna and I would like to invite you to join our squad. What do you say? We hope you'll agree. Luna smiled warmly. The world is a wondrous place. No matter what, there will always be someone who accepts you. Whether you're a fool or a genius, you'll find your place. The system announced that it had acquired the character appraisal. Jilu looked up at Bibo-Lei, silently calling his name. Mr. Yubre, Bibo-Lei, was now radiating a murderous aura, shielding him. His presence was like a true monster. Moss, walking behind Bibo-Lei, called out to Luna. Luna, you've just recovered. This isn't an important mission. Just let me and Yubre go with the other reserve members. Bibo-Lei frowned and said to Moss, Moss, it's fine for me and the others to go. You should stay. Lily still needs you to look after her. Luna. Moss tried to cover Bibo-Lei's mouth. Luna, this mission is a bit dangerous. You should stay here. Bibo-Lei struggled to remove his hand. Moss, stop it. You should stay here with Luna. And so, the two began to fight. Yubre, you're going back on your word. What? Was I wrong? Luna angrily unleashed a burst of flames. Stop it, both of you. The two were immediately singed. After they sat down, Bibo-Lei earnestly advised Luna. Moss, I heard this mission is extremely difficult. Members of B-Rank Team 5, Group 2, were killed. You two have Lily now. I don't want you two going out on dangerous missions like this anymore. Luna lowered her head, her voice firm. Even though we have Lily now, you're also indispensable in Moss's and my life. Moss smiled at Bibo-Lei and said, that's why I have to go with you. I wouldn't be at ease if you went alone. Isn't that right, Luna? Luna winked in agreement. That's right. I definitely have to go with you on a dangerous mission like this. Besides, our team also has the once-in-a-century genius, Yubre. Luna's smile was as bright as the sun. We believe you'll protect us. Bibo-Lei gave a helpless laugh. You guys. Bibo-Lei remembered his promise. Luna, Moss, this time, I will definitely protect Lily. I will ensure she leaves Zato Naza safely, even if it costs me my life. Thinking this, he resolutely charged towards Naptis, unleashing his thunderstrike. There were no regrets. Bibo-Lei swung his sword, sharp bolts of lightning erupting and heading straight for Naptis. In the blink of an eye, Bibo-Lei reached him. Suddenly, Naptis opened his mouth, releasing a shocking beam of light. Bibo-Lei's eyes widened in surprise. Those below clutched their heads. Jilu struggled to look up. What's happening? My head hurts so much. The system displayed a notification. Hit by skill, Naptis's sonic scream. Effect, stun, duration 30 seconds. Everyone, including Lily, couldn't bear it and collapsed to the ground. Immediately after, the tentacles attacked again. They quickly grabbed Bolazi and Bakuban, who were closest. Then Naptis's toothy maw opened, ready to devour them one by one. Above, Naptis wore a cruel smile. Then, a sharp ripping sound echoed. The tentacles were severed simultaneously. Bolazi and Bakuban fell to the ground. But Lily was caught. Bibo-Lei's eyes widened. No! Just as he was about to rush forward, dozens of tentacles shot out, forming a barrier. Naptis opened his mouth again, intending to swallow Lily. Lily and Bibo-Lei cried out in alarm. Jilu yelled. The system immediately displayed a notification. Negative status effect. Stun. Removed. Lightning crackled. Jilu scooped up Lily and Lucius, escaping the tentacles. Glancing towards Bibo-Lei, Jilu thought, Master Bibo-Lei, this time, I'm here for you. Seeing this, Bibo-Lei's expression calmed slightly. Yubre, a figure like an angel descending from heaven. It's just a pity that this terrifying power makes people flinch. I understand that feeling too well. That lonely feeling of being treated like a monster. It wasn't until Lily's parents appeared that Master Yubre felt the joy of being human. But rather than saying they were like friends, they were more like his parents. Bibo-Lei's face was covered in blood as he cried out in despair. Moss, Luna, and Jilu thought to themselves, it's hard to imagine how Master Eugene must have felt when he was young, seeing Luna and Moss die right in front of him. Despair, anger, helplessness, grief. In short, I really hate this feeling. That feeling of helplessness. Jilu put the two girls down and slowly walked forward. So I have to protect my friends, my family, and my mother. I will definitely go back, Ji Lu said firmly. At this moment, Bibo Lei also ran to his side. His face was clearly much more relaxed. Ji Lu, thank you for saving Lily. But the fight isn't over yet. During the fight, just now, I discovered that while this guy's tentacles are agile, his main body moves very slowly. However, getting close to his main body triggers a self-protection skill. You can negate its effect, so you attack. Ji Lu frowned in confusion. Master Yubre, weren't you able to negate the stun effect just now? Bibo Lei shook his head. I didn't negate it. It's just my innate lightning attribute that has a stun-reducing effect. Oh, I understand. Ji Lu nodded. At this time, Bolazi and Bakuban came over together and said, and us too. And us. Lily and Lucius echoed in unison. Bakuban came to Moss's side and gently wiped the blood from his face. How can Ji Lu steal the spotlight at a time like this? The two looked at their approaching comrades. All right, Bibo Lei immediately shouted, so everyone must have heard me. We'll help Ji Lu get close to the main body. A sense of determination welled up in Ji Lu's heart. That's right, let's finish off Naptis in one go. He immediately summoned his demonic sword. Ji Lu's eyes were now more imposing than anyone else's. Bibo Lei raised his sword and shouted, Thunder Flash. His eyes lit up. His whole body seemed to be enveloped in a blazing red lightning. Triple Sky Slash. Bibo Lei charged straight towards Naptis. At this moment, the tentacles wrapped around Naptis, protecting him. The tentacles rushed towards the red lightning, confronting Bibo Lei. Immediately afterwards, his Triple Sky Slash directly sliced through the tentacles. Ji Lu seized this opportunity and charged forward with his demonic sword. Let's begin, Naptis. Above, Naptis glanced down at him. Tentacles suddenly sprouted from both sides, attempting to surround Ji Lu. But Bolazi rushed forward, obliterating the tentacles and clearing the way for him. On the other side, flames blazed fiercely, burning everything into a takoyaki inferno. As Ji Lu leaped, the wolves lunged forward simultaneously, vying to bite at the cluster of tentacles above. With the support of his comrades, Ji Lu advanced straight towards Naptis. It was at this moment he spoke. Godspeed. The system announced. Skill Godspeed activated. Movement speed increased by 20%. Duration, 40 seconds. Naptis's eyes widened. A tentacle from behind lashed out towards Ji Lu. But Bibo Lei was faster, slicing through the tentacle in a single stroke. Ji Lu thought to himself, Thank you, Yuri. Thank you, Bakuban, Lily, and Philogoros. I carry the hopes of everyone. As he neared Naptis, Ji Lu immediately used Annihilation's guidance. He roared, God Annihilation Slash. The system displayed a notification. Critical hit activated. Damage increased by 50%. God's Requiem activated. Deals 100% damage to undead. Naptis's HP decreased by 2,442. HP decreased by 2,442. HP decreased by 2,442. HP decreased by 2,442. Self HP recovered by 122. Self HP recovered by 122. God's Requiem activated. Recovers 10% of self HP. Naptis howled in pain, Aakak. He gritted his teeth and looked up, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Ji Lu quickly circled behind Naptis. Bibo Lei's eyes widened in surprise. This main body can teleport. Ji Lu said coldly, Extinction God Slash, second stage. Hearing this, Naptis's eyes immediately darted down to his abdomen. In an instant, the lightning there exploded. The system announced, HP decreased by 7,326. HP decreased by 7,326. HP decreased by 7,326. Ji Lu hovered in the air, looking down at Naptis, now a chaotic mess. He thought to himself, just now when I activated Godspeed, I instinctively used Extinction God Slash as well. So Naptis coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Ji Lu raised his sword and growled, Final blow. A sharp glint of chaotic power flashed in his eyes. Crescent Moon Slash. A slash carrying earth-shattering power shot straight towards Naptis. Naptis's eyes widened as he watched the attack. The next moment, Crescent Moon Slash struck him directly. Ji Lu looked at the devastated scene before him, panting heavily. He furrowed his brow, thinking it's over. At that moment, Agoliz's laughter echoed. He, breaking through the dream god's divine barrier, to the deepest part of the divine temple. Hearing this voice, Everyone looked up in shock. Even Ji Lu's eyes widened in surprise. Agoli stood before Naptis, creating a shield that blocked Crescent Moon's slash. He smirked. I truly underestimated you insects. Ji Lu, panting and exhausted, said, damn it, that attack. I put all my strength into it, and he just blocked it so easily. A blue light emanated from Ji Lu's body. He thought to himself, my body is at its limit from using so many skills. My skills are all on cooldown. Kepri's revival time is still 20 hours. What do? He just completely neutralized everyone's fighting spirit. Not only am I injured, but our morale is plummeting. What can I do? Now I have to face not only Naptis, but this guy as well. Agoles looked at Ji Lu and said, Godslayer. Then, Agoles teleported in front of Ji Lu, a red light radiating around him. He chuckled. We meet again. Ji Lu was startled, but immediately retreated. Keeping his distance from Agoles, Ji Lu gasped, thinking that was close. Agoles laughed, ha ha ha. Don't worry, Godslayer, I won't kill you. Suddenly, Agoles sensed something behind him. Turning around, he saw a figure radiating killing intent. It was Bibo Lei, holding his sword, about to strike Agoles. Agoles quickly raised his shield, blocking the attack. He sneered at Bibo Lei, humph, insignificant insect, clingy like dog shit. I spared you last time. It seems that was my mistake. Furious, Bibo Lei roared and slashed his sword against Agoles' shield. Thunderbolt. Agoles stumbled back, thinking, how annoying. Glancing at those behind him, Bibo Lei shouted, Ji Lu, Bakuban, Lily, I'll hold him off. You guys find a way to kill that divine beast, Naptis. Ji Lu listened, deep in thought, silent. Bibo Lei continued, no matter what, if we can just kill it, we can free this temple and get out of here. Agoles sneered, foolish insects. You think you can escape? Ji Lu thought, Hades' divine beast is just this much, reduced to such a sorry state by a few insects. Meanwhile, Agoles was scheming. If I hadn't wasted time dealing with his divine guardian, I would have already sent him to the endless sea and left this place. Agoles' anger flared, and a terrifying power radiated from him. The more I think about it, the more infuriating it becomes. I lost my patience. He unleashed a powerful attack at Naptis, who stood opposite him. This is what Lord Hades wanted me to give you, Naptis. Agoles laughed triumphantly. Burn, Hellfire of the Netherworld. The Hellfire activated. Naptis, consumed by the Hellfire, had its Netherworld power fully unleashed and its form enhanced. The attack struck Naptis directly in the chest, shocking everyone present, including Ji Lu. But Naptis seemed unharmed. In fact, it appeared even stronger than before, radiating light like a blazing inferno. After being hit by Agoles' attack, the Hellfire activated. Naptis, consumed by the Hellfire, had its Netherworld power fully unleashed and its form enhanced. Agoles said with a smug grin, truly a perfect masterpiece of Lord Hades. Never disappoints. Then, from a distance, Agoles commanded Naptis, kill them all. Leave the white-haired one to me. Naptis exhaled a scorching breath, radiating immense fighting power. A tense Ji Lu yelled, everyone, brace yourselves. Defend. Suddenly, small, blue orbs of light appeared around Ji Lu, falling with a plop 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 sound. Startled, he thought, this feeling is... Around Ji Lu, the small green orbs continued to fall. Plip plip, plip plip. Ji Lu, stunned, thought, what is this? He reached out, touching the green orbs around him. A completely dark world. Ji Lu called out, Bibo Lei, Lily, Bakuban, is anyone there? Hearing no response, he thought, no answer. Could it be that I'm the only one here? Suddenly, a powerful attack struck Ji Lu's chest, catching him off guard. Another blow landed directly on his neck, making him cough up blood. He was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. In pain, he thought, damn it, not only have I lost my sight, but there's no sound from the attacks either. I can't defend myself at all. Ji Lu's eyes widened. That's right, I still have an illumination bullet. With that thought, he tried to use it. System announcement, illumination bullet ineffective. Ji Lu was stunned. What? Ineffective. Another attack hit, and he spat out more blood. Damn it, if even the illumination bullet is useless, then I'm completely helpless, a fish on a chopping block. Bibo Lei, witnessing this, yelled out in worry, Ji Lu, Agoles said, he's been hit by the eye of the netherworld, created by Lord Hades. His soul is now bound in endless darkness, to ultimately be consumed by fear and perish. Don't worry, you'll be next. Naptis shifted its attention from Ji Lu to the others. Bibole shouted, everyone focus. Naptis launched its first attack towards Lily. Bakubin yelled, Lily. One by one, everyone fell. Agoles, addressing Naptis while looking toward Ji Lu, said, that boy is mine. The rest are yours. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted behind Agoles and Ji Lu, making Agoles turn around in surprise. Agoles said in astonishment, You broke free from the eye of the netherworld's bind. An airplane flew overhead, approaching the temple below. A bodyguard spoke to Minister 2. 35 days ago, the GHI-RA financial group suddenly purchased a piece of desert 300 kilometers south of Cairo. Their stated reason was landscape development. The man continued, shortly after GHI-RA's purchase, the Morian satellite detected the sudden appearance of a temple there. A temple that large couldn't have been built in such a short time. After that, the head of the GHI-RA financial group was repeatedly summoned by the Morian president, leading to a number of large-scale collaborations between them. Strangely, GHI-RA, primarily an energy company, suddenly announced the formation of a research team for the game Cosmos and secretly recruited a large number of programming experts. We believe the person in charge of this project is Ji Lu's missing father. Hearing this, Minister 2 immediately said there were no photos, no name, no information or documents related to Ji Lu. The connection to Ji Lu was from a picture of him found at his residence. Minister 2 then asked if there was any news about Ji Lu's mother. The man replied, no, she's also disappeared without a trace. Minister 2 threw the tablet at the man. He yelled at the others, starting now, everyone put all their effort into investigating Ji Lu's family. In 3 days, I want all their documents. Everyone behind them. They all loudly replied, yes. The plane landed at the temple. Minister 2 stepped inside, thinking, it seems the key to unraveling this mystery is Ji Lu. What secrets is his family hiding? Meanwhile, Ji Lu was still trapped in the world of darkness, injured and in immense pain. He thought, ugh, how can this be? Not only are my sight and hearing restricted, but here, even my skills are useless because there's no target to attack. This is truly despairing. It's not just being attacked at will, but also this feeling of helpless isolation. Ji Lu felt like he was trapped in the depths of the ocean, thousands of meters down, slowly waiting for death to arrive. The system notified Ji Lu, warning, HP at 30%. Ji Lu thought, no, I can't think about this anymore. I absolutely can't let these feelings of despair control me. There must be a solution to every problem. Back in the swordsmanship tournament, the reason I was undefeated was because my heart was as calm as still water. No matter what opponent I faced, I never panicked. All I had to do was deal with the various attacks. Ji Lu closed his eyes and thought, if I can't see and can't hear, then I'll just abandon these two senses. I'll focus on my breathing and heartbeat. Gradually, Ji Lu calmed down. He started to think about using his body's instinctive reactions to deal with the sudden attacks. Perhaps that was the best way. Then, Ji Lu sensed the next attack coming. He successfully dodged Naptis's attack. Retreating, he thought, success. Because of the speed advantage, I can sense the attack the moment it touches the hairs on my body, giving me time to react. Ji Lu was exhausted. Wiping the blood from his face, he thought, but because his attacks are so fast, I need extremely quick reaction times. My body is still getting hit, but it's better than taking 100% of the damage. That's right, there's one more thing I haven't tried. Thinking this, Ji Lu slammed his hands onto the ground, creating a strong blue light that counterattacked. He thought excitedly, it worked. His attacks are no longer effective against me. Now I just need to figure out how to get out of here. Suddenly, the ground beneath Ji Lu's feet softened. Startled, Ji Lu said, what is this? The entire ground suddenly transformed into a bottomless ocean. Ji Lu fell into the water and covered his nose with his hand. Splash. Then Ji Lu exclaimed, what? Elsewhere, Agoles was still incredibly surprised, thinking Lord Hades's eye of the netherworld isn't some illusion. It extracts the soul and seals it in endless nothingness, subjecting it to endless torment. Agoles continued to marvel silently. Even a high-ranking god couldn't easily break this. How? A furious expression twisted his face, etched with bewilderment. How did he do it? A brilliant flash of attack hurtled directly toward Agoles. Agoles reacted swiftly, leaping back to evade the assault. How is this possible? He fumed inwardly. If I'm not mistaken, the source of this power, the awakened individual launched a direct attack against Naptus's chest. Witnessing the attack, Agoles instantly recognized it. That's the lightning power of the god king Roth. He hastily dodged the blow, panting with exertion as he thought, impossible. How could an insect like him possess Roth's power? The awakened individual conjured an arc of golden light, encircling both Agoles and Naptus. A burst of power, too swift to see, grazed Agoles' face, leaving a shallow cut. He touched the wound lightly, thinking, what? Its firing speed has increased again. Agoles stared at the vibrant streaks of golden power. Every time it reflects off the prison, the speed of the lightning increases. He roared furiously at Naptus. We have to break this prison. We have to break it. Agoles then assisted Naptus in resisting the incoming attack, but they failed and were both flung backward. Agoles gritted his teeth and bellowed, damn it. A barrage of attacks rained down upon him and Naptus. Agoles let out a sinister laugh. Ha ha! Even with Roth's power, you'll still have to watch them die before your eyes. He then commanded Naptus, Naptus, kill them. Naptus replied with a smug chuckle, old man, you still don't know, do you? Naptus activates the Eye of the Netherworld. It can transport anyone to oblivion. Agoles roared with laughter. Agoles continued, then let's all die together. Eye of the Netherworld. The eye rapidly shrunk. The group proceeded into the temple's interior. Minister 2 spoke, Country A has conducted a comprehensive investigation of this temple. But even after consulting top temple scholars worldwide, we haven't been able to determine its historical background. He continued, Carbon 14 dating indicates that this temple is at least 50,000 years old. A man exclaimed in disbelief, 50,000 years. Are you kidding? Country E's historical records only go back 7,400 years. 50,000 years ago, this place didn't even exist. What civilization could have created this temple? Minister 2 immediately confirmed, yes, it's indeed unbelievable. But some experts in Country A speculate that this temple might be the divine temple mentioned when Alexander the Great discovered the Emerald Tablet. Minister 2 then asked the man, Alexander the Great, Emerald Tablet, what's that about? The man promptly replied, in 1995, the Getty Research Institute in Country A acquired an artifact. This artifact was the lifelong collection of an 18th century alchemist named Baster. It contained a large number of parchment scrolls with records related to alchemy. The man continued, among them is a record detailing the process by which Alexander the Great discovered the Emerald Tablet. This process is remarkably similar to how we discovered this temple. The story unfolded like this in history. In 331 BC, Alexander the Great defeated the Persian Empire's army, opening the path to Egypt. After the battle ended, Alexander the Great hurried to an ancient Egyptian city called Siwa. History says Alexander the Great went there to worship at an ancient temple and receive a divine oracle. The temple worshipped the chief god of Egypt, Ra, also known as Ammonius. But in Alexander's time, the Olympian gods were worshipped. His act of going to the Egyptian temple to receive a divine oracle was extremely strange. This is something no one can explain. But now, this alchemy book gives us the answer. It was all Alexander the Great's teacher, also the sage we are familiar with, Aristotle, who told him. He said that next to the temple of Ra in Siwa, there was a tomb called Hemet. Inside, the secrets of how to become a god were hidden. And Hermes is the son of God King Roth in Greek mythology. He is the messenger of the gods, and also the god who guides souls to the afterlife. Greek mythology and Egyptian mythology are thus connected. The bodyguard continued. Finally, the great king discovered a real tomb. Inside the tomb, he discovered the Emerald Tablet, which we also know as the Book of Truth, worshipped by all alchemists. The bodyguard, while looking at the information on his tablet, commented, this process is remarkably similar to how the GHI-RA Corporation discovered this temple. Perhaps this place is the Temple of RA. Seeing Minister 2 looking tired in the recording, the bodyguard asked with concern, Minister 2, are you all right? It sounds unbelievable, but this is the information we've found so far. Minister 2 replied. Minister 2 thought to herself, even the monsters in the game have appeared in reality. What else can I accept? The bodyguard ran over to Minister 2, a look of disbelief on his face. Minister 2, besides this, there's something even more unbelievable up ahead. You should prepare yourself. Minister 2 asked, what is it? The bodyguard pointed ahead. It's up ahead, take a look. Minister 2 looked at the scene before her eyes, stunned. An incredibly unbelievable sight was unfolding before her. It was a giant statue. The bodyguard, utterly astonished, said to Minister 2, Minister 2, this statue is likely the supreme god worshipped in Egyptian mythology, R.A. The writing behind it is being translated. Experts say it could be the Emerald Tablet. Legend says it contains the secret of how mortals can become gods. He continued, this might also explain why the monsters in the game have appeared in reality. In the dark world, Agoles roared angrily. Damn it. He thought to himself, is this Roth's divine power? Even my regenerative abilities are suppressed. Agoles gritted his teeth and said, damn it. He was also extremely puzzled. Who is this guy? Anyway, looking at Ubre, Agoles thought, why did he hide this power during our last fight? He'd rather have his arms cut off than fight back. Agoles shouted, but no matter what Roth's power is, I the strongest of the dragon race, Agoles will not bow down and admit defeat. He roared furiously, I paid any price to become this strong. Agoles attacked while roaring, I will not fall here. Agoles' power surged, turning his body black. His eyes became violet. His entire body radiated purple power and light. Incredibly powerful. Laughing, he said, Insect, turn around and look at your pathetic comrades. Your teammates are dropping one by one. Seeing this, Ubre immediately attacked Agoles. The two powerful attacks collided, creating a massive shockwave. Agoles, panting, opened his eyes wide and said, Insect, I think I remember you now. I remember the look in your eyes as you watched your comrades die by my hand, unable to do anything. I regret not killing you then. The impact of their attacks forced both of them backward. Agoles prepared a new attack, laughing loudly. Insect, let's play a game. These 3 hellfires will extinguish one by one every 10 minutes. Each time one goes out, I'll have Naptis kill one of your friends. Agoles flew up, laughing smugly. Fun, isn't it? Seeing this, Ubre clenched his eyes and fists. Agoles roared, come on, Insect, I can't wait any longer. Both attacks were incredibly powerful. Ubre used Lightning God Annihilation, but Agoles quickly dodged. Agoles immediately counterattacked, and luckily, Ubre also dodged Agoles' powerful attack. Both sides were exhausted and panting heavily. Agoles laughed triumphantly and said, you really overestimate yourself. A mortal body. Even with Roth's power, you can't possibly endure this. Ubre, furious, realized Agoles' intention. This bastard is doing this on purpose. He's trying to wear me down. Mos, Luna, I will protect Lily, Bo Ban Tran, Chi Lu. Even if I die, Agoles continued to attack while saying, wanna die. Those insects are about to be killed by Naptis anyway. You've lost, Insect. I've won. However, as Agoles approached to attack, Ubre generated an incredibly powerful force, using the Lightning Blessing Surge attack. Agoles roared angrily. Damn it. Agoles, struck by Ubre's attack, said in pain, Insect, I'm not dead yet. Agoles yelled at Naptis, Naptis, kill that guy. Tran Chi Lu thought to himself, damn it, I can't move at all. This isn't free fall. There's some powerful force pressing down on me, creating constant acceleration. A sudden attack struck Tran Chi Liu's shoulder, injuring him. He was flung back by the continuous attacks. The second blow hit Tran Chi Lu in the stomach, so powerful that it sent him flying. Another attack hit Tran Chi Liu's stomach. He was injured all over. He thought, so painful, so cold. Am I dying? Suddenly, red petals fell around Tran Chi Lu. He looked at them, wondering, what is this? The petals flew towards him, clinging to his body. He was surrounded by fiery red flowers. Witnessing this, Tran Chi Lu suddenly realized, these are hero flowers. The flowers from my inner world when I met that old man. He opened his eyes wide once more. Tran Chi Lu found himself standing beneath a red canopy. He thought to himself, I've left that demonic place. Looking around, he thought, and my wounds are gone too. Could I be dead? Is this just an afterimage? Suddenly, a voice called his name from afar. Tan Chi Liu. Hearing the call, Tran Chi Liu's eyes widened. He wondered, that's the old man's voice. He immediately turned and asked with a smile, I'm not dead. I really left that place. Elemental Power, holding the red flowers in Tranchi Liu's hands, said, I thought these flowers were just important items from your inner world. Elemental Power looked at the red flowers and continued, I never thought they would possess such immense power. Tranchi Liu asked, Old man, just now it must have been these flowers that allowed me to escape that predicament, right? What are they? Elemental Power released the red flowers, letting them float away. Then, he said to Tranchi Liu, these flowers aren't yours. Someone intentionally left them here. He continued, it's like a divine prohibition. As you can see, it's a powerful Neem Luke. I can sense the power it emits, and it's comparable to my own chaotic elemental power. Elemental Power affirmed. No wonder you can control elemental power so easily. Hearing this, Tranchi Liu asked, what are you talking about, old man? Elemental Power looked directly at Tranchi Liu and asked, who are you? Tranchi Liu answered seriously, I honestly don't know anything. Moreover, I've never encountered these flowers before, nor have I had any special experiences. What's going on? Elemental Power asked. This power is perfectly compatible with you, as if it belongs to you. Does anyone in your family possess divine power? Tranchi Liu, surprised, asked divine power. He continued seriously, don't joke, old man. My parents are ordinary people. Besides, this is a game world. The real world has nothing to do with this place. Is there a bug in the system? Elemental Power affirmed, impossible. This power can only be inherited through bloodline. Otherwise, it can't be controlled. Tranchi Liu said, while thinking, my mom spends all day online shopping and stuff. There's no way she has divine power. As for my dad, he passed away when I was very young. Tranchi Liu continued, anyway, old man, there's no way they have divine power. What does this power do? I need to hurry and save the people in the dark world. Yubre looked towards the fallen Bo Bantran. Covered in wounds, tears streaming down his face, he cried, Bo Bantran. Seeing this, Agoles laughed and said to Yubre, haha, old man. So what if you have divine power this time? You still have to watch your comrades die tragically before your eyes. Yubre, crying, recalled a time in the past when Bo Bantran and Lily were young, running and playing in the courtyard. So adorable. He also remembered the images of his wounded comrades, his heart torn with anguish. He thought, damn it. Agoles, laughing loudly, raised a sharp claw towards Yubre and said, old man, I'll give you a chance. Kneel and beg me, and I might spare that little girl. Ha ha. Agoles continued to laugh loudly, shouting at Yubre, kneel and beg me. Hearing this, Yubre's eyes widened, radiating with furious light as he glared at Agoles. Agoles, seeing this, looked towards Lily lying on the ground. He then yelled at Naptis, I'll count to 3. Kill that girl for me. 3, 2, 1. Hearing Agoles' words, Yubre's rage intensified, his hands clenching, muscles bulging. Agoles continued to shout at Naptis, 2, 1, 2. Yubre feared his comrades would be further injured. He was about to kneel and beg Agoles when red flower petals suddenly flew in. From amidst the red petals, Tranchi Liu appeared and caught Yubre, preventing him from kneeling before Agoles. Seeing Tranchi Liu, Yubre was astonished, his eyes wide. As he supported Yubre, Tranchi Liu said, Yubre, I'm here to help you. Agoles, surprised to see Tranchi Liu, his eyes wide, shrieked, what? You escaped the eye of hell. Agoles, filled with fear, yelled at Naptis. Naptis, lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. Tranchi Liu smiled and turned to reassure Yubre, don't worry, I've saved Lily from the void. Hearing this, Agoles was terrified and anxiously asked Tranchi Liu, you were able to enter her void. Tranchi Liu, ignoring Agoles, said to Yubre, Yubre, leave Naptis to me. Tranchi Liu, his gaze resolute, looked directly at Agoles and Naptis, continuing to speak to Yubre, go and complete your mission. Hearing this, Yubre's eyes sharpened, his tears ceasing. He nodded in agreement. A powerful golden light emanated from Tranchi Liu, shining directly into Agoles' eyes, forcing him to shield them with his hands. Agoles, enraged, spat, damn it. Suddenly, a powerful golden light slammed into the ground. It was Yubre, radiating immense power. Without hesitation, Yubre charged directly at Agoles, punching him in the chest. Agoles saw Yubre coming, but was unable to react or dodged the attack, falling back and being thrown a considerable distance. Witnessing this, Tranchi Lu remarked, seeing that power, I had a feeling Yubre was hiding something. He then turned to face Naptis, resolutely stating, Naptis, it's our turn. Agoles, injured and bleeding from the mouth, weakly said to Yubre, cough, cough. This old dragon knight will not be defeated. He then immediately charged at Yubre, yelling, we will fight to the death. However, Yubre blocked Agoles' attack with a single hand, his eyes blazing with determination. Seeing this, Agoles was terrified. Yubre immediately launched an attack. The attack caused a massive tremor, shaking the ground and making movement difficult for everyone. Finally, Yubre returned to his normal form, collapsing to his knees, seemingly exhausted. Coughing and gasping for breath, he said, Luna Moss, I finally avenge you both. Yubre suddenly exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. The power of Jupiter. Naptis turned, radiating a blue-violet power, and advanced towards Yubre. Brother, he said, stopping in front of him. What have you done? Naptis seized Yubre's throat with his long, sharp claws. An insect, he hissed. He lifted Yubre until he stood upright. But my brother's power, residing in an insect. Naptis sniffed around Yubre. I haven't smelled my brother's power in so long. He then abruptly plunged his hand into Yubre's abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain and collapse, spitting blood. Naptis looked down at Yubre coldly. Brother, he said, watching Yubre tremble on the ground, covered in wounds. Do you know, for thousands of years, I have never forgotten your scent. Naptis crouched down beside Yubre. I just never expected you to mate with an insect and produce such a worthless thing. But don't worry, I will take care of this mongrel for you. I think we'll see each other again soon. Suddenly, Tranchi Lu appeared behind Naptis, unleashing the chaotic lunar slash, striking him from behind. Caught off guard, Naptis was sent flying by the unexpected attack. He staggered to his feet after being hit by Tranchi Lu's attack. Tranchi Lu pressed his attack, using the exterminating divine flight technique to send Naptis hurtling away again. Tranchi Lu continued his assault with exterminating divine flight, his swift movements leaving Naptis unable to react. It's over, Tranchi Lu declared, his eyes resolute. Suddenly, a beam of light struck him. What? He exclaimed in surprise. Tranchi Lu then countered with flash step. Seeing this, Naptis realized something, thinking to himself, he has the same techniques as that man. But then he acknowledged, I can't underestimate that old killer. How surprising and astonishing, Naptis said to Tranchi Lu, to meet someone with the same techniques. Tranchi Lu, breathing a sigh of relief, thought that was close. I almost died. Suddenly, Tranchi Lu remembered Yubre. Wait, Yubre, he thought, turning to look at him lying on the ground. Tranchi Lu immediately flew to Yubre's side. Yubre, he shouted. Lily, who had also awakened, ran towards Yubre with tears streaming down her face. Yubre, she cried, embracing him. Yubre, are you all right? She sobbed, looking up at Tranchi Lu. Tranchi Lu, please save him. A green light emanated from Tranchi Lu as he looked at Yubre. He'll be fine. I'll save him. Yubre opened his eyes weakly and said to Tranchi Lu, forget about me. Get Lily out of here. That's not the Crimson Dragon. It's Hades. Hearing Yubre say that, Tranchi Lu was incredibly surprised, stunned, and asked him, Hades, how is he here? Naptis knelt at Hades' feet and said, I apologize, Lord Hades, for troubling you to come here personally. Hades replied, it's all right. If I hadn't come personally, I wouldn't have discovered such a surprise. Tranchi Lu continued to diligently treat Yubre. Mr. Yubre, hang in there. I'll do everything I can to save you. Lily, beside him, was also extremely worried about Yubre's condition. She anxiously called out Mr. Yubre. Mr. Yubre. Yubre, using what little strength he had, said with difficulty to Tranchi Lu, it's useless. Listen to me. I placed a barrier on Lily. Now, I'll activate it and send you two away. Though you won't be able to leave Radanea, at least you'll survive. Cough, cough, Lily. I'm entrusting you to Tranchi Lu. Tranchi Lu continued to heal Yubre, gritting his teeth and resolutely saying, no, Mr. Yubre, I won't leave you. Yubre looked towards the fallen Bo-Ban Lucas Philogoboras, who lay there weakly coughing. Cough, cough, Yubre said sadly. Bo-Ban Lucas Philogoboras. Our comrades are all gone. even though we tried our best. Yu Bray continued that we can't deny it. We failed. Humans ultimately can't fight against gods. This is our fate. Tran Chi Lu recalled a time when he was bullied. The bully had scornfully said to him, "Trash like you think you're worthy of making demands of us." He laughed, ha. Grabbing Tran Chi Liu's hair, he said contemptuously, "This is hilarious. Damn it, you don't want your mom to worry about you." Then obediently cough up the money. Got it. The bully continued with incredibly harsh words. "Tran Chi Lu, you think I need your measly money. I just find you, with your single-parent family, disgusting. So I bully you. Got it. My family runs a business. Your mom's just a factory worker. Who else would I bully but trash like you? Your purpose is to entertain people like us. This is your fate, understand?" Then, pinching Tran Chi Liu's cheek, he continued, "Now you understand. Do what I tell you. Otherwise, I'll find someone to mess with your mother." At this point, Tran Chi Liu's patience reached its limit. Immediately, he stopped holding back and kicked the bully between the legs, causing him to cry out in pain. Tran Chi Lu, unafraid, his eyes blazing, his fists clenched, declared resolutely, "First, my fate isn't to entertain scum like you. Second, I didn't fight back because I didn't want my mom to worry. But if you want to touch the most important person in my life, then fine, I'll play with you." Seeing Tran Chi Lu dare to hit him and speak to him like that, the bully furiously yelled to the others, "Damn it, kill him." As he was being beaten, Tran Chi Lu thought to himself, "From the moment we're born, humans are constantly struggling against death, struggling with money, struggling with other people." But this time, Tran Chi Lu didn't silently accept the beating. He fought back, thinking, "I'm not afraid of physical death. What I fear more is accepting that fate from the bottom of my heart." Back in the present, Tran Chi Lu stood up, lost in thought. "I don't understand why I'm here, but I understand that as long as I'm alive." Tran Chi Liu's eyes shone with fierce determination. The thought etched deep into his mind, "I must fight to the very end, whether he is man or God." In B City, Minister stood by the window, deep in thought. The people of this world, whether in terms of living environment or culture, are so vastly different. Without exception, they all have deities they believe in. They believe that gods created this world. Li Duman, sitting at her desk, spoke to Minister 2. From chaos to order, from nothing to something, this world already had deities. Deities created humans. This completely corresponds with the Big Bang Theory proven by our science. This world, from a singular point, gradually expanded and was born. Li Duman then asked, "Have you ever played video games?" Minister 2 replied, "I played some when I was little." "Dr. Li, why do you ask?" Li Duman took off her glasses, turned to Minister 2, and said, "Have you ever thought that before you start a game, the game world is like a singular point, empty, nothing? When you turn on the game world, like 0-1, suddenly appears." Li Duman then asked Minister 2, "If we also live in someone else's game world, what would you do?" Minister 2 stammered, I don't know." Li Duman continued, "With our scientific advancements, creating a virtual world is only a matter of time. And to the people of that virtual world, we would be gods. In their eyes, we are the creators. But there's another question. If that's truly the case, then who created us?" Li Duman stood up, grabbed 2 bottles of water, handed one to Minister 2, and took a sip from the other. She continued, "When the people of the virtual world create another virtual world, they will become creators. Just like Russian nesting dolls, layer upon layer, repeating endlessly. In the dark world." Hades looked at Tran Chi Lu and laughed loudly. Ha. Fight to the very end. Insect, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Even if you're the God Slayer, killing you is as easy as turning my hand. But if you won't play, I'll indulge you. Let's see how you struggle. Then, an unbelievable scene appeared before him. Large containers emitted a dark, green light. Hades boomed, "Come out and play with him." Witnessing this, Tran Chi Lu thought, "What is he doing?" Hades, still laughing, said to Tran Chi Lu, "Insect, I hope you like my gift." Green rings appeared, binding the limbs of Tran Chi Lu's fallen comrades. Thump, 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 thump. The rings forced them to kneel, for rings hovered above their heads. The rings caused the faces of Tran Chi Lu's comrades to darken. Their eyes were hollow, their lips dry and cracked. They seemed devoid of life and strength. Witnessing this, Tran Chi Lu was stunned and cried out, What? Hades said triumphantly. These insects are your friends, aren't they? I love watching you slaughter each other for your lives. That's right. If their souls are extinguished by you, they will never be able to revive. Transhi Lu gritted his teeth and angrily said to Hades, "You pervert." Hades bared his sharp teeth, laughing as he spoke to Transhi Lu. "Go on, watch a perfect play." Then, Transhi Liu's comrades, as if hypnotized by Hades, began to stand up and attack Transhi Lu. Seeing this, Transhi Lu immediately ordered Aluka block their attacks first. Aluka immediately acknowledged Transhi Liu's order. However, the four of them possessed overwhelming power, overpowering Aluka and sending him flying. Transhi Lu, extremely worried about Aluka, anxiously asked, "Damn it, Aluka, can you still hold on?" Hades, watching his former comrades fight each other, said to Transhi Lu, "Foolish insect, didn't you say you would fight? Then quickly get rid of all those who hinder you." Transhi Lu, his eyes resolute, said, "You're wrong, Hades. Sacrificing friends for personal gain, perhaps others would do it, but Transhi Lu, absolutely will not." Hearing this, Hades said, "Foolish, self-righteous." An incredibly powerful aura radiated from Transhi Lu. Gripping his sword tightly, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit, he said to Hades, "You use them to restrain me. That will only make my fighting spirit even stronger." Transhi Lu continued, "That's right, someone abandoned by their father like you, abandoned by their younger brother, and sent to the underworld. How could you understand these things?" Hearing this, Hades became enraged and roared, "Damn insect." He then began to attack Transhi Lu, furiously shouting, "I wasn't abandoned." Hades repeatedly yelled as he attacked Transhi Lu. "I wasn't abandoned. I wasn't abandoned." The system continuously announced the sharp decline of Transhi Liu's health and strength. HP 1000, HP 1000, HP 1000. Hades landed an incredibly powerful blow on Transhi Lu, sending him flying. His body covered in wounds and blood streaming down his face. The system announced Transhi Liu's health and strength. HP 3000. Transhi Liu couped violently. The system notified him HP is below 15%. Replenish HP immediately. Replenish HP. As if striking a nerve, Hades continued to repeat, "I wasn't abandoned. I wasn't abandoned." Seeing this, Transhi Lu laughed and asked, "What's wrong, Hades?" "Can't accept the truth." Hades, enraged, said to Transhi Lu, "Damn insect. If you won't abandon your comrades, then I'll let you taste what it's like to be killed by them." Immediately after, Hades ordered Transhi Liu's comrades to attack him. Controlled by Hades, the four comrades formed a circle around Transhi Lu. They began their assault on Transhi Lu. The system continued to warn, HP below 5%. Replenish HP immediately. Under constant attack, Transhi Liu's strength was depleted, and he coughed repeatedly. Hades watched the scene, laughing triumphantly. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, Ubre appeared behind him. His eyes sharpened, and a blue light emanated from his body. This surprised Hades greatly. He thought to himself, "Impossible. This old man was nearly dead just now. How is this possible?" Transhi Lu smiled, thinking success. The system immediately announced, "Quest, Kepri's Revenge completed." A powerful golden light radiated from Transhi Lu, forming a shield to protect him from the attacks of his comrades, who were being controlled by Hades. The system immediately notified Transhi Lu, "You have been awarded 50 million EXP. Level up, level up, level up, level up, level up. Full HP recovery. Full cooldown reset. Soul imprisonment seal released." Transhi Lu immediately regained his strength and stamina. His eyes showed determination and power. And surprisingly, his comrades regained consciousness, breaking free from Hades' control. They slowly sat up, still exhausted. Ubre remembered the moment he thought he wouldn't survive. Transhi Lu, with determined eyes, had said to him, "Ubre, Hades is something we can't defeat no matter what we do. But we don't want to kill Hades, we want to kill Naburos. If we kill him, the God Seal will be broken. Then we can open the way out of Ratonia. I'll lure Hades away. You drink the healing potion and go kill Naburos." Hearing this, Ubre was extremely worried for Transhi Lu and raised his hand to stop him. "We? Transhi Liu. He'll kill you." Transhi Lu continued forward without fear, thinking, "Ubre, this is our only chance to turn the tables. I'm counting on you." In Country A, Li Man-vu and Zhang 53 were waiting for the elevator. Stepping into the elevator, Zhang 53 asked Li Man-vu, "Still no news about him?" Li Man-vu replied, "Not yet." Li Man-vu pressed the close button and continued, "But the technicians have confirmed that their only son, Tran Shi-lu, did enter Cosmos." Zhang 53 asked, "Where is he now?" The tracking system detected him entering the system. Then he disappeared. Location and tracking data are unavailable. Li Man-vu replied, "But 5 months ago, the system tracked him returning to the real world. Then he suddenly disappeared again." Hearing this, Zhang 53 fell silent, deep in thought. Has she said anything yet? A moment later, when the elevator reached their floor, Zhang 53 asked Li Man-vu, "Has she said anything yet?" Li Man-vu replied, "No." They arrived at the laboratory. In the center of the room was a large, transparent, square box. Inside, a woman was suspended in midair. Her hands were bound, and she wore only a thin white dress. Covered in wounds, she was unconscious. Zhang 53 said to Li Man-vu with a smile, "I have an idea, Team Leader Li. Team Leader Li, take a picture of this woman's current state and anonymously send it to the Cosmos world and to everyone in the real world. I don't believe he won't come here." Li Man-vu replied, Then, taking a phone, he photographed the woman. Zhang 53 looked at the woman locked in the transparent box, a sinister smile spreading across his face. No one knew what he intended to do. Within the city, the skies suddenly turned crimson. Strange lights appeared, causing widespread panic among the citizens. Unsure of what was about to happen, they frantically asked each other, "What's going on? What is it?" People scrambled to escape. Carriages careened through the streets, and goods were scattered everywhere. No one cared about anything but fleeing in terror. Then, someone looked up at the sky and realized, has the boss succeeded? Overjoyed, he raised both hands to the heavens and shouted for everyone to hear, "Don't panic. We're leaving Ratonia." In the dark world, Hades was extremely displeased, thinking to himself, "Damn it, this guy is gambling with his life. That insect will kill Naburos." Then, Tran Shi-lu said to Hades, "Hades, you've lost." Tran Shi-lu then awakened his power. A blinding light radiated from him, illuminating the entire area, surprising everyone, including Hades. The system immediately announced, God class released. God class power obtained. After awakening his power, Tran Shi-lu said to Hades with a smile, "We finally meet again." Hades replied, "It's been a long time." As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Shi-lu delivered a devastating kick to Hades, causing him to cough up blood. Tran Shi-lu landed another blow, making Hades cry out and collapse to his knees. Tran Shi-lu asked Hades, "Do you like my welcome gift?" Then he kicked Hades again, sending him flying. Tran Shi-lu continued to kick Hades repeatedly. Stepping on Hades, Tran Shi-lu demanded, "Where are my soul and body hidden?" Hades, lying on the ground, wounded and exhausted, still managed to laugh. "Ha ha ha, are you begging?" Hearing this, Tran Shi-lu laughed and replied, "You shameless bastard." He then continued to kick Hades, until a large hole was formed in the ground. Luckily, Hades used his last bit of strength to dodge one of Tran Shi-lu's attacks. He staggered to his feet and said to Tran Shi-lu, "There is no body. You're nothing but a useless cripple. Besides, this kid's body can't handle your power. 30 seconds, at most 30 seconds, and the kid you've possessed will be killed by you. Ha ha, it doesn't matter. I can still use the bodies of those others. At least I can make you suffer." Yubre witnessed all of this, looking at Tran Shi-lu and thinking to himself, "Tran Shi-lu, you bastard, where is this?" Suddenly, golden chains appeared, wrapping tightly around Tran Shi-lu, binding his hands and feet. The chains tightened around his neck, causing him to cry out in pain. Suddenly, elemental power appeared. It spoke to Tran Shi-lu, "Boy, use the power of chaos quickly, or you will die." Tran Shi-lu recognized it as the old man. He immediately obeyed elemental power and began to use the power of chaos to escape the iron chains. Hades said to Tran Shi-lu, "There's something else I haven't told you. You know this kid is the old death god." Tran Shi-lu asked, "What are you talking about?" Immediately after, he broke free from the iron chains and moved forward, enveloped in blue flames. Hades laughed. He, to be able to seize consciousness from me. Not bad, death god." "Ah," the system announced, "please enter the portal to leave Ratonia." Seeing this, Hades was startled, realizing who it was. Tran Shi-lu turned and ran quickly towards Yubre and his comrades, shouting, "Yubre, Tran Chi Lu pointed at the portal. Everyone, quickly go through that door. We can escape, Yubrei replied. Tran Chi Lu, you take Lily and the others first. But at that moment, Hades unleashed his power, increasing it to a terrifying level. He stood before the portal, blocking it. None of you will leave Ratonia today. Tran Chi Lu glared at Hades, gritting his teeth. Hades. Immediately, Hades attacked him. Tran Chi Lu thought to himself, damn it. Hades laughed loudly. Imagine that, God. This guy can actually resist you. Farewell, God. Then, Tran Chi Lu blocked Hades' attack with a single hand, leaving him utterly astonished. What? Tran Chi Lu gasped, huff, huff, huff. Then he said with a smile, you corrupt gods. I won't let you have your way. When Tran Chi Lu grabbed Hades' hand, his own hand turned black. Tran Chi Lu clutched his hand in pain. Hades looked at him and said, your life force is like that of an insect, yet you're so stubbornly tenacious it's infuriating. But this pointless struggle will only bring you more suffering. His comrades came to his aid one after another. The two sides fought fiercely. Les nove shouted, tu tranquille, tranquille, cheer up. Yubrei began to fight back. Hades yelled at Bobin, Bobin, get them out of here. Bobin listened. Yubrei, seeing this, was furious. He raised his sword to the sky and roared, old man, what the hell are you talking about? If we're leaving together. Lily, Hades replied, you damn insects are truly annoying. Yubrei fought back against Hades while shouting at brothers and Lucius, brothers Lucius. Get them out of here. Otherwise, none of us will escape. Lily, seeing this, cried out to Yubrei, no, I don't want to go anywhere, Grandpa. Yubrei angrily shouted, get Lily and Bobin out of here. That's an order. Lily disobeyed and ran towards Yubrei, shouting to the others, no, I have to help him. Brothers and Lucius looked at each other without speaking, understanding each other perfectly. Lucius immediately acted, knocking Lily unconscious and hoisting her onto his back. Philoga then tied up Bobin. Brothers shouted to Philoga and Lucius, Philoga, you carry Bobin. Lucius, you carry Lily. I'll help Tran Chi Lu. Bobin, seeing himself tied up by Philoga, yelled, what the hell are you doing? What are you trying to do? You damn Philoga, put me down. Brothers yelled to everyone, go ahead. I'll help Tran Chi Lu cover the rear. Bobin, tied up and being carried by Philoga, thrashed and shouted, damn it, put me down. I'm not going. Brothers suddenly said to Philoga, wait, Philoga, I'll give Tran Chi Lu to you. Philoga replied, okay. Brothers handed Tran Chi Lu over to Philoga and stay behind. He thought to himself, my first half of life was chaos. No achievements, no goals, just drifting along, waiting to die. I always thought those who were indifferent to life and death were just faking it. I'd rather fight to the death against a god like Hades than live an ordinary life. Besides, Yubrei needs me. Suddenly, a kick from behind sent Brothers stumbling towards the portal. Brothers cried out. It turned out Tran Chi Lu had woken up. He laughed and said, Brothers, what kind of cheesy nonsense are you spouting? If we're going together. Seeing Tran Chi Lu stay, Yubrei yelled angrily, Tran Chi Lu, what are you doing? Go! Tran Chi Lu looked at Yubrei with a determined gaze and firmly said, Yubrei, we're leaving together. Hades laughed and said, you fools. Tran Chi Lu retorted angrily, listen here, God. You can't steal my body. If you don't help me kill Hades, we'll both be trapped in this hellhole. Now, give me your power. I'll help you kill that damned Hades. Understand? Tran Chi Lu began to unleash his power. Witnessing this, Hades was astonished. He thought that thing actually gave its power to this insect. Tran Chi Lu said, Hades, it's time to settle our score. Hades was taken aback by Tran Chi Lu's attack speed. He thought, so fast. Tran Chi Lu began attacking Hades, who used his dragon shield to defend. But something surprised Hades greatly. What? Tran Chi Lu, with terrifying power, attacked Hades, making him cry out in pain. Witnessing all of this, Yubrei was shocked by Tran Chi Lu's immense power. The system announced, Tran Chi Lu has killed the goalies. Received 200 million experience points. Level up, level up, level up, level up. Tran Chi Lu turned to Yubrei and said, Yubrei, it's over. Yes, Yubrei, we can finally leave this place. I wonder if we'll see each other again after we get out. Anyway, thank you for everything. Yubrei replied, why wouldn't we see each other again? When we get back, we'll meet at Cecil's Bakery in downtown Xeris. You have to come. Tran Chi Lu smiled and replied, of course, if I can, I'll definitely be there. Then, Tran Chi Lu hugged Yubrei tightly and said, thank you, Yubrei. Thank you. Yubrei hugged Tran Chi Lu back tightly. Yubrei also hugged Tran Chi Lu tightly, saying, ooh, ooh, ooh. After a moment, Yubre said to Tran Chi Lu, "You go first, Tran Chi Lu. I'll be right behind you." Tran Chi Lu agreed. As he walked, Tran Chi Lu thought to himself, "It all feels so real, yet so unreal. Goodbye, Ratonia. No, see you later, Ratonia." Then he stepped through the portal to leave Ratonia. As he stepped through, Tran Chi Lu suddenly realized something. Wait, something's not right. Then he shouted Yubre's name and looked back. Yubre hadn't come through yet. Yubre. Yubre said, "Tran Chi Lu, I remember your name now. We'll meet again." Tran Chi Lu, furious, yelled, "Hades!" At Nolan Hospital in the Zares continent, two nurses were talking. The first nurse said, "They're members of the Crescent Moon Guild. They found these people in the void outside the intersection. I heard they were all missing persons. There are thousands of them." The second nurse asked, "Thousands?" The first nurse confirmed, "That's right. Our hospital alone has taken in over 300. The rest have been distributed to other hospitals across the city." Suddenly, outside, Bobin, wearing a hospital gown, ran down the hallway. Nurses chased after him, trying to catch him. As he ran, Bobin looked back and yelled, "Leave me alone." The nurses shouted back, "Stop running. You're not supposed to move around." Bobin ran faster, yelling, "Damn it, I'm Euphine. I need to find a girl with red hair, an old man, and a brat. I won't stop until I find them." Stopping in front of a room, Bobin asked the nurses stationed outside, "Hey, I want to see who's in there." The nurses quickly stood up to stop him. "You can't look. This is a women's ward." Bobin replied, "A women's ward. The person I'm looking for is a woman. Let me check." Bobin then pushed the door open and walked in. "Hello, excuse me." When Bobin entered the room and saw that the female patient wasn't Lily, he froze. The female patients, suddenly seeing a strange man in their room, started throwing things at Bobin, thinking he was a pervert. Just then, Lily walked out of the bathroom. Seeing Bobin, she said in surprise, "Bobin." Bobin, seeing Lily, was overjoyed and called out her name. They both went to the nurses' station, where the nurses reassured them, "Don't worry. The patients who were found have been placed in various hospitals. Also, after they wake up, their names and information will be uploaded to the system. The Lucius you're looking for is currently at Phoenix Hospital and is awake. As for Faloga, Tran Chi Lu, and Yubre, no information has been uploaded yet." The two went out to the hospital courtyard to talk. Bobin comforted Lily, "Don't worry, Lily. Yubre and Tran Chi Lu will be fine. Look, Faloga hasn't woken up either." Lily replied, "Yeah, but I can't help but worry." Bobin said, "I've already spoken to the nurses. They'll check the system for us every hour. They'll let us know as soon as there's any news." Lily replied. Bobin continued, "I've often heard you mention this place before. Seeing this world with my own eyes, I realize it's so much better than Ratonia. And all that delicious food, hot pot, sushi, and steak you talked about. After we find everyone, let's go eat together." Lily, as always, simply replied, "MHM." Suddenly, two luxurious cars pulled up in front of Bobin and Lily. A woman stepped out of one of the cars and walked towards them. Bobin, extremely curious, asked Lily, "Lily, is this a friend of yours?" Lily, looking at the unfamiliar woman, replied, "No, I don't know her." Inside, the nurses, watching the woman, quickly recognized her. One exclaimed in surprise, "That's the guild master of the Crescent Moon Guild, the only S-rank hero of Furta City." The woman stood before Bobin and Lily. She introduced herself. "I am Qin Xiaomei, Guild Master of the Crescent Moon Guild. I regret to inform you that Tran Chi Lu and Yubre, whom you are looking for, have not yet returned from Ratonia." In the Ayaluka Desert, sitting on top of Tran Chi Lu, Ayaluka anxiously tried to wake him. "Ayaluka, Bubba, Bubba, Ayaluka, Ayaluka, cough, 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 Ayaluka." Seeing Tran Chi Lu wake up, Ayaluka cried out joyfully, "Ayaluka, Bubba, wah, wah, wah." The system then announced, "Penalty mission commencing in 5, 4, 3. Seeing Ayaluka crying, Tran Chi Lu was startled and raised his hands. "Hey, hey, hold on there, little ancestor. Don't cry. I'm alright. I'm alright." He hugged Ayaluka and said with a smile, "You really scared me." The system then announced, "Penalty mission terminated." Tran Chi Lu said to Ayaluka, "We should have left Ratonia. Why are we still in the desert? Could this be a different desert in the game world?" Ayaluka. Tran Chi Lu thought to himself, "Whatever, I need to log out of this game first and find Mom. Maybe she's waiting for me at home." As if reading his mind, the system asked, "Do you wish to log out of the game?" Tran Chi Lu replied, "Yes." Then, turning to Ayaluka, he instructed Ayaluka, "Listen, I have to leave for a while. Be good and wait for me to come back. I'll prepare plenty of food and drinks for you. Hearing this, Ayaluka cried and clung tightly to Tran Shi Liu's arm, saying, Ayaluka, Ayaluka. Tran Shi Liu thought, that's right, there's also Bobin and Lily. I need to find Mom and then go find them. And Ubre too. Suddenly, the system announced, error, unable to log out. Seeing this message, Tran Shi Liu was extremely annoyed. What's going on? Why can't I log out? He tapped the screen to refresh the system, but the system continued to display, error, unable to log out. Please try again later. Tran Shi Liu continued to refresh the system. The system kept repeating the message, refreshing, error, unable to log out. Please try again later. Refreshing, error, unable to log out. Please try again later. Refreshing, error, unable to log out. Please try again later. Tran Shi Liu wondered in frustration why. Why can't I log out of the game? Wasn't releasing the law then supposed to let me out? Could it be I'm still in Ratonia? No, that's wrong. This map is completely unexplored. This isn't Ratonia. Tran Shi Liu wanted to contact the GM, but the system kept displaying the message, unable to connect to GM. Please try again later. Tran Shi Liu was incredibly frustrated. Damn it, I can't even contact the GM. Tran Shi Liu stared at the screen, thinking, wait, what's going on? I'm not seeing things. Am I? Level 132, back to level 1. And my base stats are reset too. Wait, the stat points I earned from previous level ups are still there, but my experience is back to 300, like at level 1. The system then announced Tran Shi Liu's power. Tran Shi Liu Vixp not exceeding 300 distributable stat points, 655. Tran Shi Liu thought, so I retained the stat points from level 132, but my experience and level are back to 1. What about my skills? And the chaotic elemental power? Right, the old man and La then, are they still there? Level 1 healing spell. Level 1 healing spell. Aside from my equipment and potions, which are still here, the elemental power and all my skills are gone. The system continued to display the survival time. Seeing this, Tran Shi Liu was astonished. Why? Why is this mission still active? Shouldn't it have ended after the Ratonia mission? The system then sent Tran Shi Liu 2 notifications. You have a new message. You have a new message. Tran Shi Liu thought could be Xiaomei. Or Tran Shi Liu saw the image of his mother, trapped in a transparent box. He thought, Mom. Tran Shi Liu watched his mother being brutally tortured. Enraged, he clenched his fists and yelled, Mom. Lai Man Vu grabbed Tran Shi Liu's mother's chin. He spoke to Tran Shi Liu through the screen. I know you're watching. If you want to save her, come to country A and find me. My name is Lai Man Vu. Tran Shi Liu collapsed onto the sand. Consumed by rage, he thought, Mom, wait for me. I will definitely come back and save you. At the Crescent Moon Guild headquarters, Sachi asked Qin Xiaomei, still haven't found this Tran Shi Liu. What did his companions say? They said Tran Shi Liu was just a friend. They wouldn't say anything else. Do you need me to help you make them talk? Qin Xiaomei replied, no need. Thank you for the offer. Hades' Legion's teleportation gates have been appearing in the northeast of Xeris. Right now, sending some level 100 heroes can temporarily handle the situation. But with the demonic Legion's teleportation increasing in strength, we'll need more high-level heroes. In the end, it's highly likely that even super-level heroes who have consumed countless void spirit fruits and broken through level 300 like us won't be able to fight against them. Ultimately, wanting to fight against gods with infinite levels. It's truly an impossible task. Just like in our world, humanity will never be able to escape the speed of light. Hearing this, Sachi responded, Guild Master Qin, it's not necessarily like that. The Black Lake is a being that prevents light from escaping. Tran Shi Liu looked at the system, thinking to himself, the temperature difference between day and night here is too great. It's a good thing I stocked up on these essential supplies back in Latonia. Otherwise, I really don't know if I could withstand this night. Tran Shi Liu, feeling deeply for Ayaluka, said, Ayaluka, there's only a little food left over from Latonia in your bag. Eat first. We'll set off to find a nearby town in the morning. Tran Shi Liu recalled the image of Lai Man Vu and his words. I know you're watching. If you want to save her, come to country A and find me. My name is Lai Man Vu. Tran Shi Liu thought to himself, I've never heard my mother mention this name, but this Lai Man Vu is using my mother to threaten me. There must be an unusual relationship between them. Could he be my father? From childhood until now, my mother has never mentioned anything about my father. I don't know anything about him. If my mother is hurt because of him, I will absolutely not forgive him. And this Lai Man Vu, Tran Shi Liu, will absolutely not forgive you. Suddenly, the system announced a new mission. You have a new mission. Please check it now. Tran Shi Liu looked at the system, tapped the screen, and thought, what will the new mission be? Tranchi Lu was stunned when he saw the mission and exclaimed, what? The system announced, Mission 1, find the Din Hai, then Cham hidden on this land. It will lead you out of here. Mission 2, find an Okong Tien Nan and give him the Din Hai, then Cham. He will return you to the real world. Mission 3, save your mother. Please note, your level, skills, and equipment will be carried over to the real world. Tranchi Lu, enraged, clenched his fists and said, damn it, I can't believe the system is treating saving my mother as a mission. He angrily questioned the system, what do you take me for? What is my mother to you? Unable to contain himself any longer, Tranchi Lu shouted, damn it, who are you? What do you want from me? Why are you tormenting me like this? Tell me, who are you? Am I just a pawn? Why am I being toyed with like this? The system continued its announcement. Do you accept the mission? Starting countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tranchi Lu quickly pressed the accept button. The system then announced, congratulations, you have accepted the mission. Death will result in mission failure. Tranchi Lu thought to himself, I don't care who you are. Listen carefully. No matter what, I will complete this mission and rescue my mother. In the Zara's continent, at Qin Xiaomei's residence, Qin Xiaomei practiced yoga while listening to the news on radio. The reporter was reporting on the recent situation. According to reports, 3,726 people were found on the outskirts of the city. Recently, these have all been people reported missing earlier. According to the victims, they were suddenly teleported to a forbidden zone called Latonia in legend. Currently, the Crescent Moon Guild in the city has announced that they will begin investigating whether this is a large-scale kidnapping or if they were truly teleported to the Forbidden Zone. We will continue to follow this developing story. The system notified Qin Xiaomei. It has been 209,145 days since you entered Cosmos. That's 573 years and 286 days in the real world. There are 10 days left until your beloved mother's birthday. Hearing this, Qin Xiaomei thought to herself, 10 days, so in Cosmos, it's 25 days until my mother's birthday. A 600-year-old woman celebrating her 56-year-old mother's birthday. How comical. After finishing her yoga, Qin Xiaomei relaxed with a cup of coffee and gazed at the scenery outside the window. She thought to herself, having been in the Cosmos world for so long, I can no longer clearly distinguish between here and the real world. Suddenly, Solo, the guild master of the Blackbird Guild, an SSS rank hero with the Storm Warrior class, arrived. Solo said, your place is quite nice, isn't it? Seeing Solo, Qin Xiaomei asked, what brings you here, Solo? Solo replied, I heard those people all returned from Latonia. I'm surprised the Crescent Moon Guild didn't say anything. They've already announced they're handling it. Isn't that a bit irregular, Guild Master Qin? Hearing this, Qin Xiaomei laughed and replied, they all appeared in a place managed by the Crescent Moon Guild. So why should I inform your guild, General Solo? That would be irregular. Solo laughed and said, haha, I'm just kidding, Guild Master Qin. Don't take it so seriously. Popping a sugar cube into his mouth, Solo asked Qin Xiaomei, has the Crescent Moon Guild discovered Latonia's location? If you know, tell me. Rest assured, my Blackbird Guild will definitely protect you. Qin Xiaomei replied, I'm sorry, I don't know. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Hearing this, Solo became furious and said, what did you say? Suddenly, Qin Xiaomei moved as fast as lightning, holding a knife in front of Solo. She said, General Solo, I don't repeat myself. You know that. Meanwhile, Tranchi Lu was still thinking about how to carry out the mission. What should I do? Although the method of increasing strength and agility points can quickly improve my combat power, it also has a major drawback. For each mission, if there are many monsters, it will consume and wear down a weapon. Moreover, it relies on close-range attacks. If I encounter an enemy, like a summoner, I'll be caught in an endless battle. Last time, Latonia's I summoned countless magical beasts. If it weren't for Ubre and Bobin's help, I might have died from exhaustion and weapon wear. If I could acquire a summoning skill or by mercenary soldiers, it would greatly improve my solo combat efficiency. Now, Hepri and the old man have disappeared after I left Latonia. I can only think of ways to acquire different skills through the point allocation method. If I put all my attribute points into intelligence, I might be able to get a mage-type skill. But there's also a chance I'll get a healing skill, like advanced healing magic. If that's the case, I'm doomed. Let's gamble. I'll put all 300 attribute points into intelligence. Hopefully, I can get some magic skills. Thinking this, Tranchi Lu tapped the screen. The system announced, intelligence plus 300. Tranchi Lu thought to himself, If I can't get magic skills, I can switch to strength and agility and continue using single-target attacks. After receiving the intelligence bonus, Tranchi Lu found that, as expected, his perception had sharpened along with his intellect. His mental strength had also increased. He could even sense the flow of sand hundreds of meters away. The system then notified Tranchi Lu, "Congratulations. Your intelligence has reached the threshold for a class change. Please follow the prompts to choose your specialized class." Tranchi Lu was incredibly surprised, thinking to himself, a class change. Tranchi Lu had two choices: Holy Temple Night King or Netherworld Shadow Monarch.